Chapter 1: A Heaven-Defying System. In the rental house, a cold word broke the silence. "Chen Fan, let's break up." A beautiful voice, but speaking the coldest words. These words came out of nowhere, making Chen Fan's head buzz. Chen Fan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him in surprise. She was once his most familiar girlfriend, but now she was as cold as a stranger. Chen Fan tried to find a hint of joking in her eyes, but all he saw was a cold indifference that kept him at a distance. Chen Fan felt as if there was a void in his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He tried hard not to tremble when he spoke. "Chu Xiaolei, please stop making trouble, okay?" What made him despair was that Chu Xiaolei's beautiful face was as cold as ice. "Chen Fan, let me tell you the truth. Lu Tianhao, the general manager of Guanyi Film and Television Group, wants to sign me. He said he will make me a big star, but one of the clauses is that I cannot fall in love. She has a pretty face, her eyebrows flutter like butterfly wings as she blinks, her big eyes are bright and lively, her lips are rosy, small and soft, everything about her is so beautiful. But now, the words she said were so heartless." He finally understood why Chu Xiaolei suddenly came to his rental house. In the past, he had asked Chu Xiaolei to come to his rental house several times, but she refused to come even once. Chen Fan looked at Chu Xiaolei with a last glimmer of hope in his eyes and said, "So, you want to dump me just because you want to be a big star?" Chu Xiaolei nodded coldly and said, "You know, being a star is my dream. I've had this dream since I applied to Hangqing Film and Television University." Chen Fan couldn't help but said, "You don't have any background, so why would Lu Tianhao support you? Would he let you sleep with him?" Chu Xiaolei's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, and finally turned into coldness. "If Lu Tianhao can make me a big star, it's all worth it. Chen Fan, you are just a rubbish painter. You can't give me anything. I have no future with you." A trace of despair flashed across Chen Fan's eyes, and he let out a long sigh. The 4 words "rubbish painter" uttered by Chu Xiaolei hurt him deeply. Painting has been Chen Fan's hobby and dream since childhood, but Chen Fan has to admit that he has no talent and his paintings are mediocre and ordinary. Chen Fan could frankly admit that he had no talent for painting, but the title of rubbish painter coming from the mouth of the woman he once loved deeply made Chen Fan heartbroken. He took one last look at the stunning beauty in front of him. It has to be said that Chu Xiaolei has great potential to become a star. If she has a big boss supporting her, her future will be bright and promising. Chu Xiaolei's facial features are as delicate and lovely as sculptures, her eyes are bright and charming, her nose is tall and white, like a fine work of art, and her lips are plump and tender. Her chest is plump, round and tall, as if it is about to burst the white t-shirt. Under the light blue miniskirt, a pair of slender and straight white legs are exposed, which are round and smooth and very eye-catching. The author has no pictures, please help me add pictures, please. As her ex-boyfriend, Chen Fan sometimes felt that he was not worthy of the beautiful Chu Xiaolei. He felt that being in love with her was like a dream and it felt unreal. So, has the time to break up finally arrived? A hint of bitterness appeared on Chen Fan's lips. When he was about to say something, his pupils suddenly lost focus, causing his eyes to become slightly dull. A system panel appeared in front of him. Byte. Successful binding of the godly dating system. System description: the host can date girls to improve their favorability. When the girl's favorability exceeds 50 points, you can obtain a talent from her. After collecting talents, you can use talent points to improve them. Chen Fan was extremely surprised. Dating system? Can I get monetary rewards? You only need 50 favorability points to collect all kinds of talents? This ability is too beyond the scope. Just as Chen Fan was running wildly in surprise, Chu Xiaolei frowned her delicate eyebrows and blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. She found that Chen Fan had a strange expression. She waved her fair little hand in front of Chen Fan in confusion, bringing him back to reality. Chu Xiaolei said impatiently, "Chen Fan, don't pretend to be innocent with me. You earn 4,000 yuan a month, and you have a father who is paralyzed from the waist down. You are not worthy of my beauty. How about you agree to break up and sign this confidentiality agreement?" Chu Xiaolei coldly took out a confidentiality agreement. This confidentiality agreement includes a compensation of 300,000 yuan. Chen Fan, think about how long it will take you to earn 300,000 yuan. Byte. System binding target. Target: Chu Xiaolei. Appearance: 92 points. Measurements: 89c, 57, 89. Height: 167. Favorability: 49. Purity, 100 pure, natural, and pollution-free. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, painting purple rarity, singing purple rarity, performance blue rarity. Chen Fan saw at a glance that Chu Xiaolei's favorability towards him was 49. In other words, it only takes a little more to reach 50, and you can collect one of Chu Xiaolei's talents. Chen Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that being a bootlicker for 2 years was not completely useless. At least he had earned 49 points of favorability. Chen Fan's eyes flickered. He was thinking about how to raise Chu Xiaolei's favorability to 50. What Chu Xiaolei most urgently wants now is for Chen Fan to sign a confidentiality agreement. Chen Fan thought that if he agreed to sign an agreement with Chu Xiaolei, he would probably be able to gain this little bit of favorability. But Chen Fan always felt unwilling to sign like this. Everything he had done for Chu Xiaolei before had come to nothing, and Chen Fan didn't want to let Chu Xiaolei get away with it. Chen Fan looked at the strange woman in front of him and said, "If you promise me one thing, I will sign this confidentiality agreement." Chu Xiaolei was stunned for a moment, then her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise and she asked, "As long as I promise you, will you sign?" She originally thought that Chen Fan was a person who treasured feelings, and he would definitely cry bitterly and cling to her, refusing to break up. However, at this moment, Chen Fan's performance was completely beyond her expectations. Although Chen Fan's expression was cold, his heart was beating very fast at this moment. He really wanted to gain Chu Xiaolei's favor because one of Chu Xiaolei's talents was painting purple rarity. This is the talent that Chen Fan, as a painter, dreams of having. Chen Fan forced himself to remain calm and not let his nervousness show. He said coldly, "That's right." Just when Chen Fan was extremely nervous, a pleasant voice sounded in his mind. "Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Chu Xiaolei's favorability, +1. Chu Xiaolei's favorability, 50. Congratulations to the host, you have a chance to choose a target talent. Which talent would you like to choose? Painting purple rarity, singing purple rarity, performing blue rarity. Chen Fan chose his talent for painting without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, painting. Currently available talent, painting. Chen Fan was overjoyed to see that he actually had a talent for painting. This system is so amazing and so easy to use. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting talents for the first time and receiving the reward system gift package. Get a monetary reward of 10 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special system reward, a level 1 Monopoly acquisition card. Unlockable talent, painting. Already have talent, free fighting. Level 1. While Chen Fan was ecstatic, Chu Xiaolei was also very happy. She pretended to be calm and asked, "Well, what do you want?" Chen Fan said coldly, "Let's do it once before we break up." Chu Xiaolei's beautiful face showed astonishment. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. "You want me to exchange my first time for the signature?" Chu Xiaolei has been dating Chen Fan for 2 years, but he still hasn't gotten to know her. Chapter 2, Want one before breaking up? Lu Tianhao from Guangyi Film and Television Group also made a request to Chu Xiaolei, but before Chu Xiaolei officially signed the contract with Guangyi Film and Television Group, Chu Xiaolei told Lu Tianhao that she would only let him succeed after the official signing. So now Chu Xiaolei still has her virginity. Chen Fan nodded coldly. Although he had already obtained Chu Xiaolei's talent, Chen Fan still felt unwilling to sign the confidentiality agreement. After all, Chen Fan had been Chu Xiaolei's qualified bootlicker for 2 years. He felt that he was really at a loss if he let Chu Xiaolei go just like that. Chu Xiaolei was unwilling. "You don't know, there was once a rich second generation who offered to pay me 10,000 yuan to spend the night with me, but I didn't agree." Chen Fan's expression was extremely cold. "Don't say anything extra, just leave if you don't agree." Chu Xiaolei hesitated. Chen Fan's expression let her know that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. "How about this, you sign first, and then I'll let you." Chu Xiaolei thought for a while and said. Lu Tianhao has already expressed his request implicitly. She knew that after following Mr. Lu from Guangyi Film and Television, it would be difficult to keep her virginity, so it didn't seem to be a disadvantage to use it to exchange for Chen Fan's signature. Chen Fan said coldly, "If I sign it, what if you regret it?" He no longer trusts Chu Xiaolei. In the past, he had trusted her immensely, but now Chu Xiaolei made him feel unfamiliar. Therefore, Chen Fan insisted on waiting until the matter was completed before signing. Chu Xiaolei hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Chen Fan, I know you are a person who keeps your promises. After all, the two of them had been in a relationship for a year, and she knew that Chen Fan was a man of his words, so she agreed. She turned lightly and walked towards Chen Fan's bed, not forgetting to say with contempt, "Look, if I follow you, I can only sleep in this small and broken bed. Do I have a future?" Chen Fan didn't say anything and followed. Afterwards, Chen Fan stood up expressionlessly, picked up the confidentiality agreement, signed his name, and threw it at Chu Xiaolei. Chu Xiaolei put on her clothes silently. Chu Xiaolei looked indifferent, but her beautiful eyes sparkled with a subtle joy. She carefully put the confidentiality agreement into her handbag. She said coldly, "Chen Fan, from now on, we will go our separate ways and owe nothing to each other." Chen Fan said without showing any weakness, "I will never recognize you again." A hint of joy flashed across Chu Xiaolei's beautiful eyes as she said, "That would be best." She took out a delicate makeup mirror from her bag, and with her white, slender, green jade fingers, she elegantly pinched the lipstick and carefully applied it on her lips. After some careful makeup, she returned to her previous elegant and moving appearance. Finally, Chu Xiaolei walked out of Chen Fan's rental house without looking back, without any intention of staying. Chu Xiaolei got what she wanted, and Chen Fan signed a confidentiality agreement, so he is no longer an obstacle to her star journey. Looking at Chu Xiaolei's back, Chen Fan's eyes were complicated. To say that he wasn't sad would be a lie. After all, he was once deeply involved in this relationship. However, when his eyes fell on the bedsheet and saw the color, the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart subsided a little. Chen Fan let out a long breath. He had been licking Chu Xiaolei's ass for 2 years, but when they broke up, he got her virginity. It could be considered as a little compensation. A luxurious Maybach sports car was parked quietly on the side of the road, and passers-by couldn't help but look at it with envy. Chu Xiaolei's young and delicate hands directly opened the butterfly door of the Maybach sports car, and she sat in with her hips raised. After getting into the car, Chu Xiaolei immediately picked up a bottle of mineral water. Sitting in the Maybach sports car was a tall and strong man wearing a suit, sunglasses, and a bossy slicked back hair. The man asked calmly, "Signed?" Chu Xiaolei nodded, "Signed, Mr. Lu." Lu Tianhao was holding a Cuban cigar in his mouth, looking very impressive. He is the chairman and general manager of Guanyi Film and Television Group. He is a well-known figure in Hangchang. People who know him can't help but shudder when they see him. He asked calmly, "Where does your ex-boyfriend work?" "He's just an artist at Chaui Art Company, Limited, but he has nothing to do with me in the future." Chu Xiaolei had complicated eyes and spoke in a deliberately cold tone. Lu Tianhao sneered and made a phone call. Chu Xiaolei asked curiously, "Mr. Lu, who are you talking to on the phone?" Lu Tianhao said calmly, but with a hint of ill intention, "Vice President Zhang of Chaui Art is my buddy. I asked him to fire the guy named Chen." Lu Tianhao and Vice President Zhang are good friends at the drinking party and are very familiar with each other. Soon, the call was connected, and Lu Tianhao said contemptuously, "Vice President Zhang? I'm Lu Tianhao. There is a first-class painter named Chen Fan working for you, and I don't want to see him appear in Chaui Art again." While Lu Tianhao was talking on the phone, he was casually playing with a piece of tissue in his hand, as if he was holding Chen Fan's fate in his hands. As Lu Tianhao's fingers ravaged the tissue, it was crumpled into a messy ball of paper. Sure enough, Vice President Zhang's proud voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, President Lu, today is the last day for Mr. Chen to come to work." Lu Tianhao hung up the phone. He flicked his finger with disdain, and the crumpled tissue drew an arc in the air, just like Chen Fan's fate, and fell silently into a trash can not far away. A trace of contempt appeared on Lu Tianhao's face. For people of their level, changing the fate of a worker is as easy as holding a piece of toilet paper. Chu Xiaolei said with some fear, "What if we anger Chen Fan and he reveals the fact that he and I are in love?" Lu Tianhao said disdainfully, "The confidentiality agreement has been signed. If he dares to disclose the information, he will never be able to pay the penalty for breach of contract in his lifetime." His words were full of contempt. In his eyes, Chen Fan was just a small character not worth mentioning. After hearing what Lu Tianhao said, Chu Xiaolei felt a little more at ease. She knew Lu Tianhao's background and power. If it was true as he said, then Chen Fan would not have violated the agreement. Lu Tianhao smiled romantically and said, "Future big star Chu, what do you want to eat this morning? I'll take you there." "Mr. Lu, how about some porridge?" Chu Xiaolei said with a somewhat unnatural expression. At this moment, Chen Fan rushed out of the rental house in a hurry. "Oh no, I'm late." After being busy with Chu Xiaolei for an hour in the morning, Chen Fan was so excited that he completely forgot about time. Chapter 3 aims to acquire a film and television group. Chen Fan had just walked to the side of the road when he suddenly stopped. His expression turned cold instantly, and he looked angrily at the luxury Maybach parked on the side of the road. Chen Fan saw Chu Xiaolei in the luxury car and the wealthy-looking man sitting next to her, Lu Tianhao. Lu Tianhao's eyes were full of contempt, and he looked at Chen Fan as if he was an ant. Lu Tianhao raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth and said mockingly, "Are you Chen Fan? Go to work quickly, maybe there are surprises waiting for you in the company. You will be fined for being late." As a demonstration, Lu Tianhao deliberately placed his right hand on Chu Xiaolei's shoulders, rubbed them a few times in a suggestive manner, and also grabbed Chu Xiaolei's hair in his hands and played with it. Chu Xiaolei's pretty face looked a little unnatural. She did not push away Lu Tianhao's hand, letting Lu Tianhao play with her hair, and looked at Chen Fan coldly. Seeing the coldness in Chu Xiaolei's beautiful eyes, Chen Fan sneered. The bedsheets were too difficult to clean up, so it took a while. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Chu Xiaolei's pretty face couldn't help but turn red. She knew what Chen Fan meant. She had just left a pool of bright and dazzling red spots on Chen Fan's bedsheet. Then, Chen Fan looked at Lu Tianhao sternly and said coldly, "Are you Lu Tianhao? Just wait, Chen Fan, will make you repent in front of me one day." Lu Tianhao seemed to have heard a huge joke, and sneered contemptuously, "You are so poor, and you still have the nerve to be so shameless? I am dying of laughter." Chen Fan glanced at Lu Tianhao and Chu Xiaolei coldly, then turned and left without looking back. Chen Fan got on a bus, found a seat and sat down, his face looking a little heavy. The thought of his once beloved Chu Xiaolei becoming Lu Tianhao's plaything. Although Chen Fan thought that he had nothing to do with Chu Xiaolei anymore, he always felt uncomfortable as if a huge stone was pressing on his heart. As the saying goes, a good horse never turns back. Now even if Chu Xiaolei asks Chen Fan to get back together, Chen Fan will not agree. But after all, it is an indisputable fact that Lu Tianhao took a woman away from Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was definitely a loser in front of Lu Tianhao. Lu Tianhao drove a luxury car, hugged the woman who was his yesterday, while Chen Fan could only ride the bus with a dusty face. The gap in social status between the two was like a chasm. No matter how hard Chen Fan tried to cross it, he could only fall to the bottom helplessly. This made Chen Fan feel extremely unwilling and humiliated, and he wanted revenge. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly remembered that among the rewards just given by the system, there was also a Level 1 Monopoly acquisition card. Chen Fan quickly asked the system, how do I use this Monopoly acquisition card? Function description 1. The function is similar to the acquisition card in the Monopoly game. This card can be used to forcibly acquire any company's property. Explanation 2. The first level Monopoly acquisition card can be used to forcibly acquire a property worth 100 million. Level 2 Monopoly acquisition card can forcibly acquire $1 billion industry. Level 3 Monopoly acquisition card can forcibly acquire a property worth 10 billion. And so on. Chen Fan's eyes lit up and he immediately became excited. He had also played the Monopoly game and knew that the acquisition card function was very magical. Simply put, it means being able to turn other people's property into your own. Chen Fan asked excitedly, "What is the market value of Guanyi Film and Television Group? Can I use this first-level Monopoly acquisition card to acquire it?" Chen Fan wanted to acquire Guanyi Film and Television Group and make Chu Xiaolei and Lu Tianhao his subordinates, obeying his arbitrary orders so as to avenge today's humiliation. System answer. Guanyi Film and Television Group is the most valuable film and television group in Hangzhou, with a market value of 40 billion. It requires the use of 4 third-level Monopoly acquisition cards at the same time to forcibly acquire it. A hint of disappointment flashed across Chen Fan's eyes. It seems that if you want to acquire Guanyi Film and Television Group, you will need more Monopoly acquisition cards. But Chen Fan did not despair, because he now had a heaven-defying system. The goal of 40 billion may have been an astronomical figure for the previous Chen Fan, but the current Chen Fan is different. One day, I will make Guanyi Film and Television Group my own business. When that time comes, Lu Tianhao and Chu Xiaolei, just wait for my revenge. Chen Fan clenched his fists tightly, using all his strength to make his nails dig deeply into the soft flesh of his palms. Chen Fan was looking forward to seeing the surprised expressions of Lu Tianhao and Chu Xiaolei after acquiring Guanyi Film and Television Group. He secretly made up his mind, and a firm look flashed in his eyes. Chen Fan felt that he needed to seriously understand the capabilities of the system, so he asked in his mind, "System, what does it mean that a date can copy the target's talent?" For example, if the host is dating a target girl who has a talent for fencing, and the favorability is over 50 points, then the host can choose one of the target's talents. The system responded to Chen Fan. Chen Fan asked curiously, "What's the use of talent?" As long as you collect talents, you can use talent points to unlock and improve talents. For example, after the host obtains the fencing talent through dual cultivation, he can use the talent points to upgrade the fencing talent level. So powerful? Chen Fan was a little surprised. Ding, the host still has a novice gift pack that has not been opened. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Ding, the novice gift package is opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a prize of 30 million yuan. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel ecstatic, another 30 million. The astronomical figures that we couldn't even imagine before now seem like they're given away for free. Chen Fan took out his phone and saw the message from the bank. Shagwa Industrial Bank. Dear Industrial Bank customer, your account ending number XXXX successfully received a transfer of 30 million yuan from other banks at 9 a.m. on May 17, and the current balance is 40.3 million. Chen Fan knew that the extra 300,000 was compensation in the confidentiality agreement. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 gold talent points. Chen Fan was surprised and asked, "What are the gold talent points?" Gold talent points are an important resource of the system and can be used to unlock new talents and improve talents. Gold talent points can directly increase talent levels, such as increasing level 1 painting talent to level 2. Chen Fan asked curiously, "What is the level of painting for a person with level 2 talent?" The system answers carefully. First level painting talent, equivalent to the level of a 4th-year student at an art academy, first level painter. Level 2 painting talent, equivalent to an unknown ordinary level 2 painter. Level 3 painting talent, slightly famous in the circle, first place in the city's highest art award. Level 4 painting talent, a painter with great influence, winner of provincial painting award. Level 5 painting talent, nationally renowned top painter, first place in the national highest art award. Level 6 painting talent, the world's top painter, first place in the Lucci painting award. 7th level painting talent, surpassing all artists on Blue Star, a completely different level. The grading of other talents is similar. Generally speaking, level 6 talent is the best in the world. For example, a level 6 sprint talent can make you a sprint world champion. Chapter 4. Zhou Yufi. Chen Fan was very excited, his eyes filled with excitement. He is now just a first-level painter at Shaoi Art Company, which means he has only first-level painting talent. He has loved drawing since he was a child, and he would draw figures in his textbooks whenever he had nothing to do. But his talent was average, and he didn't achieve much after graduating from Hangcheng Academy of Fine Arts. What made Chen Fan speechless and ironic was that although he liked painting since he was a child, he had no talent for painting. To describe his work as mediocre would be an exaggeration, and to describe it as lousy would be a more accurate description. He is now just an artist in a third-rate company. He usually takes orders for illustrations and character designs and earns 4,000 yuan a month. And now, the system can improve Chen Fan's painting talent to the world's top level, which makes him extremely excited. Open the system talent book. A huge golden book opened in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan found painting. Unlockable talent, painting. The system prompts, "Host, would you like to use the gold talent points to activate the painting talent?" Chen Fan said directly, "Use gold talent points." Congratulations to the host, the painting talent has been successfully activated, and the current talent is level 1. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 2. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 3. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 4. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 5. Chen Fan directly used 4 of his gold talent points and raised his painting talent to level 5. A golden light burst out in Chen Fan's mind, and some art techniques emerged in his mind. These skills have been mastered and are as familiar as riding a bicycle. Chen Fan felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Chen Fan is now a top-level painter in the country. What would it feel like if you could draw the highest level of paintings in the country with your own hands? He was full of excitement and was eager to apply these insights in his creations. While feeling excited, Chen Fan felt somewhat ironic and helpless. Chen Fan never dreamed that the painting talent he most desired and needed was actually obtained from Chu Xiaolei. Chu Xiaolei's dream is to become an actress and a star, but she possesses a hidden talent for painting, which makes Chen Fan sigh with emotion. Just when Chen Fan was making up his mind, his cell phone rang like a death-chasing ghost. Chen Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was Li Yuanliang calling. Li Yuanliang is a colleague of Chen Fan in the painting group, and has the best relationship with Chen Fan in Chaoyi Art Company. Li Yuanliang usually has a lukewarm personality, but at this moment his voice was filled with anxiety as he asked, "Chen Fan, why haven't you come to work yet? You're already an hour late." Chen Fan said helplessly, "I had something urgent this morning, what's the matter?" Li Yuanliang said, "Today we have an urgent task. A client wants us to provide 2 character portraits. If the design meets the requirements, they will outsource the game character portraits to us. It is said that the unit price is very high. It is a big order." Chen Fan nodded, "Okay, I'm on the bus and will be there in half an hour." Li Yuanliang said anxiously, "The team leader is urging me like a ghost, please come quickly, I can't draw 2 pictures by myself." Chen Fan hung up the phone, feeling helpless. It was Chu Xiaolei's fault for coming to break up with him this morning. However, when he thought of the crazy scene that just happened in the rental house, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although he was a little depressed about his breakup with Chu Xiaolei, he changed his mind and realized that it was impossible for such a woman to live peacefully with him for the rest of her life. "Anyway, I got her virginity when we broke up, so I can just let go of the rest and it doesn't matter." The bus stopped at several stations, and more people got on it, making it crowded. When Chen Fan was in a daze, he suddenly saw a little yellow-haired boy's hand reaching into a girl's pocket, and was about to take out a mobile phone. But the girl was totally unaware. Chen Fan's heart moved, and he quickly said in his mind, "System, help me open the fighting talent and use the gold talent points." Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your fighting talent has been upgraded to level 2. A golden light burst out in Chen Fan's mind, and some fighting techniques suddenly emerged in his mind. Chen Fan had a clear idea in his mind that ordinary little hooligans were no match for him. The little yellow-haired boy tried several times and finally took out the phone without anyone noticing. Just as he was about to retract his hand, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the little yellow-haired boy's hand tightly. "Girl, your cell phone was stolen." Chen Fan patted the girl's shoulder with his other hand. The moment Chen Fan's hand touched the girl's shoulder, the system voice came from his mind. Byte. System binding target. Name, Zhao Yufi. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Occupation, car sales. Appearance, 87. Measurements, 89 c, 52, 86. Purity, 100 pure, natural, and pollution-free. Health value, no gynecological diseases, healthy. Favorability, 0. Talents, stock trading purple rarity, massage purple rarity, company management green rarity. The girl named Zhao Yufi turned around and was immediately surprised to see that Chen Fan was holding the little yellow-haired boy's hand, and the little yellow-haired boy's hand was holding a mobile phone. Zhao Yufi was surprised to recognize that the phone was hers. Zhao Yufi quickly said, "What are you doing?" "This is my phone." The little yellow-haired boy glared at Chen Fan arrogantly, "You little bastard, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Chen Fan said coldly, "The thief is still so arrogant? You're looking for a fight." The little yellow-haired boy's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and he punched Chen Fan. Chen Fan was not in a hurry. He blocked with his left hand and punched out with his right hand, hitting the little yellow-haired boy's right eye hard. Chen Fan's punch was quite methodical, as if it was delivered by a martial artist. The little yellow-haired boy was simply unable to resist it. The little yellow-haired boy screamed in pain as he was hit hard in the right eye, which immediately became swollen. The little yellow-haired boy was knocked to the ground. When the people around saw that the little yellow-haired boy was knocked down, they began to talk about it. "The thief deserves it." "That's right. I wanted to take action just now, but I didn't dare. This guy is pretty good." Some surprised eyes looked towards Chen Fan. Because Chen Fan looked weak and handsome, no one expected that he could knock down the thief so easily. Chen Fan snatched the phone from the little yellow-haired boy and handed it back to Zhao Yufi. "Be careful in the car next time, don't let anyone touch you again." Zhao Yufi showed a grateful smile on her pretty face and said quickly, "Thank you. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhao Yufi's favorability plus 20. In the system panel, Zhao Yufi's favorability instantly changed from 0 to 20. Chen Fan was delighted. It seemed that he could gain a lot of favor just by helping girls. Chapter 5 Team Leader Yi Shitting. Only then did Chen Fan look at Zhou Yufei curiously. Her hair was dyed a light yellow and fell obediently beside her rosy cheeks. She had a small and delicate nose, fair and delicate skin, and rosy and soft lips. She was wearing a professional OL suit, and her figure was well proportioned, with a protruding front and a curved back. Under the hip skirt was a pair of round long legs in black stockings, which was very eye-catching. The author didn't have pictures. Please help me with the pictures, thanks. Zhou Yufei's appearance score is 89, which is not as high as Chu Xiaolei's 92. However, the tenderness revealed in the blink of her bright big eyes makes Chen Fan feel very comfortable. Zhou Yufei smiled and said, "My name is Zhou Yufei, what's yours?" Chen Fan also smiled faintly and said, "Chen Fan." Zhou Yufei said a few words of thanks to Chen Fan, and Chen Fan responded casually. The little yellow-haired boy slipped away dejectedly when the bus stopped, but Chen Fan didn't care. The bus drove one more stop and arrived at the CBD of Hangqing Central. The office building of Chaui Art Company, Limited, where Chen Fan worked, was located here. Chen Fan got out of the car quickly. Today is terrible. I'm late. Although Carrie already had a huge sum of 40 million, Chen Fan was not ready to give up his job. After all, he likes painting, and becoming a top painter is his dream. When Chen Fan finally squeezed out of the car, he was surprised to see that Zhou Yufei got off the car with him. Zhou Yufei asked curiously, "Chen Fan, do you work here too?" Chen Fan said, "I am a painter at Chaui Art Company, what about you?" Zhou Yufei replied, "I work as a car salesperson in the Junqi 4S store." Chen Fan was busy going to the company and waved to Zhou Yufei, "Goodbye." Zhou Yufei also waved and said, "Goodbye, thank you for today." The system voice came from Chen Fan's mind again. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhou Yufei's favorability, +1. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 21. Seeing Zhou Yufei's favorability level become 21, Chen Fan asked curiously, "What's the use of favorability?" Favorability is the target's favor and admiration for the host. When the favorability reaches 50, the host can collect the target's first talent. When the favorability reaches 100, the host can collect the target's second talent. Chen Fan was excited. He had just helped Zhou Yufei once and gained 20 points of favorability. It seemed that it would not be difficult to reach a favorability of 50. Chen Fan's heart suddenly moved, and he turned his head to look at Zhou Yufei's back. Zhou Yufei also has a good figure. Although her appearance is not as stunning as Chu Xiaolei's, she looks gentle and comfortable, very feminine, and like a girl next door. Chen Fan boldly approached, smiled, and asked, "Zhou Yufei, can you give me your phone number? I'll invite you out to play some other day." Zhou Yufei smiled generously, "Okay, I have to thank you once again." Zhou Yufei had a good impression of Chen Fan. If it weren't for Chen Fan, she would have lost her phone today. The two people left their contact information. Chen Fan then hurried towards the office building of Chaui Art. A spacious office for employees, with a computer at each workstation and some green plants as decorations to bring a touch of life to the boring work. Chen Fan's workstation in the second art group is in the corner on the left. Chen Fan came to his workstation, turned on his computer, and prepared to start working. A graceful figure in a black OL suit came up to him. As soon as Chen Fan looked up, he saw Yi Shitting, the leader of the second art group. Although her expression was stern and serious, it could not hide her beautiful and delicate facial features, bright eyes, a tall nose, and plump red lips. Under her shirt is a luxurious bust that is tightly stretched, a slender waist that can be held in one hand, and a plump hip skirt that shows a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. A pair of long legs in black stockings are swaying seductively, exuding a seductive breath. Keep asking for pictures, balls. I have to say that the leader of the second art group is worthy of being the goddess of Chaui Art Company. In the corner of the office hall, a few fiery gazes were secretly cast over Yi Shitting, greedily wandering over her body. Li Yuanliang couldn't help but squinting his eyes and stealing a glance at the incredibly beautiful team leader. Chen Fan smiled cheekily, "Team leader Yi, you look so beautiful today." Yi Shitting's pretty face was cold as she said, "Chen Fan, stop being so slick. You were late for an hour and a half today, so you will be deducted 10 points from your performance appraisal." Chen Fan was not surprised and nodded calmly. Yi Shitting said coldly, "Today we have a new client who asked us to design 2 sample drawings of character portraits. This is the request. You and Li Yuanliang are responsible for this order." As she spoke, Yi Shitting's fair little hand slapped a piece of A4 paper on Chen Fan's desk. There are more than a dozen requirements densely packed on the A4 paper, which are the client's requirements for the character portraits. It can be seen that this customer has very strict requirements. Some requirements are even abnormally strict. Those requirements are even detailed to the level of hair. When Yi Shiding saw the customer's requirements, she immediately felt that this order would not be easy to take. When Li Yuanliang received the same task, he complained bitterly. At this time, Li Yuanliang was also secretly watching Chen Fan's expression, hoping that Chen Fan would join him in protesting against this order. Li Yuanliang didn't dare to raise objections to Yi Shiding alone. After all, the aura of the team leader, an icy beauty, was too strong. Under the gaze of Yi Shiding and Li Yuanliang, Chen Fan's expression was relaxed and indifferent. Although the customer's request is indeed very abnormal. If it were the previous Chen Fan, he would definitely not be able to meet the requirements. But Chen Fan is now a level 5 painting talent, so these requirements are not that difficult. He is not panicked at all. Chen Fan nodded calmly and said, "Okay, I'll take this order." Seeing Chen Fan's relaxed and calm expression, Yi Shiding was a little surprised and asked, "Are you so confident?" Chen Fan said calmly, "No problem." Yi Shiding was afraid that Chen Fan didn't understand the seriousness of the matter, so she added, "This customer has very high requirements, but the price is also very high. You must not mess it up. To be honest, your level is not enough to take this kind of order." As the team leader of Chen Fan and Li Yuanliang, Yi Shiding knew their painting level. He is just an ordinary first-class painter. Yi Shiding originally wanted to give this order to other painters, but when the other painters saw the customer's almost perverted request, they immediately refused. No one dared to take this order. So Yi Shiding had to use her identity as team leader to forcibly throw the order to Chen Fan and Li Yuanliang. Chen Fan said calmly, "Team leader Yi, I'll take it. You can go back to work and don't disturb us here." Yi Shiding showed a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that Chen Fan not only took this almost perverted order so easily, but also spoke to her in this tone. Yi Shiding opened her rosy little mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but she didn't say it. She just said coldly, "Well, although I don't have any expectations of you, I still hope that the work you hand in will not embarrass our company." After Yi Shiding finished speaking, she walked away with her hips swung. Chapter 6 Amazing System Effects. Yi Shiding was not optimistic about Chen Fan. She still believed that Chen Fan's work would not be accepted by customers. However, no artist in the entire Chaui art company was willing to take the order, so it had to be handed over to the two newcomers, Chen Fan and Li Yuanliang. The system voice suddenly sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Byte. Detected that the host has gained the attention of a new target. Bind target. Name, Yi Shiding. Age, 24. Appearance, 90. Measurements, 90D, 52, 86. Height, 167. Purity, 100 pure, natural, and pollution-free. Health value, no gynecological diseases, healthy. Favorability, 0. Talent, badminton blue quality, cooking blue quality. Chen Fan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the system was bound to Yi Shiding. It seems that as long as I attract the attention of a beautiful woman, the system will bind me to her. He couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Yi Shiding was recognized as the most beautiful woman in Chaui Art Company. No matter where she went, she was the focus of men's attention. That voluptuous figure with a protruding chest and a curved back is what countless men dream of. Not far away, a second-level painter named Zhang Buxin said with a look of sneer and contempt, "A rookie is a rookie." This kind of order is obviously a daydream order. It is an unreasonable request. Only idiots like you would accept it. Yeah, I'm waiting to see you two group make a fool of yourself. The painters in that group looked at Chen Fan and Li Yuanliang with mocking smiles on their faces. Hearing those sharp laughs, Li Yuanliang blushed and sighed, "Oh, what bad luck." Li Yuanliang asked Chen Fan in confusion, "Chen Fan, why don't you object with me? The requirements of this order are too abnormal. It's impossible to do it." Chen Fan said calmly, "Give it a try." Li Yuanliang said helplessly, "I have no confidence anymore, so I just do a random one to fool around, but I won't pass it anyway." Li Yuanliang knew that his work would never meet such perverted requirements, so he just gave it a try. Chen Fan ignored Li Yuanliang, opened the Krita painting software, and started painting according to the requirements of the order. The order required a painting of a beautiful female warrior in armor named Sophia with a pet squirrel. Chen Fan looked very focused as he put into practice the level 5 painting techniques that came to his mind. Chen Fan is extremely serious. Painting is his hobby. When he is creating, he feels like he is the god of the small world and can give life to the characters in his hands. Although it feels great to make money using the system, artistic creation can also bring Chen Fan another kind of extraordinary enjoyment, which is a kind of spiritual satisfaction, just like riding the waves in the ocean of art. When he was painting, he felt extremely excited and wonderful. This was a feeling that the rookie Chen Fan had never experienced before. All of this is due to the enlightenment of the system, which has transformed Chen Fan from a painter with no talent to a genius with level 5 painting talent. When Chen Fan painted before, he had never felt such a sense of ease and freedom. This feeling makes creation a pleasure. An hour later, the portrait of the female warrior Sophia appeared vividly in Chen Fan's drawing software. In the picture, Sophia has long flowing hair and bright armor. She looks heroic and full of feminine charm. Even Chen Fan himself was amazed and excited about his own paintings. It is indeed a heaven-defying system, and its functions are so magical that it allows Chen Fan, who has a terrible painting skill, to draw outstanding paintings like a master. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He felt ironic but lucky that the painting talent he wanted most was actually obtained from Chu Xiaolei. Li Yuanliang had a worried look on his face. He had drawn several drafts but was not satisfied with any of them. Just as he was looking resentful, he accidentally saw Chen Fan's computer screen. Li Yuanliang was attracted to the female warrior Sophia at first sight because she was so beautiful. The color is just right, 1 point more is too much, 1 point less is too little. Sophia's expression is also lifelike, and her bright eyes seem to be able to speak as she stares at the people outside the painting. The whole picture seems to be full of vitality and vivid. Li Yuanliang was shocked instantly. He widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Damn it, Chen Fan, did you draw this? Did you copy it from the internet?" Chen Fan kept working and said calmly, "Nonsense, of course I drew it." Li Yuanliang couldn't believe it. "Strange, how come you painted so beautifully today?" He looked at the picture. The details were handled with great sophistication and maturity, which could not be achieved without years of painting experience. Chen Fan continued to paint calmly. "It shows that my painting skills have improved." Of course, Chen Fan would not tell Li Yuanliang that it was with the help of the system that he was able to improve his painting skills by several levels. Li Yuanliang stared at the sample picture with a shocked expression, exclaiming "Oh my god" all the time. When they got off work, Chen Fan and Li Yuanliang sent the finished drawings from their computers to their team leader Yi Shiding. In Yi Shiding's team leader's office, Yi Shiding's computer received a notification from her mailbox: "You have received emails from Li Yuanliang and Chen Fan." She didn't have much expectation in her heart, so she casually clicked on the first email, which was from Li Yuanliang. Li Yuanliang's painting is of a male berserker, but it is sloppily drawn and the details are a mess. If you enlarge the picture slightly, it becomes a blur. Yi Shiding shook her head in disappointment. These two newcomers are really not worth looking forward to. Yi Shiding was very clear about the level of Chen Fan and Li Yuanliang. They were just college graduates and their painting skills were very ordinary. Then, Yi Shiding casually clicked on Chen Fan's email, and the next moment, a lifelike and vivid female warrior jumped out. Yi Shiding's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Her rosy little mouth was slightly opened in surprise. She looked at the finished picture in surprise and shock. This was painted by Chen Fan? Impossible? Yi Shiding was surprised. Chen Fan's previous works were not at this level at all. This is simply not the level that a first-class painter can draw. Could it be that Chen Fan copied it from the internet? Yi Shiding was a little confused, but after searching the images online, she didn't find any similar pictures. This means this is not copied from the internet. Yi Shiding carefully observed the details of Sophia again, and she was surprised to find that the way some of the details were handled was the same as Chen Fan's previous habits. Yi Shiding was certain that the author of this painting was undoubtedly Chen Fan. Yi Shiding sent the 2 sample drawings to the customer and wrote in the email, "Hello, Vice President Zhao, the 2 sample drawings you requested are ready. Please take a look." Then he fell into deep thought. She recalled the confident expression on Chen Fan's face when he took the order, and felt somewhat relieved. No wonder Chen Fan looked so confident when he took the order. Chapter 7 Vice President Zhao Munya. At this moment, Chen Fan in the office suddenly heard the system voice in his mind. "Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Yi Shiding's admiration value plus 10. Yi Shiding's admiration value, 10. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. He knew that this was because Yi Shitting saw his paintings and had a better impression of him. When he thought of that perfect figure with a protruding chest and a curved back, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel moved. At this time, Li Yuanliang was sighing. He knew that his paintings would not receive good reviews. Not far away, the second-level painter named Zhang Buxin laughed again. You will definitely be scolded soon, your level is really ridiculous. Zhang Buxin holds a very important position in Chaui Art Company. Moreover, he is the nephew of Vice President Zhang. He is very popular in the company and there is a group of people surrounding him every day. Some painters also smiled flatteringly. Yes, the painters in their second group are not even worthy of carrying Painter Zhang's shoes. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in. This person is Vice President Zhang of Chaui Art Company. Vice President Zhang had a blank expression on his face, holding a document in his hand, and walked towards Chen Fan without hesitation. Li Yuanliang and Chen Fan looked at Vice President Zhang in confusion, totally unable to figure out his purpose. Zhang Buxin and his followers also looked on curiously. Vice President Zhang had a cold look on his face and slapped the document on Chen Fan's desk. Chen Fan, you are fired. This is the company's termination contract. Vice President Zhang's voice was extremely cold, like a gust of cold wind blowing through, making the entire large office quiet. Li Yuanliang had been lowering his head, but when he heard this he suddenly raised his head with shock on his face, and Zhang Buxin on the side also showed a surprised expression, obviously very surprised by this sudden news. Even Chen Fan was a little surprised and asked, why? Vice President Zhang said coldly, the reasons are all in the termination contract, check it out for yourself. Although Vice President Zhang did not explain the reason, there was a hint of contempt in his eyes, and he looked at Chen Fan with some complacency. Chen Fan also saw the contempt in Vice President Zhang's eyes and knew that things were not that simple. The system voice suddenly sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Ding, the system detected a secret. It was Lu Tianhao, the CEO of Guangyi Film and Television Group, who asked Vice President Zhang to dismiss the host. Chen Fan was stunned. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful that it could even detect this. Chen Fan also recalled the scene in the morning. At that time, Lu Tianhao looked at him with sarcasm and said that there might be a surprise waiting for him in the company. It seems that the so-called surprise refers to this incident. Chen Fan sneered in his heart. After knowing the mastermind behind the scenes, Chen Fan had a clear idea in his mind, but he remained calm on the surface. Chen Fan secretly swore in his heart that he would make Guangyi Film and Television Group his own industry in the future. He was looking forward to Lu Tianhao's expression at that time. Zhang Buxin laughed and mocked. Vice President Zhang must have seen that Chen Fan's paintings were too bad and brought shame to the company, so he fired Chen Fan. Yes, Chen Fan and Li Yuanliang were fired immediately after they sent the finished drawings to the team leader. It must be because the drawings were too embarrassing. The painters all thought with certainty. Otherwise it would be too coincidental. Li Yuanliang asked helplessly, Chen Fan, what should we do? Can I help you go to Vice President Zhang to ask for mercy? Chen Fan shook his head calmly and said, no need, it doesn't matter. Li Yuanliang asked in surprise, it doesn't matter? He looked at Chen Fan in confusion, wondering why he could be so relaxed and calm at a time like this. Chen Fan signed the termination contract casually. I still have 40 million in my bank card, so I'm not worried at all. After signing, Chen Fan handed the termination contract to Vice President Zhang. Vice President Zhang took the termination contract and said coldly, okay, from now on, Chen Fan, you are no longer an employee of Chaui Art Company. Pack up your things and go to the finance department to get your salary. Chen Fan looked calm and started to pack his things. Li Yuanliang looked at Chen Fan with helplessness. In the company, Li Yuanliang and Chen Fan were the only friends. He was very disappointed when Chen Fan was fired. In a luxurious office building. In the general manager's office of Yufi Game Company, the 50-year-old CEO Ding Miao was losing his temper. Ding Miao felt very depressed. He looked at Xiao Manya, the game production director in front of him, and felt a mixture of love and hate for her. Xiao Manya was very beautiful, with a delicate face like a jade sculpture, bright eyes like clear crystal, a cute snow-white nose, and every detail was flawless, like a fairy descending to earth. Her pride was luxurious and plump, almost bursting her white shirt, and her slender waist looked delicate and graceful. Her every move was full of temptation, like a goddess in the Yufi Game Company. The reason why Xiao Manya became the goddess of the company is not only because of her stunning beauty, but also because of her outstanding work ability. After Zhao Manya became a game producer, several games she produced in succession became regulars on the global game best-selling list. The continuous success made her the gold medal producer of Yufi Games Company. As the company's CEO, Ding Miao highly values Zhao Manya, but at this moment he couldn't help but show a reproachful look and said, "Vice President Zhao, your White Myth game project has been in the works for half a year, and now there is not even a shadow of it. The board of directors has given me an ultimatum. If White Myth doesn't take shape within a month, the board of directors will withdraw its investment." Look at Director Gao. The Kanglan Continent game plan by Director Gao was launched almost at the same time as your White Myth. The Kanglan Continent will be available in 3 months, but there is no sign of your White Myth yet. How can I explain this to the board of directors? Ding Miao felt a little disappointed. Zhao Manya and Gao Yaoquan were 2 gold medal producers of Yufi Game Company. All games produced by them are of top-notch quality, and they are the money-making machines. Half a year ago, 2 gold medal producers, Zhao Manya and Gao Yaoquan, launched new game projects at the same time. Zhao Manya wants to make a traditional game called White Myth. Gao Yaoquan is preparing to make a fantasy game called Kanglan Continent. 2 gold medal production directors started the project at the same time, but the progress was very different. Gao Yaoquan is making great progress and the company will be able to go public and make money in 3 months. However, Zhao Manya has been stuck in the process because she has not found an ideal art concept designer, resulting in no prototype yet. Compared with Director Gao's rapid progress, Zhao Manya's progress was too slow, causing her to be under great pressure from the company's top management. The board of directors often uses Director Gao's Kanglan Continent to put pressure on Zhao Manya. General Manager Ding Miao often speaks well of Zhao Manya, and it is almost impossible to stop him. The board of directors has threatened Zhao Manya with withdrawal of investment. If Zhao Manya's White Myth game cannot proceed as scheduled, the board of directors will hold her accountable. Chapter 8. I must get this painter. Ding Miao frowned, causing deep wrinkles to appear on his fat forehead. He looked at Zhao Manya with a look of disappointment. In fact, in comparison, between the 2 gold medal producers, Zhao Manya and Gao Yaoquan, Ding Miao is more optimistic about Zhao Manya. However, Ding Miao couldn't understand what Zhao Manya did with White Myth. Ding Miao asked the question buried in his heart with great pain: why do you have to find an ideal game artist before you are willing to start making White Myth? Ding Miao looked at Zhao Manya in confusion. This was a question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time, and he finally asked it at this moment. Zhao Manya smiled calmly and said, "Boss Ding, I attach great importance to the game White Myth and have devoted almost all my efforts to it. Now the painting styles of the artists and the company are not suitable. I will only start production when I find an artist with my ideal style. This is my persistent pursuit of art. I hope Boss Ding understands." Ding Miao sighed helplessly. He also knew that Zhao Manya had very high artistic pursuits for her work. If the artistic standards were not met, it would be impossible for Zhao Manya to just find an artist to complete the task. Ding Miao looked at Zhao Manya with some disappointment and said, "Vice President Zhao, I originally had high hopes for your White Myth game. As you know, our competitor, Tengfei Games, will soon launch several big productions that will be released simultaneously around the world. I had hoped that your White Myth could compete with Tengfei Games' masterpieces, but now it seems that we can only pin our hopes on Director Zhang's Kanglan Continent." Zhao Manya opened her rosy little mouth slightly and couldn't help but sigh. She said goodbye to Ding Miao. Ding Miao watched Zhao Manya's back as she left, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. He took out a cigarette with an anxious look on his face, lit it, and took a long puff. 3 months later, the International Game Exhibition Heya will begin. Yufi Games' arch-rival and competitor Tengfei Company is gearing up and promoting heavily, preparing to launch several ambitious blockbusters to participate in the International Game Exhibition Heya and impact the global market. As for Yufi Games, Ding Miao originally hoped that producer Zhao Manya's new production would be able to compete with Tengfei Games, but now this hope has been completely dashed. The board of directors urged and blamed Ding Miao every day. The pressure was so great that Ding Miao's diabetes was about to relapse. Zhao Manya returned to her office, leaning her graceful and elegant body against the desk. She gently touched her smooth forehead with her slender jade hands, and frowned slightly, feeling a little annoyed. It would be a lie to say that Zhao Manya was not anxious. She is also under great pressure now. The competitor's new masterpiece will be released in 3 months. However, Zhao Manya had to suspend the development of her own project because she was dissatisfied with the art style, and the launch of the game is nowhere in sight. What Zhao Manya urgently needs now is a painter whose artistic style meets her needs. Only by finding this key painter can the game progress be restarted. It can be said that Xiao Manya has reached the point of being eager to recruit talented people. At this moment, Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes suddenly focused, and she suddenly saw an email prompt flashing on the computer. It was team leader Yi from Chaui Art Company who sent her an email. In the email, there were 2 sample pictures, signed by Li Yuanliang and Chen Fan respectively. When Xiao Manya clicked on Chen Fan's painting, her beautiful eyes instantly brightened and her rosy little mouth slowly opened wide. Chen Fan's painting style looks extremely mature and steady, which is not like what a 23-year-old young man can have at all. The handling of some details and the changes of light and shadow are extremely sophisticated and skillful. The characters in the paintings are lifelike, and their eyes seem to be able to speak as they stare at Xiao Manya outside the painting. Isn't this the painter I long for? Xiao Manya could hardly believe her eyes. Her breathing became rapid, and her plump breasts rose and fell even more. I must get this painter. Xiao Manya gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and excitedly dialed Yi Shiting's number. In Yi Shiting's office, the cell phone rang. Yi Shiting looked at her phone and saw Vice President Zhao of Yusai Game Company. Yi Shiting's beautiful eyes showed excitement. Yusai Game Company was a very famous game company in Hangcheng. Several of its mobile games had long been at the top of the rankings. If Chaui Art Company could receive the outsourcing business from Yusai Game, its popularity would skyrocket, and the various benefits it would bring would be difficult to estimate. Vice President Zhao is a nationally renowned gold medal game producer. Every game she produces is extremely popular and is a frequent visitor to the best-selling list. Yi Shiting picked up the phone excitedly and said nervously, "Hello, Vice President Zhao. Are you satisfied with the sample pictures we sent you?" Xiao Manya's suppressed excitement came from the phone. Team leader Yi, I have seen the 2 sample pictures you sent. I am very satisfied with the one signed by Chen Fan. I hope to appoint Chen Fan as the concept artist for the new game. Yi Shiting showed a trace of surprise on her pretty face and asked, "Really? Vice President Zhao, are you sure you want to use Chen Fan?" Yi Shiting could hardly hide her excitement. Xiao Manya is a well-known gold medal producer in the gaming industry. She actually personally appointed Chen Fan to be the art concept artist. Yi Shiting was extremely surprised. It can be seen that Chen Fan's paintings left a very deep impression on him. On the phone, Xiao Manya continued, "Yes, I think this Chen Fan is the painter I want to work with." Yi Shiting became even more excited. In the large office, however, the scene was quite different. Chen Fan had already packed his things and walked out calmly. When Chen Fan passed by the first art group, Zhang Buxin and several of his companions were still laughing at him. "You deserve to be fired. I've disliked you for a long time." Zhang Buxin looked smug. Chen Fan stopped and looked at Zhang Buxin coldly. Zhang Buxin glared and asked, "What are you looking at?" Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Master Zhang, I'll buy you some water." After saying that, Chen Fan came to the water dispenser, picked up a paper cup and took a glass of boiled water. Several painters were puzzled and asked curiously, "Strange, what does Chen Fan want to do?" Zhang Buxin was also confused. "Is he so afraid of me? He actually offered me a drink of water?" Chen Fan was holding the cup of water, as if he was going to hand it to Zhang Buxin, but he slipped and swayed a few times, and the cup of water splashed all over Zhang Buxin's face. Water droplets kept dripping down Zhang Buxin's hair, and a large area of his clothes was wet. He looked extremely miserable. Li Yuanliang and other painters were stunned. Zhang Buxin screamed, "What are you doing?" His face was covered in water, with drops of water dripping down his hair. He looked extremely miserable. Chen Fan quickly picked up the toilet paper and wiped the water off Zhang Buxin while saying exaggeratedly, "Oh, sorry, Painter Zhang, I wanted to buy you a drink of water, but I didn't hold it firmly." Chapter 9 Ding, the mission starts. Zhang Buxin was so angry that he shouted angrily, "Bullshit, you obviously did it on purpose." Chen Fan said with a wrong look on his face, "Master Zhang, I was really careless. Please don't wrongly accuse a good person." At this moment, the thrilling sound of high heels was heard. Many male colleagues raised their heads and couldn't help but look over. I saw Yi Shiting walking towards me with light steps and a bright and charming smile on her face. Seeing the graceful figure of the extremely beautiful woman, the eyes of many male colleagues in the office became hot. I have to say that she is really the ultimate goddess in the office. No matter where she goes, she is the focus of everyone's attention. Under the gazes of countless ardent eyes, Yi Shiting twisted her slender waist, swayed her long, round and smooth legs, and walked gracefully in front of Chen Fan. The next moment, all the male colleagues were surprised because Yi Shiting actually smiled sweetly at Chen Fan. Yi Shiding smiled and said to Chen Fan, I have good news for you. Your sample image has been favored by Yusai Company. They specifically invite you to be the concept artist for one of their new games. As soon as the words fell, it was like a bombshell exploding among the employees, and everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Yusai is a well-known large company in the national gaming industry, and even has a certain degree of popularity around the world. Several of its games are at the top of the best-selling list, and many of my colleagues have Yusai's games on their mobile phones. Being specifically invited by such a big company is truly an artist's dream. Several painters suddenly whispered to each other. How is it possible? Chen Fan's paintings were actually favored by Yusai Company? I was chosen by Vice President Zhao of Yusai Company. It is said that Vice President Zhao is a very picky person with a sharp eye. Even Li Yuanliang found it incredible. Although he had seen Chen Fan's paintings with his own eyes, he knew that the quality of his draft was very high. But when I heard the news with my own ears, I was still shocked. The most shocked person was Zhang Buxin. He had just heard the news that Chen Fan had been fired, and he was secretly feeling very happy. But now I heard that Chen Fan's draft was noticed by Yusai Game Company, and they even invited him to be the game concept artist. A depressed look instantly appeared on Zhang Buxin's face, and he felt extremely unhappy. Li Yuanliang on the side asked doubtfully, but Chen Fan was just fired. The termination contract has been signed. Yi Shiding had a sweet smile on her face, but when she heard this, her smile froze. She asked incredulously, what happened? Why was Chen Fan fired? Li Yuanliang said helplessly, I don't know either. Vice President Zhang just came over and fired Chen Fan. Vice President Zhang fired Chen Fan? Why? Yi Shiding felt incredible. Li Yuanliang shook his head helplessly, I don't know either. I guess Chen Fan offended Vice President Zhang at some point. Yi Shiding was struck by lightning. This was too much of a coincidence. It was rare that Vice President Zhao of Yusai Company took a fancy to the painter of Chaoyi Art Company. As luck would have it, the painter was fired. In Yi Shiding's surprised eyes, Chen Fan shrugged casually and said, Goodbye, team leader Yi. I am no longer an artist at Chaoyi Art Company. Chen Fan left the company without hesitation, ignoring the surprised looks of the people around him. Yi Shiding still wanted to win back Chen Fan. Her pretty face was full of persuasion as she said, Chen Fan, don't leave yet. I'll go ask Vice President Zhang what's going on. However, Chen Fan still left without looking back. After having this system, Chen Fan no longer cared about this job. When he stepped out of the company's office building and stood under the blue sky and white clouds, he took a deep breath, as if letting out all the depression in his heart. Although he had suffered the misfortunes of his girlfriend breaking up with him and being fired by his company, he actually felt an unprecedented sense of relief at this moment. At least, he felt the miraculous effect of the system. Chen Fan's painting skills are now at the top level in the country. If it were the Chen Fan from before, he would never have been able to draw a drawing of such stunning quality. At this time, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Chen Fan looked and saw that it was his mother calling. Chen Fan picked up the phone, Mom? What's wrong? On the phone, Su Chunling's voice was a little hesitant. Xiao Fan, today is your grandfather's birthday. The Chen family will have a party at Fuyang Hotel at 8 o'clock tonight. Our whole family will go. Don't forget it. Chen Fan nodded and said, I know. Su Chunling seemed to be afraid of hurting Chen Fan's self-esteem, and she added cautiously, also, your second uncle said that your cousin Chen Chang was promoted to lobby manager, and we have to celebrate together tonight. If your second uncle and Chen Chang say something unpleasant, we have to hold back and not make Grandpa sad. An image of a mean and sarcastic young man immediately emerged in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan did not have a good impression of his cousin Chen Chang. Chen Fan's father, Chen Jianwei, was originally the owner of a food company. Things were still very prosperous at that time. Second uncle's family often borrowed money from Chen Jianwei and always had a smile on their face for Chen Fan's father. One day 4 years ago, my second uncle's son Chen Chang was caught cheating by his girlfriend. Chen Chang was furious and beat his girlfriend, then left with his new girlfriend. This scene happened to be seen by Chen Fan's father. Out of kindness, Chen Fan's father drove Chen Chang's girlfriend to the hospital. Unfortunately, misfortune struck and they had a car accident. Chen Fan's father was paralyzed from the waist down. Because he had to go to the hospital frequently for treatment, he was unable to manage the company, which led to the company's bankruptcy. The years of treatment also used up all his savings. Second uncle's family gradually became cold and mean towards Chen Fan's family. What made Chen Fan most angry was that his father was in a car accident while trying to take Chen Chang's girlfriend to the hospital. Not only did the second uncle's family turn a blind eye to the matter, but they became cold and mean, saying that Chen Fan's father was meddling in other people's business and that he brought this upon himself. Every time Chen Fan thought about this, he became angry with his second uncle's family. Now, Chen Chang has been promoted to lobby manager, and his second uncle's family actually wants to take the opportunity of his grandfather's birthday to celebrate together in the hotel. Chen Fan knows with his eyes closed that they will definitely ridicule Chen Fan's family at that time. Su Chunling continued cautiously, Xiao Fan, if Chen Chang says something unpleasant, don't argue with him. After your father got into trouble, they acted like this. It's useless to argue with them. It will only make your father feel uncomfortable. Chen Fan sighed and said, okay, I understand. Su Chunling added, Xiao Fan, when you come back, rent a car and take me and your dad with you. Chen Fan said, okay, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan's expression turned cold. When Chen Fan thought of his second uncle and his son Chen Chang, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Bite. The system detects that the bound target is in a low mood and needs the host's help. The private task is started. Task name, Mood Improves. Mission description, the bound target Zhou Yufi encountered workplace bullying at Junqi Forest store and is in a low mood. Please go and rescue her. Mission objective, improve the bound target's mood to gain more favorability. The system provides 20 million in mission funds. Chapter 10 Rescue Zhou Yufi. The sudden task reminder made Chen Fan slightly stunned. When he saw the content of the task clearly, Chen Fan felt a surge of anger in his heart. Life is indeed a cruel and cold world. Chen Fan was dumped and fired today, and he was in a very bad mood. Seeing Zhou Yufi also suffering from workplace bullying, Chen Fan suddenly became furious for some reason. Chen Fan was ready to help Zhou Yufi and vent his inner frustration at the same time. The system provides 20 million in mission funds. The system provides a cashback function. During the mission, the host will get double the amount of money spent on himself and double the amount spent on the target. When the task is completed, the system will reward the host with 5 gold talent points. Double cash back on purchases? Golden talent points? Chen Fan suddenly became excited. Chen Fan has already experienced the incredible effect of the golden talent points. Double cash back on consumption means earning 100 for every 100 spent, which is unbeatable. Chen Fan called up Zhou Yufi's personal dashboard. Byte. Name, Zhou Yufi. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Occupation, car sales. Appearance, 87. Measurements, 89c, 52, 86. Purity, 100. Favorability, 21. Talents, stock trading purple rarity, massage purple rarity, company management green rarity. Chen Fan took out his mobile phone, searched for the location of Junqi Forest store, and immediately walked in a certain direction. In Junqi Forest store, a manager named Lin Shasha, who was wearing a business suit, was scolding fiercely Zhou Yufi. What's wrong with you? Young Masterly just wanted to touch your hand but you didn't want to. How can you sell cars with this attitude? But Zhou Yufi knelt on the ground pitifully, listening to the scolding with tears in her eyes. Because of kneeling on the ground for a long time, the knees under the black stockings were rubbed red. Next to Lin Shasha stood Masterly, who looked very proud. It turned out that just now, when this young Masterly was test driving the car, he tried to take advantage of Zhou Yufi, but was slapped in the face by Zhou Yufi. Then Masterly came to complain about Zhou Yufi angrily. This made manager Lin Shasha very angry. Lin Shasha scolded in a sarcastic tone, when you applied for the job, I thought you were pretty, so I let you stay and let you study hard. As a result, after a month, I didn't learn any sales experience, and I lost several potential customers. You are so noble, why don't you go to heaven and become a fairy? Zhou Yufi said aggrievedly, but that young Masterly is a hooligan. Lin Shasha also scolded, you still think you are right? How do you think our sales champion Wang Zhenmei became the sales champion? You are unwilling to learn from the sales champion with an open mind. Your attitude really disappoints me. Young Masterly angrily said, who is being a hooligan? I just want to help you tidy up your clothes, you bitch, stop spitting blood at me. At this point, Lin Shasha turned around and shouted, Wang Zhenmei, come and accompany Masterly to test drive this Cadillac XT5. A woman wearing a revealing OL outfit and a skirt so short that it could barely cover her hips came over and said with a charming smile, Masterly, let me accompany you for a test drive. Young Masterly grinned, put his arm around Wang Jinmei's slender waist, and was about to walk to the side when he was suddenly attracted by a person coming in from the door. A 23-year-old young man walked into the door of Junqi 4's store. It was naturally Chen Fan. Lin Shasha smiled and was about to go forward. But when she looked Chen Fan up and down a few times, she showed a look of disgust and stopped. Because Chen Fan was dressed too casually, a plaid shirt and a white t-shirt on the upper body, and sky blue jeans on the lower body, he didn't look like he could afford a car. Lin Shasha was no longer interested and signaled other female salespeople to take over the reception. Another saleswoman came up and asked, "Excuse me, sir, would you like to see a car?" Chen Fan nodded. The saleswoman smiled and asked, "Excuse me, sir, what price range of car would you like to see?" Chen Fan didn't say anything, but looked around, and soon his eyes fell on Zhou Yufi, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhou Yufi was now in a very miserable state, with traces of tears on her pretty face. She knelt pitifully in front of her supervisor Lin Shasha. A hint of anger flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Zhou Yufi also recognized Chen Fan, the young man who helped him retrieve his phone on the bus this morning. She had a good impression of Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan saw Zhou Yufi's most embarrassing side, which made Zhou Yufi feel very embarrassed and ashamed. Her pretty face suddenly turned red to her ears. Chen Fan pointed at Zhou Yufi and said, "I want her to accompany me to look at cars." When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was surprised. No one could have imagined that Chen Fan actually asked Zhou Yufi to take him to see the car. Zhou Yufi is just a newcomer who has been in the company for a month. She has not sold a single car in her 1 month of work. At this time, someone actually named Zhou Yufi to accompany them. No wonder everyone was surprised. Zhou Yufi was also stunned when she heard Chen Fan's words. She asked with a hint of doubt in her bright and beautiful eyes, "Brother Chen? Do you want to buy a car?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "Yes, please show me." There was a hint of comfort in Chen Fan's smile, which warmed Zhou Yufi's heart. Bite. Gain Zhou Yufi's favorability +1. Zhou Yufi's favorability, 22. The voice of the system made Chen Fan happy. Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei both looked at Chen Fan with disdain. After all, his clothes looked very shabby, which was very different from the usual suits and ties of their customers. Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei didn't believe that Chen Fan could afford a car. Masterly put his arm around Wang Jinmei's shoulders and sneered, "This stinky bitch is taking a poor guy to look at cars. What a perfect match, huh? If they can place an order, read this master's name backwards." Wang Jinmei also looked at Zhou Yufi with disdain. Yeah, Zhou Yufi hasn't opened for business for a month, so she's still a long way from selling cars. Zhou Yufi couldn't sell a car after working for a month, and in Wang Jinmei's eyes she was a complete weakling. Wang Jinmei looked at Zhou Yufi with contempt and deliberately asked loudly, "Masterly, what price range of car do you want to buy today?" Young Masterly pinched Wang Jinmei with a smirk on his face, and deliberately said to everyone, "I want to buy a Cadillac XT5 worth 500,000 today." Hearing that young Masterly was going to buy a car worth more than 500,000 yuan, several female salespeople in the 4S store immediately showed their admiring eyes. "Wow, you are indeed masterly. You bought a BMW X3 last month and you are here to buy another car this month." "Yes, Masterly is handsome and rich. Masterly, please take me for a ride after you pick up the car." A female salesperson was already flirting with Masterly. Zhou Yufi felt very uncomfortable hearing those sarcastic voices, and her pretty face turned red. Chapter 11: Buying a Rolls-Royce and shocking everyone. Zhou Yufi's fingers were fiddling with the corner of her clothes nervously. She didn't know where to put her hands. At this time, Zhou Yufi heard Chen Fan say calmly, "What is the most expensive car in your store?" Zhou Yufi was stunned. She wondered if she had heard it wrongly. She raised her head and asked, "What? You're asking about the most expensive car?" Chen Fan smiled faintly and nodded. Chen Fan's smile gave Zhou Yufi some encouragement. Zhou Yufi calmed down and said, "The most expensive car in our store is the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the price of the top model is 13 million. When talking about the price, Zhou Yufi couldn't help but secretly glance at Chen Fan. She had no idea whether Chen Fan had the financial ability to buy such an expensive car. When they heard Chen Fan asking about the most expensive car right away, manager Lin Shasha and some female sales staff looked at Chen Fan carefully in surprise. But Chen Fan's attire was indeed that of an ordinary office worker, and he didn't look like someone who could afford such a luxury car. Manager Lin Shasha showed a trace of disdain at the corner of her mouth, and sneered, "This person is probably just here to pretend, he is just a vain person." Wang Junmei also nodded, yes, he doesn't look like someone who buys luxury cars. Amid the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Zhou Yufei brought Chen Fan to a jet black luxury car. When Chen Fan saw this luxury car, he felt his eyes brighten. Rolls-Royce Phantom, an ultra-long and domineering model of 5.99 meters, has a streamlined body that is luxurious and elegant. Zhou Yufei opened the door with the key, and the VIP pedal covered with a red carpet rose automatically and steadily. The interior of the car is very spacious and comfortable. The full leather aviation seats have a delicate touch. When you look up, you can see the romantic starry sky roof, with the shining stars emitting a romantic silver light. The panels, armrests, and golden waistline handmade by masters, all of the materials are top-notch, exuding an atmosphere of supreme luxury everywhere. Chen Fan looked around and said with great satisfaction, "Shall we go for a test drive?" Zhou Yufei nodded and said, "Okay." Chen Fan had learned to drive, so he sat directly in the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel, and immediately felt the comfortable feel of the top-quality material. Zhou Yufei came to the passenger seat, pressed the back of her skirt with her delicate and white hands, and sat next to Chen Fan. Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to the street. Looking at the receding back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, manager Lin Shasha said with a look of distress on her face, "You are so shameless. You obviously can't afford it, but you still want to test drive such an expensive car. You won't make the Rolls-Royce dirty, will you? You must wipe it off when you get back." It has to be said that the driving comfort of luxury cars is indeed top-notch. In comparison, Chen Fan feels that the training car he drove when he was learning to drive was like a tractor. Driving a luxury car with a beautiful woman sitting next to him, Chen Fan could see her plump upper body and round thighs with just a casual glance, and the visual comfort was also maximized. His mood suddenly improved a lot and a smile appeared on his face. Zhou Yufei was still a little worried. In her opinion, Chen Fan didn't look like a rich man. Do rich people need to take the bus to work? In her heart, of course, she really hoped that Chen Fan could pay for the car. After all, she had been working at the Junshi 4S store for a month and had not sold a single car. She was often ridiculed by her colleagues and scolded by her supervisor. Besides, this car is priced at 12 million, so she can get a lot of commission at once. There was a flash of uneasiness in Zhou Yufei's beautiful eyes. She was really unsure whether Chen Fan could buy this Rolls-Royce luxury car. Zhou Yufei felt a little embarrassed, but couldn't help asking, "Brother Chen, do you really want to buy such an expensive car?" Chen Fan smiled slightly. Anyway, the system said that all expenses during the mission could be rebated, so of course Chen Fan would buy the most expensive one. Chen Fan stared at Zhou Yufei for a few seconds, then asked with a smile, "Do you want me to buy it?" Chen Fan's eyes made Zhou Yufei feel a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "If Brother Chen really buys it, I will of course be very happy." Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Okay, as long as you are happy, I will buy this Rolls-Royce." Zhou Yufei was shocked. She didn't expect Chen Fan to say such a thing. Bite. Gain Zhou Yufei's favorability +1. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 23. Chen Fan test drove the car for a while and felt very satisfied. So he drove Zhou Yufei back to the Junshi 4S store. When Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei got out of the Rolls-Royce, manager Lin Shasha took a rag with a look of disgust and started wiping the seat cushion of the Rolls-Royce, as if she was afraid that Chen Fan would dirty the car. Master Li and Wang Junmei were still standing aside, making sarcastic remarks. Young Master Li sneered and said, "Just wait, this brat will definitely find an excuse to say that he is not satisfied with this car and will come back to see it next time." Wang Junmei also nodded and sneered, "Yes, I have seen many such guests." Some female salespeople were also whispering and secretly glancing at Chen Fan. They also didn't believe that Chen Fan could really afford such an expensive luxury car. As soon as Chen Fan got off the car, he said unhappily, "Where's the cashier? Swipe my card." Chen Fan took out a bank card. The female cashier was shocked. She didn't expect Chen Fan to be serious. The female cashier came over with a surprised look on her face and asked curiously, "Sir, do you want to pay in installments? The down payment only requires." Chen Fan said with disdain, "Why pay in installments? Pay in full." When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Manager Lin Shasha, Master Li, Wang Junmei, and a group of female sales staff all looked at Chen Fan in surprise. They couldn't believe that Chen Fan actually wanted to buy this top luxury car, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and he wanted to pay the full price for the car. The female cashier took Chen Fan's bank card and walked towards the card machine. Young Master Li was still skeptical and said, "It's impossible. There must be insufficient balance. Then this guy made an excuse that he took the wrong card and will come back tomorrow. Chen Fan heard what Master Li said. Chen Fan sneered, "Young master, do you dare to bet with me that if the card is swiped successfully, you will bark like a dog?" Young Master Li was stunned and looked up and down at Chen Fan's clothes. The shabby clothes made young Master Li more confident. Young Master Li looked at the bank card in the female cashier's hand again. It was just an ordinary ICBC bank card, not a gold card or a dragon card like those used by rich people. Young Master Li was full of confidence and glared, "Let's gamble, the loser will bark like a dog." Young Master Li would never believe that a young man dressed in shabby clothes could actually afford a luxury car worth 12 million. However, the sound coming from the card machine made everyone stunned. Ding, card swipe successful, 12 million has been transferred. There was complete silence in the Junchi 4S store, and everyone was stunned. The card swipe was successful? Everyone was shocked and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. No one could imagine that this young man in ordinary clothes could just casually take out his bank card and buy a Rolls-Royce worth 12 million. It completely subverted everyone's imagination. Chapter 12. The 4S store was shocked. Even Zhou Yufi was extremely surprised, because she and Chen Fan took the same bus to work in the morning. Wang Jinmei also looked at Zhou Yufi with jealousy. Although she was the sales champion of Junchi 4S store, she had never sold a top luxury car. The commission Zhou Yufi received from selling this Rolls-Royce Phantom was at least equal to that Wang Jinmei received from selling 20 cars. Moreover, it is not easy for Wang Jinmei to sell a car. Not only does she have to smile at the customers, but she also has to say some flattering words against her will. When you meet a lustful customer like Master Li, you will be molested all over. Sometimes, even after you take advantage of him, he still refuses to buy your car, which is even more infuriating. In comparison, Zhou Yufi only accompanied Chen Fan on a test drive for 10 minutes and easily sold a top-of-the-line luxury car. The other female salespeople were also extremely jealous and looked at Zhou Yufi with envy. Zhou Yufi felt a surge of excitement. It was the first time she felt the envy and jealous gazes from her colleagues. Before this, Zhou Yufi could only watch others selling cars with envy, but now the positions have been reversed and she has become the one being envied and jealous. A smile appeared involuntarily on the corners of her mouth, and she couldn't help but stand next to Chen Fan. A system prompt also sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 12 million yuan during the mission and successfully obtained a double cashback. 12 million cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. At the same time, Chen Fan felt that his mobile phone received a new message. He was overjoyed, knowing that it was a message from the bank informing him that a remittance had been received. However, there is a drawback. If the money is spent on Chen Fan himself, he will only get a one-fold cashback, which means he will get neither more nor less. If Chen Fan spends the money on the target, he will get double the cash back. Chen Fan felt a little regretful. If he had spent this money on Zhou Yufi, he would have doubled his money. Of course, Chen Fan was still very happy, at least he got a luxury car for free. At this time, manager Lin Shasha was also extremely shocked. She had never expected that Chen Fan would actually buy a Rolls-Royce. Young Master Li was also surprised, but that surprise quickly turned into embarrassment. Young Master Li remembered that he had just made a bet with Chen Fan, and the loser had to bark like a dog. Young Master Li blushed and quietly slipped out the door while no one was paying attention. How could Chen Fan let him get away? He called out, "Master Li, don't leave. You won't deny our bet, will you?" In the Junchi 4S store, everyone's eyes were fixed on young Master Li. Young Master Li looked embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. "My sister just sent me a message saying that she gave birth to a son and asked me to go there quickly." Wang Jinmei also said indignantly, "Master Li, didn't you say you wanted to buy a Cadillac XT5? Why are you leaving now?" Young Master Li forced a smile and said awkwardly, "I have something urgent to do today. I'll come back tomorrow to buy it." Young Master Li put on the grease and wanted to slip away. Chen Fan refused to give in and pulled young Master Li's clothes, insisting that he bark like a dog before leaving. Chen Fan said, "Everyone has heard it. As long as I swipe the card successfully, you have to bark like a dog." Wang Jinmei was very angry. She was touched by young Master Li for a long time today for nothing, but she didn't expect that young Master Li had no intention of paying for the car yet. Wang Jinmei nodded angrily and said, "Yes, we all heard it." Lin Shasha was also a little angry and said, "That's right, Master Li, you can't go back on your word." Master Li had no choice but to put on a sad face and imitate the barking of a dog. Woof woof. Everyone was amused by young Master Li. Even Zhou Yufei couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, she was so happy. After Master Li called out twice, his face turned red with embarrassment and he slipped away in a hurry. Manager Lin Shasha ordered, "Hold the car delivery ceremony for Mr. Chen right now." Several female salespeople immediately got busy, hanging colorful balloons, tying red ribbons, and tying festive big red flowers on the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Under Lin Shasha's command, Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei held hands and stood in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. There was also someone in front, taking photos and videos of Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei, making it look like the two were getting married. Two saleswomen sprinkled colorful streamers over their heads. In the Junshi 4S store, a group of female salesmen provided top-notch service, leaving Chen Fan confused and grinning from ear to ear. Zhou Yufei also blushed. It was the first time for her to enjoy such an honor. The constant envious looks from her female sales colleagues also made Zhou Yufei feel unprecedented vanity and satisfaction. In the past, Zhou Yufei was the only one who was envious, but she didn't expect that now she herself has become the object of envy. Zhou Yufei felt as if she was dreaming. She also knew in her heart that all this was caused by Chen Fan. The system's voice also rang in Chen Fan's mind. Bite. Gain Zhou Yufei's favorability plus 10. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 33. Chen Fan was delighted as Zhou Yufei's favorability level reached 33. According to the system's description, if the target's favorability can reach 50, then you should be able to collect one of Zhou Yufei's talents. Wang Zhenmei had a strange expression on her face. She quietly came to Zhou Yufei and asked in a low voice. "Xiao Zhou, how do you know this rich handsome guy?" Zhou Yufei also whispered, "We just met this morning." Wang Zhenmei was surprised and asked, "You just met today?" "Yes." Wang Zhenmei's eyes flashed with a mysterious smile, and she whispered in Zhou Yufei's ear, "Xiao Zhou, this boss Chen seems to have taken a fancy to you. I think he came here to buy a car specifically for you. You must seize the opportunity. If you hook up with such a rich man, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future." Wang Zhenmei has seen countless people and has developed a unique vision. She could tell at a glance that Chen Fan came to Junshi 4S store specifically for Zhou Yufei. Zhou Yufei blushed and said embarrassedly, "No, it must be a coincidence." Wang Zhenmei sneered, "Don't be embarrassed, Xiao Zhou. This is how society works. You have to know that the opportunity to be noticed by a wealthy boss is not something you can get easily." Zhou Yufei felt even more embarrassed. When Wang Zhenmei left, she winked at Zhou Yufei and said, "If you don't want it, give it to me and introduce this boss Chen to me." Zhou Yufei blushed. She finally understood how Wang Zhenmei got the sales champion title. Zhou Yufei muttered to herself and couldn't help but secretly glance at Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was sighing in his heart that the life of rich people was really enjoyable. Chen Fan couldn't help but enjoy the service provided by the female sales staff at Junshi 4S store. Chapter 13 Zhou Yufei's favorability increases. Manager Lin Shasha solemnly held a tray. On the tray, quietly lying in the embroidered ribbon were the car keys of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a driving license, and a top VIP membership card of the Junshi 4S store. This Junshi 4S store is also very formal. They processed the driving license so quickly, and Chen Fan was very satisfied. Lin Shasha held the tray in both hands, bent her slender waist, and bowed to Chen Fan, saying, "Please take the car keys and driving license, as well as the VIP membership card of our Junshi store, Mr. Chen." Chen Fan calmly took the car keys, driving license, and membership card. Lin Shasha smiled politely and said, "From today on, Boss Chen is the top VIP member of our Junshi store. All our store staff will obey Boss Chen's instructions and provide after-sales service for him wholeheartedly." The female sales staff at the Junshi 4S store all had polite smiles on their faces, put their hands on their waists, and saluted Chen Fan respectfully. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan asked with a cold expression, "You will all listen to my orders?" Lin Shasha was stunned, not knowing why Chen Fan's expression suddenly changed. Lin Shasha had no choice but to smile and say, "Yes, as long as we can do it, we will definitely follow the instructions of the VIP customers." Chen Fan said calmly, "Then anyone who scolded Zhou Yufei today, please apologize to her." When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Even Zhou Yufei opened her rosy little mouth in surprise. She was extremely surprised. She didn't expect that Chen Fan would ask everyone to apologize to her. Supervisor Lin Shasha and Wang Zhenmei both looked embarrassed. They scolded Zhou Yufei too harshly today. It would be embarrassing for them to apologize now. Seeing Lin Shasha and Wang Zhenmei standing there in a daze, Chen Fan raised his voice and said in a reproachful tone, "Why, am I not a VIP customer? You can't even meet this request?" When I came to your Junshi store, I saw with my own eyes that you made Zhou Yufei kneel on the ground. Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei then realized that Chen Fan was venting his anger on Zhou Yufei. Manager Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei looked at each other and nodded to each other. Then, the two of them knelt down in front of Zhou Yufei. Zhou Yufei panicked and quickly tried to help the two people up. Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei naturally didn't want to get up, they had to do it in front of Chen Fan. Manager Lin Shasha said sincerely, "Xiao Zhou, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you to kneel down, I was wrong, and I will never do it again." Wang Jinmei also apologized, "Xiao Zhou, me too, I shouldn't have laughed at you, I was wrong, I apologize." The other female salespeople were all stunned. Several who had scolded Zhou Yufei in the past also quickly bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Zhou Yufei was deeply moved. She didn't expect that when Chen Fan entered the room, she would see her kneeling in front of her supervisor Lin Shasha and being scolded. Now the situation has turned around. Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei knelt in front of her and apologized to her. She couldn't help but feel sad. Of course, she knew in her heart that the reason why Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei were willing to apologize was entirely for Chen Fan's sake. Zhou Yufei began to have a better impression of Chen Fan. Bite. Gain Zhou Yufei's favorability +5. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 38. Chen Fan was delighted. Zhou Yufei's favorability had reached 38 and would soon reach 50. Wouldn't that mean he would be able to obtain her talent soon? Chen Fan felt a little itchy. Zhou Yufei quickly said, "It's okay. I'm not angry anymore. You guys can get up." Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei both knelt on the ground without moving, but looked at Chen Fan. The meaning was very clear, they would only get up when Chen Fan was satisfied. Chen Fan nodded lightly. Seeing that Chen Fan had calmed down, Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei were delighted and stood up. "Thank you, Boss Chen." Chen Fan felt satisfied with the attitudes of Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei. He looked at his watch and it was almost time to get off work. Chen Fan turned to Zhou Yufei and said, "Shall I take you home?" Zhou Yufei was shocked. "Brother Chen, are you going to take me home?" Chen Fan nodded and smiled, "You are about to get off work, so I can drive you there." Zhou Yufei's heart was filled with ripples, and then she saw Wang Jinmei winking at her, asking her to follow Chen Fan back. Wang Jinmei's expression reminded Zhou Yufei of what she had just said, telling her to seize the opportunity. Zhou Yufei's face turned red all of a sudden. Manager Lin Shasha also smiled and said, "Yes, Xiao Zhou, it's almost time to get off work anyway, so you can go back with Boss Chen." Zhou Yufei blushed, but nodded obediently, "Then I'll trouble Brother Chen." Zhou Yufei got into Chen Fan's car shyly, pressed down her hip skirt with her slender white hands, and sat on the passenger seat awkwardly. Chen Fan sat in the driver's seat and drove out of the Junshi 4S store. Zhou Yufei sat in the passenger seat, feeling a little uncomfortable, with her shoulders hunched tightly. Seeing that she was reserved, Chen Fan turned on a soothing music to make her relax a little. Zhou Yufei said carefully, "Brother Chen, thank you so much for today." Chen Fan smiled faintly and asked, "How can you tolerate them treating you like that?" Chen Fan recalled that when he first walked into the Junshi 4S store, Zhou Yufei was forced to kneel on the ground and was taught a lesson. He didn't expect Zhou Yufei to be so tolerant. If it were Chen Fan himself, he would definitely quit. Zhou Yufei showed a trace of loneliness on her pretty face, and sighed, "I can't help it, my family needs money." Chen Fan asked curiously, "Did anything happen to your family?" Zhou Yufei said a little embarrassedly, "Forget it, I won't mention the family matters, so as not to spoil your fun." Chen Fan consoled him, "Tell me about it. I want to listen. Let's just consider ourselves friends." Seeing Chen Fan's sincere tone, Zhou Yufei felt a little more favorable towards him. Bite. Gain Zhou Yufei's favorability +1. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 39. Zhou Yufei said slowly, 2 years ago, when my dad took me to the zoo, I touched a monkey's butt. The monkey turned around and bit a gangster. Then the gangster teased me, and my dad and the gangster started fighting. My dad got anxious and blinded the gangster's eyes. He also injured his nerves and had to pay more than 4 million yuan in medical expenses. My dad sold the house, but it was not enough to pay. Now my dad is sick because of his anxiety and can't go to work. He still owes 3 million yuan. That scoundrel's mother is also a scoundrel. She often comes to cause trouble, saying that her son has a disfigured face and can't find a wife, so she wants me to marry her son and serve him. When talking about sad things, Zhou Yufei's eyes turned red and crystal tears slid down her fair face. Every time Zhou Yufei thought about her future, she felt that it was dark. It was a suffocating feeling with no hope, and the pressure of life made her feel desperate. Chen Fan parked the Rolls-Royce on the side of the road, took out a tissue and wiped her tears. Chapter 14 Ding, mission completed. Chen Fan's actions warmed Zhou Yufei's heart and she once again had a better impression of him. Bite. Gain Zhou Yufei's favorability +1. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 40. Chen Fan said gently, "You mean, you still owe that gangster 3 million? Zhou Yufei nodded helplessly. Chen Fan asked casually, "What's your bank card number?" Zhou Yufei was stunned and asked, "Brother Chen, why are you asking this?" Chen Fan said calmly, "It's nothing, tell me first, I will teach you a way to make money and pay off your debts." Zhou Yufei didn't know what Chen Fan wanted to do, but seeing that he was very persistent, she told him her bank card number. Chen Fan pressed on the phone for a while. Zhou Yufei's cell phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it. She was immediately so surprised that her rosy little mouth opened wide and her bright eyes widened. She stared at the phone in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly. Just now, her mobile phone received a message from the bank. Xiagua Industrial Bank. Dear Industrial Bank customer, your account ending number XXXX successfully received a transfer of 3 million yuan from another bank at 6 p.m. on May 17. The current balance is 3,020,000. At this moment, the system voice also sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 3 million yuan on the target during the mission and successfully obtained double cashback. 6 million cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Chen Fan's mobile phone also received a message from the bank. Chen Fan was overjoyed. It turned out that the money was worth spending on the target. Zhou Yufei was extremely shocked and asked, "Brother Chen, how come I received 3 million in my card? Did you transfer it to me?" Seeing Zhou Yufei's bright eyes staring at him, Chen Fan felt very happy. Chen Fan chuckled and asked, "Is this 3 million enough for you to get rid of that gangster?" Zhou Yufei felt very happy and nodded happily. "My father sold his house to pay back more than 1 million yuan for the gangster's eye and brain treatment. I only need about 3 million yuan. With this 3 million yuan, I can deal with the gangster." At this moment, the system voice also sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Ding, the mood has improved and the mission is completed. The target is now in a happy state. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. During the mission, the host used a total of 15 million mission funds, and the remaining 5 million mission funds were recovered. Congratulations to the host, you have received the mission reward, 5 gold talent points. Congratulations to the host, you have received a random reward, the talent for catching dolls green rarity. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of favorability from the target Zhou Yufei. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 45. The system message made Chen Fan feel very excited, but also a little disappointed. The good news is that the mission was completed and I received the reward. What made Chen Fan feel a little disappointed was that the unspent mission funds were actually recovered by the system. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. 5 million was taken back. If he had spent it on Zhou Yufei, he could get 10 million back. It seems that I have to spend all the mission funds on the next mission. Besides, Zhou Yufei's favorability level is still a little short of 50, so it seems that I need to go on a few more dates with Zhou Yufei. At this moment, Zhou Yufei thought of something and asked with puzzled eyes, "Brother Chen, why did you give me these 3 million? Chen Fan looked at her with a smile, his eyes carrying some ambiguous hints. Chen Fan's gaze made Zhou Yufei's pretty face blush, and she became nervous. Chen Fan said slowly, "Yufei, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you today." Now between Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei, Chen Fan is absolutely the stronger one, while Zhou Yufei is the weaker one. So Chen Fan began to speak boldly and bluntly. Zhou Yufei's pretty face turned red, and even her little ears turned red. Chen Fan boldly placed his hand on her thigh. Chen Fan's actions made Zhou Yufei completely understand what he meant. Zhou Yufei was very nervous, her mind was in a mess, and she was struggling fiercely with both her conscience and her desires. If it was young Master Li who did this, Zhou Yufei would definitely slap him in the face. Zhou Yufei was punished today because she beat young Master Li and was complained by young Master Li. However, Zhou Yufei didn't know why. She felt differently about Chen Fan, instead she had a vague sense of dependence on him. Every time Chen Fan appeared today, he was like a Prince Charming saving her and giving her a feeling of security and warmth. She likes this feeling of safety and warmth. Zhou Yufei lowered her head, blushed, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Brother Chen, do you want me to accompany you?" Zhou Yufei lowered her head, allowing Chen Fan's eyes to wander freely. He saw that Zhou Yufei's pretty face was rosy, full of girlish shyness, and had a different kind of moving temptation. Chen Fan couldn't help but get excited. He held Zhou Yufei's soft little hand, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "For these 3 million, let me have you 10 times, okay?" Zhou Yufei's pretty face turned even redder, so red that it seemed like blood could drip out. She whispered even more coquettishly, "Brother Chen, if you only ask me 10 times, you will give me 3 million? Chen Fan nodded, yes. Zhou Yufei lowered her head and stopped talking. Chen Fan thought she was unwilling and was slightly disappointed. Chen Fan thought about it and was about to say something when he suddenly heard her shyly hum. Chen Fan was overjoyed. He held Zhou Yufei's soft little hand and asked excitedly, "Do you agree?" Zhou Yufei didn't dare to look at Chen Fan and nodded shyly. She didn't know why she agreed. Although she really needed 3 million, Zhou Yufei felt that she would definitely not agree if it was young Master Li. Young Master Li put forward a condition today, saying that he only needed to touch the car once and then he could place an order to pick up the car immediately. Zhou Yufei did not agree and even slapped young Master Li. But for some reason, Zhou Yufei didn't want to reject Chen Fan. Chen Fan was so happy that he opened his arms and hugged Zhou Yufei's soft body. The soft and fragrant feeling made Chen Fan feel very comfortable. Zhou Yufei also obediently let Chen Fan hug her. The two hugged for a while, and Zhou Yufei asked timidly in his arms, "Brother Chen, do you want it tonight?" Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "Not tonight, I have something else to do. Let's go get a room tomorrow night." Chen Fan remembered his mother's call. He had to attend his grandfather's birthday party at Fuyang Hotel tonight. Zhou Yufei nodded obediently. Of course, she would follow Chen Fan's arrangements in this matter. She just needs to obey whatever Chen Fan wants to arrange. Chen Fan said, "Let me take you home first. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon when you get off work, and we'll stay in a hotel for one night." Zhou Yufei said obediently. Seeing Zhou Yufei's well-behaved and gentle appearance, Chen Fan's heart was moved. Chen Fan was also helpless. If he hadn't been going to a family gathering tonight, he would have definitely gotten the job done tonight. Chen Fan said unwillingly, "You are so beautiful, let me kiss you first today." Chapter 15. What car does the big boss drive? Zhou Yufei's pretty face flushed, but she did not object, and said gently, "Brother Chen, I am yours for the next few days anyway, you can do whatever you want." Chen Fan pulled Zhou Yufei over and nibbled on her soft lips for a while. Zhou Yufei had no intention of resisting and just let Chen Fan do as he pleased. Chen Fan kissed Zhou Yufei for a long time before letting her go. If time wasn't running out, he would never have let go of this gentle beauty. Zhou Yufei's pretty face flushed and she didn't dare to look at Chen Fan. She was breathing rapidly and her breath was as fragrant as orchid. She was extremely nervous. Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to a very dilapidated neighborhood. Zhou Yufei said a little embarrassedly, "Brother Chen, I'm here, I'm going back now." Zhou Yufei got out of the car and waved to Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled at her and said, "Remember to wait for me to pick you up after get off work tomorrow afternoon." Zhou Yufei blushed a little, but still nodded obediently. Chen Fan also waved and drove away. On the busy street, this Rolls-Royce Phantom attracts a lot of attention. When many people saw this luxury car, they immediately showed envious expressions. Zhou Yufei stood there, watching the Rolls-Royce disappear from her sight, then she turned around and walked into a dilapidated building, using her key to open the door. When Zhou Yufei walked into the simple room, she saw her father Zhou Guolei sitting in a chair in a daze. It was starting to get dark, but Zhou Guolei just sat in the darkness, as if he was thinking about something. Zhou Yufei asked with concern, "Dad, why don't you turn on the light?" Zhou Yufei turned on the light and walked up to Zhou Guolei and looked at him worriedly. Zhou Guolei looked distressed and sighed, "Xiaoying, let me tell you something. Don't blame Dad." Zhou Yufei was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Guolei said, "That Wang Xiaofeng's mother came to make trouble again today and insisted that I pay the remaining 3 million medical expenses, otherwise she would let you marry Wang Xiaofeng. I really had no choice but to agree to her." Zhou Yufei was stunned. She looked at Zhou Guolei in disbelief. That Wang Xiaofeng was the gangster who was blinded. Zhou Yufei said angrily, "Dad, how could you do this? You're going to let me marry that scoundrel just like that?" Zhou Guolei said with a look of resentment, "Then what do you want me to do? Xiaoying, I can't hold on any longer. I became like this just to protect you. Can't you face reality for your dad?" Zhou Guolei was also feeling helpless. That day at the zoo, he had fought with Wang Xiaofeng to protect Zhou Yufei, and accidentally blinded Wang Xiaofeng. From then on, the lives of father and daughter fell into hell. Zhou Guolei also wanted to pay back the money, but he fell ill due to anger and lost his ability to work. Now, they, father and daughter, can only rely on Zhou Yufei to make money, and her meager salary is so small that she can never earn 3 million in her lifetime. Zhou Yufei was very angry. The person she hated most was Wang Xiaofeng. She would rather commit suicide than agree to marry Wang Xiaofeng and serve him. Zhou Yufei said coldly, "No matter what, I will not agree to marry Wang Xiaofeng." Zhou Guolei was also angry. "Xiaoying, don't be so selfish. If you just marry Wang Xiaofeng, we won't have to pay back the 3 million debt. Why make yourself so tired?" Zhou Yufei said calmly, "Dad, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will pay back the 3 million. Don't worry, I will always take care of you." Zhou Guolei sighed and said in despair, "Xiaoying, you only make 2 or 3,000 yuan a month, how can you pay back the 3 million? Zhou Yufei bit her lower lip lightly as she thought about how to tell her father that she had 3 million in her bank card. Zhou Yufei turned her head to look out the window, her eyes became distant, and Chen Fan's warm smile involuntarily emerged in her mind. The neighborhood where Zhou Yufei lives is very old, but the neighborhood where Chen Fan lives is not much better. Ever since Chen's father became paralyzed in his lower limbs, the high medical expenses have overwhelmed the Chen family. The Chen family also had to move to an old community. After all, the rent here was cheaper. Downstairs in Building 3, Uncle Wang, who lived opposite Chen Fan's house, sat on a rattan chair, fanning himself in the cool air and chatting with neighbors. Uncle Wang's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a magnificent Rolls-Royce Phantom driving over. Uncle Wang saw the little golden man on the front of the car and was immediately surprised. "Huh? Isn't this a Rolls-Royce?" A neighbor also said, "Yes, it must be opened by some big boss." Uncle Wang and several neighbors looked at the Rolls-Royce with envy. This is a top-of-the-line luxury car, and they feel lucky just to see one. Unexpectedly, the Rolls-Royce stopped downstairs of Building 3. Uncle Wang was even more surprised. "Huh? Why is this luxury car parked here? There are no big bosses living in our shabby neighborhood?" Several neighbors were also confused, wondering why such a nice luxury car was parked in front of this shabby neighborhood. Unexpectedly, the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom opened and a young man about 23 years old got out. Uncle Wang and the neighbors recognized him and asked in surprise, "Is this Chen Fan from the Chen family?" The neighbors were also shocked. "Yeah, doesn't Chen Fan earn 4,000 yuan a month? How come he came back with such a nice car?" Chen Fan also saw Uncle Wang and greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Wang, are you enjoying the cool air here?" Uncle Wang also smiled and said, "Chen Fan came back to see your father? He is so filial." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Today is my grandfather's birthday, I came to pick up my parents." Chen Fan walked directly to the first floor of Building 3, opened the door with the key, and walked in. Uncle Wang suddenly understood and said to the neighbors mysteriously, "It seems that they are going to a family gathering, so Chen Fan borrowed a luxury car to show off." The neighbors nodded repeatedly. As soon as Chen Fan entered the house, he smelled a strong scent of Chinese medicine. Chen Fan was very familiar with the smell of Chinese medicine. Ever since his father became paralyzed, he had been taking various medicines. "Mom, let's go, the time is almost up," Chen Fan urged. Su Chunling pushed a wheelchair out of the bedroom. A 50-year-old man was sitting in the wheelchair. It was Chen Fan's father, Chen Jianwei. Although he is only 50 years old, Chen Jianwei has aged rapidly in the past few years. Wrinkles have quickly appeared on his face, his hair has begun to turn gray, and there is always a strong sense of resentment on his face. Su Chunling said, "Xiao Fan, I asked you to rent a car, didn't you forget?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "The car is waiting outside." Chen Jianwei said, "Let's get going quickly. Xiao Fan's second uncle just called to urge us to leave." Chen Fan said coldly, "Second uncle likes to show off at times like this." Chen Fan took the wheelchair from Su Chunling and pushed it out. Su Chunling warned with some concern, "Xiao Fan, today is your grandfather's birthday, you must not quarrel with Chen Chang." Su Chunling also knew that Chen Chang was a bad-mouthed person and had often mocked Chen Jianwei's family in the past. Chen Jianwei sighed softly and said unwillingly, "Hey, before I had the car accident, Uncle Xiaofan was very respectful to our family. Since I became paralyzed, their family has changed their attitude." Su Chunling couldn't bear it and said, "There's nothing we can do. It's because our family lost power." Because Chen Jianwei had difficulty going up and down the stairs, Su Chunling specially rented the first floor for easy access. Chen Fan pushed Chen Jianwei's wheelchair out the door. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling immediately saw the magnificent Rolls-Royce. Chen Jianwei had also done business, and he immediately recognized the Rolls-Royce, with a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 16. No matter what, we must keep Chen Fan. Chen Jianwei asked doubtfully, Zhao Fan, the car you rented is not this Rolls-Royce, right? Su Chunling said distressfully, Zhao Fan, you can just rent an ordinary car. Why did you rent such an expensive car? How much did it cost? Seeing Su Chunling's distressed expression, Chen Fan also felt distressed. It's just that Su Chunling feels sorry for spending money, while Chen Fan feels sorry for his mother. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, let's get in the car first. Chen Fan pushed the wheelchair to the side of the car, carried Chen Jianwei to the back seat, then folded up the wheelchair and put it in the trunk of the car. When holding his father in his arms, Chen Fan felt that his father had become lighter. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. The omnipotent father in his childhood memory was now getting thinner and smaller. Chen Fan gently placed Chen Jianwei on the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Dad, sit tight. Su Chunling also sat next to Chen Jianwei and supported him gently. Chen Fan sat in the driver's seat and said with a smile, let's go. Chen Fan started the Rolls-Royce and drove away. Chen Jianwei looked around curiously. The starry sky roof was like a brilliant galaxy, casting silver light. This luxury car exuded a noble atmosphere everywhere. Su Chunling couldn't help but exclaimed, it's indeed a luxury car. It feels different. Suddenly Chen Jianwei saw the driving license placed at the front desk of the car, and Chen Fan's name was written in the owner column. Chen Jianwei's eyes widened in surprise and he asked, Zhao Fan, why is your name on the driving license? Is this Rolls-Royce yours? Su Chunling was also surprised, and quickly took a closer look. Indeed, the name Chen Fan was clearly written on the driving license. Su Chunling was shocked. She knew that Chen Fan's monthly salary was only 4,000 yuan, which was not enough for him to buy a car. Su Chunling also asked quickly, Zhao Fan, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? In her mind, only by doing something illegal can one suddenly become rich. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, Mom, what are you talking about? How could I possibly break the law? Chen Jianwei's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Zhao Fan, you are still young. I understand that you want to make money, but you can't break the law. Chen Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder, it was normal for his parents to be suspicious when he suddenly bought a car worth 12 million yuan. Chen Fan said calmly, Mom and Dad, don't worry. I have a noble person to help me recently. Just wait, I will make money to honor you. Su Chunling said quickly, Zhao Fan, we don't lack money to spend. We just hope that you are safe and sound. Don't do anything stupid. Your father just mentioned that he wanted to find you a wife. Hearing his mother's simple words, Chen Fan felt both amused and moved at the same time. Chen Fan drove the car and continued towards Fuyang Hotel. In the general manager's office of Chaui Art Company. General manager Wang Huachang put down the phone with excitement and wanted to jump and cheer. He had just received a notice from Yusai Game Company that Yusai was going to outsource the art design of a new mobile game to Chaui Art Company, and specifically requested first-class painter Chen Fan to be responsible for the art design. Wang Huachang paced back and forth in the office excitedly. He knew clearly that the mobile games produced by Yusai Company were top-notch in the market. Every mobile game it launched was a well-known game on the ranking list, and the daily turnover was an astronomical figure of hundreds of millions. If this new mobile game cooperates with Chaui Art Company, it will be like climbing a high branch for Chaui Art Company and turning a pheasant into a phoenix. Wang Huachang thought curiously, strange, there is a painter named Chen Fan in our company who is so good? Why didn't I know about it before? Wang Huachang was a little surprised. If Chen Fan's level was really so high, then as the general manager, he couldn't possibly not know about it. Of course he didn't know. Just yesterday, this Chen Fan was just an ordinary first-class painter. It was normal for him not to know him. However, Yi Shiding suddenly broke into the general manager's office and brought a piece of news that Wang Huachang found hard to accept. Wang Huachang opened his mouth in surprise. What? Chen Fan was fired by Vice President Chen? Wang Huachang was stunned as if struck by lightning. Wang Huachang could not accept this bad news. He had just received the great news that Chen Fan was appointed by Yusai Company, but now he heard the news that Chen Fan was fired by Vice President Zhang. This is simply messing with his mentality. Yi Shiding's pretty face showed a rare helpless expression. She nodded slowly and said, I just sent the draft of Chen Fan's painting to Yusai Games today, and I heard the news that Chen Fan was fired. I checked with the director of the Human Resources Department, and it was indeed Deputy General Manager Zhang who ordered Chen Fan to be fired. Wang Huachang gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it! This Vice President Zhang got the position of Vice President by relying on his connections in the Board of Directors, but he just messed around with me. Wang Huachang had long been fed up with Vice President Zhang, who became the Vice President through nepotism, but was an uneducated guy. Yi Shiding frowned and said, the most urgent thing is to keep Chen Fan. If Yusai knew that Chen Fan was fired, they would definitely offer him an olive branch at a high price. Wang Huachang nodded, feeling the seriousness of the matter. If Yusai Company knew that Chen Fan was a free agent, they would definitely invite him at a high price. No matter what the cost, we must invite Chen Fan back to the company. Wang Huachang gritted his teeth. Wang Huachang took out his cell phone and called Chen Fan. In the Rolls-Royce, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Chen Fan held the steering wheel and clicked on the hands-free mode. Wang Huachang's amiable voice immediately came from the phone. Hello, is this Painter Chen? Chen Fan was stunned. He didn't know why Mr. Wang from Chaowei Art Company called him. He also didn't know why Mr. Wang would always speak to him in such a numb voice, full of flattery. Chen Fan said calmly, Boss Wang, what's the matter? Wang Huachang's voice was full of flattery, which surprised Chen Fan. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling were also surprised. They didn't expect that the company's boss would call his son personally, and his tone was very respectful and polite. Wang Huachang smiled and said politely, Xiao Chun, I would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder where Painter Xiao Chen is now. Team leader Yi and I will be here soon. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling were both shocked. They didn't expect that the company's boss would personally invite his son to dinner. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Chen Fan was stunned and wanted to refuse, but when he heard that Yi Shiding wanted to come together, he didn't want to refuse anymore. After all, Chen Fan still wanted to have more contact with Yi Shiding to increase the admiration of the beautiful Yi. Chen Fan's mind instantly emerged with Yi Shiding's extremely sexy and charming figure and her pretty face. Yi Shiding is indeed the goddess of the company, and Chen Fan couldn't help but be fascinated by her. Chen Fan couldn't help but look at Yi Shiding's information card. Name, Yi Shiding. Age, 24. Appearance, 90. Height, 167. Purity, 100 pure, natural, and pollution-free. Measurements, 90D, 52, 86. Admiration value, 10. Talent, badminton blue quality, cooking blue quality. Whether in terms of appearance, figure, or temperament, she is much better than Zhou Yufi and more attractive to Chen Fan. Chen Fan asked on the phone, Team leader Yi is coming too? Wang Huachang smiled flatteringly and said, yes. Chapter 17 Rolls-Royce shocks relatives. Chen Fan said, I'm going to Fuyang Hotel to attend my grandfather's birthday party. If Mr. Wang and Team Leader Yi have anything to do, please come and have a quick meal together. Wang Huachang said quickly, okay, Team Leader Yi and I will be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Wang Huachang looked delighted. Team Leader Yi, let's go to Fuyang Hotel right away and buy a birthday present for Painter Xiao Chen's grandfather. Chen Fan did not refuse, which gave Wang Huachang a glimmer of hope for redemption. Yi Shiding frowned slightly and said, Boss Wang, should I go too? Wang Huachang said as a matter of course, Team Leader Yi, you have to go. Just now, Painter Chen specifically asked you if you were going. From his tone, it seemed that he would not agree to let me go if you didn't go. Yi Shiding's pretty face was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Chen Fan would actually ask her whether she wanted to go or not. Fuyang Hotel. The entire hotel is magnificent and is considered an upper-middle-class hotel in Hangcheng. In one of the banquet halls, Grandpa Chen Fan's 70th birthday party was being held. Chen Fan's second uncle Chen Jianxin and his son Chen Chang were standing outside the hotel in suits and ties, greeting the guests with radiant looks. Chen Fan's family is considered to be quite large. Chen Fan's grandfather Chen Gaozheng has 4 sons. Chen Jianwei is the eldest and was originally the most promising one. However, after Chen Jianwei became paralyzed in a car accident, his second uncle Chen Jianxin became the most popular person in the family. Chen Chang had just been promoted to the company's lobby manager and was in a particularly good mood today. Uncle Zhang and a few friends came over and congratulated Chen Chang with a smile. I heard that Chen Chang was promoted to lobby manager. He is really promising. Yes, among the younger generation of the Chen family, only Chen Chang has the potential to be successful. The others are no match for Chen Chang. Especially Chen Fan, who is said to be just a second-rate painter. He has no future. Hearing Uncle Zhang's compliment, second Uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang were delighted, smiling from ear to ear, looking extremely proud. Hearing Uncle Zhang mention Chen Fan, Chen Chang was even more proud, showing a mysterious smile, and lowered his voice and said, "Uncle Zhang, you don't know yet, I have a friend who works in the same company as Chen Fan. He just called me secretly and told me that Chen Fan was fired this afternoon because of incompetence." Uncle Zhang and his friends were all surprised. What? Chen Fan was fired from the company? How could this happen? Uncle Chen Jianxin said with disdain, "This Chen Fan, I have long known that he is the most useless, and he only brings shame to the Chen family." Chen Chang also said with contempt, "Yes, he was originally a useless painter, and he was fired by the company. It is a shame for the Chen family." Uncle Zhang said helplessly, "Hey, fortunately, the younger generation of the Chen family still has Chen Chang, otherwise, the Chen family would lose all their face." Uncle Zhang's friend also nodded and said, "Fortunately, Chen Chang is there to hold up the store." Chen Chang was so proud that his mouth was almost crooked from smiling. He even pointed to the side and boasted proudly, "Uncle Zhang, you know cars, take a look at my new BMW 530. Uncle Zhang looked in the direction Chen Chang pointed and saw a brand new BMW 530 parked on the side of the road. Chen Chang deliberately stopped on the side of the road to show off his strength. Uncle Zhang was surprised and said, "BMW 530? It must be worth 500,000 yuan. TSK, is this your car, Chen Chang?" Chen Chang looked very proud, and he adjusted his hair handsomely and said, "I just mentioned it, so it's okay. Although the installment is a little expensive, after all, I have been promoted to lobby manager, so I must get it." Uncle Zhang and his friends nodded and gave him a thumbs up, praising him. "Chen Chang is really promising. The younger generation of the Chen family depends on you." Amid the endless praise, Chen Chang and Chen Jianxin both raised their chins with pride and were grinning from ear to ear. At this moment, a majestic Rolls-Royce Phantom slid over steadily. Seeing this luxurious car, Uncle Zhang and his friend's eyes became hot and full of respect. Uncle Zhang and his friend's eyes were completely attracted by the Rolls-Royce Phantom and they couldn't move their eyes away. Uncle Zhang couldn't help but praise, "Wow, this is the latest Rolls-Royce, it costs 12 million. This is the real king of cars. I didn't expect to see it here. I'm so lucky." My friend nodded and said, "Yes, a real luxury car looks different and really impressive." Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang looked a little unhappy. In front of this Rolls-Royce, their BMW cars were simply not as good as before. Chen Chang was also speechless. He could have shown off his BMW, but it was simply embarrassing to show it off in front of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This Rolls-Royce didn't come earlier or later, but just drove over when he was showing off his BMW. It was simply a slap in his face. Uncle Zhang asked in confusion, "This luxury car is parked here. Could it be that it is here to attend Mr. Chen's birthday party?" Uncle Zhang's friend said, "Yeah, is there any big boss who is a friend of the Chen family?" Uncle Zhang asked, "Chen Chang, is the man driving the luxury car your friend?" Chen Chang also felt a glimmer of hope. If the person driving the Rolls-Royce was someone he knew, wouldn't he be able to show off in front of everyone? Thinking of this, Chen Chang looked at the Rolls-Royce with hope, hoping that the person coming down was someone he knew. As everyone was looking on in anticipation, the black door of the Rolls-Royce opened elegantly, the VIP step covered with a red carpet rose automatically, and a handsome young man walked out steadily. Seeing the young man clearly, everyone was stunned. It turned out to be Chen Fan. When Chen Fan got off the car, he saw his second uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang at first sight. An expression of disgust involuntarily flashed across Chen Fan's face. In his heart, he hated his second uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang extremely. It can even be said that Chen Chang is responsible for his father Chen Jianwei's car accident. But instead of compensating his father, Chen Chang was cold and mean to him, which made Chen Fan have no good impression of Chen Chang at all. Chen Fan got out of the car without paying any attention to his second uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang. Instead, he opened the trunk, took out the wheelchair, opened it, carried Chen Jianwei out, and gently placed him on the wheelchair. Su Chunling also got out of the car and greeted Uncle Zhang's friends with a smile. Uncle Zhang and his friend came over curiously and asked, "Nephew Chen Fan, this Rolls-Royce is not yours, right?" Chen Fan nodded calmly and said, "It's mine." Uncle Zhang and his friends looked shocked and looked like they couldn't believe it. This kind of luxury car costs more than 10 million yuan per unit and is a symbol of status. Not everyone can afford it. They had originally expected that the person who would get out of the luxury car would be a well-known figure, or at least a wealthy man. Now they saw that the person who got out of the luxury car was the good-for-nothing Chen Fan, which made them feel unbelievable. Uncle Zhang and his friends all knew that after Chen Jianwei was paralyzed in a car accident, Chen Fan's family's life fell into a slump. How could they possibly afford such a luxury car? Second Uncle Chen Jianqin and Chen Chang looked unhappy, as their limelight was completely stolen by this Rolls-Royce. Uncle Chen Jianqin said incredulously, "How is it possible? Doesn't their family still owe medical bills? How can they drive such an expensive car?" Chapter 18. Is this car yours? Chen Chang's eyes flashed with suspicion. He walked over and said coldly, "Chen Fan, your family's medical expenses haven't been paid off yet, right? There's no need to pretend to be rich. Why don't you rent a Rolls-Royce Phantom to show off?" Chen Chang looked doubtful, thinking that this must be the car rented by Chen Fan. Uncle Zhang and his friends suddenly realized what was going on and nodded, thinking that this made sense. They absolutely didn't believe that Chen Fan could afford a luxury car. They only thought it was reasonable if Chen Fan rented a car. Uncle Chen Jianqin also understood, and walked over with a stern face to teach him a lesson. "Chen Fan, why are you so vain? Why don't you use the money from renting the luxury car to pay for your father's medical expenses? You really disappoint me. You have completely let me down." Chen Fan said coldly, "Second uncle, if you are worried about my dad's medical expenses, you should pay back the 100,000 yuan you owe my dad, or just shut up." Before the accident, Chen Fan's family was relatively well off. His second uncle Chen Jianqin often came to borrow money, and until now, he still owes Chen Fan's family more than 100,000 yuan. After Chen Fan's father was in a car accident, his second uncle Chen Jianqin not only did not pay back the money for his medical treatment, but instead pretended that nothing had happened, which made Chen Fan very angry. Uncle Chen Jianqin was scolded by Chen Fan and his face turned red with anger. "Chen Fan, do you have any manners? How dare you talk to Uncle Chen like this?" Chen Chang was also furious and cursed. "Chen Fan, you are so useless. Do you think you are successful by renting a Rolls-Royce to show off? Look at my BMW. I bought it. My name is on the driving license." Chen Chang angrily opened the BMW, took out the driving license and showed it to Uncle Zhang and his friends. Uncle Zhang and his friends all nodded and praised when they saw the words "vehicle owner, Chen Chang." Chen Chang is still down to earth. This is what it means to be successful. Yeah, no matter how luxurious the rented car is, it's still empty and people are making fun of it. Chen Fan is really disappointing. People are afraid of comparison. Compared with Chen Chang, Chen Fan is simply a shame to the Chen family. Chen Chang's expression improved, and the smug smile of a winner appeared on his face again. He stared at Chen Fan coldly, his eyes full of contempt and mockery. "Chen Fan, admit defeat. In front of me, you are a waste." Chen Chang originally thought that Chen Fan would be so angry and swear at him. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan had a look of disdain on his face and looked at him as if he was a clown. Chen Fan said coldly, "A BMW is worth showing off? What a clown." This time, Chen Fan was not angry, but Chen Chang was angry. "Who is the clown? Isn't it more clownish if you rent a Rolls-Royce?" Chen Fan said casually, "Who rented the Rolls-Royce? This car is mine." Chen Chang was shocked and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. He would never believe that this Rolls-Royce Phantom belonged to Chen Fan. Chen Chang was very clear about the situation of Chen Fan's family. Chen Fan's father still owed more than 100,000 yuan in medical expenses, and Chen Fan's own monthly salary was only 4,000 yuan. Moreover, he was fired by the company. Chen Chang made up his mind that he would tear apart Chen Fan's lies. Chen Chang said coldly, "Chen Fan, if you say this Rolls-Royce is yours, do you dare to take out the driving license and let me see it?" Chen Fan sneered and said, "Then do you dare to bet with me that the loser will polish the other person's shoes?" Chen Chang was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Fan to dare to bet with him. Chen Chang's eyes rolled around and he stared at Chen Fan suspiciously. Chen Fan sneered, "I knew you wouldn't dare. Trash." Chen Chang felt humiliated. He was actually called a waste by Chen Fan. In the past, he was the one who called Chen Fan a waste. Chen Chang was thinking rapidly in his mind, and he thought of one of the 36 strategies, bluffing. He felt that Chen Fan must be bluffing. He looked fierce and arrogant on the surface, but in fact he was weak and scared to death. Chen Chang carefully observed Chen Fan's body language. The more he observed, the more he felt that Chen Fan was pretending. As long as you bet with him, you can tear apart Chen Fan's hypocritical lies. Chen Chang glared and said, "Who wouldn't dare? I'll bet with you. If this Rolls-Royce is yours, I'll polish your shoes." Chen Chang was full of confidence and felt very proud. He felt that Chen Fan would be exposed soon. Uncle Zhang couldn't bear it and advised, "Chen Fan, don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Don't gamble. It's too embarrassing to be exposed as a rented car in front of everyone." Uncle Zhang's friends also tried to persuade him. No one believed that Chen Fan could afford such a luxurious car. They all thought that Chen Fan was just rented to save face. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Fan said calmly, "Okay, let's bet." Chen Fan calmly opened the car door, took out a driving license and showed it to everyone. Uncle Zhang and his friends looked quickly. The driving license clearly states, brand model, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Owner, Chen Fan. It's written in black and white, very clear. This top-of-the-line luxury car, a Rolls-Royce, actually belongs to Chen Fan. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. How was it possible that Chen Fan could afford such an expensive luxury car? Uncle Zhang was shocked and said, "Chen Fan, is this Rolls-Royce really yours?" Chen Fan said calmly, "I have always said it is mine." "Who told you not to believe it?" Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling held hands and were very excited. They just saw Chen Fan being wrongly accused of being vain, and they were very angry. Now seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. They felt like they were holding their heads high and all the frustration had been swept away. At this time, the most shocked people were naturally Chen Chang and his second uncle Chen Jianxin. The two of them were stunned, their lips trembling so much that they couldn't speak. Chen Fan calmly walked up to Chen Chang and crossed his arms. "How about it, you know what to do, right?" Chen Fan stretched out a foot, and the meaning was obvious, he wanted Chen Chang to polish his shoes. Chen Chang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to accept this and he still didn't believe that Chen Fan could afford a Rolls-Royce worth 12 million. After all, he knew Chen Fan's background too well. Unless he was a magician, it was impossible for him to buy such a luxury car. Chen Chang bit back, "Your driving license must be fake. It only costs 100 yuan to make a fake one now. You can fool others, but you can't fool me." He would never admit, even if he was beaten to death, that the car belonged to Chen Fan. Chen Chang looked around and saw two traffic policemen wearing green fluorescent uniforms at the intersection, with various police equipment hanging all over their bodies. Chen Chang immediately ran over and called the police. "Comrade police, I found someone using a fake driving license." After Chen Chang did this, everyone's expressions changed. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling couldn't help but look at each other nervously. They clenched their hands involuntarily, and their palms were sweaty. They were also unsure, as they felt it was very strange that Chen Fan suddenly bought a Rolls-Royce. Seeing that Chen Chang actually called the traffic police, Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling couldn't help but feel a little scared. What if the driving license was really fake? It would be so embarrassing. Second uncle Chen Jianxin watched quietly, and seeing the nervous expressions of Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling, second uncle Chen Jianxin revealed a smug smile. Second uncle Chen Jianxin also believed that the driving license must be fake, otherwise why would Chen Fan's parents be so nervous? Chapter 19, The Useless Chen Fan. Uncle Chen Jianxin said coldly, "Chen Fan, I didn't expect that you honestly admitted that you rented a car to keep up appearances, which was considered down to earth. Now it has been exposed that you used a fake certificate. This is an illegal act. You have disappointed me, your uncle." Uncle Zhang and several of his friends' faces changed. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Uncle Zhang and his friends looked at Chen Fan with some pity. Chen Chang brought two traffic policemen to Chen Fan and said loudly and confidently, "Comrade traffic policeman is him, using a fake driving license to swindle people." A traffic policeman walked up to Chen Fan with a righteous look on his face, saluted and said, "Hello, please show me your vehicle registration and driver's license." Chen Fan acted nonchalantly, took out the vehicle registration and driver's license from the car and handed them to the traffic police. A traffic policeman took out a police terminal and scanned the driving license. With a beep, the driving license information was immediately displayed on the police terminal. The current traffic police system is connected to the national network, so if it is a fake certificate, it can be discovered with just a scan. The traffic policeman took a closer look and returned the vehicle registration and driver's license to Chen Fan with a calm expression. The traffic police saluted again and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. There is no problem with your driving license. It was registered this afternoon." Chen Chang was completely dumbfounded and stood there like a wooden chicken. He could never have imagined that even the traffic police recognized Chen Fan's driving license. So, this Rolls-Royce Phantom really belongs to Chen Fan, there is no dispute at all. Second uncle Chen Jianxin also had a dazed look on his face. His face turned red and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The traffic police turned around and criticized Chen Chang with a serious face. "Comrade, I am warning you. If you falsely accuse someone, you will be held legally responsible. If the other party pursues the matter, they can sue you for false accusation." The two traffic policemen gave Chen Chang a verbal education and warning before leaving. After the traffic police left, everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling breathed a sigh of relief, with an extremely relaxed look on their faces. Uncle Zhang and several of his friends were extremely surprised, and they also confirmed that this luxury Rolls-Royce car indeed belonged to Chen Fan. The ones with the most interesting expressions naturally belonged to Chen Chang and his second uncle Chen Jianxin. Their faces turned red and white, looking as ugly as pig livers, and they looked dejected, like deflated balls. Chen Fan stood in front of Chen Chang with a smile, crossed his arms over his chest, and stretched his feet in front of Chen Chang again. "Chen Chang, it's time to polish my shoes." Chen Fan had a mocking smile on his face, but his tone was firm, and he didn't seem to want to let Chen Chang go at all. Uncle Zhang and his friends looked at Chen Chang in surprise. Chen Chang looked extremely ugly. He turned his head and looked at his second uncle Chen Jianxin. Second uncle Chen Jianxin also sighed helplessly and winked at him. Chen Chang had a sad face, so he had to bend down, take out a handkerchief, and wipe Chen Fan's shoes. This scene shocked everyone. Chen Chang, the most glorious and arrogant young man in the Chen family, actually lowered his head to polish Chen Fan's shoes. Suddenly, a woman's surprised voice came from the side. "Chen Chang, what are you doing?" The flowers in the woman's hand fell to the ground in surprise. Chen Chang turned his head and broke out in a cold sweat. This woman is Chen Chang's girlfriend, the daughter of their company's manager, named Sun Xiaoxue. Sun Xiaoxue originally came to celebrate Chen Chang's grandfather's 70th birthday, but she was unexpectedly struck by the opening ceremony as soon as she arrived at Fuyan Hotel. She saw her boyfriend Chen Chang squatting on the ground polishing a young man's shoes. This scene was so embarrassing for her. She is the manager's beloved daughter and a very influential figure in the company. But now, her boyfriend Chen Chang was actually polishing shoes for a young man. Chen Chang panicked and quickly went over to hold Sun Xiaoxue's hand and said, "Xiaoxue, you misunderstood, I." Sun Xiaoxue said with a look of disdain, "What do you mean by you? How can I, Sun Xiaoxue's boyfriend, shine shoes for others?" With a slap, Sun Xiaoxue slapped Chen Chang in the face. A red palm print immediately appeared on Chen Chang's face. Sun Xiaoxue turned around and left angrily. Chen Chang looked at Sun Xiaoxue's back with tears in his eyes. It was so miserable. Chen Fan, however, looked indifferent. He turned around and pushed Chen Jianwei's wheelchair and said, "Dad, let's go in." "Okay." Chen Jianwei showed no expression on the surface, but his heart was filled with turbulence. Chen Jianwei recalled the past. Back then, Chen Chang beat up his ex-girlfriend and didn't care. Chen Jianwei had a car accident on the way to take Chen Chang's ex-girlfriend to the hospital. The accident not only paralyzed his legs, but what made him even more uncomfortable was that his relatives and friends turned cold and indifferent. It would be a lie for Chen Jianwei to say that he was not angry with his nephew Chen Chang. Out of respect for his relatives, Chen Jianwei never said a bad word to Chen Chang, but Chen Chang and his son were sarcastic, harsh and cold to Chen Jianwei and Chen Fan. Although he never said it explicitly, Chen Jianwei has always been angry with Chen Chang and his son. Just now, the scene where Chen Chang was forced to squat in front of Chen Fan and wipe Chen Fan's shoes made Chen Jianwei actually feel a sense of relief. At this moment, seeing Chen Chang being slapped by his girlfriend again, Chen Jianwei felt a mixture of complex emotions. Chen Jianwei felt a sense of comfort he had never felt before, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. And this kind of comfort was brought to him by his son Chen Fan. Chen Jianwei showed a relieved and moved expression. This was the first time he felt such a sense of relief since the car accident. Chen Jianwei now feels a sense of pride because of his son Chen Fan. Although sitting in a wheelchair, Chen Jianwei couldn't help but straighten his chest excitedly and smile. There were already many people sitting in the birthday hall. They are all relatives and friends of the Chen family. Many people saw Chen Jianwei in the wheelchair and showed looks of pity and disgust. Some people were also curious. They saw that Chen Jianwei stood up straight with a smile on his face and greeted some guests with a smile. Strange, Chen Jianwei seems to be in a good mood today. It's really strange. He rarely smiles like this since the car accident. Chen Fan pushed Chen Jianwei in the wheelchair to the main seat, greeted his grandfather Chen Gaozheng, and then sat down at the table. Chen Gaozheng, the birthday boy who was celebrating his 70th birthday, has white hair and beard. Although his old face is covered with wrinkles carved by time, he is still energetic and smiling. When Chen Gaozheng saw Chen Jianwei in the wheelchair, although he still had a smile on his face, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of pity. When Chen Gaozheng saw Chen Fan, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Among his grandchildren, Chen Fan was just a low-level painter, a complete loser. Chapter 20. My gift is on the way. Chen Gaozheng has 4 sons. The eldest, Chen Jianwei, used to be the most promising one. However, he has never recovered since the car accident. Chen Gaozheng can only feel disappointed and regretful. Ever since Chen Jianwei's car accident, Chen Gaozheng has used all his connections to help his second son Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang, hoping that Chen Jianxin can make the Chen family prosperous. During the banquet, many guests also saw the lost look in the birthday boy Chen Gaozheng's eyes, and some people couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Chen Jianwei, the eldest of the Chen family, was originally the most successful one. But after he had a car accident, he has never been able to make a comeback. Yes, the current Chen family relies entirely on the second son Chen Jianxin and his son Chen Chang. The others are useless. I heard that Chen Chang was promoted to lobby manager of their company. He has a promising future. Yes, this Chen Chang is much more powerful than Chen Jianwei's son Chen Fan. At this time, my second uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang, accompanied by Uncle Zhang and a few friends, came in and sat down at the table. Some guests saw Uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang and immediately started talking. Look, that's Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang, father and son from the Chen family. They are now the most promising people in the Chen family. Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang should have been very happy to hear these discussions, but when they thought of what had just happened outside the hotel, they couldn't be happy. Chen Chang stared at Chen Fan with a gloomy face, and he was very angry. He originally planned to show off his BMW 530 in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan actually drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth more than 10 million yuan, which completely attracted everyone's attention. His BMW was like a clown in front of the Rolls-Royce. Instead of showing off, it made him lose face. Not to mention, his girlfriend saw him polishing Chen Fan's shoes, which made Chen Chang feel so embarrassed. Chen Chang has never been so embarrassed in his life. The more Chen Chang thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished he could embarrass Chen Fan in public right away. At this time, the banquet in the hall had already begun. Some waiters came and brought various delicious dishes, and the guests greeted and chatted with each other. Some guests also presented gifts. These gifts were carefully prepared by the guests for the birthday celebrants, and naturally they are all valuable items. Second uncle Chen Jianxin winked at Chen Chang, who understood and immediately took out the gift he had carefully prepared. What Chen Chang prepared was a piece of Xiaoyan jade, carved with a lifelike image of the god of longevity. The host looked at the gift list and immediately said loudly into the microphone with a surprised look. My humble grandson Chen Chang presents me with a Xiaoyan jade statue of the god of longevity. This Xiaoyan jade sculpture is emerald green all over, with almost no impurities, and it is full of luster. It is obviously very expensive at first glance. When the guests saw it, their eyes widened in surprise. At the dinner table, Uncle Zhang asked in surprise. What? This piece of Xiaoyan jade must cost tens of thousands, right? Some guests also praised. Tsk tisk, it's worthy of being Chen Chang. Among the younger generation of the Chen family, he is the only one who can come up with such a masterpiece. Yes, Chen Chang is really promising. The others are outshined. In the birthday throne, Chen Gao was stroking his beard with a smile on his face, and said kindly, Xiao Chang, I am very happy that you have such filial piety, why do you need to buy such an expensive gift? Chen Chang also smiled, enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd, and said proudly, Grandpa, I will be the lobby manager of the company in the future, and I will buy you more and better gifts. Chen Gaozheng praised excitedly, good. Xiao Qiang is really promising. Grandpa is so happy. When some guests heard Chen Chang claiming to have been promoted to lobby manager, they could not help but praise him. Chen Chang is only in his 20s, and he has become a lobby manager. He has a promising future. No wonder he's so generous, he's really not pretending. At this moment, Chen Chang turned his gaze and stared at Chen Fan coldly and said, I wonder what gift brother Chen Fan prepared for Grandpa? Why don't you take it out and show it to everyone? The banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Many people looked puzzled and looked at each other. Everyone was very surprised. They didn't know why Chen Chang suddenly targeted Chen Fan and had a cold attitude and looked like he was trying to make things difficult for him. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling immediately understood that Chen Chang was trying to embarrass Chen Fan. Chen Chang first gave an expensive gift to attract everyone's attention, and then made everyone's attention focus on Chen Fan. If the gift Chen Fan gave was shabby and cheap, it would be absolutely embarrassing. Some guests couldn't help but whispered, "This Chen Chang is deliberately embarrassing Chen Fan. He doesn't give him any face at all." Yes, Chen Fan is Chen Chang's cousin after all. How can he be so difficult? Chen Fan is embarrassed now. He will definitely lose face in front of everyone. That's right. After Chen Jianwei's car accident, his family had a very difficult life. They definitely couldn't come up with any valuable gifts. Now they are being humiliated in public by Chen Chang. Uncle Zhang and a few of his friends looked reluctant. They knew that Chen Fan's family was already living in poverty, and it was simply impossible for them to give him an expensive gift. The birthday boy, Chen Gaozheng, stroked his beard, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He has lived for so many years, so he can naturally see that there is some unhappiness between Chen Chang and Chen Fan, and now Chen Chang is targeting Chen Fan and wants to embarrass Chen Fan. Chen Gaozheng showed a kind smile, waved his hand and said, "Xiao Chang, don't embarrass your cousin. Today is my birthday. I am very happy that Xiao Fan can come. You don't need to bring any gifts." The old man spoke up, and if it were anyone else, they would have taken advantage of the situation to back down. But Chen Chang refused to give in. He stared at Chen Fan with cold eyes and asked, "Brother Fan, have you prepared any gifts?" The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became tense. Everyone could see that Chen Chang was not giving in and seemed determined to make Chen Fan look bad. At this moment, the entire banquet hall fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. If it were someone else, they would probably be trembling with fear. But amidst the countless gazes, Chen Fan still looked calm and composed. Before coming, Chen Fan had already made arrangements. "Anyway, I have already earned more than 49 million from the system today, so spending a little money is just a drop in the bucket." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Fan stood up calmly and sneered at Chen Chang, "I didn't want to embarrass you today, but you insisted on coming up to embarrass me. You are simply asking for trouble." Then, Chen Fan called a waiter and asked him to call the manager over. Chen Fan said to the manager, "How about my gift? Is it ready?" The manager said with a polite smile, "Don't worry, Master Chen, the gift you requested is on the way and will arrive soon." Chen Fan was not in a hurry and said slowly, "Okay, when you get there, bring the gift up immediately." The manager nodded and stepped back with a smile. Chen Fan said calmly, "Everyone has heard it. My gift is still on the way and will arrive soon. Please wait a little longer." Chapter 21. The big boss actually apologized to Chen Fan? Everyone was stunned, not knowing what Chen Fan was up to. But seeing Chen Fan's calm and confident look made everyone a little confused. They felt that Chen Fan was a little mysterious. Everyone was grumbling in their hearts, but Chen Chang looked as if he had seen through Chen Fan, with a sneer of contempt on his face. Chen Chang raised his voice and said loudly, "Chen Fan, what are you still pretending? My friends told me that you were fired by Chaowei Art Company today. You don't even have a job. What kind of gift can you prepare?" The humiliation of Shu shining outside the hotel just now made Chen Chang very angry and irritable. He loudly told everyone in public that Chen Fan had been fired. As soon as Chen Chang finished speaking, everyone showed surprised expressions. "What? Chen Fan was fired from the company today? Ah, it's really embarrassing to have this kind of thing said in public." "Yes, and I was interrogated in public at my grandfather's 70th birthday party. If it were me, I would be too ashamed to stand here." Uncle Zhang also looked reluctant. It was really too embarrassing to be exposed to such a scandal in such an occasion. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling looked nervous. Chen Fan had not mentioned to them that he had been fired. Now that they suddenly heard about this embarrassing scandal, they couldn't help but feel nervous for Chen Fan. The old man Chen Gaozheng asked in surprise, "Xiao Fan, is what he said true? Were you really fired by the company?" The old man spoke personally, and all eyes turned to Chen Fan again, with countless eyes converging on Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded casually, "I was indeed fired." As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, there was an uproar in the banquet hall. Countless gazes instantly became mocking, contemptuous, pity, and anger at the lack of fighting spirit. Being fired by a company is already a very shameful thing. It was extremely humiliating that he was publicly executed in front of everyone during a family gathering on my grandfather's 70th birthday. Chen Chang looked excited and stared at Chen Fan ferociously. He felt a sense of vengeful joy. Second uncle Chen Jianxin also had a smug look on his face, and looked at Chen Fan and his son sarcastically. Chen Chang undoubtedly scored a goal. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling were stared at by countless contemptuous and mocking eyes. They couldn't help but look grim and lowered their heads slightly. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the banquet hall, and the noise was loud. Several hotel waiters came in carrying a gift tray covered with red cloth. In the gift plate, there was actually a dragon-shaped sculpture made of colorful agate. It was obviously very valuable and high-end at first glance. The host on the scene had already received the gift list and excitedly took the microphone and said, "General Manager Wang Huachang of Chaowei Art Company wishes Mr. Chen Gaozheng a happy birthday and presents him with a colorful agate jade dragon sculpture." The guests at the scene were immediately shocked. This dragon-shaped artwork carved from colorful agate has an extremely high artistic value. It is a symbol of status that only people in the upper class can possess. Damn, compared to this colorful agate dragon, the Xiuyan jade that Chun Chang gave me is simply incomparable. Yes, this colorful agate dragon must be priced at least 100,000, right? Who sent it? Countless eyes looked over quickly. Following the gift box were three people dressed in luxurious attire, who looked like they were important figures. It turned out to be Wang Huachang, the general manager of Chaowei Art Company, Zhang Yan, the deputy general manager, and Yi Shiting, the leader of the second art group. Wang Huachang and Zhang Yan were dressed in neat suits, and both were CEO-level figures. They looked very stylish and imposing, and it was obvious that they were big shots. Yi Shiting is even more eye-catching. She is wearing a light velvet coat with a professional suit underneath and a strong high ponytail. She has a beautiful and elegant temperament and appears cool, dignified, elegant, and luxurious. She proudly holds up her luxurious bust, her slender waist sways seductively, her butt is plump and graceful, and her perfect waist-to-hip ratio makes all men lose their minds. She is simply a top-notch beauty. As soon as they saw Yi Shiting, the eyes of the young men in the banquet hall became hot. Damn, this beauty is too exquisite. Elegant, noble, wow, she's definitely a goddess of the upper class. Chen Chang's eyes were almost spitting fire. He greedily looked up and down at Yi Shiting's delicate body and swallowed his saliva. This kind of beautiful woman was something he could never touch. Other guests became confused. Strange, these people look like well-known figures, why are they here for Mr. Chen's birthday party? Sitting in the birthday boy's seat, Chen Gaozheng was looking at the three people with a puzzled expression. The Chen family is not a prominent family and rarely deals with prominent figures. If these three people who look so impressive actually came to celebrate his birthday, Chen Gaozheng would instantly feel very proud. Chen Gaozheng stood up with a flattering smile on his face. Wang Huachan walked up to Chen Gaozheng with a smile on his face, as if a senior leader was inspecting him. He shook Chen Gaozheng's hand cordially and said with a smile, "You must be Mr. Chen, right? I am Wang Huachang, the general manager of Chaowei Art Company. This is the company's deputy general manager, Zhang Yan. This is Yi Shiting, the leader of the art group. We are here specially to celebrate the old man's birthday, and we sincerely invite Chen Fan to return to the company. The dismissal of Chen Fan today was a complete misunderstanding. We solemnly apologize to painter Chen Fan. Wang Huachang has been the general manager for more than 10 years. He speaks like a leader, in a friendly and persuasive manner, full of the aura of a big shot." The birthday boy, Chen Gaozheng, was a little confused and asked in confusion, "General Manager Wang, do you mean that you came here specifically to invite Chen Fan back to your company?" Wang Huachang showed his signature smile as a big boss and nodded, "Yes, we are here to apologize to Painter Chen and hope that Painter Chen can return to the company." Everyone was shocked when they heard what General Manager Wang said. They were just laughing at Chen Fan, saying that it was shameful for him to be fired by the company. Unexpectedly, the company's general manager, deputy general manager, and team leader all came to visit and solemnly invited Chen Fan to go back. This is simply incredible. The guests couldn't help but discuss, what's going on? The general manager, deputy general manager, and a team leader of the company all came to apologize in person? This is too exaggerated. Yeah, this Chen Fan actually received this kind of treatment? It's simply unimaginable. Uncle Jean was also surprised. This kind of treatment is probably only available to the top painters in the country. How come it is Chen Fan? The most shocked people in the audience were naturally Chen Chang and his second uncle Chen Jianxin. The two were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths, and they were stunned. Chen Chang was dumbfounded. He had just felt the pleasure of successful revenge, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Chapter 22 Beautiful Xiao Manya. Chen Chang was so angry that he grimaced. What is this Chowie art company doing? Since they fired Chen Fan, why are they inviting him back? Are they kidding me? He was so angry that he felt like he was being completely played. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Shiding smiled sweetly, walked up to Chen Fan, stretched out her hand to him and said, "How about it, Chen Fan, are you willing to come back to work in the company? President Wang told me that when you come back, your salary will be tripled, a separate office will be provided, and an assistant will be assigned to you." Chen Fan reached out and shook hands with Yi Shiding, and immediately felt the amazing softness and tenderness of her hand. Chen Fan smiled and was about to say something when there was suddenly a commotion outside the door. A staff member wearing a cheongsam carefully held a gift plate, and inside the gift was a pine and cypress tree made of pure gold. When the guests saw the pure gold pine and cypress, their eyes widened in surprise. My goodness, this pure gold pine and cypress statue must weigh at least 1 kilogram. It is made of pure gold. This gift is too precious. My heart can't take it anymore. How can there be such a lavish gift again? Who sent this? Countless people showed curious eyes, wanting to know who would send such an expensive gift. The host on the scene had already received the gift list and excitedly took the microphone and said, Yusai Game Company, production director Xiao Manya wishes Mr. Chen Gaozheng a happy birthday and presents him with a pure gold pine and cypress statue weighing 1,200 grams. Behind the staff member in cheongsam, a tall beauty came in. She was wearing a black windbreaker with a tight suit underneath and slim-fitting suit pants. Her slender feet were wearing zonish high heels. Her graceful figure was comparable to that of a model. Her tall and plump figure was clearly visible under the white shirt, and her slender waist swayed gently seductively. Her legs were straight and slender under her plump buttocks, and she walked in a swaying and graceful manner. She wore sunglasses on her fair and delicate face, and her rosy and tender lips were tightly pursed, exuding a unique temptation. The guests couldn't help but get excited again. This game director named Xiao Manya is no less beautiful than Yi Shiding, and is even more beautiful. Xiao Manya's aura was so powerful that the guests couldn't help but show obsessed expressions. Wow, a stunning beauty just came, and now there's an even prettier one. What happened today? Isn't this related to Chen Fan again? When they heard the name of Xiao Manya, the game director of Yusai Company, Wang Huachang and Zhang Yan's faces suddenly changed, and Yi Shiding's pretty face also showed surprise. Wang Huachang understood instantly, walked to Yi Shiding, and said in a low voice, "Just as I expected, Yusai Game Company also heard the news that Chen Fan was fired, and they are here to poach him." Yi Shiding nodded and sighed. As expected of a top gaming company, they are well informed. Second uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang were even more confused. They looked at Xiao Manya in confusion, not knowing what Xiao Manya's intention was. The birthday boy, Chen Gaozheng, was also puzzled. The Chen family was not a well-known family, but today they had distinguished guests visiting one after another. He didn't know how they had such good luck to receive such valuable gifts. The set of colorful agate dragon just now is worth at least 100,000, which is already amazing and gorgeous enough. Now they have received 1,200 grams of pure gold pine and cypress, which is worth at least 600,000 yuan, which is even more shocking. Chen Gaozheng didn't know why Xiao Manya sent such an expensive gift. He didn't have the blessing to meet her. Xiao, the vice president of Yusai Game Company, walked gracefully to the birthday boy Chen Gaozheng and said with a smile, "I am Xiao Manya, congratulations to the old man on his birthday." Chen Gaozheng smiled awkwardly and said, "Vice President Xiao is really an honored guest. I don't know why Vice President Xiao gave such an expensive gift to an old man like me. I really can't afford it." Xiao Manya smiled and said, "We received news from our company that artist Chen Fan resigned from the company today and became a freelancer. This is a rare opportunity, so I came here specifically to invite Chen Fan to join Yusai Games Company and serve as the art supervisor for a new game." When Xiao Manya finished speaking, everyone was shocked, and the guests couldn't help but make a commotion. The ups and downs of life are so exciting that many people can't stand it. What? Are you here to invite Chen Fan again? Just now Chowie Art Company came to invite you, and now Yusai Game Company is inviting you again? What earth-shattering thing did Chen Fan do? In the gaming industry, Yusai Games is a well-known and giant company. Almost every game they launch is a hit and has countless fans. In the hearts of game fans, Yusai Games Company is simply a godlike existence. Xiao Manya is a well-known game producer in the industry. A game she developed called Fengshen has become popular among countless teenagers. Many guests have games developed by Yusai Games on their mobile phones. And now, right before their eyes, the legendary director Xiao Manya was actually standing in front of them alive, and she came personally to invite Chen Fan, which shocked everyone. Not only the guests, but even Chen Fan himself was a little surprised. Not only was the management of Chaui Art Company shocked, but even Zhao Manya, the famous game producer of a prestigious giant company like Yufi Games, came personally to extend an olive branch. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the system's functions were too powerful. Today, I just used my golden talent points to upgrade my painting talent to level 5. I just casually drew a picture, but it caused such a big stir. This system is simply beyond belief. Zhao Manya glanced around and immediately saw Chen Fan. She found Chen Fan's photo in advance, so she recognized Chen Fan. Zhao Manya smiled sweetly, and then she walked over gracefully, extending her hand to Chen Fan and said, "You must be painter Chen Fan, right? I saw the sample drawings you drew today, and I feel that your style is very suitable for a new game I am designing, and your level is also excellent. I wonder if I have the honor to cooperate with you." Chen Fan and Zhao Manya shook hands. The system voice immediately sounded in my mind. Bite. Detected that the host has gained the attention of a new target. Bind target. Name, Zhao Manya. Age, 25. Height, 168. Appearance, 93. Measurements, 92D, 54, 87. Purity, 100 pure, natural, and pollution-free. Admiration value, 3. Talents, Screenwriter Green Rarity, Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture Gold Legend, Design Blue Rarity, Golf Purple Rarity, Artistic Creation Purple Rarity. Chapter 23. Two beautiful women compete for Chen Fan. Seeing the system panel, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel excited. Zhao Manya's appearance not only surpasses Yi Shiding, but also surpasses Chu Xiaolei. And the measurements are also luxurious and impressive. She is full of a dreamy and elegant temperament, and every move exudes elegance and upbringing. For men, it is a fatal temptation. If you can conquer such a top-notch beauty, the satisfaction for men is great. As soon as Chen Fan saw the talent column, he was instantly surprised. He saw that the rarity of Zhao Manya's traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture talent was actually a golden legend. Chen Fan quickly asked, "System, what does the rarity of this golden legend mean?" The color of the talent rarity represents the probability of the talent appearing in the crowd. The golden legend means that this talent is very rare and precious, and it is a rare talent. Chen Fan suddenly thought of something and asked quickly, "If this traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture talent is upgraded to the top level, can it cure my father's paralyzed leg?" It can be cured. You don't need to reach level 10, even level 8 talent may be able to cure it. After all, the best acupuncture master in the world is only at level 6 acupuncture. The system responded quickly. Chen Fan's mood instantly became excited, and when he looked at Zhao Manya, his eyes suddenly became hot. Chen Fan shook hands with Zhao Manya and said with a smile, "I've heard of Director Zhao's name for a long time. I really like the games he made." Zhao Manya is not only the vice president of Yusai Game Company, but also a famous game producer. Chen Fan had heard of her a long time ago. Several of her games are regular visitors to the best-selling rankings. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhao Manya's pretty face flashed with surprise. "So, you are willing to cooperate with me?" Chen Fan smiled and was about to say something. Yi Shiding on the side suddenly said, "I'm sorry, Vice President Zhao. Chen Fan is an artist from our Chaui Art Company. If you want to cooperate with him, you need to go through our company's procedures." There was a hint of determination in Yi Shiding's eyes. She was determined to win Chen Fan back to the company. Zhao Manya smiled calmly and crossed her arms over her chest, making her plump and luxurious bust even more attractive. Zhao Manya said elegantly but proudly, "If my information is correct, Chen Fan is no longer an employee of Chaui Art Company. You have no right to make any decisions for Chen Fan." Zhao Manya stood in front of Yi Shiding. The two top beauties were almost at loggerheads with each other, seemingly competing with each other. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Two extremely beautiful women were actually at loggerheads over the chance to win over Chen Fan. Some young people couldn't help but talk about it with envy. "Damn, this is too unexpected, two goddesses are actually fighting for Chen Fan. This scene is simply a dream. If there are two women fighting for me like this, I am willing to die for them." These young people all looked at Chen Fan with envy. This is no wonder. Both Zhao Manya and Yi Shiding are top-notch beauties. The appearance of just one beauty of this level is enough to cause a sensation, let alone the appearance of two at the same time. Moreover, the two extremely beautiful women even became jealous of each other in their fight for Chen Fan. These young people could only see this kind of plot in their dreams. The most embarrassed people at the scene were the second uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang. Chen Chang's face flushed with anger. He originally wanted to use Chen Fan's dismissal to mock him. Unexpectedly, reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Now, these two top beauties are fighting against each other for Chen Fan. Instead, Chen Fan became the focus of everyone's attention. This contrast made Chen Chang so angry that his teeth itched. The birthday boy Chen Gaozheng also looked at the scene with surprise. Today was supposed to be his 70th birthday party, but unexpectedly the focus of the whole event was not on him, but on his unknown grandson Chen Fan. But when Chen Gaozheng saw that his grandson Chen Fan had become a key figure in the competition between the two companies, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and excitement in his heart. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling were in the same mood, just like riding a roller coaster from the bottom to the top. The couple looked at Chen Fan with mixed feelings at this moment, excitement and pride. Everyone stared at Chen Fan, Yi Shiding and Xiao Manya. Yi Shiding suddenly smiled at Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, this matter ultimately depends on you. Do you want to return to our Chowie Art Company, or to Yusai Game Company?" General Manager Wang Huachang quickly squeezed over and said to Chen Fan with a smile, "Xiao Chun, I hope you will think about it carefully. On the way here just now, Team Leader Yi said that she wants to ask you out on a date." After Wang Huachang finished speaking, Yi Shiding was stunned at first, and then her face turned red. Yi Shiding never said this. What Wang Huachang said was simply a blatant use of the beauty trap. He wanted to use Yi Shiding's charm to attract Chen Fan back. When Wang Huachang called Chen Fan and heard Chen Fan mention Yi Shiding, he was immediately moved and thought that Chen Fan might be interested in Yi Shiding, so he used Yi Shiding as bait. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yi Shiding with a smile and said, "Team Leader Yi, is this true?" Yi Shiding blushed and couldn't help but glare at Wang Huachang. Wang Huachang quickly winked at Yi Shiding, asking her to admit it. Yi Shiding said a little embarrassedly, "Yes, it's true." Chen Fan saw the expressions of the two people and realized that this was General Manager Wang's intention, not Yi Shiding's own. However, Chen Fan was also a little tempted. Even if it was not Yi Shiding's own intention, as long as he asked Yi Shiding out, it would not be difficult to win her over with the system's amazing function. Unexpectedly, Xiao Manya chuckled and said, "What's so difficult about dating? I can also go on a date with you." When Xiao Manya's voice fell, the banquet hall almost caused an uproar. Some young people were so envious that their eyes turned red. "Oh my god, two extremely beautiful women are willing to date Chen Fan? Why doesn't this kind of good thing happen to me?" Even Chen Fan was surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Manya to be so bold as to say such bold words in front of so many people. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Manya with curiosity. Being looked at by Chen Fan, Xiao Manya could only force a smile. In fact, Xiao Manya was just pretending to be calm. She had been a strong-willed person since she was a child and didn't want to lose to Yi Shiding. Sometimes the war between women is more terrible than that between men. She saw Yi Shiding actually using dating as bait to win over Chen Fan in public. Xiao Manya didn't want to lose to Yi Shiding, so she gritted her teeth and said that she could also go on a date with Chen Fan. In fact, Xiao Manya also faced great pressure from the board of directors when she launched this game project. She had the idea for a new game a long time ago, but had never found a satisfactory art concept director. The board of directors often urged her to start producing the game as soon as possible, but Xiao Manya was never satisfied with the company's art director. That's why she looked in different art companies to see if there were any painters who could draw pictures that matched her game concept style. Today, she accidentally saw the concept map drawn by Chen Fan and was shocked. Chapter 24 Rarity Golden Legendary Talent. Chen Fan's painting style perfectly matched her fantasy gaming worldview, so she decided to use Chen Fan as the game's art director. Later, when she heard that Chen Fan was fired from Chowie Art Company, Xiao Manya became even more excited and made up her mind to sign Chen Fan to Yusai Game Company. Therefore, Xiao Manya came here with the mentality of winning. She would never allow Chen Fan to be signed back by Chowie Art Company. So, when Yi Shiding said that she was willing to date Chen Fan, Xiao Manya also gritted her teeth and started competing with Yi Shiding. At this moment, being stared at by Chen Fan, Xiao Manya tried to remain calm, but her ears had already turned red. Chen Fan had sharp eyes and had already noticed a faint blush on Xiao Manya's pretty face. Although she tried her best to conceal it in her bright eyes, she couldn't help revealing a hint of shyness. Chen Fan smiled. He felt that Xiao Manya was a little cute. Seeing Chen Fan smiling at Xiao Manya, Yi Shiding became anxious. She urged, "Chen Fan, you have been at Chowie Art Company for half a year. Have I treated you unfairly? Chen Fan nodded and said, Team leader Yi is pretty good to me. Yi Shitting said, then for the sake of our 6-month friendship as colleagues, why don't you return to our Chowie art company? Chen Fan shook his head and said, a good horse never turns back. I have been fired by Vice President Zhang today. If I go back now, wouldn't I be a cheapskate? Yi Shitting's face turned ugly. She knew that after Chen Fan said that, he might not come back. Wang Huachang quickly pushed Vice President Zhang in front of Chen Fan and said, Vice President Zhang, quickly apologize to Painter Chen and let him return to the company. Vice President Zhang was embarrassed and blushed as he apologized to Chen Fan, I'm sorry, Painter Chen. It was my fault today. I hope you can forgive me and not part ways with the company because of me. Vice President Zhang felt extremely ashamed. He was a deputy general manager, but he had to humble himself and apologize to a first-class painter. Seeing this scene, the guests were also shocked. Such a prominent figure actually apologized in public, which completely overturned everyone's worldview. These guests became even more curious about Chen Fan. Strange, isn't Chen Fan from the Chen family a mediocre painter? Why has he suddenly become so popular? I heard that it was Chen Fan's work today that shocked Vice President Zhao. TSK, it seems that among the younger generation of the Chen family, the most promising one is Chen Fan, who is much more capable than that Chen Chang. Yes, I originally thought that Chen Chang was the future hope of the Chen family, but I didn't expect that Chen Fan was more promising. We were all wrong. Hearing the discussions of the guests, Uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang both turned pale, looking as ugly as they could be. Chen Chang was so angry that his liver was twitching. He had wanted to humiliate Chen Fan today, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being humiliated instead. Amid the curious gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan turned to Xiao Manya with a faint smile and said, I felt Vice President Zhao's sincerity, so I decided to cooperate with Vice President Zhao. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Manya's pretty face suddenly showed joy. She looked at Chen Fan in surprise, Master Chen, are you really willing to cooperate with me? Chen Fan smiled slightly, shook hands with Xiao Manya and said, that's right. Bite. Congratulations to the host. You have gained Xiao Manya's admiration value, plus 10. Xiao Manya's admiration value, 13. Bite. Yi Shitting's admiration value decreased, 5. Yi Shitting's admiration value, 5. Chen Fan felt a little depressed that his admiration value actually decreased. He glanced at Yi Shitting and saw that she was looking at him with disappointment. But Chen Fan didn't care too much. He was confident enough that he could regain his admiration points. General Manager Wang Huachang glared at Vice President Zhang Yan fiercely and angrily scolded, Vice President Zhang, it's all because of you that the company has suffered huge losses. Wang Huachang was very angry. If Chen Fan had not been fired, Chowie Art Company would have gained huge fame and a considerable contract fee. Unexpectedly, Vice President Zhang fired Chen Fan today, causing Chowie Art Company to lose a cash cow. Wang Huachang was so angry that he was about to die. The reason why the company was in such a passive situation was entirely because Vice President Zhang fired Chen Fan. Vice President Zhang was also very depressed. He had a sad face. He could not have imagined that he was just firing a first-class painter today, but he did not expect that this first-class painter Chen Fan was so capable. Vice President Zhang regretted it so much that he wanted to cry. If he was given another chance, he would never fire Chen Fan even if he was beaten to death. Xiao Manya said excitedly, Chen Fan, then you report to our Yusai Game Company tomorrow morning and we will discuss a work contract. Chen Fan nodded, Vice President Xiao, you must remember your promise to date me. Xiao Manya's pretty face blushed slightly, she felt a little embarrassed. Just now, in order to compete with Yi Shitting, she actually said that she wanted to go on a date with Chen Fan. Now thinking back, she was surprised at her boldness. But Xiao Manya was not someone who didn't keep her word. She nodded and said, I will fulfill my promise. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. As long as he could get Xiao Manya out, he would be confident that he could increase the admiration of this top beauty. Chen Fan felt excited at the thought that he might have the honor to have an intimate exchange with such a stunning beauty. After all, this Xiao Manya is the most beautiful woman in the system panel, taller than Xu Xiaolei. She looks naturally pleasing to the eye and as beautiful as a fairy. If I could make love with her, the image would be enough to make my nose bleed. Chen Fan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Of course, Chen Fan not only coveted her body, but also the golden legendary, traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture, talent. At this time, the lobby manager in a formal suit came over with a smile on his face and said to Chen Fan respectfully, Master Chen, the gift you ordered has arrived. Shall we bring it in now? Chen Fan said with some dissatisfaction, "You're here just now, so slow." This was prepared by Chen Fan at a high-end gift shop on his way home. The lobby manager politely explained, "This gift is really not easy to prepare, so it took some time." Chen Fan nodded and said, "Bring it in." The lobby manager smiled respectfully and said, "Okay." The lobby manager smiled, told a waiter something, and then handed the gift list to the host. Not long after the waiter left the banquet hall, a salute suddenly sounded outside the hotel. A team of staff in formal attire respectfully carried a 3-meter-long sandalwood frame carved with dragons and phoenixes, displaying its nobility. On the shelf, there was actually a picture of mountains and rivers made of jadeite with a dragon-shaped green variety. The jade was green and white, warm and smooth like silk, and translucent, emitting a delicate fluorescence. It was obviously top-grade jade at first glance. Chapter 25: A gift that shocked everyone. The host said in an excited voice, "I have the honor to announce that the birthday gift from Master Chen Fan is coming in now. It is a flowered dragon green jade landscape. The entire piece is carved from the finest flower dragon green jade." Seeing the magnificent painting of mountains and rivers made of green jadeite with flower dragons, the whole banquet hall seemed to be illuminated by a magnificent light. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the flower dragon green jadeite landscape and river map in shock. Some knowledgeable people were so excited that their lips were trembling. "Wow, look at this pure and clear jade, it's crystal clear, it's simply a work of art. It's amazing. This gift is so precious. How much is it worth? This is actually a birthday gift from Chen Fan? This Chen Fan is too amazing. This piece of green jadeite landscape with flower dragons and rivers, just its noble and domineering aura alone was enough to amaze everyone and make them stare at it. This picture of mountains and rivers in jadeite with a dragon green color is so majestic, with an aura that shakes the mountains and rivers, and it frightened everyone. This kind of style is simply incomparable to ordinary things." The staff members who were carrying the flower dragon green jade landscape painting walked very slowly and cautiously. They were also very nervous. If such a precious and luxurious gift was damaged even a little, they would be in big trouble. They carefully placed the flower dragon green jadeite mountain and river painting in the center of the birthday gift table, and then they breathed a sigh of relief, with a huge stone lifted from their hearts. Uncle Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang looked incredulous and at the same time felt very embarrassed. "The Xiuyan Jade Longevity God sculpture that Chen Chang just gave me is worth tens of thousands and is very valuable. But in front of the Wolongking Jadeite mountain and river painting, it is like a beggar's broken bowl against the emperor's golden bowl, there is no comparison at all. In comparison, it's garbage." Even the colorful agate dragon presented by General Manager Wang Huachang and the pure gold pine and cypress presented by Director Xiao Manya immediately paled in comparison. At this time, Xiao Manya, Wang Huachang, Zhang Yan, and Yi Shiding all looked at Chen Fan in great surprise. They thought that the gifts they prepared were already top-notch and valuable, but they didn't expect that the birthday gift Chen Fan personally gave was even more valuable than anyone else's gifts, and it was simply a unique one. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Xiao Manya's admiration value, +1. Xiao Manya's admiration value, 14. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Yi Shiding's admiration value, +1. Yi Shiding's admiration value, 6. Chen Fan was naturally very satisfied. He spent more than 1 million to arrange this birthday gift. Although it was a little expensive, it was worth it when I saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces in the banquet hall. The birthday boy Chen Gao was looking at this domineering and noble gift in shock. He never dreamed that he would receive such a precious gift one day. Moreover, today's surprises were endless, and one climax after another, making him feel like he was dreaming. Chen Gaozheng has lived a life, and today is the most dreamy and exciting day. And all of this was brought about by the previously unknown grandson, Chen Fan. Chen Gaozheng looked at Chen Fan with a kind gaze, feeling both emotional and self-blame in his heart. Ever since Chen Jianwei became paralyzed in a car accident, Chen Gaozheng has used his personal connections to support Chen Jianxin and Chen Chang. Chen Gaozheng feels a little indebted to Chen Jianwei and Chen Fan. I originally thought that Chen Chang would be the center of attention at today's birthday party. Unexpectedly, the focus that attracted everyone's attention was the always unknown Chen Fan. Father Chen Jianwei and Mother Su Chunling were naturally shocked as well. They knew very well that Chen Fan's salary was only 4,000 a month, and it was simply impossible for him to give away such a precious treasure. But today Chen Fan had given them too many surprises, starting with the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was a continuous stream of shocked pupils. Su Chunling said excitedly, "Dad, what happened to Xiaofan today? He seems like a different person." Chen Jianwei also excitedly shook Su Chuanling's hand and said, "It seems that Xiaofan really has someone to help him." Both of them felt like they were dreaming. In the past, the Chen family had always looked at them with coldness and harshness. But today, the eyes looking at them were full of envy and jealousy, and the smiles that suddenly became polite made them feel like they were in a dream. The one who felt the most deeply about the relative's sudden change of attitude was naturally Chen Fan himself. Chen Fan couldn't help feeling emotional when his relative's smile suddenly became friendly and amiable. Amidst this sighing, the celebration banquet for my grandfather's 70th birthday finally ended. Amid the envious gazes of many relatives and friends, Chen Fan took his parents into a Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove away. Returned to the neighborhood where my parents live. Chen Fan carried Chen Jianwei to the wheelchair again and pushed him back home. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling were in a particularly good mood, with happy smiles on their faces that they couldn't stop. Today is the happiest day for them since Chen Jianwei had a car accident. Seeing his parents' smiles, Chen Fan felt very happy. After arranging everything for his parents, Chen Fan returned to the Rolls-Royce Phantom and waved goodbye to his mother Su Chunling. "Mom, I'm leaving." Su Chunling smiled and waved. "Xiaofan, drive carefully, go to bed early, and take care of yourself." Chen Fan felt endless warmth from his mother's simple advice. Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce and parked it downstairs of the rental house. After returning to the rental house and taking a nice shower, Chen Fan lay comfortably on the sofa, recalling this dreamlike day. The arrival of the system filled his life with hope. Chen Fan looked through the profile cards of several extremely beautiful women in the system and couldn't help but fantasize about his wonderful life in the future. TSK, life would be so wonderful if I could have a beautiful woman by my side every day. Chen Fan felt excited at the thought. When Chen Fan saw Xiao Manya's information, he couldn't help but drool. Name, Xiao Manya. Age, 25. Height, 168. Appearance, 93. Measurements, 92D, 54, 87. Purity, 100 pure, natural, and pollution-free. Admiration value, 14. Talents, screenwriter green rarity, Chinese medicine and acupuncture gold legend, design blue rarity, golf purple rarity, artistic creation purple rarity. Wow, this Xiao Manya is really a talented girl, she has so many talents. Xiao Manya has the most talents among the beauties. Moreover, among Xiao Manya's talents, there is actually a golden legendary level talent of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture. Chen Fan sat up excitedly. He saw a glimmer of hope that he could cure his father's paralyzed legs. After their father had a car accident, they visited all the hospitals and all the doctors shook their heads and said that there was nothing that could be done and that he would be paralyzed for life. Chen Fan and his family of 3 had almost given up hope that Chen Jianwei would be able to stand up again. Chapter 26 High School Beauty Su Qingru. Chen Fan was also mentally prepared, knowing that his father might be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Now hearing that his father's leg could be cured, Chen Fan couldn't help but get excited. Chen Fan immediately made Xiao Manya his first target. Xiao Manya, I must get her talent for traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Chen Fan made up his mind that even for his father's legs, he must obtain Xiao Manya's golden legend of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture talent. Of course, even without the temptation of Chinese medicine and acupuncture talent, Chen Fan would not give up Xiao Manya. After all, Xiao Manya is currently the target with the highest appearance. She exudes a beautiful and elegant temperament from head to toe, which is very attractive to men. In another corner of the city, Xiao Manya was getting ready to sleep in her boudoir when she suddenly sneezed for no reason. She wiped her snow-white nose in confusion and said to herself, "Strange, who is thinking about me?" Chen Fan was not in a hurry. After joining Yufi Game Company, he had plenty of time to contact Xiao Manya. Chen Fan hummed a little tune and leisurely opened the live broadcast of the beauty on his mobile phone. It is Chen Fan's habit to watch live broadcasts of beautiful women before going to bed. Chen Fan casually scrolled through the beautiful anchors one by one. If he saw one that suited his taste, Chen Fan didn't mind sending a few big rockets. After all, Chen Fan is not short of money now, and his mood is extremely good at the moment. It would be nice to send a few big rockets to liven up the atmosphere. Chen Fan suddenly saw a beautiful anchor named Xiao Ruor on his phone, and she looked familiar to him. Chen Fan frowned. He felt that he knew this beautiful anchor Xiao Ruor, but he couldn't remember where she was for a moment. Chen Fan thought for a while and said in surprise, "Isn't this the school beauty Su Qingru? This beautiful girl with a pure smile is the school belle Su Qingru in high school. She is 1 grade younger than Chen Fan, but she is the recognized school belle who was popular in the whole school." Chen Fan had a good impression of Su Qingru. She was very pure and pretty, but not arrogant. One time, Chen Fan was playing with a paper airplane in the teaching building. The paper airplane happened to hit Su Qingru's chest. Some classmates happened to see it, and Chen Fan became the public enemy of boys for a long time. When Chen Fan recalled that past event, he felt that it was a beautiful memory. Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help but look at Su Qingru's chest. What surprised him was that the airport, which was flat at that time, had now become turbulent. Damn, he's grown so well? Chen Fan couldn't help but sit up. Su Qingru was very slender in high school, but now as a senior, she is like a ripe fruit, full of seductive charm. However, the purity in her pretty face is still faintly visible, and her gentle smile also has the romantic and elegant flavor of those days. She is worthy of being the school belle. She is still so beautiful. Chen Fan couldn't help but be moved. Chen Fan began to watch Su Qingru's live broadcast seriously and soon discovered that Su Qingru was just a live broadcast novice and did not have much popularity. Her live broadcasting skills also seemed very immature. She was too embarrassed to say seductive words, and she couldn't attract wealthy people to give her gifts. At this time, Su Qingru's pretty face showed some embarrassment. She had 3 roommates in her dormitory, and a girl named Tang Yusin was also live streaming. In comparison, Tang Yusin's live broadcast style is very open. She tells all kinds of dirty jokes at will, which makes her rich brother very happy and he keeps giving Tang Yusin gifts. After a while, Tang Yusin received several big rockets and couldn't stop smiling. Tang Yusin also stood up and performed a sexy dance for the rich brother. She also pulled her already tight t-shirt down to make her cleavage even more seductive. A roommate named Zhao kept saying in surprise, "Wow, Tang Yusin, you hooked up with a rich guy. You've only been live streaming for an hour, and you've already received 10 big rockets." Tang Yusin smiled proudly, "It shows that I am very charming." Zhao looked at Su Qingru's picture again and said with a pitiful look on her face, "Su Qingru can't compare at all. She doesn't even have a valuable gift." Su Qingru smiled awkwardly, "Yeah, I'm not very good at live streaming." Zhao said with some disdain, "Look at your live broadcast room, there are only a few people, and Tang Yusin's live broadcast room is so crowded that you can't even see clearly." Su Qingru said helplessly, "Maybe I'm not suitable for live broadcasting." Tang Yusin looked at Su Qingru with some disdain and said sarcastically, "So what if she's pretty? She's still not as charming as me." Tang Yusin's words were full of ridicule, which made Su Qingru a little unhappy, but she didn't say anything. Tang Yusin has always considered herself the most beautiful girl in the class, but she always pales in comparison to Su Qingru. Therefore, Tang Yusin was always dissatisfied with Su Qingru and often found opportunities to mock her sarcastically. Zhao said, "That's not right. Su Qingru is the prettiest one in our dormitory. She shouldn't be unpopular. Why don't we go play PK? Maybe we can take advantage of the popularity of others." PK means playing against other anchors at the same frequency. The side that gives more gifts will win. It's also good for some small anchors to get some traffic by playing PK. Su Qingru moved the mouse clumsily, she couldn't find the entrance to PK. Zhao took Su Qingru's mouse and helped her start the PK with ease. Su Qingru lost the PK with several anchors and she was a little disappointed. Zhao also said helplessly, "Su Qingru, you should say something to please the audience, just be a little corny." Tang Yusin sneered proudly, "Su Qingru, where is your charm? Why is your popularity so low? Look, I received another big rocket." "Thank you for the rocket, boss." Su Qingru sighed. She felt a little lost. She couldn't say the cheesy words that Tang Yusin said during the live broadcast. She could only worry. At this moment, a viewer named Oil Drilling Head asked in the chat room, "Anchor Xiaoruer, are you Su Qingru?" Su Qingru was stunned. Someone in the live broadcast room actually knew her real name. Su Qingru quickly asked, "My name is Su Qingru, do you know me?" This Oil Drill Head is naturally Chen Fan's nickname. Chen Fan chuckled and said in the chat room, "You are from the 4th middle school, right? I used to be your senior." Su Qingru finally understood that this Oil Drill Head was actually her senior, no wonder he knew her name. At this time, the system voice also sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Byte. Detected that the host has gained the attention of a new target. Bound target Su Qingru. Name, Su Qingru. Age, 21. Occupation, senior student. Appearance, 93. Height, 165 centimeters. Measurements 91D, 53, 86. Admiration value 0. Purity 100 natural purity and no pollution. Health value healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent performance purple rarity, singing purple rarity, dancing green rarity. Chapter 27 Su Qingru and the Anchor PK. Seeing the target panel opened, Chen Fan felt excited. This Su Qingru was the school belle in high school and the dream goddess in Chen Fan's heart at that time. I still remember that Su Qingru was Chen Fan's dream lover in high school. During those ignorant nights of adolescence, the throbbing Chen Fan often fantasized about Su Qingru's pure appearance while completing his craft. Is it possible that dreams can come true now? Chen Fan felt extremely excited just thinking about it. Chen Fan looked at Su Qingru's plump figure with fiery eyes and felt extremely excited. Bite. The host is detected to be interested in the new target, and the personal task is started. Task description: the pure goddess in the dream during high school, but there are only regrets in the memory, and the dream cannot come true. By chance, the host reunited with the dream goddess. Can he make up for the regrets in high school and make the dream come true? Mission objective: the host needs to raise the target Su Qingru's admiration value to 90 and obtain one of the target's talents. Quest reward: 5 gold talent points. Mission funds, 20 million. Funds spent on the host will be doubled, and funds spent on the target will be doubled. Chen Fan took a look at the task description and was eager to try. 20 million in mission funds, plus double cashback, it's simply an easy deal. At this time, Su Qingru also became curious about this oil drilling probe and asked, "Hello, senior, do I know you?" Hearing Su Qingru's question, Chen Fan couldn't help but fall into memories. In high school, Chen Fan was just an unknown boy, so Su Qingru naturally didn't recognize him. The only time the two people met was when Chen Fan was playing with a paper airplane in the teaching building and the paper airplane happened to hit Su Qingru's chest. Naturally, Chen Fan couldn't tell this matter. Chen Fan could only type in the chat room, "You don't know me, I'm just an ordinary senior." Su Qingru was a little disappointed, as she was looking forward to getting to know this senior. Su Qingru still smiled and said, "This is also a coincidence. I can actually meet you on the internet." At this time, Zhao came over and saw Su Qingru chatting with a senior. Zhao said disdainfully, "Su Qingru, why are you chatting with a loser senior? This loser is only level 1 and doesn't even have your fan badge. What is there to chat about?" Chen Fan had watched live broadcasts of beautiful women before, but he had never given any gifts, so his level was very low. Today was also the first time I watched Su Qingru's live broadcast, so naturally I didn't have a fan card. Su Qingru hasn't done many live broadcasts and has only a few fans, who can be counted on one hand. Tang Yusin behind him also laughed and said, "That's right. I never focus my energy on low-level fans. At the very least, I only talk to viewers wearing fan badges." Su Qingru, no one will give you gifts if you broadcast like this. Tang Yusin rarely had the opportunity to step on Su Qingru, but today she finally found the opportunity and mocked Su Qingru mercilessly. Su Qingru smiled faintly and said, "It's okay. There aren't many people in my live broadcast room anyway. I'm happy to have someone to chat with me." Tang Yusin said with contempt, "A loser who doesn't even have a fan card just wants to get something for free. He is not worth paying attention to at all." Tang Yusin's voice was so loud that even Chen Fan could hear it. Chen Fan sneered, opened the recharge page of the live broadcast platform, and directly recharged 3 million. Then, I made a fan card for the first time. A message appeared in Su Qingru's live chat room, "Oil Drilling Head has applied for a fan card and has become a fan of Xiaoruer." Su Qingru showed a hint of surprise on her pretty face and said, "Thanks to Senior Oil Drilling Head for getting me a fan badge." It was the first time for Chen Fan to put up a fan card of the anchor on the live broadcast platform, and he found it very interesting. What's more, this is the fan card of the campus beauty goddess in high school, which makes Chen Fan feel particularly excited. Zhao shook her head contemptuously and said, "You're so happy about a fan card. It's just a gift worth a few dollars." In Tang Yusin's live broadcast room, the rich man sent another big rocket. Tang Yusin deliberately said loudly, "Thank you, Brother Taheo, for giving me another big rocket." "I give you a heart, Brother Taheo." Tang Yusin deliberately said this so that Su Qingru and Zhao could hear it, and the pride in her tone was evident. Su Qingru frowned slightly. Tang Yusin's harsh words made her very uncomfortable. It was obviously directed at her. At this moment, Su Qingru's PK screen suddenly changed, and the platform prompted. The host has matched a new PK opponent, Zhao Xin'er, start PK now. Tang Yusin's live broadcast screen changed at the same time, and the platform also prompted. The host has matched a new PK opponent, Zhao Ru'er, start PK now. Su Qingru, Zhao Wan and Tang Yusin were all surprised. Su Qingru's PK was actually matched with Tang Yusin. Su Qingru's eyes widened in surprise. This is too coincidental, I was matched with Tang Yusin? Tang Yusin was also surprised, but soon revealed a smug smile. Su Qingru, admit defeat, how can you beat me in a PK? Zhao Wan also sighed. Yes, Su Qingru, your popularity is only a few dozen, and Tang Yusin's popularity is 5,000. You are bound to lose. At this time, the system voice also came from Chen Fan's mind. Bite. Detected that the target girl is being targeted, temporary mission started. Task description: the target person Su Qingru is targeted by her roommate Tang Yusin, who wants to humiliate Su Qingru through a live PK. Mission objective: help Su Qingru win the PK. Task reward: 5 million yuan in cash, 3 gold talent points. Chen Fan was surprised and said, damn, the system not only has long-term personal tasks, but also temporary tasks? But Chen Fan still felt excited. After all, the mission reward looked very tempting. In order to deliberately show off her charm in front of Su Qingru, Tang Yusin excitedly said to the live broadcast screen, all the rich brothers, please support Zhao Xin'er. Give her gifts and let her opponents know how powerful she is. Zhao Xin'er will dance for you in a moment. Hearing Tang Yusin's promise to dance, the audience in Tang Yusin's live broadcast room became instantly excited. Hurry up, give out the gifts. Zhao Xin'er wants to dance again. Her dance just now was so exciting that she almost got banned. Yeah, big brother, hurry up and send some big rockets. Maybe this time Zhao Xin'er will pull her clothes even lower. The rich guy who kept sending rockets is nicknamed Soybean Tiger. He is a king in Zhao Xin'er's live broadcast room, and his words are all in eye-catching red fonts. Soybean Tiger typed domineeringly, Zhao Xin'er, please pull your clothes down a little when you dance. Tang Yusin immediately smiled and nodded. Brother Deduhu is so mean. Zhao Xin'er promises you that she will pull the clothes for you later. Soybean Tiger was overjoyed and immediately sent out another big rocket. Tang Yusin was extremely proud and deliberately laughed at Su Qingru loudly. Su Qingru, look, my big bean tiger brother has given me another big rocket. Chapter 28 shocked Su Qingru. Tang Yusin's voice was full of sarcasm, which made Su Qingru very annoyed. She frowned slightly and sighed softly. Zhao Wan also noticed that Su Qingru was a little unhappy, and said helplessly, alas, there is nothing we can do. Tang Yusin hooked up with a rich man who sends her rockets every day. At this time, the oil driller typed in the chat room, Su Qingru, do you want to win the PK? Su Qingru saw the oil drilling probe typing, smiled bitterly and shook her head. Hey, the other anchor has a big local tyrant backing her, I can't beat her. The oil driller was in no hurry and typed casually, just tell me whether you want to win or not. Su Qingru still said without holding out hope, of course I want to win, but let it be. The oil driller typed, then I'll help you. Su Qingru was slightly startled, but when she thought of the rich guy in Tang Yusin's live studio, she still didn't believe she could win. Forget it, her live studio has thousands of views, and I only have dozens. I can't win. Zhao Wan also shook her head and said, what are you dreaming about? Do you want to beat Tang Yusin? She rarely loses in PKs. Tang Yusin turned around and laughed, come on, you want to beat me? I'm so scared. Chen Fan smiled in front of the phone and directly gave away an interstellar battleship. A big rocket costs $1,000, while a starship costs 10,000. A system message popped up in Chen Fan's mind. Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 yuan in cash on the target, and getting a double cashback of 20,000 yuan, which has been successfully transferred into the account. Chen Fan was delighted. This interstellar battleship is the most expensive gift on the live broadcast platform. Every time someone gives away an interstellar battleship, a notification will be sent on the entire platform, and it will be accompanied by dazzling special effects. At this moment, brilliant special effects animation appeared in everyone's live broadcast screen, and a domineering interstellar battleship took off into the sky. All platforms also began rolling notifications. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ru'er's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Su Qingru, Zhao Wan, and Tang Yusin were all stunned when they saw the gorgeous animations appearing in the live broadcast room. Tang Yusin had a dazed look on her face. She was competing with Su Qingru when suddenly an interstellar battleship flew out of the other party's live broadcast room. It was so cool. Tang Yusen said in disbelief, "What? Someone is brushing an interstellar battleship?" Zhao Wan was also shocked. "Oh my god, an interstellar battleship costs 10,000 yuan to refresh once, this is really rich." Generally speaking, the bosses of the platforms all use big rockets, and 1,000 yuan at a time is already luxurious enough. Not many people farm for interstellar battleships, mainly because the cost effectiveness is not good enough. Farming big rockets is enough to make the anchor excited, so there is no need to farm for interstellar battleships. Su Qingru was so surprised that she covered her mouth with her fair little hands and looked at the live broadcast room in disbelief. Zhao Wan quickly came over and looked at the live broadcast room. "Let me see, which boss got the interstellar battleship?" When Zhao Wan took a closer look, she was extremely shocked and stunned. "What? It was actually that loser oil driller who did it?" Both Zhao Wan and Tang Yusen felt incredible. Zhao Wan felt very regretful. Just now, they had mocked her mercilessly, saying that this oil driller was a loser who got the job for free and was unwilling to even get a fan card. The oil drill was also very stingy. After chatting with Su Qingru for a long time, he was finally stingy enough to get a fan badge. Zhao Wan looked down on him even more. Unexpectedly, this oil drill bid out an interstellar battleship with just one move. Zhao Wan was deeply shocked and couldn't believe it. It turns out that this oil driller is a hidden tycoon who shocked everyone with his first move. The most shocked person was naturally Su Qingru. Just now, the oil driller made a fan card in her live broadcast room, and Su Qingru was very happy. When the oil driller asked her if she wanted to win the PK, Su Qingru thought that the other party was just talking casually and would not really help her at all. Unexpectedly, this senior from the oil drill department actually helped her and gave her gifts. And the first move is an interstellar battleship. Su Qingru was so happy that she was at a loss. She was so excited that she didn't know what to do. This was also the first time she encountered such a situation, so she quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Oil Drill Head. I'm really sorry to have cost you money." "Thank you, Senior Oil Drill Head." Su Qingru was so happy that she hurriedly thanked him and her words were unclear. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's admiration value, +5. Su Qingru's admiration value, 5. Chen Fan was overjoyed. He didn't expect to win Su Qingru's favor so quickly. Tang Yusen looked at the live broadcast screen with jealousy and felt very angry. When she met Su Qingru in the PK, Tang Yusen originally thought that she could easily crush her and win without any effort. Unexpectedly, a loser oil drill head appeared from nowhere in Su Qingru's live broadcast room. He was very low-key and didn't even have a fan card. Under normal circumstances, Tang Yusen would not even look at this kind of freeloader audience. But that oil drilling probe was so amazing that it gave away a 10,000 yuan interstellar battleship as soon as it arrived, causing the popularity of Tang Yusen's live broadcast room to be instantly surpassed by Su Qingru. A trace of hatred flashed in Tang Yusen's eyes, and she glared at Su Qingru fiercely. Tang Yusen was determined to defeat Su Qingru. Tang Yusen turned around and showed a pitiful expression to her number one brother on the list, the rich Daohu, and said with a wronged look. "Brother Daohu, look, Xiao Xianer's popularity has been surpassed. Brother Daohu, please help Xiao Xianer. Xiao Xianer is too pitiful, woo-woo. Brother Daohu, please help me. Xiao Xiner really doesn't want to lose." This is true. Tang Yusen doesn't want to lose to Su Qingru at all, because she has been competing with Su Qingru secretly. Soybean Tiger proudly issued a distinguished red font and said, "Then if I help you win the PK, will you agree to go out with me?" Tang Yusen was stunned. She knew exactly what Daohu meant. Going out on a date with a Soybean Tiger is equivalent to checking into a hotel with the Soybean Tiger. Tang Yusen hesitated. In the past, the rich man Daohu had often asked her out on dates, but Tang Yusen never agreed and kept the rich man hanging on purpose. Tang Yusen wanted to refuse, but when she thought that if Daohu didn't make a move, she would really lose to Su Qingru in the PK. She could not accept losing to Su Qingru no matter what. Tang Yusen gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. "Okay, as long as I win the PK, I will date brother Daohu." Soybean Tiger was instantly excited and said in a distinguished king's font, "Do you keep your word?" Tang Yusen gritted her teeth and said, "Keep your word." Tang Yusen also gave it her all. In order to win Su Qingru, she was ready to sacrifice everything. Soybean Tiger was excited when he saw it. "Great, I will be gentle to you." The audience in Tang Yusen's live broadcast room went crazy instantly. Wow, Zhao Xayan's first time is going to be taken away by the number one guy on the list. Wow, I'm so sad. My goddess is about to be possessed by someone else. Soybean Tiger Tyrant, please, be gentle to my goddess. Some viewers who liked Tang Yusin wailed, while other fans who supported Dido who were booing wildly. Soon, the Soybean Tiger took action. Tang Yusin's live broadcast room also flashed gorgeous animations, and a cool interstellar battleship took off into the sky. Chapter 29, Competing with the Rich and Competing with Each Other. All platforms also began rolling notifications. The distinguished guest Dido who gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Xayan's live broadcast room. Come and watch. As a result, the popularity of Tang Yusin's live broadcast room skyrocketed instantly, surpassing Su Qingrou's popularity. Zhao Wan was stunned. Wow, this big bean tiger is really spending a lot of money, and he even gave away an interstellar battleship. The comments from the audience in Tang Yusin's live broadcast room were also very exciting. Wow, he is worthy of being the number one on the Soybean Tiger Rich list, an invincible existence. Soybean Tiger Fan Club is here to protect Soybean Tiger's number one spot. Oh my god, there are 2 interstellar battleships in this PK. This is the first time I've seen it. Because of the rolling notifications across the entire platform, a large number of viewers flocked to Su Qingru and Tang Yusin's live broadcast rooms. Damn, a peak showdown between 2 beauties. This Zhao rower has so few fans. It seems she can't compete with Zhao Xin. There are rich people on both sides who are buying interstellar battleships. Wow, that's awesome. Seeing that there were more people in the live broadcast room, Chen Fan didn't hesitate and clicked again to send out an interstellar battleship. The distinguished guest Oil Drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The live broadcast platform began to scroll messages again, bombarding with continuous notifications. The fans of the PK live broadcast room were shocked again. The scrolling barrage started to scroll like crazy. Oh my god, the 3rd interstellar battleship. Is there going to be a space war today? The venue was too hot, and the sound waves were too strong, it knocked me to the ground. With another interstellar battleship launched by Chen Fan, the popularity of Su Qingrou's live broadcast room once again surpassed Tang Yusin. Tang Yusin, Zhao Wan, and Su Qingru were all stunned. They thought that giving away 1 interstellar battleship was the limit for this oil drilling probe, but they didn't expect another one to come without saying a word. Su Qingru didn't know what to say anymore. She was so excited that she was at a loss for words and said, "Thank you, senior oil drilling head. You don't have to spend money. I am already very grateful today." It was also the first time that Su Qingru received such an expensive gift, an interstellar battleship, which was split half by the platform and the anchor, which meant that she could get 5,000 yuan for the interstellar battleship. Su Qingru had only done live broadcasts a few times, and in the past she had only received gifts worth 10 yuan at most, which already made her happy. Unexpectedly, today a senior student named Oil Drill appeared out of nowhere and got 2 interstellar battleships at once, which meant that she earned 10,000 yuan after just a short live broadcast. This made her very happy, but also flattered and a little overwhelmed. After all, it was the first time she received such care. A system message appeared in Chen Fan's mind again. Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 yuan in cash on the target, and getting a double cashback of 20,000 yuan, which has been successfully transferred into the account. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingrou's admiration value, +1. Su Qingrou's admiration value, 6. Chen Fan was ecstatic. This was simply free stuff, and it was a 2-way free stuff. It was so comfortable. At this time, the audience in Tang Yusin's live broadcast room was almost going crazy. Come on, Soybean Tiger Tycoon, goddess Zhao Xayan is about to lose. Soybean Tiger, rich man, hurry up and get the interstellar battleship to protect the goddess Athention. Beads of sweat appeared on Tang Yusin's forehead. She really didn't want to lose to Su Qingru, so she stared at the live broadcast room stubbornly. Soybean Tiger was not panicked at all, and easily typed in the chat room in red font, "Don't panic, I still have bullets." A gorgeous animation flashed by, and another interstellar battleship rose in Tang Yusin's live broadcast room. The distinguished guest Dido who gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Xayan's live broadcast room. Come and watch. As soon as the interstellar battleship appeared, the popularity of Tang Yusin's live broadcast room soared again, surpassing Su Qingru once again. Tang Yusin let out a long sigh, wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, and felt relieved. However, this relief did not last for a few seconds, as an interstellar battleship appeared in Su Qingruo's live broadcast room again. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Another overtaking. The live broadcast platform kept scrolling prompt messages, and interstellar battleships took off one after another. Many viewers in other live broadcast rooms were stunned. They had never seen such a dense concentration of interstellar battleships. Countless viewers began to rush into Zhao Ruer and Zhao Xiner's live broadcast room to watch the fun. Holy crap, is there going to be a showdown between the rich today? A competition of strength? Don't interstellar battleships cost money? I only earned 10,000 yuan after working for 3 months. How can these rich people just spend money like that? Isn't this Dou? He is a famous rich man on the live streaming platform. Who is so blind as to dare to confront Dou? Someone recognized Dou, a famous tycoon on a live streaming platform who often gave gifts to girls and was an invincible figure in the live streaming rooms of many beautiful female anchors. Now someone actually dares to challenge Big Dou, and the audience on the live broadcast platform are curious and want to see who the opponent is. Soon, everyone discovered that the one competing with the famous local tyrant Dou in strength was an unknown spectator named Oil Drill Head. Ha! This guy is called Oil Drill Head? I've never heard of him. Yes, the anchor supported by the Oil Drill Head is called Zhao Ruer, and she is also a new anchor. A new anchor and a new viewer actually want to compete with Zhao Xiner and Dou? I think they are dreaming. Soon, everyone began to look favorably upon Dou and Zhao. After all, Zhao was also a big anchor, and she and Dou were a powerful combination. The oil drilling probe and Zhao Ruer are both new faces and unfamiliar existences to the platform audience. These spectators who were watching the fun all felt that in this PK, Dou and Zhao Xiner would definitely win. Sure enough, although Tang Yusin's live broadcast room was once again surpassed in popularity, the big bean tiger was not in a hurry at all. He typed confidently, "Everyone, just wait and see. Zhao Xiner will definitely be taken down by me." Soon, Soybean Tiger spawned another interstellar battleship. The distinguished guest Dou who gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Xiner's live broadcast room. Come and watch. As the interstellar battleship rose, the popularity of Tang Yusin's live broadcast room once again surpassed. The live broadcast room was going crazy. The interstellar battleships that were rarely seen for several days before were taking off continuously today. It was like a holiday. As expected of a big soybean tiger, I've never seen a big soybean tiger lose to anyone. Yes, today must be the day when soybean tiger will be deified. Great! We are all lucky enough to be witnesses of the day when the soybean tiger was deified. Let's take a screenshot to commemorate it. Seeing the crazy chat comments in the live broadcast room, Tang Yusin breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that Dou should help her win. Chapter 30. This local tyrant is not weak either. After all, Tang Yusin has made a huge sacrifice. As long as Dou helps her win this PK, she will go to get a room with Dou. Su Qingru and Zhao won both side. Su Qingru never expected that she could beat Tang Yusin in a PK. After all, Tang Yusin is a big anchor and number 1 on the rich list, she is simply no match for him. Su Qingru smiled and said, "Senior Oil Drill Head, you don't need to brush it. I am already very happy today." What Su Qingru said was also true. This senior who came from nowhere had already given her 3 interstellar battleships, and she was already very happy. Chen Fan looked at the screen of his mobile phone with a faint smile on his face, and typed casually, "Don't be afraid, it's just the beginning." Chen Fan tapped the screen of his mobile phone a few times and casually sent out 5 interstellar battleships. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Tips scrolling across all platforms, scrolling non-stop like crazy. When these 5 interstellar battleships were launched, everyone was stunned. This is 50,000 yuan, and it was just given out so casually. Tang Yusin was stunned. She stared at the screen in disbelief. The gorgeous animation in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room, with interstellar battleships rising up one after another, seemed like slaps in her face. Her face was pale and her lips were trembling. Zhao Wan was also so surprised that her mouth opened wide, stunned. Su Qingru, who are you, senior? How come you can get an interstellar battleship for free? Zhao Wan was extremely envious. Su Qingru had already earned tens of thousands of yuan in just a short period of live streaming. She also felt that she was blind. When the oil drill bit first appeared in the live broadcast room, she laughed at him for being a poor loser who was so stingy that he couldn't even afford a fan card. I didn't expect that he didn't feel sorry at all when he bought the top-level interstellar battleships. Zhao Wan felt both jealous and envious, and looked at Su Qingru's live broadcast room with envy. Su Qingru was naturally very shocked, and she was even more flattered. She quickly said, "Senior, don't swipe anymore. You're spending too much money." Chen Fan typed casually, "Don't be afraid, junior sister, I am here with you, and I will definitely not let you lose this PK." When Zhao Wan saw Chen Fan's typing, stars of admiration suddenly appeared in her eyes, and she said in an exaggerated tone, "Wow, this senior is so manly." A hint of emotion also flashed in Su Qingru's eyes. Such masculine language is extremely lethal to a weak girl. Not to mention that Chen Fan was willing to swipe so many interstellar battleships for Su Qingru, which further proved that Chen Fan's protective power could make Su Qingru feel safe. Su Qingru was somewhat moved and said, "Thank you, senior." "I don't know how to thank you." Bite. Congratulations to the host for spending 50,000 yuan in cash on the target and getting a double cashback of 100,000 yuan, which has been successfully transferred into the account. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's admiration value, +3. Su Qingru's admiration value, 9. Seeing the system's cashback and Su Qingru's admiration value constantly rising, Chen Fan felt extremely comfortable and a smile appeared on his face. At this time, Chen Fan's behavior of continuously displaying interstellar battleships had caused a huge storm in the entire live broadcast room, and everyone was shocked. Countless barrages rolled up madly, densely packed, showing the madness of the audience. Oh my god! Who on earth is this oil drilling probe? Doesn't a starship cost money? This is amazing. This is a new audience member who has never been noticed by anyone. How could he be a big boss? No, the day when the rich soybean tiger was enshrined as a god was ruthlessly crushed like this? Today is indeed the day of deification, but it's not for the soybean tiger, but for the oil drill. The Oil Drill Head Fan Club is now established. If you want to join the Oil Drill Head Fan Club, please send me a private message. I am the leader of the fan club. At this moment, countless viewers were deeply curious about the true identity of this mysterious oil drilling probe. This unknown mysterious audience created a miracle on the live broadcast platform today. However, some of the rich Dido whose fans were still unwilling to give up and kept typing in the chat room. Boss Soybean Tiger, please take action to suppress the arrogance of the oil driller. Yes, if we lose the conferred god battle today, the reputation of the Soybean Tiger fan club will be ruined. We will no longer be embarrassed to say that we are members of the Soybean Tiger fan club when we go out in the future. Boss Soybean Tiger, we can't lose this battle to become a god. You have to stand up. Tang Yusin bit her lip nervously, staring at the screen intently. She also risked her life and said through gritted teeth, "Brother Didohu, if you let Xiao Xin'er win the PK, Xiao Xin'er can do whatever you want." Tang Yusin is also a stunning beauty, but she is always outshined by Su Qingru. The only thing that can surpass Su Qingru is the popularity and income of live streaming. If she loses to Su Qingru in the live PK, then Tang Yusin will be a complete loser in front of Su Qingru. The war between women is very cruel. The competitive Tang Yusin could not admit defeat in front of Su Qingru, so she also gave it her all. Tang Yusin looked at the name Oil Drill Head in the live broadcast room with complicated eyes. This name was originally unknown, but she didn't expect that it would push her into a dead end today. After hearing Tang Yusin's promise, the audience in the live broadcast room became even more crazy. The phrase "you can do whatever you want" made the audience imagine a lot, and all kinds of embarrassing scenes instantly emerged in their minds. Wow, my goddess Xiao Xin'er, is she going to be taken down? I can't accept it, woo-woo. Some fans who regard Tang Yusin as a goddess wailed. The rich guy named Debehu was obviously moved by these words. Soybean Tiger gritted his teeth and typed in red letters, "Okay." The distinguished guest Dido who gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Xiao Xin'er's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest Dido who gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Xiao Xin'er's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest Dido who gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Xiao Xin'er's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Soybean Tiger also started intensive interstellar battleship bombardment. Within a few seconds, 6 interstellar battleships rose up in Tang Yusin's live broadcast room. The popularity of Tang Yusin's live broadcast room once again surpassed that of others. The audience went crazy again. I can't take it anymore. I'm so excited that I can't breathe. Please call an ambulance for me. Chapter 31 surprised Su Qingru. The Battle of the Gods, an absolute battle of the gods. The Soybean Tiger once again guarded his throne, and one of the challengers became a corpse under his feet. I declare that the Oil Rig Head fan club is disbanded. I am no longer the leader of the Oil Rig Head fan club. I have rejoined the Soybean Tiger fan club and become a loyal guardian of Soybean Tiger. The oil drill is still young, trembling in front of US Soybean Tiger tycoons. Some viewers were so excited that they started to mock. They were once again full of confidence in the power of the Soybean Tiger, and no one could challenge the throne of the Soybean Tiger. Tang Yusin watched as the popularity of the live broadcast room surpassed Su Qingru, and her eyes became moist with excitement. She had defeated Su Qingru again. She wanted to cry to comfort her fragile heart. Tang Yusin wiped her tears and said excitedly, "Brother Dedulu, Xiaoxin will thank you very much." Soybean Tiger proudly typed in red noble font, "Brother is waiting for you." When Chen Fan saw the words typed by Daiou, a smug smile appeared on his face. Chen Fan was also excited, he hadn't had enough yet. The mission fund is 20 million, and he has only spent 80,000 so far, which is a drop in the bucket. He has plenty of bullets. Chen Fan excitedly clicked on his phone, sounding the charge. From this moment on, interstellar battleships continued to rise from Su Qingru's live broadcast room as if they were free of charge. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Chen Fan cleared 100 interstellar battleships in one breath. Everyone was stunned and looked at this scene in disbelief. Hey, 100 interstellar battleships? 1 million was spent just like that? Oh my god, what on earth is this oil drilling probe? I declare that the Oil Rig Fan Club is established again. I am still the proud leader of the Oil Rig Fan Club. Loyalty is my badge of honor and I will never betray. The Battle of the Gods, an absolute battle of the gods. Today, the live broadcast continent will witness the birth of a new king. The forests across the continent are chanting the new king's name, Oil Drillhead. The comments in the live broadcast room were rolling like crazy, densely packed. On the live streaming platform, giving out 10,000 gifts a day is considered incredibly wealthy. This mysterious audience who came out of nowhere actually gave out 1 million gifts at one time, which is simply shocking. More and more viewers came to see who gave out the $1 million gift, and Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room became the most popular on the entire platform. Su Qingru felt like she was dreaming. She had done live broadcasts several times before, but each time it was always deserted, with not even a single person talking in the room. Today, she inexplicably became the most popular anchor on the entire platform, which made her feel even more flattered. When Su Qingru saw the dense barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, she didn't know what to say. She was so panicked that she didn't know what to say. I could only express my gratitude excitedly. Thank you, Senior. I really don't know what to say. Thank you, Senior. Su Qingru was so excited that she almost choked up. Tang Yusin's sarcasm made her feel very aggrieved. When this mysterious senior appeared, she did not hold out any hope and just chatted with him casually for a few words. She didn't expect that this senior would be so generous and help her suppress the popularity of Tang Yusin's live broadcast room in one fell swoop. Su Qingru was filled with gratitude towards this senior. Bite. Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million yuan in cash on the target, and getting a double cashback of 2 million yuan, which has been successfully transferred into the account. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's admiration value, plus 20. Su Qingru's admiration value, 29. Seeing the cash back and Su Qingru's admiration value substitute, Chen Fan felt extremely comfortable and a smile appeared on his lips. This is the happiness of the rich. Not only can they win the favor of the school beauty goddess, but they can also be admired by countless audiences. More importantly, this happiness can be obtained by just moving your fingers. As 100 interstellar battleships appeared, Tang Yusin became desperate. She looked helplessly at the live broadcast room that was in the midst of carnival, and her eyes gradually became moist. This orgy was a public execution for her. Tang Yusin held on to the last glimmer of hope and said to Dedohu, "Brother Dedohu, can you help me win this PK? From now on, I will be yours, and I will be here whenever you call." The audience in the live broadcast room also looked at the rich man Dedohu curiously. "Soybean Tiger, it's time to prove your strength." Soybean Tiger, the throne of the top rich man will never be given up, and the Soybean Tiger fan club will never give up. Almost everyone held their breath and stared at the screen, wanting to see that rich Big Bean Tiger continue to fight and send out an interstellar battleship again. After a while, Dedohu typed out the noble Red King font again, but the big bright red characters looked a little guilty at this moment. Soybean Tiger typed, "Sorry, I just received a call, my wife gave birth, I have to go to the hospital quickly." After saying that, Dedohu's avatar turned black and he actually went offline. The audience was immediately furious and said angrily, "Damn it! Soybean Tiger actually got scared and ran away. Anyone would have to run away. He spent $1 million. How can we compare with him?" Tang Yusin stared at the live broadcast screen in a daze, and tears came down from her eyes due to anger. She originally wanted to rely on the rich man Dedohu to humiliate Su Qingru today, but she didn't expect that she would be the one who was humiliated in the end. Tang Yusin felt too embarrassed to stay in the dormitory, so she turned off the live broadcast and burst into tears. In Su Qingru's live broadcast room, Chen Fan typed casually, "Why did you run away?" "I haven't brushed enough. It's so boring." Chen Fan was speechless. The mission fund was 20 million, but his opponent ran away after only paying more than 1 million. Chen Fan's words surprised the audience again. "You haven't had enough? I'm really going to envy you to death. The world of the rich is simply unimaginable." Versailles, to Versailles. Before you even start to do anything serious, you've already scared the rich away. This is what a real rich person looks like. Rich man, do you need friends? Give me a chance. Today is the battle to deify the oil drill head. It has to be said that this mysterious oil drilling head left a deep impression on everyone. Tang Yusin was so angry that she turned off the live broadcast. The winner of this PK was naturally Su Qingru. Su Qingru can be said to have gained both fame and fortune. She not only gained many fans who followed her because of Chen Fan, but also won the PK, not to mention the gifts given by Chen Fan. After sharing the profits with the live broadcast platform, she earned a huge sum of 540,000 yuan today. Chapter 32. He doesn't even want to date you? Su Qingru felt like she was dreaming. She only had 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses and she usually lived frugally, not even willing to buy cosmetics. I didn't expect that I would earn $540,000 from a casual live broadcast today. This was beyond her imagination. Zhao Wan was also extremely envious, and quietly asked from the side, "Su Qingru, does your senior like you?" Su Qingru blushed and said, "That shouldn't be the case. I don't know this senior." Zhao Wan was suspicious. If this senior doesn't like you, why would he be willing to give you so many gifts? Su Qingru also asked in confusion, "I don't know either." Zhao Wan thought for a moment and said, "This senior will definitely ask you out later, just wait and see." Zhao Wan also knew some of the unspoken rules in the live streaming industry. After some wealthy people gave beautiful anchors expensive gifts, they wanted to ask them out to get a room. Just like the big Soybean Tiger just now, the reason why he kept giving gifts to Tang Yusin was because he wanted to get Tang Yusin's body. If this was not the case, Zhao Wan would never understand why this mysterious senior would give Su Qingru a gift worth more than 1 million. When Chen Fan saw that Su Qingru won the PK, a smile of victory appeared on his face. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the temporary task of helping Su Qingru win the PK has been completed. Obtain mission reward, 5 million yuan in cash, 3 gold talent points. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Nothing could make him happier than receiving rewards from the system. When Chen Fan saw that the PK was over, he also prepared to log off and go to sleep. He sent a private message to Su Qingru, "Junior sister, you won the PK, are you happy?" Su Qingru immediately replied, "Thank you, senior. I'm really happy. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have won this PK." Chen Fan continued to send private messages, "Well, it's late now, I'm going to bed, let's leave contact information." Su Qingru replied, "Okay, senior." Then she sent her number to Chen Fan. Zhao Wan said proudly, "Look, he will definitely ask you out next." According to the normal steps for men to date, the first step is to ask for contact information, and the second step is to initiate the invitation. Su Qingru also became nervous when she heard what Zhao Wan said. If Chen Fan really asked her out, she didn't know whether she should agree to him. Logically speaking, Chen Fan gave her a gift worth 1 million yuan. Su Qingru had no reason to refuse such a huge sum of money. But when Su Qingru thought about those rich guys asking the heroine to book a room before broadcasting it, she couldn't help but feel torn between her conscience and her desires. She was a pure and innocent girl and had never thought about making such a deal. Su Qingru didn't know how to refuse Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, the message Chen Fan sent was very simple and he didn't ask her out. Chen Fan said casually, "Then I'm going to sleep. Goodbye." Su Qingru and Zhao Wan were both stunned. Zhao Wan said incredulously, "How is it possible that this senior didn't ask you out?" Su Qingru was also surprised. She also thought that Chen Fan would ask her out on a date and was wondering whether she should agree. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan didn't even ask her out. Zhao Wan couldn't believe it and said, "If he didn't ask you out, why would he give you so many gifts?" Su Qingru was surprised and said, "Yeah, I don't know either." Of course they didn't know that Chen Fan didn't want to date Su Qingru. However, Chen Fan has already made an appointment with Zhou Yufi for tomorrow, so he plans to completely win Zhou Yufi over first. Besides, Xiao Manya from Yusai Game Company also agreed to date Chen Fan. Chen Fan wanted to obtain Xiao Manya's talent of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture as soon as possible to treat his father's legs. So Chen Fan was not in a hurry to develop his relationship with Su Qingru. After all, Su Qingru was Chen Fan's dream school beauty goddess in high school, and Chen Fan also wanted to enjoy the process. The detail that Chen Fan accidentally let go of Su Qingru actually made her feel a little more favorable towards him. Su Qingru became even more curious about Chen Fan, and she thought of this mysterious senior from time to time. Su Qingru turned off the live broadcast and held her cheek with her green hands, curiously imagining the intentions of this senior. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's admiration value, +3. Su Qingru's admiration value, 32. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that Su Qingru's admiration value had increased again. From this point of view, it is also very easy to raise Su Qingru's admiration value to 90. When Chen Fan thought about the possibility of fulfilling his dream of marrying a beautiful high school beauty, he excitedly imagined some blushing and heart-pounding scenes. Chen Fan recalled this wonderful day and had a good sleep. The next morning, Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to the Yusai Game Company. Although he had to sign a contract with Yusai Game Company today, Chen Fan's mind was already on Zhou Yufi. Chen Fan has already planned to go on a date with Zhou Yufi after get off work. When he thought of Zhou Yufi's gentle and well-behaved appearance, Chen Fan's heart was moved. Recalling the sweetness of Zhou Yufi's little mouth in the car, Chen Fan became even more excited and wished he could relive it again right now. I have to savor Zhou Yufi's flavor tonight. Chen Fan was imagining how he would deal with Zhou Yufi tonight. When they were almost at the Yusai Game Company, Chen Fan took out his phone and called Xiao Manya. "Chen Fan, are you almost at the company?" Xiao Manya asked on the phone. "It will only take a few minutes." Chen Fan replied. "Then I'll send my assistant to pick you up. I'm talking to General Manager Wang now," Xiao Manya said on the phone. Chen Fan put down the phone and drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom to the parking lot of Yusai Game Company. The security guard at the door was so surprised when he saw a glittering Rolls-Royce Phantom that the instant noodles in his hand fell to the ground. He did not bother to pick them up and raised the door bar from a distance for fear of scratching the Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce stopped steadily. Chen Fan whistled and got out of the car with a relaxed look on his face. When I looked up, I saw a luxurious and tall office building standing in front of me, with an extraordinary momentum. The company logo was bright and colorful, Yusai Games. The famous Yusai Games Company is located in this tall office building. Yusai Game Company is a nationally renowned first-class game company and is even more famous in Hangchang. In Xiagua, Yusai Games and Tengfei Games are two world-renowned top game companies, and the blockbuster games they launch are frequent visitors to the global best-selling lists. Being able to work at Yusai Games was once Chen Fan's dream. At this time, in the general manager's office of Yusai Games, General Manager Ding Miao said with a worried look on his face, "Vice President Zhao, I have received the latest news. Tengfei Games will launch 3 major productions this year in 3 months to participate in the Global Heya Game Exhibition. The board of directors has been very anxious recently and has put a lot of pressure on me. If your game cannot be restarted, I am afraid the budget will be cut in half. You must be mentally prepared. To Ding Mao's surprise, Xiao Manya smiled brightly today and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Ding, I found the ideal game artist yesterday, and White Myth will be able to restart production soon." Hearing Xiao Manya's words, Ding Miao showed a surprised expression. Chapter 33. Have you seen anyone driving a Rolls-Royce? Ding Miao asked in surprise. You mean you found the qualified artist you've been looking for half a year yesterday? Xiao Manya nodded with excitement in her beautiful eyes. Ding Miao asked in confusion, what is his origin? What level of painter is he? Xiao Manya said, he is a first-class painter from Chaui Art Company. Ding Miao immediately showed a disappointed look. What? Just a first-level painter? Ding Miao had no confidence at all and was very disappointed. Chaui Art Company is just a second-rate company. The first-class painters in such a small company are of very average level and are not worth mentioning at all. Xiao Manya said confidently, don't worry, Mr. Ding, you know that I am very strict with artists. I won't just hire an artist casually. Ding Miao had no choice but to believe Xiao Manya. After all, there are many excellent artists within the Yusai Game Company, and some artists really want to work with Xiao Manya, but Xiao Manya doesn't think highly of them. Ding Miao was also curious and wondered what kind of artist could satisfy Xiao Manya, who was so picky. Ding Miao nodded helplessly and said, okay, now that you've found an art director you like, start making the game as soon as possible. Xiao Manya nodded. After parking the car in the parking lot, Chen Fan walked easily towards the office building of Yusai Games Company. Since he had already used the system to upgrade his painting talent to level 5, Chen Fan was not nervous at all about the new job. On the contrary, Chen Fan now has a strong desire to create and wants to apply those level 5 painting techniques to his creations. Because Chen Fan has loved painting since he was very young, it is also Chen Fan's wish to be able to create works that can be called art. So Chen Fan was eager to try and couldn't wait to show his skills. Outside the door on the first floor, a petite girl was already waiting. She was wearing glasses and was very gentle. She was wearing a fitted suit that made her exquisite figure look extremely attractive. She has short hair that reaches her shoulders, and looks very intellectual and gentle. She seems to have a well-educated and well-mannered temperament, but also has a hint of playfulness and cuteness, which is quite unique. Chen Fan asked curiously, are you Assistant One? Wen Ruyu looked at Chen Fan in confusion and asked, who are you? Wen Ruyu looked Chen Fan up and down with a puzzled look on her face. Just now, Xiao Manya instructed Wen Ruyu to go downstairs to greet Painter Chen. Wen Ruyu also knew that Xiao Manya valued Painter Chen very much. After all, in order to find the ideal qualified painter, Xiao Manya would rather let the game project be stuck for 6 months than just find a well-known painter to make the game. Since Xiao Manya is such a strict person, it took me half a year to find the ideal painter. In Wen Ruyu's imagination, Painter Chen should be a painter in his 40s or 50s, with an exquisite beard and a strong artistic atmosphere. Wen Ruyu looked Chen Fan up and down. Chen Fan was dressed casually, wearing a blue plaid shirt with a white t-shirt underneath, and sky blue jeans and sneakers. He looked like a boy next door, completely different from the painter Wen Ruyu had imagined. Seeing Wen Ruyu's puzzled look, Chen Fan said indifferently, I am Chen Fan, Vice President Zhao invited me here. Wen Ruyu looked surprised and asked, are you Painter Chen? Wen Ruyu was very surprised. She really couldn't believe that Vice President Zhao, who was known for his strictness, chose such a young boy next door as the painter. Bite. Detected that the host has gained the attention of a new target. Bound target Wen Ruyu. Name, Wen Ruyu. Age, 22. Occupation, art assistant. Appearance, 89. Measurements, 87c, 53, 86. Admiration value, 0. Purity, 100. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, Go Blue rarity, Cooking Green rarity, Composition Blue rarity. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised that the system was bound to Wen Ruyu. Chen Fan also knew that not every girl would be bound to the system. Only those with a face value of at least 85 points would be prompted to bind. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, why, don't I look like a painter? Wen Ruyu shook her head a little embarrassedly and said, not really, it's just that it's a little different from what I imagined. Chen Fan asked curiously, what do you imagine it to be like? Wen Ruyu said, I thought the person Vice President Zhao asked me to pick up would be a bearded uncle in his 40s or 50s. Chen Fan smiled, feeling that Wen Ruyu's way of speaking was quite cute. Wen Ruyu took Chen Fan into the elevator and went upstairs. Although Wen Ruyu was certain that Chen Fan was the painter that Vice President Zhao had found, she still had some doubts in her heart. The Chen fan in front of him was too young, and looked like a college graduate. He probably didn't have much work experience. Can such a person take on the responsibility of being the art director of White Myth? Wenryu knew clearly that Vice President Zhao was very serious about the game White Myth. Wenryu was a little worried and secretly glanced at Chen Fan. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he didn't look like someone who could take on the responsibility. Wenryu took Chen Fan and walked towards Xiao Manya's office. When I passed by an office, I saw several female employees crowded by the window, talking about something very excitedly, chattering. Wenryu curiously went over and asked, "What are you talking about?" A female colleague named Shin Hong said excitedly, "Wenryu, come and see, there is a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in our company's parking lot today." Wenryu was surprised. What? A car like the Rolls-Royce Phantom would appear in our parking lot? Wenryu also came over and followed Shin Hong's finger, and saw a luxurious Rolls-Royce parked quietly in the parking lot. Although they are just parked there quietly, they seem to reveal an extraordinary temperament, noble and elegant. Seeing the noble style of Rolls-Royce, these female employees all showed their starry eyes in admiration. A female colleague named Lili was also very excited and said, "Wow, I heard that this car costs more than 10 million yuan. Who drives it? It's actually parked in our company's parking lot." Wenryu was also puzzled. Yes, even the CEO of our company's board of directors doesn't drive a Rolls-Royce. At this time, Shin Hong and several female colleagues also saw Chen Fan and asked curiously, "Wenryu, who is this handsome boy?" Wenryu then introduced, "This is painter Chen Fan, he just arrived at the company, he is a new employee." Shin Hong immediately asked curiously, "Xiao Chun, did you just come up from down there?" Chen Fan nodded calmly and said, "Yes." Shin Hong asked, "Have you seen anyone driving a Rolls-Royce?" Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't expect that a Rolls-Royce Phantom would have such a great appeal to these female employees. Chapter 34. You're finally here. Chen Fan didn't want to show off in front of these women, so he smiled and shook his head. "I don't know, I didn't see it." Shin Hong and Lili both looked disappointed. They thought Chen Fan had just come up and might have seen the person driving the Rolls-Royce. Wenryu thought that Xiao Manya was still waiting for Chen Fan, so she hurriedly took Chen Fan to Xiao Manya's office. When passing by a large office area, a man in his 30s, wearing a high-end suit, tie, sunglasses, earrings, a well-knit beard, and fashionable clothes, just walked out with several subordinates. Seeing the trendy man, Wenryu said nervously, "Director Gao." This Director Gao is Gao Yaokuan, the producer of the Kanglan Continent game. Kanglan Continent and White Myth are the next masterpieces to be released by Yusai Games Company. Gao Yaokuan and Xiao Manya are the two gold medal game producers of Yusai Games. So Gao Yaokuan and Xiao Manya are in a competitive relationship. When Gao Yaokuan saw Wenryu bringing Chen Fan, he said in a contemptuous and sarcastic tone, "Assistant 1, who is this person? Have you never seen him before?" Wenryu had no choice but to introduce, "This is painter Chen Fan, the new artist invited by our Vice President Zhao." Gao Yaokuan was stunned, took off his sunglasses, and looked at Chen Fan with some curiosity. Seeing Chen Fan's shabby clothes, Gao Yaokuan's face turned contemptuous and asked, "Why, are you the artist that Vice President Zhao spent half a year looking for?" Chen Fan was also a little speechless. After the system awakened yesterday, he was very busy and had no time to buy a new outfit. Now he was still wearing his old plaid shirt and jeans. Standing in front of this avant-garde and fashionable Director Gao, he looked very shabby indeed. It seems like I should find some time to buy some decent clothes. Chen Fan thought to himself, and nodded calmly, "It's me." Gao Yaokuan asked jokingly, "Excuse me, what level of painter are you?" Although his talent in painting has reached level 5, Chen Fan has not yet taken the new painter level certificate exam, so in terms of identity, he is still a level 1 painter. Chen Fan didn't care and said, "First-class painter." As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Gao Yaokuan showed an exaggerated and mocking expression. "What? A first-class artist? Ha, Vice President Zhao is trying his best to save the situation? He actually hired a first-class artist to be the artist of the new game?" Behind Gao Yaokuan were his subordinates, who also burst into laughter at this moment. "This is hilarious. Didn't Xiao Manya even delay the progress for half a year in order to find her ideal artist? How come she found such a rubbish artist? Yeah, I thought Vice President Zhao was going to find an old artist to be the artist, but he didn't expect to find a first-class waste. Ha, I'm waiting to see Vice President Zhao make a fool of himself. When our Kanglan Continent game is launched, Vice President Zhao will probably be too embarrassed to show his face." Hearing these mocking voices, Wenryu said angrily, "Director Gao, please don't laugh at the people in our studio. Wen Ruyu was so angry that her face turned red. Gao Yaoquan always looked down on Xiao Manya's production concepts and competed with Xiao Manya everywhere. Chen Fan had seen this kind of scene many times and said calmly, "It seems that your studio is just like this." Chen Fan's words surprised Gao Yaoquan and his subordinates. Facing their ridicule, Chen Fan did not show any embarrassment or blushing as he should have. Instead, he looked calm and indifferent. Gao Yaoquan sneered, "This kid is quite thick-skinned." The subordinates immediately laughed at him. At this time, an employee came over with an excited look on his face and said excitedly, "Director Gao, did you know? There is a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in our company parking lot today." Gao Yaoquan and his subordinates were immediately surprised. "What? Rolls-Royce Phantom? How is that possible? No one in our company drives a Rolls-Royce." "Yes, even Mr. Ding only drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom." Gao Yaoquan asked curiously, "Go and have a look." Gao Yaoquan and his subordinates crowded towards the window, stretched their necks and looked at the Rolls-Royce in the parking lot. "Oh my god, it really is a Rolls-Royce. It's so cool. I've never seen it before. It must have appeared today." "Yeah, who opened it? It's amazing." Gao Yaoquan looked at the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom with a fiery and jealous look in his eyes. He was also extremely curious about the mysterious owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. On the other side, Wen Ruyu took Chen Fan and continued to walk towards Xiao Manya's office. Wen Ruyu asked doubtfully, "Master Chen, are you really only a first-level painter?" Chen Fan nodded calmly, "Yes." Wen Ruyu felt even less confident. She had not expected that the savior of the studio, whom she had placed high hopes on and eagerly awaited, was actually just a first-class painter who was about 24 years old. Wen Ruyu felt a little disappointed. Bite. Wen Ruyu's admiration value decreased, 5. Wen Ruyu's admiration value, 5. Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't expect that the target's admiration value could be negative. But Chen Fan didn't care much about it. After all, there was a system and it was not difficult to get it back. Soon, Wen Ruyu brought Chen Fan into an office that was decorated in a warm, simple and elegant style. Chen Fan immediately saw the graceful Xiao Manya, who was sitting in front of a cockroach-colored high-grade sandalwood desk, looking at a contract seriously. Xiao Manya was wearing a high-end black windbreaker today, with a light green lyocell tencel shirt underneath. Her plump breasts seemed to be about to burst the shirt, and her proudly standing luxurious curves made all men unable to help but want to secretly admire them. She was wearing a waist-hugging skirt, which perfectly brought out her sexy waist-to-hip ratio. Her long, slender legs were revealed under the skirt, and she was wearing feminine white Hennessy high heels, exuding an alluring vibe. As expected, she is the most beautiful woman in the system. Chen Fan was mesmerized at the first sight of her. Chen Fan couldn't help but look at Xiao Manya's personal panel. Name, Xiao Manya. Age, 25. Appearance, 93. Measurements, 92D, 54, 87. Purity, 100 pure, natural, and pollution-free. Admiration value, 14. Talents, screenwriter green rarity, Chinese medicine and acupuncture gold legend, design blue rarity, golf purple rarity, artistic creation purple rarity. Seeing that the admiration value was only 14 points, Chen Fan wished he could get it to 90 immediately so that he could start an intimate relationship. Wen Ruyu said respectfully, "Vice President Xiao, Painter Chen is here." Seeing Chen Fan, Xiao Manya smiled, stood up, stretched out her slender white hand to Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, you are finally here." Chen Fan also smiled faintly and shook hands with Xiao Manya. When shaking hands, he immediately felt a soft and delicate touch. Chapter 35 Officially becoming art director. Xiao Manya pushed the contract to Chen Fan and said, "This is the contract I drafted. Take a look at it. If you are satisfied, you can sign it and officially become the art director of Manya Game Studio." Chen Fan picked up the contract and read it carefully. It contains details about the job content, salary and other benefits of hiring Chen Fan as the art director of Manya Studio. Soon, Chen Fan nodded. The contract is very formal and standardized, and fair and reasonable, with nothing to complain about. Xiao Manya picked up a cup of coffee with her slender fingers, took a sip with her red lips and said, "How is it? If you are not satisfied with the salary and benefits, we can still negotiate." Wen Ruyu was a little surprised. She didn't know why Xiao Manya valued Chen Fan, a first-class painter, so much. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Manya's bright eyes and smiled, "I don't care about the salary and benefits. I only care about when Vice President Zhao will fulfill his promise and date me. Zhao Manya almost spit out the coffee in her mouth. She didn't expect that the first thing Chen Fan said was not to ask about salary and benefits, but to ask about a date with her. Wenruyu was even more shocked and looked at Chen Fan and Zhao Manya in disbelief. Wenruyu did not go to Chen Fan's grandfather's birthday party, so naturally she didn't know that Zhao Manya had promised to go on a date with Chen Fan in order to win him over. Zhao Manya asked awkwardly, "Is this what you care about most?" Chen Fan nodded as a matter of course, I agreed to let you join Yusai Games Company because you said you wanted to date me. Of course Chen Fan would not tell the real reason. He actually wanted to obtain Zhao Manya's talent of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture so that he could treat his father. Besides, Zhao Manya's extreme beauty was also what Chen Fan coveted. Zhao Manya didn't expect Chen Fan to be so straightforward. Her pretty face blushed slightly as she said, "This." Chen Fan's eyes were bright. He stared straight into Zhao Manya's beautiful eyes and said, "You won't default on your debt, will you?" Zhao Manya was a little embarrassed, but still nodded and said, "I, Zhao Manya, will not go back on my words. But you have to understand that my agreement to date you does not mean that anything will happen between us. I hope you understand this." Zhao Manya's bright eyes looked at Chen Fan without showing any weakness, showing her attitude. Zhao Manya's attitude was very clear. She would fulfill her promise and date Chen Fan, but there would not necessarily be further contact. Chen Fan also knew in his heart that some women could be obtained by just spending money, but some outstanding women with aspirations could not be obtained by just spending money. For example, Zhao Manya belonged to the latter, and he could only rely on other means to win her heart. Chen Fan was also very satisfied. As long as he could get Zhao Manya out, he would have a chance. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "I want to add a clause to the contract." "Go ahead." Chen Fan said, "As long as I complete my daily painting tasks, I can leave the company and don't have to stay in the company all the time." Chen Fan didn't want to waste his precious dating time in the company. Zhao Manya nodded, "Okay." Chen Fan added the new clause to the contract and felt satisfied, so he nodded and said, "Okay." He picked up a pen, signed his name on the contract, and handed it to Zhao Manya. Zhao Manya also smiled and said, "Okay, from now on you are the art director of Manya Game Studio." After signing the contract, Chen Fan officially became the art director. Then Zhao Manya began to seriously explain the game project White Myth to Chen Fan. Zhao Manya started with the idea of planning White Myth, and explained in detail the concepts, vision, and ideal art style one by one. Listening to Zhao Manya's explanation, Chen Fan felt that this woman was extraordinary. Zhao Manya not only possesses the beautiful appearance of a top beauty, but also has a passion and dream for success. Chen Fan became even more certain that Zhao Manya was not the kind of woman who could be obtained by spending money. After explaining the White Myth game, Zhao Manya looked at Chen Fan with anticipation in her beautiful eyes and said, "Chen Fan, because the White Myth game has already delayed a lot of production time, I must speed up the progress, so starting from today, I require you to hand in 2 original paintings every day, is that okay?" When Wenruyu heard this, he was immediately surprised. For an original artist, it is difficult to complete an original painting in 1 day. And Zhao Manya actually wanted Chen Fan to complete 2 original paintings in 1 day, which was a very high requirement. Chen Fan nodded calmly, "Okay." Zhao Manya said with surprise, "Really?" Chen Fan said easily, "Simple." Zhao Manya and Wenruyu looked at Chen Fan in surprise. They had not expected that Chen Fan would agree to this somewhat difficult task so casually. Chen Fan's relaxed look made Zhao Manya both surprised and delighted. Because of the delay in the progress of the White Myth game, she was under a lot of pressure from the board of directors. Therefore, Zhao Manya also wanted to speed up the progress so that the game could be completed as scheduled. Seeing Chen Fan's confident look, Zhao Manya was a little confused but still very happy. After discussing the work content with Chen Fan, Zhao Manya personally took Chen Fan to the separate office arranged for him. Chen Fan was a little surprised that his office was right next to Zhao Manya's office, and Wenruyu's office was next door. In other words, the offices of Zhao Manya, Chen Fan, and Wenruyu are connected. The reason why Zhao Manya made such arrangements was to facilitate communication with Chen Fan, the art director. After all, as the production director of Manya Studios, I have to discuss the details of the game with the art director frequently. Zhao Manya introduced, "This is the art director's office. Chen Fan, you will work here from now on. Wenruyu is my assistant. From now on, she will also be your assistant. If you need anything, you can ask Wenruyu to do it." Chen Fan nodded and looked at Wenruyu with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Wenruyu was secretly looking at him, and their eyes met. Wenruyu quickly looked away. She was very surprised. She didn't expect that she would become Chen Fan's assistant. Wenruyu also graduated with a fine arts major. She was a third-level painter herself, but now she has become the assistant of a first-level painter, which makes her a little unconvinced. But Wenruyu didn't say anything and just pouted helplessly. Bite. Wenruyu's admiration value decreased 1. Wenruyu's admiration value 6. Chen Fan was speechless. Wenruyu's admiration for him actually dropped again. It seemed that Wenruyu had no confidence in him at all. After settling Chen Fan, Xiao Manya and Wenruyu also left. Xiao Manya returned to her office and Wenruyu followed her. Wenruyu said unconvincedly, "Vice President Xiao, I am a third-level painter myself, and you asked me to be an assistant to a first-level painter." Chapter 36 was finished so quickly? Xiao Manya chuckled and said, "Director Chen may not have done the research. I have personally seen his works and I think his level is very high and his style is very suitable for this game." Wenruyu was a little skeptical. Really? Wenruyu thought of something again and asked, "Vice President Xiao, did you really agree to date that Chen Fan?" Although Wenruyu is an assistant, he has a good relationship with Xiao Manya, so he asked such personal questions. Xiao Manya blushed and said, "I was competing with other companies for Chen Fan that day, so I agreed to him." At this time, Chen Fan was sitting comfortably in the art director's office, ready to start work. According to Xiao Manya's request, Chen Fan had to complete 2 original paintings a day. On the surface, this seems like a high requirement. But Chen Fan can rely on the system to improve his painting talent, thus making the originally difficult task simple. It's like a first-class painter drawing an original painting. Of course, it is very difficult and may even take a whole day. For a level 5 painter, an original painting can be completed in 1 hour, and the level is much higher. Chen Fan directly called up the talent book in the system and found the talent for painting. Already have talent, painting. Level 5. Chen Fan still had a few gold talent points obtained from the missions, and he used them without hesitation to improve his painting talent again. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 6. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 7. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 8. Chen Fan directly upgraded his painting talent to level 8. At this time, Chen Fan's painting talent has reached the top level on Blue Star. You know, level 6 talent is the pinnacle of the world. For example, level 6 sprinting talent can make you the sprinting world champion. The winner of the Lucy Art Award, the highest award in the art world, only has a painting talent level equivalent to level 6. And now, Chen Fan's painting talent is level 8. He is 2 levels higher than the world's top artists. Chen Fan has already planned that after improving his painting talent, he only needs to work 2 hours a day to complete the tasks in the contract. With the saved time, Chen Fan can happily chat and drink tea with beautiful girls and do what he likes. Chen Fan carefully read the game concept provided by Xiao Manya and also knew the artistic style she wanted. Chen Fan turned on the computer and started drawing the picture as required. The 8th level painting talent made Chen Fan feel that creation had become an enjoyment. The brush in his hand became exquisite and became an extension of consciousness. The pictures that emerged in his mind could be clearly and accurately displayed on the screen. While Chen Fan was immersed in the wonderful feeling of drawing, he didn't know that among the employees of Yufi Game Company, 2 topics were becoming extremely popular and had almost become the focus of all employees. Some well-informed employees started chatting enthusiastically in the employee group. Have you heard? The company's goddess producer Xiao Manya finally found her ideal art director, named Chen Fan, 23 years old. What's surprising is that this Chen Fan is only a first-level painter. How is this possible? This news shocked many people. Everyone in the company knew that Xiao Manya attached great importance to the new game project and was even willing to stop the progress of the game in order to find a suitable artist. No one could have imagined that the artist Xiao Manya finally found was only a first-class painter. Top game companies like Yufi Games never recruit first-class painters. Could it be that Miss Xiao has compromised with reality? Has she given up? I'm waiting to see the joke of Manya Studio. It is said that director Gao Yaoquan's Kanglan continent will be listed in just 3 months. I wonder how Vice President Xiao will face the pressure from the board of directors by then. My goddess, Vice President Xiao, can also make such a low-level mistake. Xiao Manya's beautiful appearance makes her very popular in the company, and many male employees worship her like an unattainable goddess. However, due to the mysterious operation of the White Myth project, some of Xiao Manya's fans were disappointed. Almost everyone couldn't understand why Xiao Manya invited Chen Fan, an unknown first-class painter, to be the art director. Among the company's employees, there is another popular topic that is only getting hotter and is even more popular, attracting almost all employees to participate in the discussion. Whose Rolls-Royce Phantom is in the company parking lot? Yeah, it's really cool to drive a Rolls-Royce to work. I really want to ride in it. I wonder which brother is driving this Rolls-Royce. Please message me privately. A girl said half-jokingly. Is there a big client coming to discuss business? Some people speculated curiously. The sudden appearance of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the parking lot made everyone feel a sense of mystery, and they were extremely curious about the owner. These curious employees were chatting animatedly, but Chen Fan knew nothing about it. He was immersed in the creation of the game world. An hour later, both concept drawings were completed. Since this is the first time I've made artwork for the White Myth game, these two pictures are just the background concept pictures of this mythological world. In a vast plain, all kinds of strange and bizarre alien creatures are competing with each other nearby, and huge rocky mountains in the distance are like giant blades piercing the sky. A strong wind filled with the breath of war is raging across the sky, making people feel endless desolation and remoteness. With just a few strokes, the bizarre world of mythology is vividly depicted, and the lifelike feeling makes people feel as if they are there. Even Chen Fan himself was very satisfied. Wow, he is worthy of being an 8th level painting talent, so awesome. Even Chen Fan himself was amazed. If it were the Chen Fan from the past, he wouldn't be able to finish a drawing of this size in a day, and more importantly, he would never be able to reach such a stunning level. But his talent was upgraded to level 8, and he completed the day's task in just 1 hour. The beauty of the picture was so stunning that Chen Fan himself couldn't let it go. In this way, I only need to spend 1 hour painting every day, and then I can go out and have fun with my girlfriend. Chen Fan happily looked forward to a happy life. Chen Fan opened his email and sent the 2 concept drawings to Xiao Manya. Xiao Manya's graceful body was leaning over the desk, writing a work plan seriously. In the work software, Chen Fan suddenly sent him a message. Vice President Xiao, today's 2 background concept drawings are ready. Take a look. Picture 1, do you accept it? Picture 2, do you want to receive it? Xiao Manya was stunned, she felt extremely confused. Strange, it's only been an hour, and you finished it so quickly? Xiao Manya typed back suspiciously, Director Chen, is it finished so quickly? Seeing Xiao Manya's question, Chen Fan smiled. He understood very well why Xiao Manya was surprised. Chapter 37 surprised Xiao Manya. If it were the previous Chen Fan, he would never believe that such a difficult task could be completed in 1 hour. But now Chen Fan has an 8th level painting talent, which is considered top-notch skill in the entire Blue Star. Chen Fan smiled faintly and typed, click it and take a look first. Xiao Manya clicked on the 2 concept drawings in confusion. In an instant, a vivid mythical continent appeared on her computer screen. In the vast plains, some strange alien creatures were fighting and biting each other. The rocky mountains in the distance were like giant blades piercing the sky. The strong wind filled with the breath of war swept across the sky, making people feel endless desolation and remoteness. Xiao Manya opened her rosy little mouth in surprise and looked at the myth concept map in disbelief. The desolate atmosphere reflected in the beautiful picture perfectly matched her preset idea of the game atmosphere. Xiao Manya became excited and felt extremely excited. The picture of Chen Fan was a perfect representation of what she had imagined in her mind. Xiao Manya became excited instantly, she felt that her dream might soon come true. Xiao Manya's slender fingers were trembling with excitement. She quickly typed, Chen Fan, this is amazing. Your concept map perfectly matches my idea. Great, this is exactly the feeling I wanted to express. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Xiao Manya's admiration value, plus 10. Xiao Manya's admiration value, 24. Seeing Xiao Manya's excited words and the voice in his mind, Chen Fan also smiled. The happiest thing for a creator is to have his or her work recognized. Chen Fan smiled faintly and sent a message, as long as you are satisfied. Xiao Manya was still very excited, I am more than satisfied, it is beyond my imagination, it is amazing. Xiao Manya was so excited that she wanted to jump up. At this moment, she felt that all the previous waiting was worth it. She would rather put the project on hold than not find an artist who meets the requirements, and her insistence even put her under pressure from the board of directors. At this moment, all the hard work done before has paid off. Chen Fan looked at the time and it was almost time to get off work at noon, so he sent a message, Vice President Zhao, I will not come to the company this afternoon. Chen Fan has completed today's task and is ready to go on an exciting date with Zhou Yufi. Chen Fan had been looking forward to it for a whole day, preparing for a hearty battle with Zhou Yufi. Xiao Manya was stunned. She felt very sad. With Chen Fan's painting ability, if he came to work in the afternoon, he could definitely draw 2 more pictures. Xiao Manya sent a message with a heartache, Chen Fan, why don't you come in the afternoon? I will double your salary. Chen Fan smiled and replied, I can't regret it. We signed it in the contract. I just need to complete the task and then I can enjoy my life. Xiao Manya was extremely helpless. Her attitude towards Chen Fan's workability could only be described as drooling with greed. With Chen Fan's ability, if Chen Fan is willing to work overtime, the progress of game production can be accelerated to take off. But Chen Fan was unwilling to work overtime, and Xiao Manya could do nothing about it because Chen Fan had already written the condition of not working overtime into the contract. Xiao Manya also had to admit that Chen Fan's inclusion of the no overtime condition in the contract was a stroke of genius and it was amazing. At this time, it was 12 o'clock, time to get off work at noon. Chen Fan walked out of his office whistling, his face full of excitement and anticipation, ready to drive to meet Zhou Yufi for a date. It was the time to get off work, and many employees were chatting in groups of 3 or 4 and walking downstairs. Chen Fan saw Wenruyu walking downstairs with an anxious look on his face. Chen Fan called out, Assistant 1, you seem to be in a hurry, what's the matter? Wenruyu said hurriedly, I'm busy going to an outsourcing company on Shitsong Road to get some information, and then I have to pick up my niece from school. Chen Fan wanted to boost Wenruyu's admiration, so he said, Shitsang Road is on my way, why don't I take you there? Chen Fan went to Zhou Yufi's Junshi Forest store and happened to pass by Shitsong Road, so he decided to do a favor. Wenruyu was surprised and asked, Director Chen, did you drive here? Chen Fan nodded. Wenruyu thanked excitedly, thank you, Director Chen. It's not convenient to take the bus to Shitsong Road. I'm worried about it. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Wenruyu's admiration value, +1. Current Wenruyu admiration value, 5. Seeing that Wenruyu's admiration value had risen a little, Chen Fan was also happy. So Chen Fan and Wenruyu walked out of the office building and headed towards the parking lot. At this time, a scornful and mocking voice came, Hey, isn't this Director Chen, the new director appointed by Vice President Zhao? Chen Fan and Wenruyu turned their heads and saw Director Gao Yaoquan, who was dressed in trendy and avant-garde clothes, and several of his subordinates, walking towards them with mocking looks on their faces. Chen Fan said coldly, It's none of your business. Gao Yaoquan said smugly, What are you doing in the parking lot? You don't want to get a ride? Gao Yaoquan looked at Chen Fan with contempt. Chen Fan's plaid shirt and jeans looked very shabby in front of Gao Yaoquan, who was dressed exquisitely and fashionably. Gao Yaoquan knew that Wenruyu didn't have a car. Judging from Chen Fan's clothes, he didn't think Chen Fan could afford a car, so he thought that Chen Fan and Wenruyu came to the parking lot to borrow someone else's car. One of Gao Yaoquan's subordinates named Wang Xiaodan laughed and said, They must want to take advantage of Vice President Zhao's car, haha. Gao Yaoquan proudly took out the car keys, honked a Range Rover, and said proudly, Assistant 1, where are you going? I'll take you there in person. Gao Yaoquan looked very proud, his eyes greedily scanning Wenruyu's plump breasts. Gao Yaoquan's greedy eyes made Wenruyu very uncomfortable, but Gao Yaoquan's position in Yusai Game Company was something she could not afford to offend, so Wenruyu did not dare to turn against him. Wenruyu frowned and said, No need for Director Gao to worry. Chen Fan also smiled coldly, Don't bother Director Gao, I came here by car, I don't need to use your car. Gao Yaoquan and his subordinates were a little surprised when they heard Chen Fan say that he came by car. Gao Yaoquan quickly returned to his contemptuous and sarcastic expression and said, I wonder what kind of car Director Chen drives. Is it worth more than 100,000 yuan? Wang Xiaodan laughed and said, Director Gao, you overestimate him. I bet his car is no more than 50,000. The taunts were so sharp and unpleasant that Wenruyu was so angry that her face almost turned red, but she could do nothing about it. Chen Fan sneered, ignored Gao Yaoquan, and pulled Wenruyu towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It was the rush hour after get-off work and there were many people in the parking lot. Many people also learned from the company group that there was a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the parking lot, and came here specifically to see the novelty. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is indeed magnificent and luxurious, and whenever it is parked in the parking lot it attracts countless people's astonished and enthusiastic gazes. Chapter 38 surprised Wenryu. The female employee named Shen Hong had stars in her eyes of admiration and exclaimed in ecstasy. It's worthy of being a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It looks so handsome just parked here. Shen Hong, please take a photo for me. The female employee named Lily excitedly stood in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and posed for the photo. I saw Chen Fan pulling Wenryu towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gao Yaoquan showed a hint of surprise and shook his head. That's impossible. How could he drive a Rolls-Royce? Wang Xiaodan said disdainfully, Director Gao, how could he be so poor? It must be the broken Hongguang Mini behind him. Gao Yaoquan followed Wang Xiaodan's gaze and saw a Hongguang Mini parked behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom. This is the cheapest car for commuting, and you can buy it for tens of thousands of dollars. Gao Yaoquan regained his smug smile. That's right, with his poor appearance, a Hongguang Mini is just right for him. Wenryu was being held by Chen Fan's hand, and she thought that Chen Fan was walking towards the Hongguang Mini behind the Rolls-Royce. Wenryu blushed and asked, Chen Fan, is your car the Hongguang Mini? Wenryu felt a little embarrassed. Women also have vanity. It was too embarrassing to follow another man into a Hongguang Mini in public. Especially compared with other women all drive nice cars like Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Porsche, etc. If Wenryu bought a Hongguang Mini, she would definitely be laughed at by other women. At this time, Wenryu wanted to back out and didn't want to get in Chen Fan's car. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, You will know soon. Chen Fan brought Wenryu and walked directly to Shen Hong and Lili, who were still taking pictures. He smiled and said, Have you two finished taking pictures? Shen Hong and Lili looked disdainful and said, Do you want to take pictures too? Line up and wait until we finish taking pictures. Chen Fan said calmly, I'm not taking pictures, I'm just driving away. You're blocking my way. Shen Hong immediately showed a surprised expression. You want to drive away? No way, this is a Rolls-Royce. Lili asked suspiciously, Chen Fan, did you go the wrong way? Wenryu was also a little embarrassed. She thought Chen Fan's car should be the Hongguang Mini next to her, but he now said shamelessly that he drove a Rolls-Royce. It would be too embarrassing if he was exposed. Gao Yaoquan, Wang Xiaodan, and a few others also came over with smug smiles on their faces, ready to laugh at Chen Fan's joke. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan calmly took out a car key with a double-R logo and pressed the switch. The lights of the Rolls-Royce Phantom immediately shone, the secret compartment on the front of the car opened automatically, and the noble little golden man logo rose up gracefully. The electric door opened slowly and silently, and the electric welcome pedal covered with a red carpet automatically extended out. Every detail demonstrates luxury, nobility, and ultimate style. Everyone in the parking lot was stunned. Everyone looked at the scene in amazement. Shen Hong said in disbelief, It's impossible. The mysterious man who drove a Rolls-Royce to work is actually the newcomer? Lili's eyes widened. This Rolls-Royce Phantom is actually his? Shen Hong looked at Chen Fan in shock. Just now I was laughing at this newcomer in the chat group. I didn't expect that he was the mysterious owner of the Rolls-Royce. Some people in the distance had been staring at this side curiously, and at this moment they were extremely shocked. Just now in the company chat group, everyone was discussing the mysterious owner of the Rolls-Royce. At the same time, many people were laughing at the newcomer Chen Fan, saying with contempt that Chen Fan was just a first-level painter. Unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary newcomer actually drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom to work. Gao Yaoquan, Wang Xiaodan, and others were also stunned. They originally thought that Chen Fan was driving the Hongguang Mini behind the Rolls-Royce, and were ready to follow and laugh at him. Unexpectedly, he was driving a top-of-the-line luxury car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This was a slap in the face to them in public. Gao Yaoquan's face turned red and white, feeling very embarrassed. At this time, Chen Fan also smiled sarcastically at Gao Yaoquan and said, Director Gao, come and see if my car is worth more than 100,000 yuan? Countless eyes immediately turned to Gao Yaoquan. Gao Yaoquan suddenly felt extremely ashamed and knew that Chen Fan was mocking him. Just now Gao Yaoquan laughed and swore that Chen Fan's car would definitely not be worth more than 100,000. Now the mystery is solved. He was driving a Rolls-Royce, a luxury car worth more than $10 million. Gao Yaoquan was in a very embarrassing situation at this time. He was the gold medal producer of Yufi Game Company and had a high position in the company. At this moment, he was ridiculed by Chen Fan in public and could not fight back, which made him feel humiliated. Chen Fan ignored Gao Yaoquan, took Wenryu's hand, and got into the Rolls-Royce. The person who was most shocked at this moment was naturally Wenruyu. She thought that she would follow Chen Fan into the Hongguang Mini, and would be laughed at if seen by other women. Unexpectedly, instead of feeling embarrassed, she saw the women around her looking at her with envy and passion in their eyes, jealously. Wenruyu's vanity was greatly satisfied. All women are like this. If they can sit in a luxury car in public, they will feel very vain and satisfied. Wenruyu felt as if she was dreaming. She stepped on the electric VIP pedal covered with a red carpet and sat on the leather aviation seat. She immediately felt an incomparable sense of dignity and nobility. The starry sky roof sprinkled romantic silver light, which made her rosy face look charming. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Wenruyu's admiration value, plus 20. Current Wenruyu admiration value, 15. A system voice came from his mind, and Chen Fan was delighted, and immediately gained 20 admiration points. Shen Hong and Lili had stars of envy in their eyes and almost wanted to scream. Wow, Assistant 1, I'm so envious of you. I also want to go up and sit there. Assistant 1, how does this leather seat feel? Wow, this starry sky roof is so luxurious and romantic. Chen Fan also casually sat in the driver's seat. He pressed the switch and the electric door closed automatically and silently. Wenruyu was surprised and asked, Director Chen, is this Rolls-Royce your car? Chen Fan said calmly, yes. Wenruyu asked curiously, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought I was going to be embarrassed. Chen Fan said calmly, my greatest strength is that I am low-key. Wenruyu curled her lips and said in disbelief, a low-key person drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Chen Fan smiled and said, hold on tight, let's go. Chen Fan stepped on the accelerator, and under the envious gazes of everyone, the noble Rolls-Royce slid silently out of the parking lot. Along the way, Wenruyu kept stealing glances at Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan was full of mystery in her heart. Chapter 39 Dating Zhou Yufi. In the morning, she was just curious about Chen Fan and didn't know why Vice President Zhao valued Chen Fan, a first-class painter, so much. At this moment, she discovered that Chen Fan was actually driving a top-of-the-line luxury car, which added a layer of mystery to her heart. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Wenruyu's favorability, plus 2. Current Wenruyu favorability, 17. Along the way, Wenruyu's favorability towards Chen Fan actually increased by 2 points, which surprised Chen Fan. Chen Fan sent Wenruyu to Shitsong Road and dropped her off. After saying goodbye to Wenruyu, Chen Fan drove to the Junqi Forest store where Zhou Yufi was. Wenruyu looked at the back of the luxury car going away, her eyes full of curiosity. The car was still halfway there, but Chen Fan was already getting excited. He recalled Zhou Yufi's obedient, gentle and shy appearance when he attacked her in the car yesterday, and Chen Fan felt excited. Bite. New mission Heart to Heart is launched. Task description: the system detects that the host is about to go on a formal date with the target. In order for the host to have a perfect date experience, the perfect date task is specially opened. Mission goal: let the target and the host feel the same happiness of dating, and feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. The system provides 20 million in mission funds. The system provides a cashback function. During the mission, the host will get double the amount of money spent on himself and double the amount spent on the target. Task reward: charm panel is opened, the host can increase charm value and increase attractiveness to the opposite sex. Seeing the task description, Chen Fan was both excited and surprised. Charm panel, what's the use? Chen Fan asked hurriedly. The host can use points to increase the charm value. The charm value can increase the host's appearance and increase the host's attractiveness to the opposite sex, so that the opposite sex will have a good impression of the host when they see the host's appearance and gain favorability. Current progress of the heart-to-heart mission, 0%. Does that mean I can make a living by relying on my looks? Chen Fan was surprised and delighted. Now Chen Fan still needs to spend money or rely on his talent to gain the favor of the opposite sex. After increasing your charm value, you can gain the favor of the opposite sex just by relying on your appearance, which is much faster. Chen Fan felt happy when he thought about it. At this time, in the Junqi Forest store, a female salesperson was begging her supervisor Lin Shasha, saying that she wanted to take half a day off. Please, Manager Lin, I will just take half a day off. Lin Shasha shook her head sternly. Xiao Wang, you also know that our store is short of staff, how can you ask for leave casually? The saleswoman looked resentful, but she had to accept the fact that she could not take leave. At this moment, the Rolls-Royce Phantom driven by Chen Fan stopped steadily outside the store. Seeing the Rolls-Royce, Lin Shasha immediately smiled and came out to greet it. Boss Chen, thank you for visiting us. Please come in and have a cup of coffee. Chen Fan got out of the car and said with a faint smile, no more drinking. I'm here to see Zhou Yufei. Can I ask for half a day off for her? Lin Shasha immediately showed an understanding smile and nodded quickly. Of course, it's not just half a day off, it's no problem for Xiao Zhou to take a day off tomorrow as well. After hearing Lin Shasha's words, the female salesperson who was asking for leave just now had a face full of question marks and was almost dumbfounded. The contrast was too obvious. She simply didn't care about her feelings at all. Lin Shasha said politely, then Boss Chen, please wait a moment. I will go in and call Xiao Zhou for you. The female salesperson who failed to ask for leave looked at Zhou Yufei with envy and jealousy. Lin Shasha hurried back to the store and said to Zhou Yufei, Xiao Zhou, Boss Chen is here to see you. Soon, Zhou Yufei came out of the Junqi Forest store with a slightly red face, playing with her fingers with both hands shyly, and said obediently, Brother Chen, you are here. Seeing Zhou Yufei, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Zhou Yufei had obviously dressed up carefully, with light makeup on her pretty face, a pair of bright and affectionate eyes, and lip gloss carefully applied on her soft lips, making her look even more delicate and attractive. She was wearing a professional OL suit, and her curvy figure was extremely seductive. The light blue shirt underneath was wrapped in a small suit, and her full bust made her hips look amazing. The waist-hugging skirt made her hips look even more graceful. Her long legs were specially worn with black stockings, which made them look round, smooth, tight and full. Chen Fan opened the car door for Zhou Yufei with a faint smile. Zhou Yufei pressed the hem of her hip skirt with her fair little hands and slowly sat in the passenger seat. Chen Fan sat in the driver's seat, looked at Zhou Yufei and said with a smile, Yufei, you look so beautiful today. Hearing Chen Fan's praise, Zhou Yufei also smiled and said, Brother Chen, do you like it? Chen Fan nodded repeatedly and said, Of course I like it. Zhou Yufei said shyly, as long as Brother Chen likes it. Of course Zhou Yufei knew what Chen Fan wanted. Strictly speaking, the relationship between the two was an exchange of each other's needs. Zhou Yufei needed 3 million to solve her urgent problem, while Chen Fan coveted Zhou Yufei's body. Both of them understood each other's needs very well. But Zhou Yufei had a good impression of Chen Fan and wanted to give Chen Fan the best experience, so she dressed up carefully. Seeing that Chen Fan liked it very much, Zhou Yufei was also very happy. Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce away from the Junqi Forest store. Supervisor Lin Shasha and sales champion Wang Jinmei both looked at the receding figure of the Rolls-Royce with envy in their eyes. Wang Jinmei said enviously, this Zhou Yufei really managed to hook up with the big boss. Lin Shasha also sighed, what good luck. The spacious interior of the car now became the world of two people, Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei. The romantic starry sky roof cast a romantic silver light, and the atmosphere between the two became charming and ambiguous. Chen Fan did not need to control his gaze, he looked wherever he wanted. The fragrant scent of Zhou Yufei penetrated his nostrils from time to time, which made Chen Fan very happy. Zhou Yufei thought Chen Fan would take her straight to the hotel, but unexpectedly Chen Fan stopped in front of a high-end shopping mall. Zhou Yufei asked curiously, Brother Chen, why did you stop here? Chen Fan smiled and said, Yufei, let's go shopping in the mall. I'll buy you some gifts. Zhou Yufei said a little embarrassedly, Brother Chen, the 3 million you gave me is already a lot, you don't have to spend more money to buy me a gift. Chen Fan helped her pay back the 3 million yuan, and Zhou Yufei was already very grateful. Now, no matter what Chen Fan asked for, she would agree to it. Zhou Yufei didn't expect that Chen Fan would give her a gift, which made her feel flattered. Chen Fan smiled carelessly and said, You are so polite to me. I like you very much. Giving you some gifts is nothing. The task fund provided by the system is 20 million, so it would be a waste not to spend it. He can also get some system cashback and the girl's favorability at the same time, so Chen Fan naturally wants to spend it to his heart's content. Moreover, when the mission is completed, the unspent funds will be recovered, so Chen Fan naturally cannot miss this opportunity. When Zhou Yufei heard Chen Fan say that he liked her, she felt happy and nodded. Chapter 40 Classmate LV Xiaomi. Zhou Yufei had a good impression of Chen Fan, so she didn't want Chen Fan to think that she was the kind of woman who was greedy for money. The target's mood value has increased. The current progress of the heart-to-heart task is 5%. Chen Fan was delighted, it seemed the mission was going smoothly. Zhou Yufei smiled shyly and said, Then Brother Chen, just buy something casual. I don't need an expensive gift. Seeing that Zhou Yufei was so virtuous and sensible, Chen Fan felt that Zhou Yufei was even more adorable. Chen Fan held Zhou Yufei's soft little hand, and suddenly a naughty smile appeared on his face. He said, "Let's go buy some interesting clothes later. We can wear them when we fight at night." Zhou Yufei blushed immediately. She knew those clothes were very bold and wild. But Zhou Yufei bit her lower lip, nodded shyly and agreed, "As long as you like it, brother Chen, buy it." Seeing Zhou Yufei's obedient and shy appearance, Chen Fan's heart was even more moved. Such a woman is so beautiful. Although Zhou Yufei's appearance score was not as high as that of top beauties like Xiao Manya, her coy and charming look at this moment was full of femininity, which made Chen Fan like her very much. Chen Fan held Zhou Yufei's hand, went up to the second floor of the high-end shopping mall, and walked into a fashion store called Celia, which specializes in various luxury goods. In the Celia fashion store, there were two pretty and tall salesgirls standing there, wearing seductive professional OL attire, with curvy figures, slender and tall. Both of them were beautiful. One is called LV Xiaoni, the manager of Celia fashion store, and the clerk is called Lin Xian. Seeing someone coming in, the store manager LV Xiaoni's eyes immediately lit up and she wanted to greet him. Lu Xiaoni took a close look at Zhou Yufei's attire, immediately showing a look of contempt and stopped walking to greet her. Lu Xiaoni said with disdain in her heart, "Feo high heels, Inai hip hugging skirt, Ji Siphon 4-leaf clover bracelet. It's obvious that they are not customers who buy luxury goods." With many years of sales experience, LV Xiaoni has developed a keen eye and can tell at a glance whether a customer has the purchasing power. Lu Xiaoni had already seen that Zhou Yufei was not a girl who could afford luxury goods, so she lost the motivation to welcome her. Lin Xian had less experience, and seeing that Lu Xiaoni was unwilling to receive her, Lin Xian had to go over herself. "Excuse me, what would you like to see?" Lin Xian said with a smile. Chen Fan said with great wealth, "Clothes, shoes, bags, take out all the nice ones for her to try on." When she heard that the man was the one who paid, Lu Xiaoni quickly looked Chen Fan up and down, and was even more disappointed. Chen Fan's clothes were very ordinary, and he didn't look like a rich man at all. It seemed that he had no purchasing power at all. Lu Xiaoni was even more disappointed. She took out a polishing strip indifferently and polished her beautiful manicure out of boredom. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Okay, both of you, please come this way." Lin Xian took Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei inside and took out some luxury bags to show Zhou Yufei. Lu Xiaoni looked at it curiously, and suddenly showed a surprised expression and said, "Huh? Aren't you Zhou Yufei?" Zhou Yufei was stunned. After a closer look, she found that the manager of the luxury store was actually her high school classmate, LV Xiaoni. Zhou Yufei asked in surprise, "Are you LV Xiaoni?" When Zhou Yufei first entered the store, LV Xiaoni was so busy observing her clothes and appearance that she didn't even look at her face, so she didn't recognize her. Zhou Yufei didn't look at LV Xiaoni carefully, so she didn't recognize her. Suddenly recognizing her high school classmate, Lu Xiaoni showed a hint of surprise. However, the surprise soon dissipated. Although Lu Xiaoni and Zhou Yufei were classmates, they did not have a very good relationship in high school. Because LV Xiaoni came from a well-off family, she never played with girls from ordinary families like Zhou Yufei. But Zhou Yufei was an old classmate after all, so LV Xiaoni forced out a smile and asked, "Are you out shopping with your friends?" Zhou Yufei's pretty face turned slightly red. After all, it was a little difficult to talk about her relationship with Chen Fan, so she had to nod. Lu Xiaoni smiled politely and said, "Then feel free to look at it." After that, she lowered her head again and carefully wiped her bright red nail polish. Although Lu Xiaoni's tone was polite, there was a hint of coldness in it. After all, in her opinion, Zhou Yufei and Chen Fan were not rich people. Zhou Yufei also heard LV Xiaoni's coldness and could only sigh quietly. She didn't say anything. After all, compared with LV Xiaoni, Zhou Yufei could only be regarded as a Cinderella. Lu Xiaoni is now a luxury goods store manager, while I am just a car salesman, and I have just paid off millions of dollars in debt. I can't compare with her at all. Zhou Yufei wanted to leave the luxury store, but Chen Fan was still very interested. Lin Xian picked up several exquisite bags in a row, including Lu Shernan, Armani, Woodpecker, and so on. Each one was extremely delicate and beautiful, but Chen Fan was not satisfied with any of them. They were too cheap, with the most expensive one costing just over 10,000. Chen Fan said directly, "Which is the most expensive bag in your store?" When Lin Xian heard Chen Fan asking about the most expensive bag, she was shocked and couldn't help but look at Chen Fan's clothes as if by reflex, feeling that Chen Fan couldn't afford it. Of course, Lin Xian couldn't say it directly, so she turned around and took out an orange Hermes platinum bag and introduced it. "The most expensive item in our store is this limited edition platinum bag from the Hermes Supreme collection, which is priced at 1.2 million. When Lu Xiaoni heard Lin Xian take out the Hermes platinum bag priced at 1.2 million, she looked at her with a mocking look. There was a hint of mockery in Lu Xiaoni's beautiful eyes. She simply didn't believe that Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei would buy such an expensive platinum bag. She polished her bright red nail polish elegantly, and a muffled sneer came from her snow-white nose. Although the sneer was muffled, Zhou Yufei still heard it. Zhou Yufei blushed a little when she heard the suppressed sneer from her high school classmates. Zhou Yufei suddenly heard Chen Fan's concerned voice asking, "Yufei, how is it, do you like this bag?" Zhou Yufei quickly shook her head and said, "This bag is too expensive." "No." Although she quickly shook her head, Zhou Yufei's eyes were full of passion as she looked at the platinum bag greedily. This limited edition platinum bag has a fatal effect on girls, and there is no girl who doesn't want to own it. In fact, Zhou Yufei fell in love with this Hermes Birkin bag the first time she saw it. This kind of liking was like the heartfelt love a man feels when he sees a peerless beauty for the first time, and he couldn't control himself at all. Although she wanted it very much, her mind told her that she didn't deserve such an expensive bag, so Zhou Yufei quickly shook her head. Chen Fan smiled. He had seen that Zhou Yufei actually liked him in her heart, but she just didn't want to be considered a money-hungry woman by Chen Fan, so she shook her head. Chen Fan said calmly, "Just tell me whether this bag looks good or not." Zhou Yufei couldn't help but have stars in her eyes and nodded, "Okay, it looks good." Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then wrap it up. I want it." Chapter 41, 1,200,000 Platinum Bag. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhou Yufei, Lin Xian, and Lu Xiaoni all showed surprised expressions. "This is a bag worth 1.2 million yuan, and you just want it so casually?" Zhou Yufei looked at Chen Fan flattered, her eyes filled with surprise. If Chen Fan generously gave her 3 million yesterday, it was because he was greedy for her body. But Zhou Yufei had already promised Chen Fan that she would let Chen Fan get her. Chen Fan doesn't need to give any valuable gifts, Zhou Yufei will serve Chen Fan well. Zhou Yufei didn't expect that Chen Fan would give her such an expensive gift. LV Xiaoni, the store manager of Shalia Fashion Products, also widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Fan in surprise. She thought that Chen Fan just brought Zhou Yufei here to have a look in order to pursue her. Lu Xiaoni didn't have any hope of selling anything to Chen Fan and the others. "I didn't expect Chen Fan's first move to be so astonishing. He bought a platinum bag worth 1.2 million without blinking an eye." Salesgirl Lin Xian was even more surprised. If she sold well in a month, she could earn more than 10,000 yuan in commission. 1,200,000 is something that Lin Xian would have to work for 10 years to earn. Lin Xian thought Chen Fan had misheard the price and said awkwardly, "Sir, are you sure you want to pack it up? This limited edition Hermes platinum bag costs 1.2 million. Chen Fan said to Zhou Yufei with a smile, "As long as Yufei likes it, I will buy it for you." Zhou Yufei was flattered and asked, "Brother Chen, are you really going to give me such an expensive gift?" Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "This is just a start. I'll buy you some nice clothes later." Zhou Yufei's pretty face showed an expression of being flattered, and she couldn't help but smile. The target's mood value has increased, and the current progress of the heart-to-heart task is 10%. Hearing Chen Fan say that it was just a beginning, Lu Xiaoni and Lin Xian were even more surprised. Lu Xiaoni looked at Chen Fan curiously for a few times and confirmed again that Chen Fan's clothes were ordinary and he didn't look like a rich man at all. Lu Xiaoni showed a hint of doubt on her face. She doubted whether Chen Fan had the ability to pay the bill. Lu Xiaoni met a customer a few days ago who pretended to be a wealthy man and brought his women to show off. He asked for a lot of luxury goods, but when it was time to pay the bill, he pretended to go to the bathroom and slipped away. Chen Fan turned to Lin Xian and said, "Give her some more high-end clothes to try on. Don't take out the cheap ones. They probably won't look good." There is still enough money for the mission, so Chen Fan doesn't want to waste time on cheap stuff. Lin Xian was even more surprised. From what Chen Fan said, he only bought expensive ones and didn't even look at the cheap ones. Lu Xiaoni gave Lin Xian a wink. Lin Xian understood what the store manager, Lu Xiaoni, meant, which was to let Chen Fan settle the bill for the Hermes Birkin bag first. Lin Xian smiled politely and said, "Well, sir, can you please settle the bill for the limited edition bag first? The price of this platinum bag has been fluctuating online, so I'm afraid the price will change in a while." Chen Fan was a little unhappy and frowned. "Why, are you afraid that I don't have money?" Lin Xian quickly bowed to Chen Fan and apologized, "I'm sorry, sir, this bag is really popular. If you don't pay first, I'm afraid someone will buy it soon." Although Chen Fan was a little unhappy, he didn't care much. There were so many money-worshipping people in this society. Chen Fan calmly took out his bank card and said, "Then go ahead and swipe the card." Lin Xian quickly took her bank card to the cashier to swipe it. Lu Xiaoni saw that it was just an ordinary ICBC debit card, not even a credit card, and she doubted Chen Fan's ability even more. Because many customers use credit cards to pay, and few use debit cards. Just when Lu Xiaoni was looking puzzled, she was surprised by the sound of successful card swiping at the cashier. Ding, card swipe successful, 1.2 million yuan has been transferred. Lu Xiaoni immediately showed an expression of great surprise, and she looked at Chen Fan again with shock. She has been working in the luxury goods industry for several years and has developed a keen eye. She can tell at a glance whether a customer has the ability to spend. It can be said that she is always accurate in her judgment and has never made a mistake. But this time he was completely wrong. The seemingly ordinary Chen Fan was actually more generous than some big bosses. Lu Xiaoni immediately looked at Chen Fan with admiration. Bite. Detected that the host has gained the attention of a new target. Bound target LV Xiaoni. Name, LV Xiaoni. Age, 22. Appearance, 91. Height, 171 centimeters. Measurements, 89D, 52, 87. Favorability, 0. Purity, 99. Talents, poker purple quality, go purple quality, mahjong green quality, recorder blue quality. Chen Fan was stunned. He was surprised by Lu Xiaoni's talent. Chen Fan asked curiously in his mind, "System, I am a very pure person, why can't I understand her talent? Is it the kind of talent I think?" The system is also a very pure system, the system does not know either. The system's answer made Chen Fan want to roll his eyes. He didn't expect it to be such a system. Chen Fan looked at Lu Xiaoni meaningfully and developed a strong interest in her. I have to say that Lu Xiaoni is also a very beautiful woman, with a pair of charming eyes that have a soul-stirring feeling, a small and cute snow-white nose, and a slightly thick but very comfortable-looking lips, as if she really has a talent for playing certain musical instruments. She also had an amazing figure, with curvy curves in all the right places. The white shirt under the suit vest made her look graceful, tall, and slender. Lu Xiaoni had such a graceful figure and beauty, and such an exciting talent, that Chen Fan couldn't help but become interested in her. Although Lu Xiaoni seemed like a gold digger, Chen Fan didn't really care. It wasn't like they were getting married and living together, so he was happy to use the money to earn some gold talent points. After all, materialistic women are easier to control, just throw money at them and the deal will be done. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, plus 5. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 5. Seeing that Chen Fan really bought a platinum bag worth 1.2 million for her, Zhao Yufi felt as if she was dreaming. She felt light and unreal all over. Zhao Yufi had seen this limited edition platinum bag in a fashion advertisement before. Naturally, she liked it very much and often imagined how enviable it would be if she could carry this platinum bag to and from get off work. Of course, this is also a very ironic reality. Women who can use this kind of platinum bag are noble and don't need to go to work at all. Zhao Yufi's fantasy is as naive and ridiculous as an old farmer's fantasy of farming with a golden hoe. Zhao Yufi could not have imagined that one day she would actually own this limited edition platinum bag. She even wanted to pinch herself to see if she was really dreaming. Chapter 42 Admiration Value Approaching 100. When the teller Lin Xian handed Zhao Yufi the beautifully gift-wrapped Hermes platinum bag with both hands, Zhao Yufi clearly saw the envy and jealousy in Lin Xian's eyes. The envy in Lin Xian's eyes completely satisfied Zhao Yufi's vanity as a woman. She felt a sense of superiority she had never felt before, and her mood became cheerful. She looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of love, she knew that all this was brought about by her. Zhao Yufi bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth. She decided to repay Chen Fan well when she checked into a hotel. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhao Yufi's favorability, plus 1. Zhao Yufi's favorability, 46. The target's mood has increased, and the current progress of the heart-to-heart task is 15%. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 1.2 million yuan on the target during the mission, and successfully obtained double cashback. 2.4 million cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Seeing that Zhao Yufi's favorability was getting closer to 50, Chen Fan also became excited. Salesgirl Lin Xian looked at Zhao Yufi with envy. This limited edition platinum bag is not just a bag in the eyes of girls, but a symbol of status and the dream of all girls. Generally speaking, if you see a girl carrying this limited edition platinum bag on the street, the girls around her will look surprised and envious. Men will never understand how deadly a good bag can be to a woman. When Lin Xian saw that Chen Fan was willing to spend so much money to give Zhou Yufei a platinum bag, her heart was filled with envy and jealousy towards Zhou Yufei. Although the man doesn't know much about bags, he is willing to spend 1.2 million to buy a bag for a girl, which shows how deep his love for this girl is. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know that Chen Fan was just trying to get some cash back in favorability, so it was so easy for him. When Chen Fan saw Zhou Yufei holding the limited edition platinum bag, she immediately showed an adoring look and couldn't let it go, and he was also very happy. Chen Fan smiled and asked, "Yufei, do you like it?" Zhou Yufei said to Chen Fan with fiery eyes, "Thank you, brother Chen, I like it very much. I dream of having a bag like this." Zhou Yufei's eyes were filled with obvious love, and Chen Fan couldn't help but be moved. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoni and Lin Xian, Chen Fan would have wanted to execute her on the spot. Chen Fan nodded and said to Lin Xian, "Okay, get her some nice clothes to try on." Lin Xian was about to nod when LV Xiaoni suddenly came over and said with a polite smile, "Xiaolin, take a rest. I will serve Mr. Chen personally." Lin Xian was a little surprised, but she had no choice but to accept what the manager said, so she stepped aside. LV Xiaoni respectfully held a gold VLP card, held it in both hands and handed it to Chen Fan, and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, if you spend 1 million in our Shalia fashion store, you can get a gold VLP card. With this card, you can get a 10% discount." Chen Fan took the gold VLP card. He had no objection to Lu Xiaoni's personal service. After all, he had some interest in Lu Xiaoni. Chen Fan would not regard LV Xiaoni as a special target, but it would be a good thing to improve LV Xiaoni's favorability while doing Zhou Yufei's mission. It would be a good thing to take advantage of it. Lu Xiaoni's talent made Chen Fan want to try it. Chen Fan nodded and said, "Okay, then manager, please introduce some high-end clothes to her." LV Xiaoni smiled warmly and said, "My old classmate Zhou Yufei, you were very beautiful in high school, and you look even more beautiful now." Zhou Yufei also laughed and said, "No, I'm not as pretty as you. You were the prettiest in the class at that time." Zhou Yufei was also speechless. Lu Xiaoni had been very cold and indifferent just now, but after buying a platinum bag, her expression immediately changed and she smiled very kindly. Zhou Yufei knew that these were all brought by Chen Fan, so she started talking to Lu Xiaoni. LV Xiaoni looked at Zhou Yufei for a few times and nodded, "You have a good figure, but your hips are relatively large. In order to highlight the advantages of your figure, I suggest you try the Prada hand-embroidered dress. This dress has a waist-hugging design, which can make your waist-to-hip ratio look very good." Lu Xiaoni is worthy of being a luxury goods store manager. She speaks very clearly and logically. Zhou Yufei nodded with a blushing face. Lu Xiaoni immediately turned around and took out a white dress and a white pastoral-style straw hat to match it. When she came out of the dressing room, Zhou Yufei, in a white long dress, was so charming and graceful that Chen Fan was amazed and couldn't bear to take his eyes off her. I have to say that Lu Xiaoni's fashion sense is great. Zhou Yufei is like a different person in the dress. She looks dreamy and graceful, and her charming and shy face simply fascinates Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan's fixed and fiery gaze, Zhou Yufei smiled shyly and said, "Brother Chen, do you like it?" Chen Fan couldn't help swallowing and nodded, "I like it." "How much is it?" LV Xiaoni said, "This is Prada's latest model, the price is 45,000. Chen Fan nodded readily and said, "Yes." Hearing Chen Fan's straightforward voice, Lu Xiaoni and Lin Xian both showed joy. After seeing how Chen Fan bought the platinum bag so casually just now, they no longer had any doubts about Chen Fan. A look of joy appeared on Lu Xiaoni's pretty face. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +1. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 6. Bite. Task target Zhou Yufei's mood has increased, current task progress, 20%. When Chen Fan saw the system prompt, he was overjoyed. Using the funds for one task to win the favor of two beauties at the same time was simply killing two birds with one stone. Add in the cashback, wouldn't it be killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Therefore, Chen Fan has no plans to go to other stores for the time being. If there are no targets to bind to in other stores, the cost effectiveness will be much lower. Chen Fan planned to spend more at this Celia fashion store. So he said, "Manager Lu, please bring some more high-end clothes. I plan to buy more." Lu Xiaoni showed a surprised smile and nodded in agreement. Then, under LV Xiaoni's advice on superb fashion dressing, Chen Fan bought Zhou Yufei more than a dozen sets of top international luxury brands in one go, as well as a pair of expensive fashionable red high heels designed by a famous European designer. The total value of these clothes and shoes is 2.4 million. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaomi's favorability, +1. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaomi's favorability, +1. Chen Fan kept hearing reminders about Lu Xiaomi's increasing favorability in his mind, which made him very excited. Chapter 43, What a Vision! Task target Zhou Yufei's mood has increased, current progress of the heart-to-heart mission, 50%. The progress of Zhou Yufei's personal tasks is also constantly improving. Although they were mentally prepared, Lu Xiaoni, Lin Xian and Zhou Yufei were all extremely surprised by Chen Fan's amazing spending power. Lu Xiaoni hadn't seen such a lavish boss for a long time. Chen Fan didn't feel any regret when spending money. As long as he liked something, he would buy it immediately. Lin Xian secretly looked at Zhou Yufei with more and more envy, and kept sighing in her heart that Zhou Yufei was so lucky. Zhou Yufei naturally also felt the envious gaze, which satisfied her vanity even more, and the smile on her face became more and more blooming. Chen Fan remembered something and asked, "Do you have men's clothing in your store?" Chen Fan planned to buy some clothes for himself. Although Chen Fan is not obsessed with luxury goods, he has the system after all, so it would be nice to get a few items for free. Lu Xiaoni's eyes lit up and she said, "I know some high-end suit designers. I suggest that Mr. Chen order a few suits tailored to his body shape." Chen Fan asked, "How much does it cost to order a set?" Lu Xiaoni said, "These are the most high-end suit designers in the industry, and one suit costs 200,000. Chen Fan said casually, "Let's order 2 sets first and see the effect." Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +1. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 15. After purchasing fashion brands and having tailor-made suits, LV Xiaoni's favorability has reached 15. Chen Fan is also delighted, because it is easy to gain favorability from a gold digger. At least it's much easier to earn than gaining Xiao Manya's favorability. Lu Xiaoni smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll measure Mr. Chen's size first, and I'll personally deliver the suit to your home after it's made." Lu Xiaoni took out a tape measure and measured Chen Fan's shoulder width, chest circumference, waist circumference, etc. When measuring Chen Fan's waist, Lu Xiaoni squatted in front of Chen Fan. The two were very close to each other. Her elastic body was almost sticking to Chen Fan. An alluring smell of perfume penetrated Chen Fan's nostrils. When Lu Xiaoni stood up, her eyes were a little naughty, as if she was smiling, and she seemed to wink at Chen Fan vaguely. After Lu Xiaoni measured Chen Fan's size, she carefully wrote it down on a piece of paper. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "I've taken the measurements. The suit will be ready in a week. I'll send it to you then." Chen Fan nodded, and suddenly thought of something. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Do you have any interesting little clothes in your store?" After Chen Fan finished speaking, Lu Xiaoni, Lin Shen, and Zhou Yufei were all stunned. Lin Shen looked at Zhou Yufei in surprise. Zhou Yufei's pretty face turned red instantly. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was still very shy. However, Lu Xiaoni smiled like an experienced driver and said respectfully, "Mr. Chen has a good eye. I happen to have some in my store." The more high-end the person, the more they know how to have fun. As a luxury store manager, LV Xiaoni naturally has some rare collections. Lu Xiaoni took out some small clothes from the inner room and packed them carefully for Chen Fan. When the final bill was settled, the total was 4.1 million. Chen Fan handed over the bank card. Lu Xiaoni took it respectfully with both hands and swiped the card at the cashier. Ding, card swipe successful, 4.1 million yuan has been transferred. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +1. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 16. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhou Yufei's favorability, +1. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 47. The target's mood has increased, and the current progress of the heart-to-heart task is 70%. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 4.3 million yuan on the target during the mission, and successfully obtained double cash back. 8.6 million cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 1 million yuan on himself during the mission, and successfully obtained double cash back. 1 million cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Chen Fan felt that the dinging sound of the system was very beautiful. After spending a total of 5.3 million at the Celia luxury store, Chen Fan felt that it was enough, so he took Zhou Yufei with him to leave. Before leaving, Chen Fan said to LV Xiaoni, "Manager LV, if you buy more high-end bags and clothes in the future, maybe I will come again." Lu Xiaoni's face immediately showed joy. At this moment, she no longer had any doubts about Chen Fan, the super rich man. Hearing that Chen Fan was still interested in patronizing her, Lu Xiaoni quickly smiled and said, "Okay, I'll make sure Brother Chen is satisfied with the brand name bags and fashionable clothes I bring next time." Lu Xiaoni was overjoyed. This Chen Fan didn't feel sorry at all when spending money. He just spent it like water. It would be so great if Chen Fan became a regular customer of Celia Fashion Store. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +1. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 16. Under the respectful gazes of Lu Xiaoni and Lin Xian, Chen Fan took Zhou Yufei out of the store and continued shopping in the high-end shopping mall. LV Xiaoni looked at Zhou Yufei's back and couldn't help showing a trace of envy, and sighed, "Hey, Zhou Yufei was an ordinary person in high school, but I didn't expect that she would be able to hook up with a rich boy now." Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaimed, "Yes, this brother Chen is really willing to spend money on her. She is so lucky." Zhou Yufei held Chen Fan's arm, and the two of them looked like a young couple. At this time, Zhou Yufei could not let go of the limited edition platinum bag and slung it across her body. She couldn't help but touch it from time to time and loved it very much. Some of the women passing by them recognized this platinum bag and immediately looked at them in surprise, their eyes full of envy and passion. Many girls kept looking back and looking at Zhou Yufei with envy. Zhou Yufei felt even happier when she saw these envious looks, and she hugged Chen Fan's arms even tighter. Chen Fan felt the soft touch on his arm, and his mood became even happier. When passing by the claw machine area on the first floor, Zhou Yufei smiled happily and said, "Brother Chen, let's go grab the dolls and play." Zhou Yufei was in a very good mood at the moment, so her lovely nature showed. Seeing that Zhou Yufei liked it, Chen Fan also smiled and said, "Okay." Chen Fan went straight to buy 100 coins and started playing catching dolls with Zhou Yufei. When Zhou Yufei saw a cute Stella Lu in a claw machine, her eyes immediately lit up with love, and she pulled Chen Fan over to grab it. Zhou Yufei tried several times, but this claw machine was very difficult and she failed every time. Zhou Yufei pouted in disappointment and said, "Damn it, it's so hard to catch." Zhou Yufei stared at the Stella Lu, her love for it evident in her words. At this time, a man and a woman came over. Both of them looked like college students. The girl's name is Lu Xinmeng. She is wearing a light yellow t-shirt and a miniskirt. She has a petite figure, but her chest is plump and about to burst out, giving her a childlike appearance but a great figure. Her face is also very beautiful, with smooth and delicate skin, and her eyes are lively and bright, revealing a sense of cleverness. Chapter 44 Lu Xinmeng. The boy's name is Zhang Xiaochuan. He is obviously Lu Xinmeng's suitor and looks at Lu Xinmeng with a flattering smile. Seeing Zhou Yufei staring at Stella Lu, Lu Xinmeng asked, "Miss, do you want to catch this Stella Lu?" Zhou Yufei saw Lu Xinmeng and nodded, "Yes, this Stella Lu is so cute, I want her so much." Lu Xinmeng pouted and said, "Don't even think about it, little sister. You can't catch this Stella Lu. I've tried many times." Zhang Xiaochuan also nodded and said, "That's right, there must be something fishy about this machine. It's very difficult." The claws loosened as soon as they touched Stella Lu. Zhou Yufei said disappointedly, "How could this happen? It seems that it is really difficult to catch him." Chen Fan's mind moved. There is a talent in the system that allows him to catch dolls. This catch dolls talent is a random reward given by the system when you completed the task last time. Seeing that there were still some gold talent points left, Chen Fan generously added 2 points to the catching dolls talent. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and successfully opened the doll grabbing talent. Your current level is level 1. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and upgraded your doll catching talent to level 2. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and upgraded your doll catching talent to level 3. Some techniques for catching dolls instantly appeared in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Yufei, do you really like this Stella Lu?" Zhou Yufei nodded and said, "I really like it. Such a cute doll, all girls like it." Lu Xinmeng also agreed, "Yes, I tried to catch it several times, but I couldn't catch it." Chen Fan said, "Then I'll catch it and give it to you." Zhou Yufei was surprised and asked, "Can you catch it?" Lu Xinmeng looked at Chen Fan curiously and said, "This Stella Lu is really hard to catch. I come here every time I come here to see it. No one has ever caught Stella Lu before." Zhang Xiaochuan looked at Chen Fan with disdain and said contemptuously, "Don't brag. I have tried to catch this Stella Lu more than 20 times, and I definitely can't catch her." As Lu Xinming's veteran bootlicker, Zhang Xiaochuan has often come to catch her since he knew that Lu Xinming liked Stella Lu, hoping to give Lu Xinming a surprise. Zhang Xiaochuan also watched a lot of doll catching strategy videos and considered himself an expert at it. He often succeeded in catching other dolls, but the difficulty of catching Stella Lu was so incredible that Zhang Xiaochuan couldn't help but shake his head. Being looked at suspiciously by Lu Xinming and Zhang Xiaochuan, Chen Fan's expression was indeed relaxed and calm. Chen Fan put the coins into the machine, then manipulated the claws and stretched them towards Stella Lu. The talent for catching dolls, after being upgraded by the system, immediately showed a powerful effect. Soon, the claws grabbed Stella Lu accurately. Lu Xinming's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, little brother's claws are so steady." Seeing Lu Xinming's admiring face, veteran bootlicker Zhang Xiaochuan became a little unhappy. Zhang Xiaochuan said disdainfully, "What's the big deal? I can catch it too." Zhang Xiaochuan has done in-depth research and found that Stella Lu's body is round and can easily fall off. Zhang Xiaochuan pretended to be profound and said, "The real difficulty of this Stella Lu is to pull it up and put it into the exit. He definitely can't do it." Lu Xinmeng said unhappily, "Zhang Xiaochuan, don't be so sarcastic, can't you cheer for the little brother?" Seeing that Lu Xinmeng actually spoke for Chen Fan, Zhang Xiaochuan immediately became jealous and said, "I am 100% sure that he can't catch him. Will cheering help?" At this moment, Chen Fan had already controlled his claws and swung them with skill. The claw machine exit flashed with colorful neon lights, and a celebratory voice said, "Congratulations on catching the doll successfully. That lovely Stella Lu has already slipped out of the exit." Zhou Yufi, Lu Xinming, and Zhang Xiaochuan were all stunned. Zhou Yufi's pretty face was full of surprise. She had tried several times to catch the doll but failed, but Chen Fan actually helped her catch it. Chen Fan picked up Stella Lu and stuffed it into Zhou Yufi's hand. Zhou Yufi said admiringly, "Brother Chen, you are so awesome. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhou Yufi's favorability, +1. Zhou Yufi's favorability, 48. The target's mood has increased, and the current progress of the heart-to-heart task is 70%. At this time, Lu Xinming was even more surprised. She had been drooling over Stella Lu for a long time, but she had never been able to get her. She had always wanted to capture her, but she didn't expect that the young man in front of her got there first and generously gave her to Zhou Yufi. Lu Xinmeng looked at Zhou Yufi with envy, wishing she could be this young lady instead. Lu Xinmeng looked at Chen Fan curiously again. She didn't expect that this young man, who looked unremarkable, had such amazing skills in catching dolls. Bite. Detected that the host has gained the attention of a new target. Bound target Lu Xinmeng. Name, Lu Xinmeng. Age, 21. Appearance, 90. Measurements, 92D, 51, 79. Height, 158. Favorability, 2. Purity, 100. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, esports purple quality, board games blue quality, billiards blue quality. Chen Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that just by playing with a doll, he would attract the attention of a new girl. Of course, Chen Fan didn't think it was too much. In his eyes, these were all treasures that could be used to earn money and talent points. The more the better. However, what surprised Chen Fan was that Lu Xinming, who was 158 centimeters tall and petite, actually had such an impressive bust. She was indeed an excellent example of a man with a childlike face but a strong mind. Lu Xinming was also surprised and said, "Wow, little brother is so amazing, he succeeded in one try." The most shocked person among them was naturally Zhang Xiaochuan. In order to become a qualified bootlicker for Lu Xinming, Zhang Xiaochuan watched countless video tutorials, took notes in a notebook, and studied the experience carefully, just to catch Stella Lu. The reason why he was so well-intentioned was to show off in front of Lu Xinmeng one day and personally grab the Stella Lu that she loved and give it to her. Just now, he was 100% sure that Chen Fan could not be caught. Unexpectedly, the result was a silent slap in the face. Chen Fan smiled faintly at Zhang Xiaochuan and said, "You just said that I can't catch him?" Zhang Xiaochuan's face turned red and white, feeling extremely embarrassed. He said stubbornly, "Humph, I'm just lucky." Lu Xinmeng pouted her lips and looked at the Stella Lu in Zhou Yufi's hand with envy and longing. Seeing Lu Xinming's cute appearance, Chen Fan smiled and said, "Do you have any other dolls you want? I can help you get them." Lu Xinwen looked at Chen Fan in surprise and joy and asked, "Really? Little brother, can you help me catch it?" Chen Fan nodded. Lu Xinwen was overjoyed and took Chen Fan's hand and walked towards another claw machine. Chapter 45 Feed Me Steak. In addition to Stella Lu Xinwen has several other favorite dolls. Chen Fan said calmly, "Which one do you like? Just point it out to me." Lu Xinwen pointed everywhere excitedly, "This cute rabbit, that Hello Kitty, that Gigi Bear, that Aiden dog, that Xiao Bingbing." Lu Xinwen pointed at more than 10 dolls in one breath, which shocked Chen Fan. This Lu Xinwen is simply a doll-obsessed person and can name many dolls at will. Chen Fan was surprised and asked, "You like all these dolls?" Lu Xinwen nodded excitedly and said, "Brother, can you help me catch it?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "Of course." Zhang Xiachuan, however, sneered in a sour tone, "Be careful not to blow your own trumpet. I was just lucky just now." At this time, Zhang Xiachuan was very unhappy with Chen Fan. As a qualified bootlicker, the thing he could not tolerate the most was the goddess being enthusiastic about other men. Seeing Lu Xinwen's enthusiasm for Chen Fan, Zhang Xiachuan was so angry that he couldn't help but mock Chen Fan in a sarcastic way. Chen Fan ignored Zhang Xiachuan, put coins into a claw machine, and started to catch an Aiden dog. Zhang Xiachuan continued in a sarcastic tone, "Just wait and see, it will fall off soon, it will definitely fall off." However, the result left Zhang Xiachuan stunned. The claw machine exit once again lit up with a burst of colorful light, and a celebratory voice rang out, "Congratulations on your successful capture of the doll." A cute Aiden dog slid out of the exit. Lu Xinwen, Zhang Xiachuan, and Zhou Yufi all looked at this scene in surprise. If Chen Fan's capture of Stella Lu just now might have been due to luck, then it would be hard to explain his successive captures of rare dolls by luck. Lu Xinwen looked at Chen Fan with admiration, her eyes full of worship. Chen Fan picked up the Aiden dog and handed it to Lu Xinwen, saying, "This is for you." Lu Xinwen cheered and hugged the Aiden dog and kissed it a few times. "That's great, such a soft and fragrant Aiden dog, hee hee." Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinwen's admiration value, +1. Lu Xinwen's admiration value, 3. Zhang Xiachuan looked extremely unhappy, but he still didn't want to admit defeat. "Damn it, this kid is so lucky." When Chen Fan heard Zhang Xiachuan's words, he casually said sarcastically, "Are you jealous or envious?" Chen Fan's casual remark seemed to have hit Zhang Xiachuan's sore spot, making him very angry. Chen Fan continued to grab dolls for Lu Xinwen. Rare dolls kept sliding out of the doll machine and into Lu Xinwen's arms. The talent enlightened by the system once again demonstrated its amazing strength, and each of these dolls was caught accurately. A few minutes later, Lu Xinwen was already hugging Meng Meng Rabbit, Hello Kitty, Gigi Bear, Aiden Dog, and Xiao Bingbing with a happy face. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinwen's admiration value, +1. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinwen's admiration value, +1. The sound of Lu Xinwen's admiration value increasing kept coming from his mind, which made Chen Fan feel very happy. Soon, Lu Xinwen's admiration value reached 10 points. Lu Xinwen felt that she had never been so happy. These rare dolls that she had loved for so long were actually being held in her arms. It felt like a dream. She can hardly hold him any longer. Lu Xinwen smiled happily and said, "Thank you, little brother. What's your phone number? If I see a doll I want in the future, please help me get it." Chen Fan had exactly this idea, and he and Lu Xinwen immediately exchanged contact information. After leaving her contact information, Lu Xinwen smiled sweetly at Chen Fan and said, "Goodbye, brother Chen. I'll look for you to play next time." Chen Fan also waved to Lu Xinwen, "Goodbye." Lu Xinwen happily left with a bunch of dolls in her arms. Zhang Xiachuan quickly followed her and said in a flattering manner, "Xinwen, are you tired? I'll help you hold a few dolls." Lu Xinwen said without even turning her head, "No need." It was already afternoon, so Chen Fan took Zhou Yufi to a high-end Western restaurant for a romantic candlelight dinner. The atmosphere in the high-end Western restaurant was very romantic. The waiters in suits and vests were polite and provided top-notch service to Chen Fan and Zhou Yufi with elegant smiles. Under the romantic lights, Zhou Yufi's pretty face was flushed and she showed a lovely smile, which made her even more beautiful and charming. The waiter also, at Chen Fan's instruction, brought Zhou Yufi a large bouquet of red roses, and looking at the gorgeous and delicate flowers, Zhou Yufi felt as if she was dreaming. She was extremely excited. Just 2 days ago, she was still working hard for a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, and was constantly scolded by her supervisor and ridiculed by her colleagues. But today, he was sitting leisurely in a high-end Western restaurant, with a top-quality platinum bag hanging in his hand, eating luxurious Western food, holding a beautiful rose, enjoying the service of the waiter, and constantly feeling the envious gazes from the girls. The contrast is too great. Zhao Yufei knew in her heart that all this was caused by meeting the smiling man in front of her. Zhao Yufei raised her red wine glass, clinked it with Chen Fan's and said, "Brother Chen, thank you. I am really happy today." Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhao Yufei's favorability, +1. Zhao Yufei's favorability, 49. The task target's mood value has increased, and the current task progress is 85%. Seeing that Zhao Yufei's favorability was almost reaching 50 and the task progress was getting higher and higher, Chen Fan was also very excited. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Yufei with a smile in his eyes and said, "Yufei, your steak looks delicious. Give me a bite." When Zhao Yufei heard Chen Fan asking her to feed him, this kind of intimate interaction did not disgust her at all, but she felt even happier. Just now when Chen Fan and Lu Xinmeng exchanged contact information, she felt lost and felt threatened by other girls. She now really wants to maintain a close relationship with Chen Fan. Zhao Yufei looked at Chen Fan with a smile in her beautiful eyes, obediently cut a piece of steak, and was about to put it into Chen Fan's mouth with a fork. Chen Fan smiled and shook his head, "Feed me with your mouth." Zhao Yufei was stunned. Her pretty face quickly turned red with embarrassment, and she said embarrassedly, "We will be seen." Seeing Zhao Yufei's shy look, Chen Fan thought it was very cute and insisted, "Don't be afraid, no one knows us." Zhao Yufei looked around shyly and saw that no one was paying attention to her. For some reason, she licked her lips with her tongue, then gently held the steak in her mouth, leaned forward, blushed, closed her eyes, and handed the steak over. Chen Fan was extremely excited. He leaned forward and slowly approached Zhao Yufei's pretty face. Zhao Yufei put the steak into Chen Fan's mouth. Their lips touched lightly, causing her whole body to tremble slightly as if she were electrocuted. She shyly sat back in her seat and looked around like a guilty thief, just in time to see a young waiter holding a tray, his feet frozen in place, looking at her in surprise with a stunned expression. Chapter 46 Personal Butler. Zhao Yufei's face instantly turned red, and she shyly said, "Brother Chen, someone saw us." Chen Fan smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's okay." Chen Fan chewed the juicy and tender steak in big mouthfuls, feeling it was extremely delicious, as if he could taste the sweetness from Zhao Yufei's little mouth. Zhao Yufei's feminine demeanor made him extremely happy. The young waiter in the distance was literally slashed in the butt with a knife, and he opened his eyes. He looked at Chen Fan with envy, thinking that this boy really knew how to enjoy himself. It was no wonder that the waiter was surprised. Zhao Yufei was wearing all international brands and holding an expensive limited edition platinum bag in her hand. In comparison, Chen Fan's clothes were ordinary and his identity was hard to tell. Unexpectedly, the beautiful lady dressed in international brand names would feed Chen Fan steak with her mouth. The young waiter felt extremely envious and jealous. When they came out of the high-end Western restaurant, Zhao Yufei's favorability had reached 49, and the task progress had reached 95%, almost reaching completion. Coming out of the Western restaurant, Chen Fan and Zhao Yufei sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Both of them had smiles on their faces and the atmosphere became more ambiguous. After kissing for a while, Chen Fan said excitedly, "Let's find a hotel." Zhao Yufei blushed and nodded. Instead of feeling disgusted, she felt a little bit expectant. Chen Fan brought Zhao Yufei to a 5-star hotel called Carlton. The Carlton Hotel is magnificent and is one of the top hotels in Aviation City. As soon as they entered the magnificent reception hall of the Carlton Hotel, Chen Fan and Zhao Yufei were shocked and dazzled by the luxurious decoration that was so gorgeous and noble that it seemed like a palace. Zhao Yufei was shocked. She had never been to such a luxurious and high-class place and was a little overwhelmed. Not to mention Zhao Yufei, even Chen Fan had never seen such a grand scene. Before Chen Fan got the system, he was just a loser with a monthly income of 4,000 yuan. How could he have the opportunity to spend money in such occasions? But Chen Fan was still calm. After all, he was a member of the system and he couldn't bring shame to the system. At this time, a beautiful lobby manager named Fong Yuan came up to us with a smile. She was wearing a Josiah women's suit, the fitted waist design perfectly showed off her slender waist. Her full bust stood proudly, and her plump buttocks twisted seductively as she walked. The high heels on her feet made her look graceful and elegant. She tied her hair into a high ponytail, and her smooth, black, shiny hair made her pretty face look neat and tidy. At first glance, she was obviously a capable career woman. Fong Yuan's beauty made Chen Fan's eyes light up. For a top 5-star hotel like this, the lobby manager is truly outstanding. Fang Yuan said to Chen Fan with a polite smile, Sir, what service do you need? When she walked towards Chen Fan, her eyes were already judging the spending power of Chen Fan and the other person. Although Chen Fan's clothes were ordinary, Fang Yuan could tell at a glance that Zhou Yufi was wearing international brands all over her body, and the platinum bag in her hand was an international limited edition platinum bag that would make all women crazy. Fang Yuan couldn't help but look at the two people curiously. She rarely saw this kind of combination booking a room in a hotel. The other guests were mostly big bosses dressed luxuriously and brought ordinary dressed girls to book a room. However, Chen Fan was with a girl who was wearing all branded clothes, which surprised Fang Yuan a little. The international fashion brands Zhou Yufi is wearing probably cost more than $2 million in total. Seeing Zhou Yufi standing obediently beside Chen Fan, holding Chen Fan's arm intimately, looking like a little bird, Fang Yuan felt very curious about Chen Fan. Being curiously looked at by Fang Yuan's bright eyes, Chen Fan casually asked, What is the most expensive suite here? Fang Yuan was instantly surprised. She had never expected that this young man who looked like the boy next door would come up and ask about the most expensive suite. Zhou Yufi was also slightly surprised. She thought Chen Fan would just ask for a room, but she didn't expect Chen Fan to ask for the most expensive suite. Fang Yuan quickly suppressed her surprise and said with a professional smile, The most luxurious suite in our Carlton Hotel is the presidential suite. You can enjoy the best service if you stay in the presidential suite. Chen Fan asked curiously, What services are available? Fang Yuan introduced, You will have a private butler service to meet your personalized needs, such as arranging a private chef, a private makeup artist, etc. You can also get the right to use the exclusive elevator and exclusive parking space to absolutely guarantee your privacy. At the same time, all the bars, gyms, and swimming pools in Carlton will treat you as a VIP. Chen Fan asked, Can I designate my personal butler? Fang Yuan said, We have professionally trained private butlers, and their quality is absolutely top-notch. Of course, you can specify one from them. Chen Fan looked at Fang Yuan's pretty face and said, How about I appoint you to be my personal butler? Fang Yuan was shocked, Me? Fang Yuan looked at Chen Fan curiously. She didn't expect Chen Fan to be so direct and bold. Bite. Detected that the host has gained the attention of a new target. Bound target Fang Yuan. Name, Fang Yuan. Age, 25. Appearance, 91. Measurements, 91D, 50, 81. Height, 166 centimeters. Favorability, 0. Purity, 100. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, antique appraisal blue rarity, T-art blue rarity. The sound of the system binding the target also came from my mind. Chen Fan was secretly delighted. Just like LV Xiaoni, the store manager of Celia Fashion Products, the expenses incurred by Chen Fan on dates with girls could improve the favorability of two girls at the same time by spending the money for one. Isn't that a good thing to kill two birds with one stone? Fang Yuan still asked curiously, Why did you choose me to be your personal butler? Chen Fan said calmly, I think you are excellent and look very comfortable. What's the problem? Fang Yuan was somewhat happy to receive Chen Fan's praise. She smiled politely and said, Okay, sir, as long as you stay in the presidential suite, I will personally provide you with all the services in the Carlton Hotel. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, took out his bank card and said, Then book me the best presidential suite for a month to try it out. Fang Yuan was a little surprised and asked, Sir, you haven't asked the price yet? Fang Yuan was extremely confused. This person was too much. He placed an order without even asking the price? And you want a 1-month subscription right away? Even though Fang Yuan was knowledgeable and experienced, she couldn't help but doubt whether this person came here to consume sincerely. Chen Fan also reacted, Yes, I forgot to ask the price. Chapter 47 Presidential Suite. Fang Yuan and Zhou Yufi were both speechless. The first thing other customers asked was the price, but Chen Fan, on the other hand, actually forgot to even ask the price. Fang Yuan paused and said in a calm tone, Sir, the presidential suite of our Carlton Hotel is the best in Hangzhou. The rent is 150,000 a day, and 4.5 million a month. Fang Yuan tried to keep her tone gentle so as not to scare Chen Fan. In the past, there were some bosses who looked very rich and asked for the presidential suite. But when they heard the price of the presidential suite, many people were shocked and backed off. Zhou Yufi couldn't help but show her surprise. 4.5 million a month was simply unimaginable to her. When Fang Yuan said the price, her bright and beautiful eyes looked at Chen Fan curiously, not knowing how he would react. To Fang Yuan's surprise, Chen Fan handed her the bank card without blinking and asked her to go through the check-in procedures. Fang Yuan took her bank card to the front desk, still feeling a little bit unbelieving. This young man's behavior was so different from that of the usual customers. When the card was swiped successfully, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised, but she became curious about Chen Fan's identity. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yuan's favorability, +2. Fang Yuan's favorability, 2. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 4.5 million yuan on the target during the mission, and successfully obtained double cashback. 9 million cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. The prompt in his mind made Chen Fan secretly happy. There was no sound more pleasant than the sound of favorability and cashback. Fang Yuan held the bank card in both hands and respectfully handed it back to Chen Fan, along with a glittering golden VIP card. Fang Yuan smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Chen, this is our Carlton Hotel's VIP card. You can enjoy discounts on all your future purchases." Chen Fan took the bank card and VIP card calmly and said, "VIP is okay, but the discount is not necessary." Fang Yuan and Zhao Yufi were both stunned, thinking, is there anyone who doesn't want a discount? Of course, they didn't know that the system could give double cash back. Chen Fan was now eager to spend more so as to get more cash back. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and nodded, "Mr. Chen is really humorous." Chen Fan said, "The formalities have been completed, then you can take us to the presidential suite." Fang Yuan bowed respectfully and said, "Please follow me." Fang Yuan turned around and took Chen Fan and Zhao Yufi onto the red carpet and walked towards the VIP elevator. Chen Fan and Zhao Yufi smiled at each other, held hands, and followed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's back is full of elegance and charm. Her long, smooth black hair dances rhythmically with her steps, making her look very beautiful. Soon, Fang Yuan brought Chen Fan and Zhao Yufi into a presidential suite that was extremely luxurious, like the emperor's bedroom. Chen Fan and Zhao Yufi's eyes were filled with shock, and they looked up at the magnificent decoration with curiosity. The huge crystal chandelier sparkles with dreamy lights, and the luxurious wall sculptures exude an indescribable sense of dignity. It is simply the perfect combination of art and taste. The luxurious bathtub inlaid with crystals is sprinkled with gorgeous red rose petals, the white quilt on the bed is folded into an elegant swan ready to fly, and a variety of fine wines in the private bar are waiting for guests to taste. Every detail of the presidential suite exudes a noble and elegant temperament and demonstrates extraordinary taste. Zhao Yufi opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at the luxurious presidential suite curiously. It was the first time she saw such a noble and luxurious style. Zhao Yufi had only seen such top-level quality on TV and could only experience it in her imagination. But now it was truly presented before her eyes, making her feel like it was a dream. What surprised Chen Fan the most was that one of the walls turned out to be a huge wall-mounted fish tank, which contained beautiful marine ornamental fish. Crystal-clear jellyfish, blue devilfish, colorful mandolin fish, red and white clownfish, bluebody and golden-tail goldfin damselfish. Various brightly colored marine ornamental fish compete with each other in beauty and swim happily, which is very beautiful. When Zhao Yufi saw the beautiful ornamental fish, she immediately showed her eyes full of surprise. "Wow, what beautiful fish!" Zhao Yufi rushed to the wall-mounted fish tank and admired the beautiful ornamental fish with her eyes wide open. Chen Fan also nodded, feeling very satisfied. He also understood why this presidential suite cost 150,000 a day. The daily maintenance cost of this wall-mounted fish tank alone would probably scare the hell out of an ordinary office worker. Fang Yuan smiled and introduced, "You two can use all the facilities in the presidential suite at will. Is Mr. Chen satisfied?" Chen Fan nodded and smiled, "Manager Fang, I am very satisfied." Seeing that Chen Fan and Zhao Yufi were very satisfied and excited, Fang Yuan also felt a sense of pride. She is very confident about the quality of the presidential suite. Fang Yuan smiled politely, saluted like a lady to Chen Fan and said, "Then I won't disturb you two to rest. There is a dedicated intercom on the crystal coffee table. You can talk to me, the butler, at any time. You can call me directly if you need any service. I hope you two can have good memories." Fang Yuan politely left the room and closed the door for them. The luxurious presidential suite became the world of Chen Fan and Zhao Yufi. In this sweet world of two, no one will disturb them. Chen Fan and Zhao Yufi smiled at each other, both feeling a sense of romantic happiness. Chen Fan entered the private bar, poured 2 glasses of French Bordeaux red wine, and handed one to Zhao Yufi. "Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhao Yufei's favorability, +1. Zhao Yufei's favorability, 50. Congratulations to the host, your favorability has reached 50, and you have a chance to choose a target talent. Which talent would you choose? Stock trading purple level, massage purple level, company management green level. Chen Fan thought about it casually and chose stock trading purple grade. In Chen Fan's opinion, this is the most valuable talent. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, stock trading. Currently available talent, stock trading. Chen Fan now possesses an 8th level painting talent and has already felt the terrible benefits of the system's talent improvement. If this talent for stock trading is improved to the top level, wouldn't he become a top giant in the stock market? Then, Chen Fan gently put his arms around her slender waist, and the two of them walked to the wall-mounted fish tank together, tasting the fragrant red wine while admiring the beautiful ornamental fish. This is a romantic moment for two people. Chapter 48 Delicious Midnight Snack. Zhao Yufei excitedly pointed at a golden-winged damselfish with a blue body and a golden tail and said, "Brother Chen, that fish is so beautiful." "What about you? Which fish do you think is the most beautiful?" Chen Fan looked at Zhao Yufei's pretty face and said with a smile, "Yufei, you are the most beautiful in my eyes." Chen Fan's words made Zhao Yufei happy. She blushed and said, "Brother Chen, you are so good to me. Today I am yours." Zhao Yufei said boldly, "Brother Chen, what do you want me to do?" Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Just listen to my instructions." Zhao Yufei was a little nervous, but nodded expectantly. Chen Fan looked around and saw the huge bathtub inlaid with crystals. It was filled with gorgeous red rose petals, which looked romantic and beautiful. Chen Fan said excitedly, "Let's try the flower petal bath first." The two people's clothes fell to the floor one by one, and they stepped into the bathtub filled with flower petals. After sitting for a while, Chen Fan stood up. An hour later, peace returned to the presidential suite. Zhao Yufei didn't regret it at all because she was very fond of the man around her. Chen Fan said with a smile on his face, "Let's take a break first." "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Chen." Zhao Yufei smiled sweetly. Chen Fan picked up the intercom on the crystal coffee table, turned on the switch and said, "Manager Fong, can you hear me?" Fong Yuan's pleasant voice soon came from the intercom, "I'm here. What can I do for you, Mr. Chen?" Chen Fan was surprised. He didn't expect it to be so useful. Chen Fan said with satisfaction, "We are a little hungry, please ask the kitchen to make us a good midnight snack." Soon, Fong Yuan pushed the food cart and rang the doorbell of the presidential suite. When Chen Fan opened the door, he saw the luxurious set meal on the dining cart. Fresh strawberries and other fruits, dotted with flowers, and desserts that will make you drool at the first sight. There are also main dishes that look delicious: deep-fried spring rolls, green vegetables with sweet and sour fish, braised fresh shrimps, French top-grade truffles with foie gras. These dishes are all delicious and look really good, making you want to devour them. Chen Fan said with satisfaction, "Manager Fong, your midnight snack is really good." Fong Yuan smiled and nodded, "As long as Mr. Chen is satisfied, I will be very happy." Chen Fan took the dining cart, pushed it in, and called Zhao Yufei to come and eat. At this time, Zhao Yufei was wearing a bathrobe, looking very charming and beautiful. Fong Yuan took a curious look. As the lobby manager of the Carlton 5-star hotel, Fong Yuan is naturally knowledgeable. Fong Yuan didn't dare to look at him anymore. She bowed like a lady and left the room, saying, "Mr. Chen, when you finish your midnight snack, just push the food cart outside the door. We have someone to collect it." Chen Fan nodded and said, "Okay." After Fong Yuan left, Chen Fan and Zhao Yufei enjoyed the top-notch food in the presidential suite. After the intense exercise, both of them were a little hungry, so they had a big meal. The midnight snack in the presidential suite was indeed delicious, making Chen Fan and Zhao Yufei very satisfied. "Try this spring roll, it's delicious." Chen Fan smiled and fed Zhao Yufei a spring roll. As soon as Zhao Yufei tasted it, her beautiful eyes immediately brightened up. It was indeed delicious. "It's delicious." Zhao Yufei also nodded. She had never eaten such delicious food carefully prepared by a chef. Zhao Yufei looked at Chen Fan's profile, and her eyes became gentle and full of love. At this time, the system voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. The target's mood has increased. The current progress of the heart-to-heart task is 100%. Congratulations to the host, the date mission with Zhao Yufei is completed. Zhao Yufei is in a happy mood. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the mission reward, the charm panel is opened. Current charm value, 80. The host can use points to increase the charm value and increase the attractiveness to the opposite sex. Charm value explanation: the average charm value of ordinary men is 70, and the charm value of Xiaoguai's top male stars is around 95. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, 10 million yuan in cash and 10 gold talent points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 point for the talent. The system in my mind began to bombard me with rewards. A series of reward sounds made Chen Fan very surprised. Not to mention the cash and gold talent points, they are absolute treasures. The charm panel is even more amazing. You can use points to increase your charm value, which directly increases your attractiveness to the opposite sex. In simple terms, you make a living by your face. Chen Fan looked at the changes in the system and felt very excited. Chen Fan called up Zhao Yufei's information panel. Name: Zhao Yufei. Age: 22. Height: 163 centimeters. Occupation: car sales. Appearance: 87. Measurements: 89 c, 52, 86. Purity: 100. Favorability: 50. Health value: healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talents: stock trading purple rarity, massage purple rarity, company management green rarity. Zhao Yufei leaned on Chen Fan like a well-behaved and docile kitten. Seeing the gentle and well-behaved beauty Zhao Yufei, Chen Fan took her several more times before the two of them fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction. In the quiet late night, Chen Fan, who was sleeping soundly, had a beautiful dream. He dreamed that he fell in love with a beautiful woman, and in his dream he vowed to stay with this beautiful woman for the rest of his life. As the dream was about to end, Chen Fan saw the face of this beautiful woman clearly, and it was actually Chu Xiaolei. Chen Fan woke up and saw the beautiful face of the woman sleeping next to him. But it was not Chu Xiaolei, but Zhao Yufei. Chen Fan sat quietly on the bed, while Zhao Yufei was sleeping soundly and quietly beside him. Chen Fan didn't understand why he dreamed of Chu Xiaolei. He originally thought that he would forget Chu Xiaolei completely. It seems that Chu Xiaolei's ruthless breakup dealt a heavy blow to Chen Fan's feelings and caused some changes in Chen Fan's view of love. The current Chen Fan will not easily devote all his feelings to a girl. The more you invest in a girl, the more hurt you may end up getting. But Chen Fan will at least give girls endless money, and will not let them be bullied, making them feel completely safe. At least in this way, Chen Fan won't feel psychologically indebted to these girls. Thinking of this, Chen Fan turned sideways and kissed Zhao Yufei lightly on the forehead. Chapter 49: Growing Up. After a crazy night, both of them slept soundly. At 9 o'clock the next day, Chen Fan was awakened by a phone call. Chen Fan looked at his phone sleepily and found that it was Xiao Manya calling. Last night was so crazy that the alarm clock didn't even wake me up. Chen Fan's heart tightened. Chen Fan picked up the phone and heard Xiao Manya's sweet voice. However, the pleasant voice at this time carried a hint of displeasure. Director Chen, why are you late for work the next day? Even through the phone, Chen Fan seemed to see Xiao Manya's expression as cold as an iceberg. Chen Fan could only smile and said, Vice President Zhao, I have something to do, but don't worry, the task of 2 original paintings a day will definitely not be delayed. Hearing Chen Fan's voice, Xiao Manya seemed to calm down a little. Director Chen, I don't have to rush you, but you know, the progress of my game is already very behind, so I need to catch up. Chen Fan hung up the phone, feeling somewhat helpless. Although as a wealthy man with a cashback system, Chen Fan felt a little speechless about having to go to work, he did not want to give up his job. After all, Chen Fan has an obsession with artistic creation and can feel the satisfaction of artistic expression when painting. Besides, the graceful Xiao Manya had a great attraction to him. After all, Xiao Manya possessed the talent of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture that could cure his father's legs, which was something Chen Fan really wanted to obtain. Moreover, if you want to conquer a beauty like Xiao Manya who has artistic pursuits, it may not be possible to achieve your goal by just spending money. You also need to use your talent to completely impress Xiao Manya. So Chen Fan decided to continue working at Yusai Game Company for a while. I want tea leave until I conquer Xiao Manya. Chen Fan made up his mind and woke up Zhao Yufei who was still sleeping. Little lazy bastard, hurry up and get up. Chen Fan shouted in Zhao Yufei's ear. Zhao Yufei was also sleepy and rubbed her eyes lazily, revealing a clear clumsiness. However, when Zhao Yufei saw Chen Fan clearly, she immediately smiled gently. You are the lazy bug. Chen Fan smiled and said, You lazy idiot, it's time to get up. It's already past 9 o'clock. Zhao Yufei's pretty face was startled. She quickly checked the time and said with a sad face, I'm going to be late now. Zhou Yufei looked at Chen Fan aggrievedly, blushing and pouting. It's all your fault. You asked for it so many times last night. Chen Fan smiled and said, who made you so tempting? I must do it a few more times. Zhou Yufei pouted but couldn't help laughing. Chen Fan picked up the intercom and said to Fang Yuan, Manager Fang, please prepare breakfast for us. Fang Yuan's pleasant voice came from the intercom, I'll be there soon. Soon, Fang Yuan appeared outside the door pushing a sumptuous breakfast. Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei had breakfast, and then drove Zhou Yufei to the Junqi Forest store. Before getting off the car, Zhou Yufei blushed and said, Brother Chen, call me whenever you miss me. Seeing Zhou Yufei's feminine and charming appearance, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel moved again. Chen Fan pulled Zhou Yufei over and kissed her for a while before saying, well, go to work now. Zhou Yufei kissed Chen Fan on the side of his face and said, goodbye, darling. Zhou Yufei watched the Rolls Royce disappear with a loving look on her face before turning and walking towards the Junqi Forest store. Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei were already in the store, discussing gossip. When Wang Jinmei saw Zhou Yufei's unnatural walking posture, she said in a veteran tone, well, it seems that Xiao Zhou went through a lot yesterday. Manager Lin Shasha also said meaningfully, yes, Xiao Zhou has finally grown up. Both of them had meaningful smiles on their lips. However, when the two saw clearly the orange bag Zhou Yufei was holding, both of them gasped in surprise. Manager Lin Shasha was surprised and asked, is this the limited edition platinum bag from Hermes? Wang Jinmei's face was filled with disbelief, her eyes widened. The status of this platinum bag in women's hearts is the same as that of a top luxury car in men's hearts. It is fatal to all women. Wang Jinmei was so surprised that her breathing quickened. Yes, it's that platinum bag. Oh my god, how could Xiao Zhou have such an expensive bag? Lin Shasha was shocked as soon as she thought about it. I've never seen Xiao Zhou carry this bag before. She had a date with Boss Chen yesterday, and today she came to work with such an expensive bag? Wang Jinmei was incredulous. Could it be that Boss Chen bought this for her? Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei were both in disbelief. The image of Chen Fan appeared in their minds. What kind of boss is so generous? This platinum bag is worth more than 1 million. It's really scary. Zhou Yufei limped into the Junqi Forest store and saw the store manager Lin Shasha, the sales champion Wang Jinmei, and several female salespeople, all looking at the platinum bag in her hands with envy. Lin Shasha asked in surprise, Xiao Zhou, is this platinum bag given to you by Boss Chen? Zhou Yufei couldn't help but smile. She had to admit that these envious and passionate gazes greatly satisfied her vanity. Chapter 50 returned 3 million to you. Zhou Yufei nodded and said, Brother Chen gave it to me. Lin Shasha, Wang Jinmei, and some female salespeople immediately had stars in their eyes and said enviously, hey, Xiao Zhou, you were so lucky to have met such a rich boss who likes you. Thinking back on everything she had experienced in the past 2 days, Zhou Yufei felt like she was dreaming. Seeing her female colleagues looking at the platinum bag with envy, Zhou Yufei couldn't help but smile. At this moment, a woman in her 50s with a mean face named Zhang Dehua walked into the Junqi Forest store. When Zhou Yufei saw Zhang Dehua, her good mood suddenly disappeared. Her father Zhou Guolei accidentally blinded the gangster Wang Xiaofeng's eyes. And this Zhang Dehua is Wang Xiaofeng's mother. As soon as Zhang Dehua walked into the Junqi Forest store, she stared at Zhou Yufei with a cold face. Lin Shasha, Wang Jinmei and other colleagues looked at this mean old lady in surprise, not knowing what she was doing there. Zhou Yufei said coldly, what are you doing here? This is where I work, don't make trouble here. Zhang Dehua ignored the gazes of other colleagues and shouted hoarsely, Zhou Yufei, your father Zhou Guolei has agreed to marry you to my son Wang Xiaofeng, but your father said you don't agree? After hearing what Zhang Dehua said, colleagues such as Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei were surprised. They didn't expect Zhou Yufei would do such a thing. Zhou Yufei said angrily, why should I marry Wang Xiaofeng? If you want medical expenses, I can transfer them to you. I still owe you 3 million for medical expenses, right? Zhang Dehua nodded proudly, that's right. Now your father can't go to work, your family can't afford the 3 million, so you have to marry my son. Hearing Zhang Dehua's rude and hoarse voice, Zhou Yufei's lips trembled with anger. I will return the 3 million to you now. Zhang Dehua was stunned and said in disbelief, your house has been sold a long time ago, how can you afford 3 million? Zhang Dehua was full of disbelief. She knew that the Zhou family had been emptied out in order to pay off the debt, and even their house had been sold. How could they still come up with 3 million? Zhou Yufei pressed a few buttons on her phone and transferred the 3 million yuan that Chen Fan gave her to Zhang Dehua. Then, Zhou Yufei showed Zhang Dehua the transfer record and said angrily, "Look carefully, the 3 million has been transferred to you. From now on, my Zhou family does not owe your Wang family any money." Zhang Dahua's phone suddenly received a notification that her money had arrived. She quickly picked up the phone and was surprised to see that 3 million yuan had actually arrived. Zhang Dahua was shocked. She knew that the Zhou family had been penniless and could not afford any money. They were almost desperate, so Zhou Guolei had no choice but to agree to let Zhou Yufei marry Wang Xiaofeng. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yufei transferred 3 million to her easily. Colleagues Lin Xiaxia and Wang Jinmei were even more shocked. They couldn't believe Zhou Yufei's generosity. Lin Xiaxia lowered her voice and whispered in Wang Jinmei's ear in surprise, "Could this money also be given by Boss Chen?" Wang Jinmei nodded, "It can only be that Boss Chen, it can't be anyone else." Wang Jinmei looked at Zhou Yufei's platinum bag worth more than 1 million yuan with envy, and said jealously, "Xiao Zhou has really changed his luck after meeting that Boss Chen." Some colleagues looked at Zhou Yufei with envy. A few days ago, Zhou Yufei was a car sales rookie who was laughed at by her colleagues. She could not earn any commission every month and could only get a basic salary of 2,000 yuan. But since meeting Chen Fan, Zhou Yufei has transformed herself. She is now dressed in trendy brand names, carrying expensive bags worth millions, and now she even spends a huge sum of 3 million yuan at a time, which makes her colleagues look at her in a new light, with both envy and jealousy. Zhou Yufei said coldly, "The money has been transferred to you, and I don't owe your Wang family any money. Please leave quickly and don't make trouble at my workplace." Zhang Daihua rolled her eyes but still refused to give in. She said loudly, "Although this money can cure my son's illness, my son has been disfigured and his neurological problems will last a lifetime. You must marry my son and take care of him for the rest of his life." Zhang Dehua was being unreasonable, and Zhou Yufei was so angry that her whole body was shaking. "Why do you want me to take care of him for the rest of his life? Wang Xiaofeng molested me in the zoo, and my dad accidentally blinded his eyes. He asked for it." Zhang Daihua snorted coldly, "If you don't marry him, who will? My son will definitely not be able to work for the rest of his life, and other women don't like him. You must be responsible to the end. You have to continue the Wang family's lineage." Zhou Yufei was so angry that she burst into tears. She picked up a mop and drove Zhang Dahua out of the Junqi 4S store. "Get out of here. Even if you kill me, I will never marry your son." Seeing Zhou Yufei's excitement, Zhang Dehua stopped provoking her and sneered, "Zhou Yufei, just wait. You will definitely become my daughter-in-law and continue the Wang family's bloodline. I'll find a lawyer to talk to you tomorrow." After saying that, Zhang Dehua turned around and left with a smug look on his face. Zhou Yufei looked at Zhang Dahua's back and her body trembled with anger. Chen Fan didn't know what happened in the Junqi 4S store. He drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom towards the Yufi game company. "Along the way, I couldn't help but reminisce about last night. It was such a wonderful night." Zhou Yufei's gentleness was unforgettable to Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan didn't know that the discussion about him among the employees of Yufi Game Company was about to explode. The news that Chen Fan was late for work on the second day had spread in the group. "Oh my god, the art director that Vice President Zhao finally decided on was late for work the next day. Vice President Zhao is so pitiful for choosing a loser who can't even come to work on time. Vice President Zhao, my goddess, it looks like the board of directors will criticize her severely at the end of the month." Zhang Yaoquan's employee named Wang Xiaodan proudly sent a message, yesterday, that Brat actually drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Later I realized that he must have rented that Rolls-Royce. Rented? Some people were immediately surprised. But soon, many people accepted this statement. I think so too. Chen Fan is only 23 or 24 years old. How could he have a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Yes, it is indeed reasonable to rent it. When people encounter something that is difficult to understand, they will constantly explain it using logic that they can understand. Therefore, many employees soon felt that this Rolls-Royce Phantom must have been rented by Chen Fan. Alas, he is so vain, rents a luxury car to show off, and is late for work. This Chen Fan will definitely be fired soon. Some people have begun to speculate when Chen Fan will be fired. Chapter 51. This is actually Chen Fan's painting? Wen Ruyu also saw the discussions among employees in the office. She couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Although Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick her up yesterday, she couldn't confirm whether this luxury car belonged to Chen Fan. Wen Ruyu came to Xiao Manya's office anxiously and said, "Vice President Xiao, have you seen the message in the employee group?" What surprised Wen Ruyu was that Xiao Manya said calmly, "I saw it." When Ruyu asked doubtfully, Vice President Zhao, aren't you anxious? Director Chen hasn't come to work yet. Zhao Manya remained calm and said, I called and asked, and he said he would be here soon. When Ruyu asked curiously, Vice President Zhao, why aren't you in a hurry at all? Our game's progress is already far behind, and the new art director seems nonchalant. When Ruyu was really puzzled. She didn't know why Zhao Manya looked so confident. If it were her, she would be as anxious as an ant on hot pan. Zhao Manya calmly opened an original painting from the computer and said, come and take a look. This is the work director Chen gave me yesterday. When Ruyu was busy preparing materials all day yesterday and did not have the chance to see Chen Fan's work. When Ruyu leaned over and when he saw the picture on the computer, his eyes widened instantly and his face showed surprise. This is an extremely sophisticated and mature work, with just the right amount of light and shadow, giving the picture a great sense of depth. The beasts in the picture are lifelike and vivid, and they seem to jump out of the painting if you are not careful. When Ruyu is also an old hand at drawing and can tell the level of a painter at a glance. As soon as she saw the neat and clean way some details were handled, when Ruyu knew that the painter's level was definitely far above hers. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as the work of a master. When Ruyu asked in disbelief, Vice President Zhao, is this Director Chen's painting? Isn't he a first-class painter? Seeing when Ruyu's surprised expression, Zhao Manya smiled and said, now you know why I must let him be the art director, right? When Ruyu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Zhao Manya insisted on inviting Chen Fan to be the art director of the White Myth game. Chen Fan's paintings can no longer be described as paintings, they can be completely called works of art. When Ruyu asked curiously, how long did it take Director Chen to complete these two paintings? Zhao Manya also said in disbelief, I am also surprised that he only took more than an hour to complete two paintings. When Ruyu was completely surprised, 1 hour? To complete two paintings of such high quality? When Ruyu found it incredible that anyone could draw two pictures in an hour. But to have such a high standard is simply a dream. When Ruyu was full of curiosity about Chen Fan. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained When Ruyu's admiration value, +1. When Ruyu's admiration value, 18. Chen Fan, who was still driving, suddenly had a system prompt pop up in his mind. Chen Fan was speechless, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain? But Chen Fan thought a little greedily, it would be great if it was Zhao Manya's admiration value. In Chen Fan's opinion, Zhao Manya's admiration value is undoubtedly much more difficult to gain than When Ruyu's. Zhao Manya is not short of money, nor is she a materialistic woman, so it is much more difficult to use money to increase Zhao Manya's admiration than other girls. Chen Fan became very excited when he thought that Zhao Manya's talent could be used to treat his father's legs. Chen Fan parked the car and walked towards the office building. In the company S Group, employees are still talking about stocks. It's going up, Lei Zhao concept stocks are going up again, he is worthy of being the king of monster stocks. Damn it, Lei Zhao is going up like crazy, it's up 5 points today. Add more positions. I feel like it will go up tomorrow. Yes, I also increased my position. I just heard from an internet stock god that Lei Zhao has been hotly speculated by capital recently, and it will rise by 10 points. At Yusai Games, if you don't buy stocks, you will have nothing in common with other employees. In order to integrate into some small groups, many people will buy some stocks and use them as topics of conversation. Among them, a stock called Lei Zhao concept stock is the hottest king of monster stocks recently. In just 3 months, the unit price increased from 25 to 67. That is to say, if you invested 250,000, you would get 670,000 if you sell it now. Moreover, there is no sign of stopping the rise of this stock. Many securities traders even estimate that the stable range of Lei Zhao concept stocks is around 124. That means there is almost half room for growth. For stock investors, isn't this just like filling sacks with money and eating pork ribs for every meal? Some employees who bought less are regretting their purchases now. Damn it, I wish I had bought more. While the employees were discussing stocks enthusiastically in the group, Chen Fan walked into Zhao Manya's office with a smile on his face. Chen Fan happened to hear When Ruyu and Zhao Manya discussing stocks. Because of the company's culture, When Ruyu and Zhao Manya also bought a lot of stocks. When Ruyu was regretting and said, oh, if I had known earlier, I would have bought more Lei Zhao. Among the stocks I have, only Lei Zhao is in the red. Zhao Manya also nodded and said, yes, who knew that Lei Zhao had such great potential, I bought too little. Chen Fan's heart suddenly moved. He just happened to get the talent for stock trading from Zhao Yufi. If I could give Xiao Manya and Wenruyu some advice on stocks, maybe I could gain some admiration points. Chen Fan thought about it and immediately asked the system to open the talent book and use the gold talent points to open the stock trading talent. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used your gold talent points to unlock your stock trading talent. With the use of golden talent points, the originally dark stock trading talent was lit up. Congratulations to the host, using the gold talent points, the stock trading talent has been upgraded to level 2. Congratulations to the host, using the gold talent points, the stock trading talent has been upgraded to level 7. Chapter 52 Talent for Stock Trading. In order to avoid mistakes, Chen Fan directly upgraded his stock trading talent to level 7. Level 7 talent is already better than the most powerful securities expert on the planet. Chen Fan also opened the stock trading software and analyzed the K-line chart. With the top professional securities knowledge in his mind, Chen Fan can see the future trend of stocks at a glance. Chen Fan quickly realized that the surge in Zhao concept stocks was a conspiracy. Some capital was deliberately going long to lure jealous retail investors to invest their money, and then wield the sickle to reap the profits at the appropriate time. And the time to harvest leaks will soon come. Although Chen Fan didn't know the exact time for harvesting leaks, he had already figured out that it all depended on the mood of the capital behind the scenes. If the capital behind the scenes wanted to harvest leaks, it could happen at any time. Chen Fan asked calmly, Vice President Zhao, Assistant 1, how many Zhao did you buy? Wenruyu immediately regretted it and said, I only bought 20,000 yuan and was just about to buy some more. Xiao Manya said excitedly, I bought 200,000 and made tens of thousands in the past few days. Chen Fan said calmly, I advise you to sell it quickly. Zhao is about to collapse and fall sharply soon. After Chen Fan finished speaking, Wenruyu and Xiao Manya both showed disbelief. Wenruyu asked suspiciously, Director Chen, how do you know? I see others are still increasing their positions recently. Xiao Manya looked at Chen Fan curiously. Yes, some securities experts said that Zhao is a sunrise industry and there is still half room for growth. At this moment, Director Zhang Yaoquan proudly posted a picture of his income in the employee group. I saw that he actually bought 1.5 million Zhao. He has been making a lot of money every day recently and has already made a profit of 1 million. Zhang Yaoquan even added a smug sunglasses expression. Everyone, pay homage to me, the stock god. Zhao has already made nearly 1 million. The employees immediately showed envy and jealousy. Wow, Director Zhang let me get some of his magic, that's awesome. Director Zhang's vision is always so accurate. I will follow Director Zhang's lead when buying stocks in the future. Yes, Director Zhang, please tell us which stocks you will buy in the future. Director Zhang is amazing. I admire you so much. For a time, flattery continued to appear among the employees. Zhang Yaoquan proudly said in the employee group, okay, female colleagues who want to get advice from me, the stock god, can chat with me privately. Wenruyu and Xiao Manya also saw the profit chart that Zhang Yaoquan sent to the employee group. Wenruyu immediately said enviously, Chen Fan, look at Director Zhang, he has already made 1 million just by relying on Zhao, and you still asked us to sell it. Xiao Manya also looked at Chen Fan with a reproachful look and said, that's right. Recently, many people in the company are still investing in Zhao. If you sell it now, you will be laughed at by your colleagues. Chen Fan was not in a hurry and smiled lightly, just wait and see. Anyway, Zhao is already at the end of his strength. The 30-day line and the 7-day line are both in danger, and the capital flow in the past few days is also a bit abnormal. At this time, Zhang Yaoquan, dressed in an avant-garde and trendy style, walked into Xiao Manya's office with a proud look on his face. Zhang Yaoquan happened to hear what Chen Fan said, and immediately laughed at him. Mr. Chen, are you jealous of me making money? Are you here to badmouth Zhao? Chen Fan said calmly, just wait and see. If Director Zhang doesn't believe me, you can buy more. Maybe you can make more money. Zhang Yaoquan said proudly, I'm afraid of you, so I bought it for you to see. Don't be jealous when I make money tomorrow. Zhang Yaoquan bought another 1 million Zhao in front of Chen Fan as if to show off. Zhang Yaoquan proudly posted the screenshot of the order to the employee group and boasted proudly, this stock god has increased his position again. Wait for the sacks to be filled with money tomorrow. The employees were immediately excited. Wow, Director Zhang and I are adding more shares to Zhao. The female employee named Shin Hong also said excitedly, great, with Director Zhang as my guide, my confidence has doubled. I will follow suit. by Lei Zhenziao. A female employee named Lili also said happily, I was going to sell some, but Jiang Gushan showed me the way, so I continued to buy. Seeing the constant flattery from the employees, Jiang Yaokuan looked very proud. He looked at Chen Fan with contempt and said with a smile, see, the smart people believe in me, but you are the only one who doesn't know how smart I am. Chen Fan was not in a hurry either. He knew very well that Lei Zhenziao would definitely plummet in the near future. After all, Chen Fan has a 7th level talent for stock trading, which is simply not comparable to a layman like Jiang Yaokuan. Chen Fan said calmly, just wait, Lei Zhenziao will definitely fall soon. Jiang Yaokuan said with a mocking look on his face, I see you don't have the money to buy it, so you say the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. If you had money, you would have bought all of Lei Zhenzi long ago. Chen Fan looked calm as he picked up the stock trading app on his phone and took a look. Chen Fan quickly spotted a stock called Napoleon Tire. Although it was at a low point recently, the K-line chart showed a trend of rising soon. Chen Fan pressed a few buttons on his phone and immediately bought Napoleon tires worth 5 million. Chen Fan showed his phone to the 3 people and said to Jiang Yaokuan with a smile, you said I don't have money? Let me tell you, even if I had money, I wouldn't buy Lei Zhenziao. Jiang Yaokuan, Wen Ruyu, Xiao Manya and Chen Fan were all surprised when they bought Napoleon tires worth 5 million. On the one hand, people were surprised that Chen Fan could easily and casually take out 5 million to buy stocks. On the other hand, people were surprised that Chen Fan actually chose Napoleon Tire, an unknown company that no one was optimistic about. Napoleon Tire is already a notorious junk stock and no one is interested in it. Even if someone bought Napoleon Tires, they would be laughed at immediately. Xiao Manya asked in confusion, Chen Fan, this Napoleon Tire has been having financial problems recently, and its stock price is also very low. How can you buy it? Wen Ruyu was also surprised and said, yes, Director Chen, your 5 million will definitely be stuck. Jiang Yaokuan immediately laughed smugly, ha, you idiot, you actually bought Napoleon Tire, it's a notorious junk stock, only a blind person would buy it. Jiang Yaokuan's face was full of excitement. He couldn't wait to see Chen Fan's expression when he lost money. Jiang Yaokuan looked proud and turned to look at Xiao Manya. Xiao Manya was dressed very beautifully today. She wore a tight lavender sweater on her upper body. Her long, shiny black hair was tied into a long ponytail at the back of her head. Every strand of hair was in neat order. Under the lavender sweater, her chest is full of attractive curves, her waist is as slender as a snake and she is wearing white slim pants that perfectly highlight her hips. Her alluring and graceful aura makes people want to take a peek. Chapter 53, Stock Trading Talent Shocks Everyone. Seeing the beautiful Xiao Manya, Jiang Yaokuan's eyes quietly became hot, wandering greedily on her plump parts. Jiang Yaokuan was naturally extremely envious of this extremely beautiful and recognized goddess in the company. Jiang Yaokuan almost wanted to drool as he said, Vice President Zhao, follow me and buy some Lei Zhenziao. When you make money, just accept my invitation once. Xiao Manya said coldly, Director Jiang, please go back. We need to discuss work matters. Jiang Yaokuan looked reluctant, but had to leave in disappointment. Xiao Manya looked at Chen Fan with a blaming expression and said, Director Chen, today is your second day at work, and you are late. Can you complete the task on time? Chen Fan said with a confident smile, I can definitely complete the task. He has an 8th level talent for painting and he doesn't feel timid at all. Xiao Manya nodded. She knew that with Chen Fan's level, he could indeed complete the task in a very short time, so she no longer blamed Chen Fan. Xiao Manya said, today I need 2 character concept drawings of long sword knights. The specific requirements are as follows. Xiao Manya told Chen Fan about today's painting task in detail. Chen Fan nodded and accepted the task with a relaxed look. Before Chen Fan left Xiao Manya's office, he showed Xiao Manya and Wen Ruyu a mysterious smile and said, I kindly remind you to sell Lei Zhenziao and buy some Napoleon tires. Then, Chen Fan returned to his art director's office, turned on his computer and started painting. Wen Ruyu and Xiao Manya were both confused by Chen Fan's words. The route diagrams of Lei Zhenziao and Napoleon Tire are almost the same. Lei Zhenziao is a hot stock favored by countless funds, but Napoleon Tire is a notorious junk stock. No one would do such an outrageous thing as selling Lei Zhenzi and buying Napoleon. Wen Ruyu curled her lips and said, I'd better buy Lei Zhenziao. I'll be laughed at if I buy Napoleon Tire. Xiao Manya began to think about it. She always felt that Chen Fan was a little unusual and gave people a mysterious feeling. For some reason, Xiao Manya decided to give it a try. Xiao Manya thought about it, sold half of Lei Zhenziao, and then bought Napoleon Tire for 50,000 yuan, ready to try her luck. Seeing Xiao Manya's operation, Wen Ruyu was surprised and said, Vice President Xiao, are you really going to listen to Chen Fan and sell Legenzi to buy Napoleon? Xiao Manya said casually, I think what Chen Fan said seems to make some sense. I just buy it for fun. Anyway, I buy stocks just for fun. For Xiao Manya, buying stocks is just a pastime and entertainment, and she doesn't really care about winning or losing. After hearing what Xiao Manya said, Wen Ruyu hesitated a little. She trusted Vice President Zhao's judgment very much. Wen Ruyu thought about it and sold half of Legenzial and bought Napoleon tires for 10,000 yuan instead. In the afternoon, just when Chen Fan had completed 2 sample drawings for the day, there were surprising moves in the stock market. The hottest stock Legenzial was suddenly shorted, mysterious capital cashed out and left, and the stock price was cut in half. The junk stock Napoleon tire, which no one cared about, suddenly emerged and doubled in price. Wen Ruyu was stunned when she looked at the candlestick chart on her phone. She felt incredible, what Chen Fan said was so accurate. It's so accurate that it's hard to believe. If Wen Ruyu hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought that Chen Fan was the manipulator behind the scenes. Wen Ruyu ran into Xiao Manya's office excitedly with her cell phone in hand. Vice President Xiao, have you looked at the candlestick chart? Xiao Manya asked in confusion, what's wrong? Xiao Manya has been busy with work and has not often looked at the stock trading software. Wen Ruyu couldn't hide her excitement and said, look at the candlestick chart, it's amazing. Xiao Manya picked up the phone and took a look. Her bright eyes instantly widened. How is it possible? Legenzial plummeted? Napoleon tire skyrocketed? Xiao Manya couldn't believe what she saw. It was too much of a coincidence. I just sold Legenzial in the morning and it plummeted in the afternoon. I just bought Napoleon tires in the morning, and the price skyrocketed in the afternoon. This is too incredible. Xiao Manya and Wen Ruyu both looked relieved. Fortunately, they listened to Chen Fan's reminder, which helped them avoid losses on Legenzi stocks and instead made a fortune on Napoleon stocks. Xiao Manya looked puzzled and asked, strange, how did Chen Fan know that Legenzi would fall? And Napoleon would rise? Xiao Manya felt very amazed that Chen Fan's judgment was completely correct. She could not imagine how he did it. Wen Ruyu and Xiao Manya were both very glad that they listened to Chen Fan's words. At the same time, they were all very curious about Chen Fan and wondered how he judged the stock market trends. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Xiao Manya's admiration value, +2. Xiao Manya's current admiration value, 26. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Wen Ruyu's admiration value, +2. Wen Ruyu's current admiration value, 19. Chen Fan also heard the reminder sound of Xiao Manya and Wen Ruyu's admiration value increasing in his mind. Chen Fan smiled slightly. It seemed that his plan to increase his admiration points by relying on his talent in stock trading had worked. Chen Fan also took out his cell phone and looked at it, and suddenly became even more excited. The price of Napoleon tire has skyrocketed by half, which means that the 5 million that Chen Fan bought has now become 7.5 million. At this time, Wen Ruyu excitedly opened the employee group, see what the group says? Just as Wen Ruyu expected, the employees were wailing and crying miserably at this moment. Damn it! I just borrowed 100,000 yuan to buy Legenzial this morning, and in the afternoon I lost half of it. Fuck you, turn off the lights and eat noodles. Holy shit, I'm so pissed. The female employee named Shen Hong said in grief, where is Director Jiang? Director Jiang, please say something. I only followed up because you increased your position this morning. The female employee named Lili also wanted to cry but had no tears. Director Jiang, you have to be responsible for me. I was planning to have a big dinner tonight, but it seems that I can only eat noodles tonight, woo-woo. Jiang Yaoquan could no longer hide his emotions, and could only say with a smile, you can't blame me, I'm the one who suffered the biggest loss. I just bought 1 million Legenzial this morning, and now I'm the one who lost the most. Jiang Yaoquan was so angry that his teeth were itching. If Chen Fan hadn't provoked him in the morning, he wouldn't have added 1 million to his position just to show off. Seeing the constant wailing among the employees, Wen Ruyu and Xiao Manya almost couldn't stop laughing. At the same time, they were even more grateful that they listened to Chen Fan's reminder. Wen Ruyu couldn't help wanting to show off, so he took screenshots of the operations on the stock trading software on his mobile phone and sent them to the employee group. Wen Ruyu pretended to be lucky and said, oh, luckily I sold Legenzi at the highest point this morning, and I also bought the right Napoleon tire, hee. Chapter 54, Xiao Manya brings breakfast to Chen Fan? This screenshot is a record of buying and selling. It can be clearly seen that when Ruyu sold at the highest price of Legion ZL to cash out, thus avoiding losses when the price plummeted. At the same time, we opened a position and bought Napoleon Tire when it was at its lowest point, and obtained the maximum profit when it soared. The exquisiteness of these two operations is simply a divine work. When the employees of Yufi Games saw the screenshots sent by Ruyu, they were stunned. This operation is simply amazing. Even the stock god would drop his jaw when seeing it. I'm afraid only a time traveler can perform such precise operations. Fuck, Assistant 1, how did you do that? Too amazing. Could it be that the stock god is not Jian Yaokuan, but Assistant 1? Oh my god, this is a stroke of genius. You do this every day. Isn't it because the villa is by the sea? Shen Hong typed with great anguish, Assistant 1, why didn't you tell us earlier and give us some advice? Many employees suffered from conjunctivitis and their eyeballs were about to pop out. No wonder people are most afraid of comparison. Almost all employees suffered huge losses today, and they were crying with pain. Many people were envious and jealous when they saw that Ruyu not only did not lose money but made a fortune from Napoleon Tire. The employees' chats of envy, jealousy and hatred kept filling up the screen, and Ruyu felt extremely proud and full of vain satisfaction. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Ruyu's favorability, +2. Ruyu's current favorability, 21. At this time, Ryu admired Chen Fan even more. Jian Yaokuan also saw the screenshots sent by Ryu. Jian Yaokuan understood instantly, damn, this assistant listened to Chen Fan's advice and sold Legion ZL and bought Napoleon Tire. Jian Yaokuan witnessed Chen Fan buying Napoleon Tires in Xiao Manya's office, and also heard Chen Fan say that Legion ZL was going to fall. At that time, Jian Yaokuan naturally would not believe Chen Fan's nonsense. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan's judgments were all correct. Damn it, this Chen guy has such damn good luck. Jian Yaokuan was so angry that his forehead was smoking. Of course he didn't want to believe that Chen Fan had the ability to judge the market, he could only think that Chen Fan was just lucky. At this time, Chen Fan came to Xiao Manya's office and said with a faint smile, Vice President Zhao, I have finished the 2 sample drawings for today and have sent them to your email. Please receive them. Xiao Manya nodded and said, okay. Xiao Manya opened her email and soon saw 2 ready-made portraits of ancient knights. The knight in the picture is riding a horse with a golden sword, and the leaves are withering. He is galloping and killing a demon. All the details are lifelike, as vivid as real photos, and the blood of the demons being killed seems to spurt out of the screen. Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes brightened instantly, and she nodded with great satisfaction, Director Chen, your painting is really great. I am now full of confidence in the game White Myth. Ryu also leaned over to take a look and was equally amazed. The sophisticated handling of details and the contrasting light and shadow effects are simply the work of a master. Ryu couldn't help but exclaimed, wow, I can't believe this is the work of a first-class painter. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Xiao Manya's favorability, +1. Xiao Manya's current favorability, 27. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Ryu's favorability, +1. Ryu's current favorability, 22. A prompt sound rang in my mind, which was very pleasant to hear. Chen Fan smiled and said, today's mission is completed, so I'm off work now. Xiao Manya nodded, and Chen Fan turned to leave. Xiao Manya suddenly said, Chen Fan, thank you today. Chen Fan asked with a smile in his eyes, thank me for what? Xiao Manya smiled and said, you asked us to sell Legion ZL and buy Napoleon Tires. This operation not only saved us from losses today, but made us money instead. Xiao Manya was right. Today's stock market can be described as a stock market crash. Almost all employees of Yufi Games suffered huge losses. When the stock market crash comes, not losing money is already godlike. Xiao Manya and Ryu not only did not lose money, but made a fortune instead. No one would believe it if they told others about it. So Xiao Manya and Ryu were very grateful to Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Manya with a smile and said, then how do you want to thank me? Xiao Manya was stunned. Seeing Chen Fan's strange look, she said a little embarrassedly, didn't I agree to go on a date with you? Chen Fan shook his head and said, that was agreed before, it doesn't count. Xiao Manya also knew that she dated Chen Fan because he agreed to join Yufi Games. And if she wanted to thank Chen Fan for his stock market reminder, she needed to add something else. Xiao Manya said helplessly, then how do you want me to thank you? Chen Fan thought about it. Xiao Manya's favorability level was only 27. She would definitely not agree to any overly intimate requests. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Then bring me breakfast next time." When Chen Fan finished speaking, Xiao Manya and Wen Ruyu were both surprised. Wen Ruyu looked at Chen Fan and Xiao Manya in disbelief. Xiao Manya is like the dream goddess of male employees. Such a top beauty actually wants to bring breakfast to Chen Fan? Xiao Manya was also conflicted. She always had a high opinion of herself and had never done anything like bringing breakfast to a man. In her opinion, bringing breakfast to Chen Fan was a bit too intimate and ambiguous. Xiao Manya said in embarrassment, "Can we change it?" Chen Fan joked, "The stock market information I provided you could have made you tens of thousands of dollars, but you didn't even let me bring you breakfast. You're such a stingy person." Xiao Manya's pretty face blushed slightly. What Chen Fan said was absolutely right. The accurate information he provided allowed Xiao Manya to earn at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Asking Xiao Manya to bring breakfast was just a piece of cake. As long as Chen Fan doesn't tell anyone, Xiao Manya will suffer almost no loss. Xiao Manya blushed and said, "Then if you promise me not to tell anyone, I will agree to bring you breakfast." Chen Fan was overjoyed and nodded immediately, "Of course I won't tell anyone. You all know that I'm a low-key person. I bought 5 million Napoleon tires, but I didn't advertise it everywhere." Xiao Manya and Wen Ruyu nodded. In their opinion, Chen Fan was indeed not someone who liked to show off. Chen Fan bought 5 million worth of Napoleon tires and made more than 2 million in one go without saying a word to the employees. In comparison, Wen Ruyu only earned a few thousand yuan, but he couldn't help but post screenshots in the group to show off. Xiao Manya felt that Chen Fan would not talk nonsense everywhere. So, Xiao Manya nodded and said, "Okay, then I will bring you breakfast tomorrow." Chen Fan was overjoyed that Xiao Manya agreed to bring him breakfast, so he would have more opportunities to interact with this stunning beauty in the future. Chapter 55. Let me go on a blind date? Chen Fan couldn't help but secretly glance at Xiao Manya's perfect figure under her lavender sweater. Her luxurious curves were extremely graceful. Chen Fan's heart was pounding. Of course, what Chen Fan coveted most about Xiao Manya was her talent, traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture golden legend. Once he obtained it, he could cure his father's paralyzed legs. So Chen Fan really wanted to get closer to Xiao Manya. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Manya with a smile in his eyes. "Next time I tell you stock news, you have to bring me breakfast." With a 7th level stock talent, Chen Fan only needs to look at the K-line chart to know the direction of the stock market. Chen Fan felt it was worth it to exchange it for Xiao Manya bringing breakfast. There was a hint of heat in Chen Fan's eyes, which made Xiao Manya blush a little, but she still nodded and agreed. After all, for the price of bringing breakfast, she could get real money in the stock market. Chen Fan walked out of Xiao Manya's office with a happy smile on his face. Xiao Manya promised to bring breakfast to Chen Fan, which made him feel excited. Xiao Manya is like a goddess in the dreams of male employees, but she is willing to bring him breakfast. It must be said that this can satisfy Chen Fan's vanity. The male employees in the company dream of Xiao Manya looking at them. Just a look from Xiao Manya was enough to make the male employees so excited that they couldn't sleep. If the male employees in the company knew that Xiao Manya would bring breakfast to Chen Fan tomorrow, they would probably go crazy. Chen Fan walked downstairs. Although it was not yet time to get off work, he had completed his painting task for the day and according to the contract he could leave at will. Just then Jiang Yaokuan came out to pour a cup of coffee. When Chen Fan saw Jiang Yaokuan, he smiled warmly and said, "Hey, Director Jiang, you look good. Are you drinking coffee? You must have made a lot of money in the stock market today, right?" When Jiang Yaokuan heard Chen Fan's words, he became so angry that his face turned red and white. Jiang Yaokuan added 1 million yuan of Legion ZL to his position in front of Chen Fan, and today he lost almost all his money. Now being mocked in person by Chen Fan, Jiang Yaokuan was even more furious. Jiang Yaokuan glared at Chen Fan and said, "Mr. Chen, don't be complacent. You are just lucky today, but you will see what happens in the future." Chen Fan also ignored Jiang Yaokuan. Mocking Jiang Yaokuan in person once already made Chen Fan happy. Chen Fan's casual smile made Jiang Yaokuan even more angry. What is Jiang Yaokuan's status? He is the gold medal producer of Yufi Game Company, and his status is only slightly lower than Xiao Manya. The Kangling Continent, which is currently being produced by his Yaokuan studio, is also a game that the market has focused on for a long time. On the internet, many game fans are eagerly looking forward to the launch of Kangling Continent, and many reporters want to interview him. Jiang Yaokuan has always been arrogant and looked down on everyone. He never expected that Chen Fan, a mere first-class painter, would make him so angry every time. Chen Fan got into the spacious and comfortable Rolls-Royce Phantom and was about to go find Zhou Yufi to experience the wonderful date again. The cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan looked and saw that it was his mother Su Chunling calling. Chen Fan quickly picked up the phone and asked, "Mom, what's the matter?" Su Chunling's voice on the phone was somewhat excited. "Xiao Fan, I have something good to tell you." "What good news?" Su Chunling said happily, "Come to the Champs-Élysées Western restaurant for dinner, and I'll take you on a blind date." Chen Fan was surprised. "Blind date?" Su Chunling said with concern, "Yes, you are not young anymore, it's time for you to get married and start a family." Chen Fan quickly asked, "Who are you going on a blind date with?" Su Chunling said happily, "It was an old sister of mine who took her daughter to the United States more than 10 years ago. She verbally arranged a marriage with you at that time. I thought that since they went to the United States, the marriage would be over, but they returned to China recently. I called them and they agreed to meet you." Chen Fan was almost speechless and quickly said, "Mom, no need, what era is it now, and there is still such a thing as child marriage?" Su Chunling was a little angry and said, "You must come this afternoon. I heard that her daughter is now a returned overseas lawyer. She is very beautiful. If you can marry her, she will definitely help you." Su Chunling hung up the phone angrily. Chen Fan was extremely helpless. He is now a systematic person and does not have to worry about finding a girlfriend. "But I have to go because of my mother's order." Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom into a parking lot near the Champs-Élysées Western restaurant. Then walked towards the Champs-Élysées restaurant. From afar, I saw my mother Su Chunling standing outside the door waiting. Chen Fan originally wanted to refuse directly, but when he saw the caring smile on his mother's face and her back that was slightly bent due to her age, Chen Fan had to resist the urge to leave. "Mom, isn't Dad here?" Chen Fan asked. Su Chunling shook her head and said, "Your father has difficulty walking, so he won't come." Chen Fan asked again, "The other party hasn't arrived yet?" "Not yet. We agreed to meet at 6 o'clock, so it should be here soon." Chen Fan said calmly, "Let's go up first." Chen Fan supported Su Chunling and entered the Champs-Élysées Western restaurant and asked for an elegant private room. The color scheme of this Western restaurant is mainly black and white, which looks very stylish. Sculptures and flowers are placed around the private rooms, adding a touch of elegance. It's already past 6 o'clock, but the other party hasn't arrived yet. Chen Fan was a little unhappy. Since we had agreed to meet at 6 o'clock, he was actually late. Chen Fan asked, "Mom, who is it?" Su Chunling smiled and said, "Do you still remember Li Xueli?" "It's her?" Chen Fan immediately recalled that when Su Chunling was a child, she had an aunt with whom she had a very good relationship. The two of them had a very good relationship and were like sisters. That aunt often brought a little girl named Li Xueli over, and Chen Fan often played with Li Xueli. But Chen Fan did not have a very good impression of Li Xueli. Once, Li Xueli pierced the nail of Chen Fan's dog with a toothpick. She did not admit it and said that it was Chen Fan who did it, which led to Chen Fan being scolded by Su Chunling. This incident left Chen Fan with a bad impression of Li Xueli. Later, I seemed to hear that the aunt took Li Xueli to the United States. When she was a child, Li Xueli sent a letter to Chen Fan, saying that she wanted to thank him for taking the blame for her toothpick. Chen Fan didn't expect that he and Li Xueli had an arranged marriage. Although it was only verbal, it still surprised him. Su Chunling looked very happy, and it seemed that she liked Li Xueli very much. "Xiao Fan, you must leave a good impression on that girl. She is a returnee lawyer who graduated from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States. She is already an associate senior lawyer. You must be more enthusiastic when they come later." Chen Fan curled his lips and said, "They are all late, and they asked me to be more enthusiastic." Chapter 56 Li Xueli. Su Chunling made up an excuse, maybe they just returned to China and are not familiar with the place. Li Xueli has been kind and polite since she was a child. "Do you remember when you were a child, you pricked a puppy with a toothpick and I scolded you, but Li Xueli, a little girl, knew how to speak well of you and asked me to stop scolding you?" Chen Fan was speechless. The person who stabbed the puppy with a toothpick was obviously Li Xueli. But Chen Fan didn't want to argue with his mother anymore, so he just sighed secretly. Chen Fan and Su Chunling waited for 20 minutes until 6:20 when Li Xueli and her mother finally arrived. Li's mother was about the same age as Su Chunling. She looked plump, had a sweet smile on her face, and was dressed quite luxuriously. The moment Chen Fan saw Li Shueli, he couldn't help but feel his eyes brighten. Li Shueli was wearing a designer suit. She was tall and graceful, with long hair draped over her shoulders and black high heels. She looked very neat and refreshing. Her face is fair and smooth. Although her lips are a little thin, they look rosy and attractive. Her chin is pointed and delicate. She looks very beautiful and elegant, but there is always a hint of meanness in her. From a distance, she looks like a cold beauty. The moment Li Shueli entered the private room, Chen Fan looked into her eyes. Li Shueli saw the surprise in Chen Fan's eyes. Knowing that Chen Fan was amazed by her beauty, Li Shueli showed a smug smile. When Su Chunling saw Li Shueli, she immediately showed a fond look and said, "This must be Shueli, she is so tall and beautiful. If Xiao Fan can marry Shueli, he will be so lucky." Mother Li also looked at Chen Fan with a deep gaze, and it was hard to tell whether she liked him or disliked him. She also said some polite words. Li's mother and Su Chunling greeted each other with smiles on their faces, talking about their experiences over the years, both looking sentimental and sad. Chen Fan rang the bell, called the waiter, and ordered some high-end red wine, French pepper roast duck breast, vegetable salad, Spanish tomato cold soup, bocas de aquaman, foie gras oil truffle. After all the dishes were served, Chen Fan invited everyone to start eating and personally poured a glass of wine for several people. Li Shueli sat there with a cold expression on her face. Chen Fan handed a full glass of wine to her. She just said thank you lightly, as if she treated Chen Fan as a waiter. Li's mother and Su Chunling were very polite. After chatting for a while, they finally talked about the childhood engagement between Chen Fan and Li Shueli. Su Chunling smiled happily and said, "Old sister, you finally returned to China after so many years. Xiao Fan and Shirley's marriage can finally be settled. Do you agree with this?" Well, Li's mother looked a little embarrassed. She seemed to be hesitant to speak and had an embarrassment. Li Shueli said calmly, "Mom, let me tell you." Seeing Li Shueli's cold expression, Chen Fan roughly knew what she wanted to say. Li Shueli's beautiful eyes also looked at Chen Fan coldly, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Chen Fan casually shook a glass of wine and looked at Li Shueli with a playful expression. Li Shueli raised her chin proudly and said in a condescending tone, "Chen Fan, we haven't seen each other for many years, and we have both changed a lot. Let me tell you the truth. If you want me to marry you, I have 3 conditions. First, I hope my husband earns more than 5 million yuan a year. Second, I can only accept having 1 child. Third, we can only be intimate 3 times a month. If you can do this, I can have a deeper relationship with you. If you can't do it, I won't hide it from you. There are many excellent men around me." As soon as Li Shueli finished speaking, her mother's expression became embarrassed. Su Chunling was stunned. She asked in surprise, 5 million per year? For Su Chunling, earning 5 million a year is simply impossible. Su Chunling looked at Li Shueli in disbelief. She never expected that the kind little girl back then would become so aggressive now. Li Shueli looked at Chen Fan with pride and contempt. That condescending look was like a proud swan looking down with contempt at a toad who wanted to eat the swan's flesh. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Li Shueli, you really haven't changed." The image of the little girl who stabbed the puppy with a toothpick emerged in Chen Fan's mind. She was so mean and vicious back then. Li Shueli's pretty face remained cold. "Chen Fan, I also heard that your father was in a car accident and his legs were paralyzed. He will need someone to take care of him for the rest of his life. If you want to pursue me with your conditions, then you need to be more humble." Chen Fan sneered, "Li Shueli, let me tell you, I can easily earn 5 million a year." Li Shueli looked at Chen Fan with a mocking look in her eyes. She sneered, "You? Can you easily earn 5 million a year?" Li Shueli looked at Chen Fan as if she was watching a joke. Li Shueli would never believe that Chen Fan could earn 5 million a year. Even many senior lawyers in her law firm probably couldn't make 5 million a year. Chen Fan ignored her and continued indifferently, "But for a frigid and dry woman like you, I would have to be blind to pursue you." As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, a flash of anger flashed in Li Shueli's beautiful eyes. She stared at Chen Fan angrily, "You." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he ignored Li Shueli and Li's mother and directly pulled Su Chunling out of the Western restaurant. "Mom, let's go back. There's no need to talk anymore." Su Chunling didn't want to have a falling out yet, so she quickly said to Li's mother, "Old sister, is there some misunderstanding?" Mother Li was very embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Chen Fan took Su Chunling out of the door of the Champs-Élysées Western restaurant. Chen Fan said to Su Chunling, "Mom, I'll go to the parking lot and drive the car over. You wait here for me." Su Chunling nodded, still looking sad. Li Shueli's words made Su Chunling very sad, especially when she mentioned Chen Fan's paralyzed father. It was like a knife stabbing her heart. Seeing Chen Fan and Su Chunling walking away, Li's mother scolded, "Hey, Shirley, why are you so ruthless?" Li Shueli did not think she was wrong, and said confidently, "Mom, Chen Fan is just a first-class painter, and it's good enough for him to make tens of thousands of yuan a year. He also has a father who is paralyzed from the waist down, isn't he just a burden? I work in a law firm and can make more than 1,000,000 yuan a year. How can I possibly date him?" Li Shueli said proudly, "I have just returned to China for less than a month, and high-quality men who are pursuing me have lined up. I will never end up being with this Chen Fan." Mother Li sighed and said, "Well, you are right, but your words are too hurtful." Li Shueli took her mother's arm and walked towards the door of the Champs-Élysées Western restaurant. Chapter 57. Zhao Yufi is worried. Li Shueli and her mother walked out of the main entrance of the Western restaurant and saw Su Chunling standing on the side of the road, waiting for something with a sad face. Li Shueli laughed and said, "Mom, look at that Chen Fan, he left his mother here all alone. How can I be with such a useless person?" Mother Li also shook her head and said, "Yes, that Chen Fan is a bit disappointing." At this moment, Li Shueli and her mother saw a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom gliding steadily over. The little golden man logo on the front of the car was extremely eye-catching, demonstrating its extraordinary taste. What was surprising was that the Rolls-Royce actually stopped in front of the Champs-Élysées restaurant. When she saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Li Shueli was amazed. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the top luxury car worth more than 10 million without blinking. Li Shueli said excitedly, "I thought that this kind of luxury car could only be seen in the United States, but I didn't expect that there are people driving Rolls-Royce Phantoms in Aviation City." She had some excited fantasies, but maybe the person sitting in the car is a noble foreigner. People in Hangzhou probably don't have such taste. Li Shueli was looking forward to seeing an elegant foreigner getting out of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Unexpectedly, the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly opened, and the person who got out looked very familiar. It was Chen Fan who was in the Western restaurant just now. Chen Fan did not see Li Shueli and Li's mother. He just got out of the car and helped his mother Su Chunling into the car. Li Shueli was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened. How is it possible that the person who got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was actually Chen Fan? Li Shueli felt incredible. "Mom, did you make a mistake? In fact, Chen Fan's family became rich later on. Don't you know that?" Li Shueli asked her mother quickly. Li's mother also looked puzzled. "I don't know either. I have been in the United States and I don't know much about what is going on here." Li Shueli stamped her feet in anger. "Damn Chen Fan, he actually lied to me and drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom without telling me." Some TV drama plots emerged in Li Shueli's mind. Some rich second generations pretended to be poor and interacted with women in order to test them. Thinking of this, Li Shueli became even angrier. This Chen Fan is so dishonest. Looking at the luxurious back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom going away, Li Shueli thought for a moment and said to her mother, "Mom, please call Aunt Su and ask me for Chen Fan's cell phone number." The meeting in the Western restaurant just now was not pleasant, so neither of them left their phone numbers. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Su Chunling sighed, "Hey, Xiao Fan, you are already 24 years old, it's time to find a wife." Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely find you a beautiful wife." Although Su Chunling felt that Chen Fan was a little different recently, she couldn't help but worry and said, "Your father and I are old. The only thing we hope in this life is that you can find a good girl to accompany you." At this moment, Su Chunling's cell phone rang. It was Li's mother calling. Su Chunling picked up the phone and heard Li's mother say, "Chunling, Shirley feels that she said something too harsh just now. She wants Xiao Fan's phone number and says that they should give each other another chance." When Su Chunling heard Li's mother's apology, she immediately showed joy. Chen Fan frowned and said, "Mom, don't give it to her." Chen Fan didn't believe that Li Shueli would reflect on herself. Su Chunling would not even know that Li Shueli changed her mind after seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Su Chunling said happily, "Xiao Fan, you see that Shirley is quite kind. She will correct her mistakes when she knows she is wrong. What a good girl." Su Chunling was about to tell Li's mother Chen Fan's cell phone number, but Chen Fan snatched the phone away and hung up. When Li's mother heard the call was hung up, she said to Li Shueli helplessly, "There's nothing we can do." The call was hung up by that Chen Fan. Li Shueli stamped her feet in anger. Damn it, I will definitely make this Chen Fan regret it. I am willing to give him another chance. Li Shueli was very angry. She was a deputy senior overseas returnee lawyer, a true high-end elite. Coupled with her stunningly beautiful appearance, there was a long line of men pursuing her. Other men would kneel down and lick her, but this Chen Fan didn't even give her any face at all, which made her feel more angry than ever before. After Chen Fan sent Su Chunling home, he drove away in his Rolls-Royce. The meeting with Li Shueli just now was very unpleasant, and Chen Fan was in a bad mood. So Chen Fan thought of Zhou Yufei. Chen Fan could not forget the wonderful night he had with Zhou Yufei last night. He wanted to feel Zhou Yufei's gentle tenderness again. So I made a phone call. Yufei, where are you? I'll pick you up. Zhou Yufei said in a gentle and pleasant voice, Brother Chen, I'm at home, come over. Soon, Chen Fan's car appeared outside the community where Zhou Yufei lived. Chen Fan took Zhou Yufei to a high-end restaurant and had a delicious meal. Although Zhou Yufei always had a sweet smile on her pretty face, Chen Fan could feel that Zhou Yufei seemed to be worried and looked thoughtful from time to time. Chen Fan asked with concern, Yufei, you seem to be worried? Tell me, maybe I can help you. Zhou Yufei was touched when she heard Chen Fan's concern, but she shook her head and said, Brother Chen, you have helped me a lot. I will figure out a way myself. Seeing Zhou Yufei hesitant to speak, Chen Fan knew that Zhou Yufei must have encountered some troubles, but she didn't want to rely on him too much. Chen Fan asked in his mind, System, can you check what happened to Zhou Yufei? Byte. To turn on the active detection function, you need to consume a few gold talent points. Would you like to turn it on, host? Turn it on. Chen Fan turned it on directly. The test was successful. Today, Wang Xiaofeng's mother Zhang Dahua found Zhou Yufei and asked for 3 million yuan, but she was still not satisfied. She still asked Zhou Yufei to marry Wang Xiaofeng and continue the Wang family's lineage. Zhang Dahua has contacted Inca law firm and will bring lawyers to trouble Zhou Yufei tomorrow. Chen Fan asked curiously, System, do you have any way to deal with the lawyer? Byte. In order to allow the host to enjoy dating life better and not be bothered by legal issues, the system can activate the private lawyer function with only 5 gold talent points. Function description: the system can provide a special lawyer assigned by the United Nations as the host's private lawyer to solve all legal problems. UN special lawyer? Is it recognized by the laws of our Xia country? Chen Fan asked curiously. He knew that the laws of different countries were not interchangeable. For example, a lawyer from country A would not be recognized in country B. The system's specially assigned lawyers have a level 10 lawyer talent, are specially appointed by the United Nations Anonymous Foundation, and have the qualifications to practice in Xia country. All legal actions are strictly carried out in accordance with Xia country laws. Chapter 58 Private Attorney. Level 10 lawyer talent? Chen Fan was extremely surprised. He knew very well that in the system talent book, as long as it was level 6 talent, it was already the world's top level. Wouldn't it be true that a special lawyer appointed by the United Nations with level 10 talent would completely crush Xia country's lawyers? In this way, any business and legal problems encountered in the future can be solved by this private lawyer. Anyway, the level 10 lawyer talent will definitely allow Chen Fan to rest easy. Yes, does the host agree to consume 5 gold talent points to activate the private lawyer function? Whether. Chen Fan immediately chose yes. Ding, congratulations to the host, the private lawyer function has been successfully activated. The United Nations special lawyer has departed on a private plane and will arrive in Hangzhou tomorrow morning. This private lawyer is completely created by the system and is always loyal to the host. Please rest assured to leave legal affairs to him. Chen Fan was even more delighted. This top lawyer was always loyal to his host, so he could rest assured about legal issues. Seeing Zhou Yufei in a low mood, Chen Fan pretended to ask casually, Yufei, is it that the Wang family is causing trouble for you again? Zhou Yufei didn't want to cause any more trouble for Chen Fan, but when she heard Chen Fan's caring tone, she couldn't hold it in any longer, and her eyes instantly became moist. Today, the gangster's mother came to Junshi Forest store and said she wanted to find a lawyer. Chen Fan said confidently, don't worry, no matter what kind of lawyer she finds, I can help you. Zhou Yufei's beautiful eyes were surprised and she asked, Brother Chen, can you help me with this? Chen Fan smiled calmly and said, if they come with lawyers tomorrow, just call me and I will bring people to deal with it. Zhou Yufei was even more surprised at Chen Fan. She knew that money issues would not be a problem for Chen Fan, but she did not expect that Chen Fan was also extremely powerful in the legal field. At this time, Chen Fan became even more mysterious in her heart. Ever since she met Chen Fan, her fate seemed to have changed. No matter how big the problem was, Chen Fan could always help her solve it with a smile without even frowning. Zhao Yufei's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude as she said, "Brother Chen, I don't know how to thank you." Chen Fan looked at Zhao Yufei's beautiful eyes with a smile. "If you want to thank me, there are many ways." Looking at Chen Fan's ambiguous and passionate eyes, Zhao Yufei understood what Chen Fan meant, and said with a blushing face, "Brother Chen, I will thank you properly later." Zhao Yufei raised the red wine glass, clinked it with Chen Fan's, and drank it all in one gulp. Her pretty face blushed, and her shy and timid look was very alluring, making Chen Fan's heart wander. After the two enjoyed a delicious dinner, Chen Fan took Zhao Yufei into a Rolls-Royce and prepared to head straight to the Carlton 5-star hotel. "I booked the presidential suite of the Carlton 5-star hotel for a month so I can party every night." When Chen Fan was about to start the car, Zhao Yufei hugged him from the side. Chen Fan asked curiously, "What happened to Yufei?" Zhao Yufei blushed and whispered softly in Chen Fan's ear, "Brother Chen, please close the car curtains." Chen Fan asked with some confusion, "Close the curtains?" Zhao Yufei blushed and nodded, "I want to thank you once." Chen Fan understood what Zhao Yufei meant. He excitedly pressed a switch and the luxurious electric curtains of the Rolls-Royce Phantom closed automatically, making it impossible to see what the people inside were doing from the outside. The starry sky roof of the Rolls-Royce is like a romantic starry sky, and in the silver light, Zhao Yufei. Chen Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan reached out for his phone and saw that it was a message from Xiao Manya. When Chen Fan unlocked his phone, he saw a message from Xiao Manya asking, "Chen Fan, what do you like for breakfast?" "I'm afraid I'll bring something that won't suit your taste tomorrow." Chen Fan smiled slightly, remembering that Xiao Manya had promised to bring him breakfast. "I didn't expect Xiao Manya to be so considerate and even ask him in advance what kind of breakfast he likes." However, Xiao Manya sent the message at a really bad time. Chen Fan sent a message on his phone, "Please bring me some fresh meat noodles from the Yipingxiang chain store, and some other random foods." Xiao Manya quickly replied, "Okay, I'll bring it to you tomorrow morning." Chen Fan smiled and replied, "The breakfast that Miss Xiao brought must be delicious. I am looking forward to breakfast tomorrow." Xiao Manya replied to Chen Fan with a smiley face. It seemed that Chen Fan's praise made her very happy. Xiao Manya said to herself with a smile on her pretty face, "I didn't expect this Chen Fan to be so sweet." Chatting with Chen Fan made Xiao Manya feel a little happy. Xiao Manya wanted to chat with Chen Fan for a few more words, but she didn't expect Chen Fan to not reply to her. This made Xiao Manya feel strange. When other men chatted with her, they sent messages so frequently that her phone kept ringing, which annoyed her so much that she didn't even want to reply. "I didn't expect that Chen Fan would stop replying to the message after just a few sentences. Strange, didn't I agree to go on a date with him? Why hasn't he formally invited me yet?" Xiao Manya thought to herself, frowning slightly. This was also what Xiao Manya was a little curious about. She originally thought that Chen Fan would invite her out on a date on the first day he came to the company, but she didn't expect that there was no response after waiting for so long. Xiao Manya wanted to ask Chen Fan, but was too embarrassed to ask directly. Xiao Manya thought about it and decided to talk to Chen Fan about work. If there was a chance, she would hint at it and let Chen Fan express his thoughts actively. Xiao Manya then sent a message, "Chen Fan, the design I want tomorrow is like this, you first." Xiao Manya sent Chen Fan a long message about the work. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan replied, "Miss Xiao, I'm busy now. Let's talk about work tomorrow." Xiao Manya looked at her phone, her bright eyes full of surprise. Xiao Manya often used the excuse of busy now to the men who pestered her. She didn't expect that now it was Chen Fan who said he was busy. What's there to do so late at night? Xiao Manya felt a little annoyed, so she threw her phone aside and ignored Chen Fan. As soon as I put down my phone, it rang again. Another message came. Xiao Manya's pretty face showed surprise, with a little pride on her lips, and she thought to herself, this Chen Fan said he was busy, but he still wanted to chat with me? Xiao Manya had a triumphant smile on her face, but when she opened her phone, the smile on her face suddenly froze. The person who sent the message was that annoying guy Zhang Yaokuan. Zhang Yaokuan sent a flattering smile and said, "Beautiful Vice President Zhao, can you chat with me for a while?" He also attached an expectant expression. Xiao Manya replied unhappily, "I'm going to take a shower." Zhang Yaokuan sent a heartbroken expression with tears in his eyes. Chapter 59. This Mr. Chen is a VIP. A full hour later. The Rolls-Royce Phantom finally drove away slowly. Arriving at the Carlton 5-star hotel, Chen Fan parked his car in the exclusive parking space. Then he took Zhou Yufei's soft little hand and walked into the lobby of the Carlton Hotel. Fang Yuan, the lobby manager, immediately smiled politely and greeted him. Mr. Chen, welcome back. Is there anything you need today? Fang Yuan was wearing a light blue slim-fitting dress today, which made her look dignified and elegant. Her bust was luxurious and her waist was soft and slender, which was extremely tempting. She had delicate light makeup on her pretty face, her skin was as white as snow, and her red lips were carefully smeared with a light lip gloss, which made her look radiant. Seeing Fang Yuan again, Chen Fan was still amazed by her beauty. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "No special needs, just send us some high-end midnight snacks later." Fang Yuan smiled elegantly and nodded, then took Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei into the VIP elevator. After entering the presidential suite, Fang Yuan bowed like a lady and left. "I hope you two have a wonderful time." Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei were very relaxed. They enjoyed the fragrant red wine for a while and admired the beautiful ornamental fish in the wall-mounted fish tank for a while. Chen Fan hugged the beautiful woman's soft body, smelled her fragrance, and felt extremely enjoyed. When the two were deeply in love, Chen Fan pulled Zhou Yufei towards the big bed. It was another beautiful night. Chen Fan took Zhou Yufei several times before they finally fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Chen Fan remembered that Xiao Manya had promised to bring him breakfast, so he decided to go to work on time. When Chen Fan put on his clothes, Zhou Yufei was still putting on makeup. Chen Fan saw that time was running out, so he urged, "You're beautiful even without makeup, let's go." Zhou Yufei was carefully applying lip gloss on her lips. There were some bite marks on her lips. "Brother Chen, it's all your fault for biting my lips like this. How can I not cover them up? My colleagues will laugh at me." Chen Fan joked, "You're the same, you bit my lip too, what are you afraid of?" Zhou Yufei blushed and said, "I have to fight back too. I can't just be attacked." Humph. Chen Fan held Zhou Yufei's pretty face and kissed her on the lips again. "I'm going to drive first, come down quickly when you finish your makeup." Zhou Yufei nodded obediently. Chen Fan first left the presidential suite, stepped onto the red carpet, and walked towards the VIP elevator. At this time, two people came into the first floor of the Carlton 5-star hotel. A tall and graceful beauty wearing a designer suit, black high heels and long flowing hair walked in. She has a fair face, delicate skin, slightly thin lips, and a fine, pointed chin. She looks elegant and beautiful, but there is always a hint of harshness in her. This woman turned out to be Li Shueli. Next to Li Shueli was a young and handsome man in a suit named Zhao Jingshu, who had a proud look on his face. Li Shueli is a new lawyer at Inca law firm. She is receiving intensive training and has a bright future. Zhao Jingshu is a trainee lawyer and was assigned to be Li Shueli's assistant. Today they came to discuss a case with a boss who lived on the 5th floor of the Carlton Hotel. Li Shueli and Zhao Jingshu walked directly to the elevator. Zhao Jingshu frowned and said, "Unfortunately, the elevator just went up." Li Shueli turned her head and saw an elevator at the end of the VIP red carpet not far away. Li Shueli looked happy and walked towards the elevator with Zhao Jingshu. At this time, the lobby manager Fang Yuan stopped them with a smile on her face. Fang Yuan smiled politely and said, "I'm sorry, you can't use this elevator." Fang Yuan smiled sweetly and was very beautiful. Zhao Jingshu stared at her with his eyes wide open. He couldn't help but look at Fang Yuan's curvy figure. Li Shueli said unhappily, "Why can't we use this elevator? No one is using it now?" Although Fang Yuan had a polite smile on her face, her tone was firm as she said, "This is a VIP elevator. Only VIPs can use it. Ordinary guests cannot use it." Li Shueli and Zhao Jingshu were both surprised. "Only VIPs can use it?" Fang Yuan smiled and nodded, "Yes." Zhao Jingshu pleaded with a clever look on his face, "Since no one is using it now, why don't you let us use it?" Fang Yuan still politely refused. "I'm sorry, we have a strict rule that only VIPs can use the VIP channel." Seeing that Fang Yuan still refused, Li Shueli and Zhao Jingshu had no choice but to give up. Li Shueli and Zhao Jingshu looked at the VIP elevator with some envy. They both wanted to try it out and think about what it would feel like to take the VIP elevator. It must be a very distinguished feeling. Just as Li Shueli and Zhao Jingshu were fantasizing, the door of the VIP elevator opened and a young man about 23 years old walked out. As soon as Li Shueli saw the young man, her beautiful eyes widened instantly and she showed an incredible expression. It turned out to be Chen Fan. Li Shueli felt unbelievable. She had just felt that there was always someone watching over this VIP channel and it was indeed only available to VIPs. Why did Chen Fan come out from the VIP channel? Li Xueli was very surprised. Zhao Jingshu saw Chen Fan swaggering out of the VIP channel with a puzzled look on his face. He felt that Chen Fan was too young and did not look like a VIP at all. Zhao Jingshu said angrily, "This person took the VIP channel, why didn't you stop him?" Zhao Jingshu felt very angry. Wasn't this a clear distinction between them? They couldn't use the VIP channel, but Chen Fan could walk out with such openness. When Fang Yuan saw Chen Fan, she smiled faintly and said, "This gentleman is a distinguished guest of our hotel's presidential suite. He is absolutely qualified to use the VIP channel." Fang Yuan's words shocked both Li Xueli and Zhao Jingshu. Zhao Jingshu's eyes widened. He could never have imagined that this unremarkable young man actually lived in the presidential suite. Li Xueli was even more shocked. She didn't expect that Chen Fan, whom she disliked during the blind date yesterday, was actually staying in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Thinking back to the blind date yesterday, Chen Fan personally poured her red wine, but in the end she despised him and said he couldn't make 5 million a year. Li Xueli felt a little embarrassed and her face turned red. At this time, Chen Fan also saw Li Xueli. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet his blind date here yesterday. But Chen Fan didn't want to pay attention to her, so he turned around and greeted Fang Yuan. "Manager Fang, you look so beautiful today." Fang Yuan smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, did you have a good rest last night?" Chen Fan stretched casually and said, "It's so comfortable." Chapter 60, the company goddess actually brought breakfast to Chen Fan? Seeing that Chen Fan ignored her, he instead praised another beautiful woman. Li Xueli was a little angry. She felt that Chen Fan must be deliberately making her angry to hide his love for her. Li Xueli said angrily, "Chen Fan, don't think you can make me angry just by chatting with a beautiful woman. I gave you a chance yesterday, but you didn't fight for it." Now it was Fang Yuan and Zhao Jingshu's turn to be surprised. Fang Yuan and Zhao Jingshu naturally didn't know that Chen Fan and Li Xueli knew each other. Looking at Li Xueli's excited expression, it seemed that the two of them had some story. Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't expect that Li Xueli would be so entangled. Chen Fan said coldly, "Li Xueli, I have nothing to do with you, don't be so sentimental, just get out of here as far as you can." After saying that, Chen Fan ignored her and walked towards the parking lot to drive away. Seeing Chen Fan's back, Li Xueli was so angry that her body trembled. "Chen Fan, you big liar, I will make you pay the price." Zhao Jingshu was surprised and said, "Lawyerly, this guy is a liar?" Zhao Jingshu felt a little comforted. It turned out that this young man was a liar. No wonder he was cheating in the presidential suite. Zhao Jingshu finally felt a little relieved. It seemed that this Chen Fan was nothing special. Li Xueli continued to curse, "I went on a blind date with him yesterday. I was innocent and kind from the beginning, and told him my requirements from the bottom of my heart, but he didn't tell me the truth. He drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and lived in the presidential suite, but he didn't tell me such important information. The second-generation rich pretended to be a poor boy. What a liar." Zhao Jingshu was completely speechless. Fang Yuan couldn't help but look sideways. Chen Fan drove the Rolls-Royce to the entrance of the Carlton Hotel and waited for a while. Zhou Yufei's graceful figure walked out. After Chen Fan sent Zhou Yufei to the Junqi Forest store, he said goodbye to her. "If the Wang family brings a lawyer to cause trouble for you, just call me." Zhou Yufei nodded gratefully and kissed Chen Fan on the face again, saying, "I'll remember that, honey, take care." Only then did Chen Fan drive towards the Yusai Game Company. In the parking lot of Yusai Games Company, a women's Mini Cooper slowly stopped. The car door opened and Xiao Manya walked out gracefully. When some young male employees saw Xiao Manya, their eyes immediately became hot. Xiao Manya was wearing a black Valentino women's trench coat today, which made her look slender and elegant. She was wearing a light green Dylanway shirt underneath, which revealed her proud breasts. A black belt was tied around her slender waist, which made her slender waist look even more graceful and attractive. A pair of long, white legs were revealed under her black hip skirt. She was wearing Yadiya high heels, which made her graceful figure look even more elegant. Wow, she is worthy of being the goddess of the company. She is so beautiful. Yeah, if only she could look at me, her eyes could kill me. The male employees looked at Xiao Manya with fascination. It must be said that her lethality was simply deadly. Some sharp-eyed male employees noticed something unusual and their faces turned surprised. "Huh? Why did Goddess Xiao bring a breakfast today?" Others immediately looked at Xiao Manya. I immediately saw that Xiao Manya was holding a breakfast in her slender white hands. It was a bag from the Yapingxiang chain store. Inside was a bowl of steaming fresh meat noodles, eggs, soy milk, strawberries, etc. It was an extremely rich breakfast. Wang Xiaodan was also surprised. Director Jiang, look, Vice President Zhao is acting strangely today. I've never seen him bring breakfast before. Why did he bring breakfast today? Zhang Yaoquan, who was dressed in a trendy and avant-garde style, was also surprised. As the goddess of the company, Xiao Manya's every move is closely watched by countless male employees. Many people know that Xiao Manya has no habit of bringing breakfast. But today, contrary to her usual behavior, she brought a breakfast from the Yapingxiang chain, which was really strange. Zhang Yaoquan thought for a moment and said, maybe Vice President Zhao was in a hurry today and didn't have time to eat breakfast. Wang Xiaodan also nodded and accepted this explanation. That's the only explanation. Xiao Manya carried breakfast and went upstairs to her office. There were several male employees following behind her, looking at her with fiery and curious eyes. Xiao Manya also felt the fiery gazes of those male employees, which made her blush a little. If these people knew that Xiao Manya actually brought breakfast to Chen Fan, I'm afraid the entire company's employees would riot. Xiao Manya blushed as she thought to herself, it seems that she cannot let other people know that this breakfast is for Chen Fan. When Xiao Manya passed by the Human Resources Department, she happened to meet Shen Hong and Li Li coming out. When Shen Hong saw the breakfast in Xiao Manya's hand, she was immediately surprised and asked, Vice President Xiao, who did you bring this breakfast for? Li Li was also shocked, yeah, who was so lucky to have Vice President Xiao personally bring breakfast? Xiao Manya quickly smiled awkwardly and said, it's not for others. I was in a hurry today and didn't have time to eat breakfast. It's mine. Shen Hong suddenly realized, I thought, no one can be treated so well. Li Li also nodded and smiled, so it was a misunderstanding. It's true. For a goddess like Vice President Zhao, only others can bring breakfast to her. It's absolutely impossible for Vice President Zhao to bring breakfast to others. Xiao Manya smiled awkwardly and quickened her pace as if she was running away. When I passed by Chen Fan's art director's office, I saw that Chen Fan's door was still closed and it seemed that he had not arrived yet. Xiao Manya carried breakfast into her office and breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while, Chen Fan arrived and walked into his office. Xiao Manya called Wen Ruyu and said, Assistant 1, please help me give this breakfast to Chen Fan and tell him that I brought it to him. When Wen Ruyu saw the sumptuous breakfast, she immediately showed a look of surprise. Vice President Xiao, did you really bring breakfast for Chen Fan? Xiao Manya blushed a little. After all, this was the first time she brought breakfast for a man since she was a child. Wen Ruyu was very shocked. After all, Vice President Xiao was like a goddess in the company. She actually brought breakfast to a man herself. If this were to be told to others, there would probably be an uproar in the company group. Wen Ruyu nodded, picked up the breakfast, and walked into Chen Fan's office. Chen Fan was a little surprised to see Wen Ruyu. Wen Ruyu put the breakfast on Chen Fan's desk with a mysterious smile on her face and said, Assistant Chen, you are so lucky. This breakfast was brought to you by Vice President Zhao himself. He asked me to bring it to you. To Wen Ruyu's surprise, Chen Fan shook his head and said, take it back. Wen Ruyu asked in surprise, why? Chen Fan said, if Vice President Zhao brings me breakfast, she should give it to me personally. Chen Fan didn't want Xiao Manya to get away with it like this. Chapter 61 delivered in person. Wen Ruyu had no choice but to take the breakfast back to Xiao Manya's office. Vice President Zhao, Director Chen doesn't want it. He said he wants you to deliver it to him personally. Xiao Manya's eyes widened, what? You want me to give it to him personally? Xiao Manya was incredulous. She was Chen Fan's superior. As a vice president of a company, she actually had to deliver breakfast to a subordinate personally? Xiao Manya looked helpless. She thought for a moment and said, Xiao Qian, keep watch for me in the corridor. If there's no one in the corridor, I'll take the breakfast over. Many people had noticed in the morning that Xiao Manya had brought breakfast, which was unusual for her. If they saw Xiao Manya walking into Chen Fan's office with breakfast in their own eyes, they would probably not be able to explain it. When Ruyu understood what Xiao Manya meant, stuck her head out of the door, and immediately said, Vice President Xiao, there is no one in the corridor now, it is safe. Xiao Manya quickly picked up her breakfast and walked into Chen Fan's office in 2 steps. Fortunately, Chen Fan's office was right next to hers, and she could walk there in a few seconds. Although the distance was very close, she was still in shock. Her nervous breathing caused the luxurious and full breasts wrapped in the light green Dylanway shirt to fluctuate violently. Chen Fan's eyes looked uncontrollably towards the mountain. So majestic, so round. Chen Fan was shocked, the scene was so tempting. Zhao Manya noticed that Chen Fan's gaze was a little rude, and said angrily, "Director Chen, where are you looking?" Chen Fan looked away awkwardly, then smiled and said, "Vice President Zhao looks so beautiful today." Chen Fan's praise made Zhao Manya happy. She forced herself to remain calm, put the breakfast on the desk and said, "Director Chen, this is the breakfast I brought for you. I personally delivered it to you. Are you satisfied?" Seeing the beautiful Zhao Manya personally delivering breakfast to him, Chen Fan was naturally very satisfied. Chen Fan smiled and nodded, "Of course I am satisfied, I am so happy." Zhao Manya smiled and said, "Try it and see if it tastes good?" Zhao Manya looked at Chen Fan with some anticipation. She also wanted to hear Chen Fan praise the delicious breakfast she brought. Chen Fan opened his breakfast. When he opened the lid of the bowl of Yupingxiang fresh meat noodles, a rich meaty aroma wafted in his face. It was so fresh and fragrant. The fragrance whetted one's appetite and Chen Fan started drooling as soon as he smelled it. Chen Fan praised, "It's really fresh." Chen Fan picked up the chopsticks and started slurping the noodles happily. Seeing Chen Fan eating so sweetly, Zhao Manya felt a little happy in her heart for some reason. At this time, Zhao Manya remembered something and asked curiously, "What were you busy with when I sent you a message last night?" At this moment, Zhao Manya seemed to have suddenly thought of something, a hint of doubt flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she asked curiously, "By the way, when I sent you a message last night, what were you busy with?" Zhao Manya couldn't help but recall what happened last night. At that time, she wanted to have a good talk with Chen Fan about work, but she didn't expect Chen Fan to reply that he was busy and ended the chat in a hurry. This surprised Zhao Manya, and she really couldn't understand what was so busy at night. Chen Fan was startled when he heard Zhao Manya's question, and the scene of last night instantly appeared in his mind. At that time, when Zhao Manya sent the message, he was in the luxurious Rolls-Royce with Zhou Yufei. The door was closed, the curtains were drawn tightly, and Zhou Yufei was. Chen Fan was a little embarrassed, and naturally couldn't tell Zhao Manya the truth. He was thinking of making up an excuse when Shen Hong from the Human Resources Department suddenly walked out of the office with a document in her hand. "Director Chen, a document from the Human Resources Department needs your signature." As she spoke, Shen Hong placed a document on Chen Fan's desk. Shen Hong accidentally noticed that the breakfast Chen Fan was eating looked very familiar. Shen Hong asked in surprise, "Huh? Director Chen, the breakfast you're eating looks so familiar. Isn't this the breakfast in Zhao Manya's hand? How did it appear here at Chen Fan's place? Could it be that the breakfast that Vice President Zhao, the goddess admired by everyone in the company, brought today was actually specially for Chen Fan?" Thinking of this, Shen Hong's eyes were full of disbelief, and she couldn't help but look at Zhao Manya. Zhao Manya's pretty face flushed and she was speechless. Chapter 62. Why should I tell you? After Shen Hong left, Zhao Manya glared at Chen Fan in reproach and said, "It's all your fault. You insisted that I personally deliver breakfast to you." Chen Fan, however, didn't care at all and said leisurely, "Of course. Only a beautiful woman like you personally delivers breakfast, so it tastes especially delicious. If it's delivered by someone else, I wouldn't want to eat a single bite." Hearing this, Zhao Manya couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "You are so slick." Although she said this, she couldn't help feeling a little happy in her heart. This annoying guy was really sweet-mouthed. There is no woman in this world who doesn't like to hear a man praise her beauty. Even an elegant and proud beauty like Zhao Manya is not immune to this. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhao Manya's favorability, +1. Zhao Manya's favorability, 28. Hearing the favorability in his mind, Chen Fan was delighted, but also a little helpless, as he was still far from his ideal goal. Before Zhao Manya left, she gave Chen Fan the design plans for 2 characters and asked him to complete the character design. Chen Fan was full of confidence in painting and took on the work assigned by Zhao Manya without hesitation. Seeing Chen Fan agree so readily, Zhao Manya also showed a satisfied smile. Now Zhao Manya has no doubt about Chen Fan's artistic ability. The paintings Chen Fan gives her are unexpectedly excellent, which makes Zhao Manya very satisfied. These outstanding works gave Zhao Manya great confidence. Before this, she had been worried about the slow progress of the White Myth game project and was concerned about the prospects of the game. But after Chen Fan joined the studio, Zhao Manya was full of confidence in the future of White Myth. After explaining everything to Chen Fan, Zhao Manya left, twisting her round and perky buttocks. Chen Fan also turned on his computer and started today's drawing work. Just as Chen Fan was concentrating on the pleasure brought by art creation, the stock market opened and the originally calm group of company employees became noisy again. Zhang Yaoquan's subordinate Wang Xiaodan was the first to lament, "Oh my god, why is Leijinzi AL stock price still falling today? What should I do?" Then, Shen Hong echoed sadly, "That's right, I just bought 20,000 yuan of Leijinzi AL yesterday, but it fell for 2 consecutive days, and I lost a lot of money." Lili complained indignantly, "Director Jiang, please give us an explanation. We all bought in based on your advice. We all followed your lead yesterday when we saw the screenshots you sent of adding positions. Now we are all stuck." Facing the accusations from everyone, Zhang Yaoquan was helpless. He could only bite the bullet and comfort everyone in the group. "Everyone, stay calm. You must maintain your confidence. Leijinzi AL is a gold medal blue chip stock. The current short-term correction is actually a good time to add to your position." Zhang Yaoquan himself was also extremely angry. If Chen Fan had not provoked him in a sarcastic manner yesterday, he would not have impulsively increased his position in Leijinzi AL by 1 million. Now he was the one who suffered the most losses. When Ruyu looked at the conversation in the group, with a smug smile on her face. She had done a godly job yesterday, selling Leijinzi AL at a high price and buying Napoleon Tire at a low price, making a huge profit. Compared with the people in the group, Wen Ruyu is simply a world apart. Of course, Wen Ruyu knew very well that it was because of Chen Fan's guidance that she was able to make a huge profit yesterday. If it weren't for Chen Fan, Wen Ruyu would have continued to buy Leijinzi AL like everyone else yesterday, and would have cried bitterly in the group today. Wen Ruyu had a sly smile on her face and slipped into Chen Fan's office like a nimble little fox. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. She approached Chen Fan with joy and asked, "Chen Fan, tell me quickly, what do you think of the stock market today? Which stocks can make money?" Chen Fan didn't want to tell her easily. Chen Fan stared at Wen Ruyu with a half smile, and replied slowly, "Why should I tell you?" Wen Ruyu came closer and said in a tender voice, "Hey, Chen Fan, don't be stingy. Can I bring you breakfast too?" As she spoke, she reached out to pull Chen Fan's arm and shook it. Chen Fan smiled slightly and shook his head, "But I prefer the breakfast that Vice President Zhao brought." Compared with Wen Ruyu and Xiao Manya, Chen Fan naturally wanted to improve Xiao Manya's favorability more. Chen Fan looked at Wen Ruyu's personal panel. Name, Wen Ruyu. Age, 22. Occupation, art assistant. Appearance, 89. Measurements, 87c, 53, 86. Favorability, 22. Talent, Go Blue Rarity, Cooking Green Rarity, Composition Blue Rarity. In terms of appearance and talent, she was inferior to Xiao Manya. The only thing Chen Fan was interested in was the composition of blue rarity. When Wen Ruyu heard Chen Fan's words, she bit her lip lightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. "Hateful, you value women over friendship." Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "If you want me to tell you, it's not impossible." Wen Ruyu immediately said excitedly, "Then tell me quickly." Chen Fan said, "Let's go find Vice President Zhao. Ask him to bring me breakfast tomorrow and I'll tell you." Wen Ruyu understood that Chen Fan wanted Xiao Manya to continue bringing him breakfast in exchange for information about the stock market. Wen Ruyu gritted her teeth and said, "Okay." Wen Ruyu and Chen Fan walked into Xiao Manya's office, and Wen Ruyu excitedly explained the purpose of their visit. Xiao Manya's beautiful face showed a trace of astonishment. "Chen Fan, do you know how to make money today?" Xiao Manya was very surprised. She thought that Chen Fan just got some inside information from somewhere yesterday, so he was lucky enough to guess it right. If Chen Fan could accurately predict the rise and fall of the stock market every day, it would be too amazing. Even securities experts would not be so confident. Chen Fan, however, had a confident smile on his face, and looked at Xiao Manya with fiery eyes and said, "How about it? As long as you promise to continue to bring me breakfast, I will tell you how to operate the stock market today." Chapter 63, Advice from an Expert. Seeing Chen Fan's fiery eyes, Xiao Manya felt a little embarrassed. Wen Ruyu quickly advised, "Vice President Zhao, just bring him breakfast." Xiao Manya glared at Wen Ruyu in annoyance and said, "Why are you making such a fuss?" Wen Ruyu scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Hee, I also want to take advantage of Vice President Zhao's aura and make some money in the stock market." Xiao Manya thought about it and felt that bringing breakfast to Chen Fan was indeed just a piece of cake. At this time, she was full of curiosity about Chen Fan, and she also wanted to know whether Chen Fan could predict the direction of the stock market again. Xiao Manya was a little hesitant in her heart, and Wenruyu kept speaking for Chen Fan, so Xiao Manya finally nodded. She looked at Chen Fan with a red face and said softly, "Okay, then I will continue to bring you breakfast tomorrow. I'll see if you can say it right again." Chen Fan was delighted when he heard Xiao Manya agree. Chen Fan picked up his mobile phone, opened the stock trading software, and carefully observed the K-line chart of each stock. Soon, Chen Fan pointed to a stock called Tianyuan Pharmaceutical and said, "Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, you can buy it before 10 o'clock. It may rise this afternoon." Xiao Manya and Wenruyu found the stock of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical on their mobile phones. When they saw the chart, they were both surprised. Wenruyu was surprised and asked, "Chen Fan, are you sure? Tianyuan Pharmaceutical's trend map has always been lukewarm." Xiao Manya also showed doubt in her beautiful eyes. Judging from the chart, there were almost no unusual movements in Tianyuan Pharmaceutical. The rise and fall were neither positive nor negative, which was not surprising. Chen Fan said confidently, "Anyway, I've put my words here, it's up to you whether you believe it or not." Chen Fan was full of confidence in his stock trading talent that had been improved by the system. Chen Fan stretched lazily and walked out the door. Before leaving, he smiled mysteriously at Xiao Manya and said, "I am looking forward to breakfast tomorrow, Miss Xiao." Xiao Manya's pretty face blushed slightly, but she didn't say anything, which was considered as her agreement. Wenruyu asked doubtfully, "Vice President Xiao, should we really trust Chen Fan and buy Tianyuan Pharmaceutical? Maybe Chen Fan was just lucky yesterday." Xiao Manya said calmly, "There is no loss if you buy it for fun. Anyway, the rise and fall of this stock are very small." As she spoke, Xiao Manya pressed a few buttons on her phone and bought Tianyuan medicine for 100,000 renminbi. Seeing Xiao Manya buy it, Wenruyu also swallowed his saliva, and after a little hesitation, he also bought 50,000 yuan. Wenruyu is a person who likes to show off. After buying Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, she couldn't help but send a screenshot to the employee group. Shen Hong saw Wenruyu's operation and commented with a puzzled look on her face, "Assistant 1, why are you buying such junk stocks again?" Lili was also curious and asked, "Yes, Xiao Wan, I admit that you made a lot of money buying Napoleon tires yesterday, but it is impossible for you to have such good luck today." Wang Xiaodan was angry because of the sharp drop in Leijin Zizal, and immediately laughed at him. "Assistant 1, you don't think you were lucky yesterday and you will be so lucky today? I guarantee that your Tianyuan Pharmaceutical will fall in the afternoon." Time soon came to the afternoon and the stock market opened again. The moment when Wenruyu and Xiao Manya opened their cell phones, they were both stunned. Xiao Manya blinked her long eyelashes in confusion, and looked at her phone in disbelief with her beautiful big eyes. Tianyuan Pharmaceutical had actually soared by 1/3. The 100,000 yuan I bought in the morning has now become more than 130,000 yuan. How is this possible? Xiao Manya was shocked. Wenruyu was even more surprised. She had been a little skeptical of Chen Fan in the morning, thinking that Chen Fan might have relied on luck and guessed right this time. "I didn't expect that today's operation would be more precise than yesterday's. This cannot be explained by luck. Is Chen Fan really a stock market expert?" Wenruyu and Xiao Manya both felt that Chen Fan was extremely mysterious. It was already surprising that he had such amazing painting skills at such a young age, and he was also a top stock market expert, which made him even more mysterious. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Xiao Manya's favorability, +1. Xiao Manya's favorability, 29. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Wenruyu's favorability, +1. Wenruyu favorability, 23. Congratulations to the host, you have received a random reward, 3 gold skill points. Chen Fan was even happier when he saw that he would receive random rewards while gaining favor. Chen Fan also heard the sound of increasing favorability in his mind, and a smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, wailing sounds were heard in the chat group. Everyone was talking about it. Leijinzi AL stock price was still falling, with no sign of stopping. Wang Xiaodan lamented, "I can't live like this anymore. If Leijinzi continues to fall like this, I'm really going to go bankrupt." Shen Hong also echoed, "Yes, I just lost 20,000 yesterday, and another 20,000 today. This is not stock speculation, it's clearly burning money. I had steak the day before yesterday, and noodles yesterday. Let's just have some cold water today. Sigh." At this moment, Wenruyu posted a screenshot of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical making money in the chat group with a proud look on his face. The chat group seemed to explode, with messages popping up one after another. Shen Hong widened her eyes and looked at the screenshot sent by Wenruyu in surprise. It can be seen clearly in the screenshot that when Ruyu once again demonstrated his godly operation. After buying 50,000 shares of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical in the morning, the stock price immediately began to soar. The amazing operation was so precise that people couldn't help but wonder if when Ruyu had traveled back from the future. Wang Xiaodan was surprised and said, "Damn, Assistant 1, you are amazing. The Napoleon tires you bought yesterday were already amazing, and the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals you bought today was even more amazing." Shen Hong was also extremely shocked. "Zhao 1, you are simply an expert." Li Li echoed, "What expert?" The expert also said that Lei Zhenzi's L will continue to rise. Xiao Wen is the stock god. It's amazing. Seeing the shocked chats in the employee group, Wen Ruyu showed a smug smile. It has to be said that posting screenshots of making money in the chat group twice greatly satisfied her vanity. Wen Ruyu smiled with satisfaction and said, "It feels so good. I've never felt so good before." Although Wen Ruyu was happy to make money, what made him even happier was the admiration of his colleagues in the group. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. Wen Ruyu looked at it in confusion and found that it was a private message from Shen Hong. "Zhao 1, how come you have been so amazing these past 2 days? This operation can be described as that of a stock god." Wen Ruyu replied proudly, "Sister Shen, please don't tell anyone else, I have someone with great advice." Shen Hong immediately replied, "Zhao 1, I will never tell anyone else. Please quietly tell Sister Shen who this expert is." Wen Ruyu naturally would not casually tell Shen Hong that the master was Chen Fan. Chapter 60 For the Wang family comes to the door. Wen Ruyu pretended to be mysterious and said, "Sister Shen, the master is very mysterious." The master said that his identity must not be revealed. After seeing Wen Ruyu's reply, Shen Hong became more interested in the mysterious master. The less Wen Ruyu said, the more Shen Hong scratched her head and became extremely curious. Shen Hong really wanted to know who that mysterious master was. But Shen Hong also realized that Wen Ruyu was unwilling to say it if asked directly. Shen Hong had no choice but to change her strategy and instead began to praise Wen Ruyu. Shen Hong sent another private message, "Zhao 1, you are amazing. Such a mysterious master is willing to guide you. Sister Shen is so envious of you." Seeing Shen Hong's flattery, Wen Ruyu became more and more proud and felt very happy. Shen Hong asked tentatively, "Zhao 1, can you tell me a little bit about tomorrow's stock market news, so that I can also benefit from your news?" Wen Ruyu replied proudly, "Wait, I can quietly reveal some information to you tomorrow, but Sister Shen, you have to promise that you will never leak it out. And you are not allowed to say a word about me and that expert in the group." Shen Hong was overjoyed and quickly assured, "Don't worry, Zhao 1, I will never tell anyone else." Wen Ruyu put down her phone with a smile on her face. Thanks to Chen Fan's information, she made money and gained face, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wen Ruyu became even more curious about Chen Fan. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Wen Ruyu's favorability, +1. Wen Ruyu favorability, 24. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received a random reward of 10 million in cash. The sound of Wen Ruyu's favorability increasing suddenly rang in Chen Fan's mind, which made Chen Fan a little confused. Why did Wen Ruyu inexplicably develop a good impression of him? In Chen Fan's opinion, Wen Ruyu is undoubtedly more likely to get a date successfully than Xiao Manya. Chen Fan didn't mind improving Wen Ruyu's favorability. After all, if your favorability reaches 50, you can obtain a talent from Wen Ruyu, so it would be a waste if you don't brush it up. At this moment, in front of the Junshi Forest store, a black SUV with the Inca law firm logo printed on its body stopped steadily. The car door opened, and several people with sneers and bad intentions got out of the car. The leader was Zhang Dehua, who had a smug and cold look on her face. Behind Zhang Dehua was an ugly young man with a paralyzed face, who was in his 20s. He was none other than Wang Xiaofeng, who had been blinded after failing to molest Zhou Yufei. Next to them were 2 relatives who looked mean and fierce. The last people to get out of the SUV were 2 lawyers, a man and a woman, dressed in suits. The female lawyer is tall and slender, and looks graceful and elegant. Her face was white and tender, and she looked very beautiful. Her lips were a little thin, and her chin was delicate and small, and slightly upturned. She exuded an elegant and charming temperament, but also seemed to reveal a hint of meanness. The lawyers Zhang Dehua found were actually Li Shueli and her assistant Zhao Jingshu from Inca law firm. Zhang Dehua pointed at the Junshi Forest store and cursed, loyally, "That bitch Zhou Yufei works here." Li Shueli nodded and walked towards the Junshi Forest store with her hips twisted proudly. Zhang Dehua, Wang Xiaofeng, and a group of relatives followed behind them aggressively. Lin Shasha, the manager of Junqi Forest store, saw that something was wrong and came over with some fear and asked, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Li Shueli said arrogantly and coldly, "Let's go find Zhou Yufei." Lin Shasha was startled and quickly called Zhou Yufei out. When Zhou Yufei saw Zhang Dehua, Wang Xiaofeng, and several relatives who looked aggressive and mean, she was shocked. Zhou Yufei felt a chill all over her body. She forced herself to stay calm and asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Dehua said proudly, "Zhou Yufei, today we are here to discuss your marriage with my son Wang Xiaofeng. This is your last chance. If you do not agree to continue the Wang family's bloodline, then we will take legal action and make sure you will never be able to pay back the money in your lifetime." Hearing Zhang Dahua's unreasonable demands, Zhou Yufei immediately became so angry that her pretty face turned pale and she said, "Didn't I pay you back for your son's medical expenses? I transferred 3 million to you yesterday. I don't owe you any money anymore." Zhou Yufei took out a screenshot of the 3 million yuan transfer on her mobile phone and showed it to Li Shueli. Li Shueli said coldly, "Ms. Zhou, you did transfer 3 million to my client yesterday, but that was just the medical expenses. What we are going to discuss today is the psychological loss compensation, nutrition expenses, family anxiety compensation, lost work wages for the rest of his life, compensation for loss of appearance and discrimination, psychological treatment expenses after being discriminated against, etc." Zhou Yufei was stunned. She had never dreamed that there would be so many strange expenses to pay. Zhou Yufei said angrily, "How can there be so much compensation? What kind of lawyer are you?" Li Shueli's pretty face showed a proud disdain as she said, "I studied the highest level of American law in the legal field. Of course you can't understand it." Zhou Yufei looked at Wang Xiaofeng angrily. Although Wang Xiaofeng's eyes had been cured at this time, there were still ugly scars on his face. Wang Xiaofeng was also looking at Zhou Yufei greedily. The girl whom he had molested in the zoo that year was still so beautiful and charming. Wang Xiaofeng showed Zhou Yufei an ugly, greedy smile and said, "Zhou Yufei, as long as you agree to marry me, you don't have to pay for these expenses." Wang Xiaofeng's eyes were burning as he greedily scanned Zhou Yufei's chest, his heart filled with excitement. Zhang Dahua also sneered, "That's right, you know, if you promise to serve my son for the rest of his life and continue the Wang family's lineage, you don't have to pay." Several relatives of the Wang family also started arguing like a lit powder keg, with ferocity and harshness revealed on their distorted faces. Their aggressive insults were like an icy torrent, pouring down on Zhou Yufei's head ferociously, as if to drown her completely. Faced with such aggressive insults, Zhou Yufei felt as helpless as a small boat rocking in the wind and waves, and could collapse at any time. Zhou Yufei was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Just when she was about to despair, Chen Fan's face appeared in her mind. Zhou Yufei picked up the phone and dialed Chen Fan's number. When she heard the beeping sound from the other end of the phone, her heart beat faster and faster, and her fingers tightly grasped the phone, as if it was her last straw. Chen Fan's cell phone rang. He answered the call and immediately heard Zhou Yufei's almost helpless and pitiful voice, "Brother Chen, the Wang family is here with a lawyer. I really don't know what to do. Can you come and help me?" Chen Fan immediately said, "I'll be there soon, wait for me." Chapter 65. It's you? Chen Fan hung up the phone, went downstairs as fast as he could, and drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom towards the Junqi Forest store. Chen Fan asked in his mind, "System, is my personal lawyer ready?" Level 10 lawyer talent, created entirely by the system, a personal lawyer who is always loyal to the host has already been prepared and is waiting for dispatch at the residence. Hearing the voice of the system, Chen Fan was overjoyed. With the talent of a level 10 lawyer, Chen Fan absolutely believed that there was no other lawyer on the entire planet who could compare to him. On the other side, Zhou Yufei felt warm instantly when she heard Chen Fan's concerned voice. At this moment, she didn't seem so scared anymore. Zhou Yufei took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and asked in a calm but firm tone, "Are you the lawyer they hired?" Li Shueli's eyes revealed a kind of pride and indifference. She raised her chin and answered in a condescending and superior tone, "Yes, I am Li Shueli, a lawyer from Inca law firm, and I was entrusted by the Wang family to handle this dispute case." Zhou Yufei said calmly, "Wait a moment, I just called someone to come and talk to you, he will be here soon." Li Shueli thought Zhou Yufei had notified the lawyer. She smiled disdainfully on her pretty face and said, "Okay, but it can only delay for a few minutes. After all, I am an elite who has received advanced legal education in the United States. There is no lawyer in the entire Hangchun who can compete with me." Li Shueli was full of confidence. She clasped her arms across her chest, her plump breasts rising and falling with her breathing. At the same time, she stared at Zhou Yufei with a look full of provocation and disdain. At this time, Li Xueli was extremely confident. She firmly believed that no matter what kind of lawyer Zhou Yufei hired, she could easily control the other party. In her eyes, Zhou Yufei was just a little girl who didn't know her own limitations. Li Xueli stared at Zhou Yufei with contempt, but what surprised her was that Zhou Yufei's eyes seemed to be filled with a hint of confidence. Zhou Yufei smiled faintly and said, "Just wait. You'll regret it when he gets here." As soon as Zhou Yufei finished speaking, Li Xueli's assistant Zhao Jingshu couldn't hold back his contempt and sneered, "Are you kidding? Do you want to make Deputy Senior Lawyer Li regret it? Li Xueli is now the most popular elite lawyer at Inca law firm." Zhao Jingshu admires and respects Li Xueli and absolutely does not believe that she will fail. The relatives of the Wang family also burst into laughter. They ridiculed Zhou Yufei to their heart's content, with undisguised mockery on their faces. "Zhou Yufei, you are dreaming. Do you know how much we spent to hire Lawyer Li? Lawyer Li is so high-end, and you can just make a phone call and call someone who is more powerful than Lawyer Li? I can only say that everything is possible in dreams." Lawyer Li Xueli is a senior lawyer hired by the Wang family through a friend, and is also an elite returnee. The Wang family has full confidence in Lawyer Li Xueli and absolutely does not believe that Zhou Yufei can temporarily find a lawyer who is better than Li Xueli. Supervisor Lin Xiaxia, who was standing nearby, looked at Zhou Yufei with pity and reluctance. "Oh, Xiao Zhou has such a miserable life, being harassed by such a mean villain. Yes, Xiao Zhou's life is probably ruined. This Lawyer Li looks very high-end and professional, but I'm afraid his methods are very powerful and ruthless. No one can deal with him." Wang Zhenmei also shook her head inside. Although Zhou Yufei called someone, Wang Zhenmei had no hope at all. At this moment, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom glided over quietly and stopped steadily outside the Junqi 4S store. Behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom, there was a black top-of-the-line business car, the MacArthur S model, following respectfully, and it was parked steadily behind the Rolls-Royce like a servant. Everyone's eyes were shocked when they saw the top luxury car Rolls-Royce. Zhou Yufei's pretty face showed an excited smile. She was naturally very familiar with this car and she knew that Chen Fan was coming. Zhang Dehua, Wang Xiaofeng, and Wang's relatives all looked envious and surprised. "Damn, this Rolls-Royce Phantom costs over 10 million. Who can drive such a luxurious car? Yeah, it would be so cool if I could drive this car." The most surprised person was Li Xueli. She seemed to have vaguely seen this magnificent and luxurious Rolls-Royce. At this time, the electric door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly opened, and the electric pedal covered with a red carpet extended steadily. A young man stepped out of the luxury car steadily. His eyes were deep and calm, yet possessed an amazing penetrating power, as if he could see through people's hearts. It turned out to be Chen Fan. Li Xueli opened her rosy little mouth in surprise and stared at Chen Fan in amazement. At this time, Li Xueli didn't know that the person Zhou Yufei called was Chen Fan, and she had no idea why Chen Fan came. Li Xueli excitedly went up to him, with a happy smile on her face, and said to Chen Fan, "Are you here to see me? I knew you wouldn't ignore me." Li Xueli thought Chen Fan was looking for her. When Chen Fan saw Li Xueli, he was caught off guard and was slightly stunned. Chen Fan also did not expect that the lawyer hired by the Wang family was Li Xueli. However, when he saw Li Xueli standing on the side of the Wang family, he immediately understood the reason. Chen Fan smiled coldly and said, "Li Xueli, I didn't expect that the lawyer hired by the Wang family would be you." Hearing this, Li Xueli could not help but be stunned. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Chen Fan, didn't you come to see me?" Chen Fan said in an unusually cold manner, "Don't be so self-indulgent. I'm here to help Zhou Yufei." "Chen Fan, you." Li Xueli's face changed drastically. She never thought that Chen Fan would say such a thing. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Chen Fan calmly walked to Zhou Yufei and held her soft little hand, which was a little cold and trembling due to excitement. Chen Fan comforted her softly, "Yufei, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Zhou Yufei was extremely excited. She ignored everyone's shocked looks and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms, crying, "Brother Chen, I knew you would come to help me." Chen Fan gently embraced Zhou Yufei's soft body, feeling her trembling slightly due to sobbing. Zhou Yufei's faint fragrance penetrated into his nose, fresh and elegant. He whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid, no one can bully you when I am here." Zhou Yufei felt even warmer after hearing Chen Fan's words. The vicious curses from the Wang family were still fresh in her mind, but now they disappeared like a passing cloud. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhou Yufei's favorability, +1. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 51. Congratulations to the host, you have received a random reward, 3 gold skill points. Chen Fan was even happier when he saw that he would receive random rewards while gaining favor. Chapter 66 Private Lawyer appears. Everyone was shocked to see the intimate interaction between Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei. Lin Xiaxia and Wang Jinmei were simply intoxicated, with starry eyes like crazy fans. Wow, so romantic, this handsome Chen is simply a Prince Charming riding on a colorful cloud, coming to save his princess. Oh, if only you could come and save me. I'm so envious of Xiao Zhou. The Wang family was in a very difficult situation. Their original intention was to use the huge debt to force Zhou Yufei to marry Wang Xiaofeng. In the eyes of the Wang family, it was impossible for Zhou Yufei to come up with such a huge sum of money to repay the huge debt. Therefore, Zhou Yufei's only choice was to marry Wang Xiaofeng, continue the Wang family's bloodline, and serve Wang Xiaofeng for the rest of her life. In Wang Xiaofeng's eyes, Zhou Yufei is already his woman. At this moment, seeing Zhou Yufei actually throwing herself into Chen Fan's arms without paying any attention to anyone else, Wang Xiaofeng was the most angry. He shouted angrily, "Who are you? Let go of my wife." Zhang Dehua was so angry that her teeth were about to burst. She angrily said, "Zhou Yufei, you bitch, you are supposed to carry on the Wang family's bloodline, how can you cuddle with other men?" Seeing that the Wang family members started to clamor crazily again, Chen Fan protected Zhou Yufei behind him, looked at Wang Xiaofeng, and said with disdain, "With your appearance, you still want to marry Zhou Yufei? It's just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Wang Xiaofeng was so angry that he trembled and pointed at Chen Fan, unable to speak. Li Shueli said coldly, "Chen Fan, since you are here to help her, let's use the law to solve it. After all, this society is about reason. I want you to know that you are no match for me." Li Shueli's beautiful eyes were almost spitting fire. Just now, when she saw Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei hugging each other, she actually felt a little sour in her heart. Li Shueli considers herself a top beauty, and in her eyes, Zhou Yufei cannot compare to her at all. Li Shueli originally thought that Chen Fan came to see her, but she didn't expect that he was hugging Zhou Yufei in front of her. He was definitely trying to make her angry. She couldn't accept this scene at all. Li Shueli silently made up her mind that she must teach Chen Fan a lesson and let Chen Fan know the consequences of provoking her. Hearing Li Shueli's words, the Wang family immediately looked at Chen Fan triumphantly, their eyes full of provocation and contempt. Zhao Jingshu was also full of confidence. Li Shueli was an elite lawyer hired by the Wang family at a high price. She was the future pillar that Inca law firm focused on cultivating. Her business capabilities were absolutely first class and top-notch. In comparison, Chen Fan is just an ordinary person. If it comes to familiarity and application of legal provisions, then Chen Fan will be vulnerable. Zhang Dahua immediately echoed, "Chen, you just wait to admit defeat and pay the money when the time comes." Wang Xiaofeng excitedly laughed at Chen Fan and said, "You little bastard, admit defeat and hand Zhou Yufei over to me." Lin Xiaxia and Wang Jinmei's expressions suddenly became worried again. In their eyes, Chen Fan was just a rich second generation. How could he possibly talk about law with an elite lawyer? Amidst the various contemptuous and mocking looks from the crowd, Chen Fan looked relaxed and calm as he looked at Li Shueli and said, "Okay, if you want to talk about the law, I'll talk to you about the law." As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the Wang family burst into laughter. "Ha, you kid named Chen, do you know the law? I won't believe you even if you kill me. You can talk about the law." Li Shueli also looked disdainful and said in disbelief, "Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to become like this now. You can only talk big. Do you know how to follow the law?" No one believed that Chen Fan could debate with Li Shueli on a legal level. As all the suspicious eyes met, Chen Fan smiled calmly and confidently and said, "Of course it's about the law, but it's not me talking to you about the law, it's my personal lawyer talking to you about the law." Li Shueli's beautiful eyes were stunned. "Personal exclusive lawyer?" Zhao Jingshu said disdainfully, "Humph, he's just a private lawyer. How can his level be compared with that of an elite lawyer?" In Zhao Jingshu's opinion, those who are willing to be private lawyers will certainly not be able to match the professional capabilities of top lawyers. After all, the truly top-notch lawyers are all proud and arrogant, and would never condescend to be private consultants. What's more, Chen Fan is just an ordinary-looking young man. It is impossible for a top-notch lawyer to be willing to be his personal lawyer. Amid the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan casually snapped his fingers at the black business car and called out, "Lawyer Lu, it's your turn." Everyone stretched their necks and looked at the black business car curiously. As their eyes converged, the door of a black business car slowly opened. A 60-year-old man in a suit and tie, with gray hair and beard, a calm expression like a mountain, eyes as sharp as an eagle, and full of wisdom, walked steadily out of the car. This 60-year-old man is full of scholarly temperament and has a very strong aura. It is obvious at first glance that he is no ordinary person. He was carrying a black briefcase in his hand, and walked steadily to Chen Fan, bowing respectfully, "Mr. Chen." Everyone was extremely shocked to see this old man with extraordinary momentum actually bowing down before Chen Fan. This old man looked like a hidden giant who was a leader in the world, yet he was so respectful to Chen Fan. Everyone was stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. Chen Fan smiled lightly and said, "Lawyer Lu, it's your turn to perform next." The old man nodded, turned around, stared at Li Shueli with sharp eyes, and said slowly, "Lawyer Li, you are bound to lose this lawsuit today." Li Shueli's thin lips trembled slightly, and she felt a terrifying aura. Chen Fan was also surprised and delighted. He did not expect that the private lawyer created by the system was so powerful. His aura alone was enough to calm the situation. "I can only say that this is indeed a system, it is absolutely overwhelming." Li Shueli forced herself to remain calm and said, "Who are you? How dare you say that?" The old man said calmly, "My name is Lu Tsangyue, and I am Mr. Chen Fan's personal lawyer." When Zhao Jingshu heard the old man's name, his face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Li Shueli was stunned. Lu Tsangyue, this was a legendary name, a well-known top gold medal lawyer who had never lost a case he had taken over. Li Shueli was extremely shocked. The name Lu Tsangyue was a glorious and shining star in the legal community and an inspiring totem. Lu Tsangyue's battle to become a god was 10 years ago when he represented the Lotus Company of Xia Country and faced off against an elite group of lawyers from the United States in an international court. He won the case cleanly and became famous from then on. From then on, Lu Tsangyue became the top lawyer with the highest salary hired by the United Nations. Chapter 67 Lu Yuetsong's Horror. Li Shueli's eyes were filled with shock. She could never have imagined that this legendary lawyer would be standing in front of her. Li Shueli naturally didn't know that Lu Tsangyue was a top lawyer created by the system, and even his life was created by the system's omnipotent magical ability. She trembled and said, "Lu Tsangyue? How come you are Chen Fan's personal lawyer?" Lu Tsangyue said calmly, "This is a personal relationship between Mr. Chen and I, you don't need to know." Lu Tsangyue didn't waste any time. He opened the black briefcase, took out a stack of documents and said, "Regarding the dispute between Zhou Yufei and Wang Xiaofeng, according to Article 31 of Section 7 of Chapter 10 of our Civil Code, Wang Xiaofeng coveted Zhou Yufei's beauty and wanted to molest her. Zhou Guolei, Zhou Yufei's father, had the legitimacy to stop the crime, so Wang Xiaofeng's eye injury was an accidental injury caused by Zhou Guolei's legitimate defense." Li Shueli also quickly took out the documents and argued with Lu Tsangyue, "Lawyer Lu, you are wrong. Wang Xiaofeng did not intend to molest him at that time. It was Zhou Yufei who touched the monkeys but at the zoo, so the monkey was frightened and bit Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng tried to find Zhou Guolei to argue, but was beaten up by Zhou Guolei instead. Wang Xiaofeng and Zhang Dahua both revealed an imperceptible look of pride, smiled at each other secretly, and their joy was beyond words. This is a lie they made up in an attempt to defraud more compensation. Zhou Yufei was so angry that her face turned pale and her body trembled. She never expected that Zhang Dahua and Wang Xiaofeng would bite back. Lu Tsangyue said calmly, "Lawyerly, I have the surveillance video from that year here, do you want to see it?" Li Shueli's beautiful eyes were instantly shocked. Didn't the surveillance video from that year get lost? Li Shueli looked at Zhang Dahua and Wang Xiaofeng in surprise. Before this, Zhang Dahua had sworn that he could not find any surveillance video. Zhang Dahua and Wang Xiaofeng were also shocked and said in disbelief, "Zhou Guolei did contact the zoo back then, but the surveillance footage was indeed lost." Zhou Yufei was also very surprised. She went there with her father at that time, and she remembered it clearly. The surveillance video was indeed missing. Chen Fan, however, showed a confident smile. He knew that the system was omnipotent and it would be easy to restore the surveillance video at that time. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Lu Tsangyue took out a laptop from his handbag and played the surveillance video of the zoo at that time for Li Shueli. The surveillance video clearly captured that Wang Xiaofeng tried to touch Zhou Yufei's sensitive parts under the pretext of something, but was stopped by Zhou Guolei. Then Wang Xiaofeng hit Zhou Guolei first, and the two men started to fight. What is even more shocking is that Wang Xiaofeng's eyes were blinded when he accidentally fell and hit the flower bed when he was leaving. On the laptop screen, the surveillance footage was played over and over again. Every time it was played repeatedly, it was like a silent slap in the face of the Wang family. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what was happening. Li Shueli was shocked and said, "How is it possible? How did you get this surveillance video?" Lu Sanyue said calmly, "I naturally have my own channels." Li Shueli turned to look at Wang Xiaofeng and Zhang Dahua and asked, "Why is what you said about me inconsistent with the facts?" Li Shueli was very angry. As a lawyer, what she hated most was when the client lied to her. Many lawyers have lost face because their clients lied. They can no longer hold their heads up in the legal profession and are laughed at. The Wang family members all had sad faces, were dejected and unable to speak. If they can't find the surveillance video, they can still deceive people by lying. But now the evidence is irrefutable, leaving them speechless. Zhang Dahua didn't want to give up. A sly look flashed in her eyes as she said, "You're lying. This surveillance is fake. Even the zoo can't produce the surveillance. How can you have the surveillance from that time?" The Wang family seemed to have grasped at the last straw, as if they saw hope for a turnaround. They all loudly and excitedly echoed, "That's right, this surveillance is fake. The liar is wrongly accusing a good person." Lu Sanyue said indifferently, "I have sent this surveillance video to a professional and authoritative appraisal agency for appraisal. Here is the authoritative certificate of appraisal." Lu Sanyue took out a piece of proof document. Li Shueli took it and looked at it. She was a professional elite lawyer and naturally understood the importance of it. The Wang family looked at Li Shueli with hope and eagerness. "Lawyerly, this appraisal certificate is fake, right?" Li Shueli said desperately, "The appraisal proves that it is real." Lu Sanyue continued, "I also found several eyewitnesses at the time, and they can all confirm it. Lawyerly, if you need, I can immediately notify the eyewitnesses to come to the scene to identify it." Li Shueli was limp all over, and said helplessly, "No need, the facts and evidence are clear." In front of Lu Sanyue, Li Shueli felt a sense of complete suppression and powerlessness. Lu Sanyue is indeed an internationally renowned gold medal lawyer. His tactics are meticulous, without a single flaw. Faced with such sophisticated tactics, Li Shueli knew that she had no chance of winning. What shocked Li Shueli was that such a top-notch lawyer was actually Chen Fan's personal lawyer. She found it incredible. At this moment, each member of the Wang family was like a deflated ball, with their heads hanging listlessly. Lu Sanyue continued in a cold and ruthless voice, "According to the surveillance video, Wang Xiaofeng's eye injury was caused by his own fall. Although it was after the conflict with Zhou Guolei, it cannot be proved that there is a direct causal relationship between the conflict and Zhou Guolei. Therefore, the Zhou family does not need to pay the 4 million for Wang Xiaofeng's eye treatment. Now I require the Wang family to return the 4 million medical expenses within 3 months, and it will be enforced after 3 months. Lu Sanyue's voice was filled with endless majesty. The Wang family was stunned. This meant that not only would they not be able to ask Zhou Yufi to pay more money today, but they would have to return the 4 million in medical expenses. Wang Xiaofeng looked desperate, holding his head and muttering, "How could this happen? They actually want me to return 4 million? Zhang Dahua pleaded with Li Shueli and held her hand, crying, "Lawyerly, you have to make the decision for us." Li Shueli shook her head helplessly and said, "You lied to me. I can't fight for you anymore. You must pay the 4 million. Li Shueli felt powerless in front of Lu Sanyue. She knew that it was impossible for her to get any advantage from Lu Sanyue. Lu Sanyue's methods were too terrifying. They completely blocked all possibilities and were absolutely leak-proof. This method even made Li Shueli feel terrified. Standing in front of Lu Sanyue was like facing an endless giant net with no way to escape. Chapter 68. I'll keep you company. Li Shueli looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. She didn't expect that this time she would be completely defeated by Chen Fan. A strong relative of the Wang family rushed over unconvinced, raised his fist and threatened to hit him, shouting, "Damn it, what's so great about a lousy lawyer? I'll beat you to death." Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lu Sanyue unexpectedly tore off his neat suit without any warning, revealing his muscular body, and shouted angrily, "In 1974, I won the championship in my first free fighting competition in Southeast Asia. Since then, I have been defeating Japanese karate masters like a torrent of water. If you want to fight me physically, I will also accompany you." Lu Sanyue flicked his wrist and attacked with thunderous momentum, knocking the Wang family member to the ground in an instant, causing him to scream in pain. Everyone was stunned. The golden lawyer who was so gentle and elegant just now turned into a muscular man after taking off his suit. It was really beyond imagination and made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Lu Sanyue's move made the Wang family completely despair. They were like deflated balls, they were frustrated and left in disgrace. Wang Xiaofeng and Zhang Dehua had sad faces and were extremely discouraged. Their plan was very wonderful. Not only did they want the Zhou family to pay another huge sum of money, they also wanted Zhou Yufei to marry Wang Xiaofeng and carry on the Wang family's bloodline. The plan was about to succeed, and even Zhou Yufei's father Zhou Guolei agreed to the marriage. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan showed up along the way, bringing with him a top international gold medal lawyer. As a result, not only did they not get any compensation, they had to return 4 million in medical expenses. It was simply a huge loss, and they couldn't lose anymore. Li Shueli looked at Chen Fan with a complicated look, then left with Zhao Jingshu. Lu Sanyue put on his suit again and became a highly respected gold medal lawyer again, looking like a polite and gentleman. Lin Shasha and several female salespeople looked at Lu Sanyue in astonishment. This old man looked like a gentle lawyer when he put on a suit, but a muscular man when he took off his suit. The contrast was too great. Lu Sanyue politely walked up to Chen Fan, bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Chen, my mission is accomplished." Chen Fan was extremely satisfied and nodded, "Thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Lu. You can go back and have a rest." Lu Sanyue was extremely respectful to Chen Fan. He bowed again and said, "I am always at your service, Mr. Chen." Then, Lu Sanyue returned to the black business car and left. Seeing Lu Sanyue's respectful attitude towards Chen Fan, everyone who stayed at the scene felt unbelievable. Judging from the terrifying methods Lu Sanyue displayed just now, this lawyer Lu is simply an omnipotent giant who can dominate a region. What is even more shocking is that Lu Sanyue not only has invincible legal knowledge, but his physical combatability is also first-rate. He is truly a man of both civil and military talents. Unexpectedly, in front of Chen Fan, he was so docile and well-behaved as if he was just a follower. This scene was beyond everyone's imagination, it felt like a dream. Lin Shasha and Wang Jinmei were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. They couldn't close them at all. This Mr. Chen is too mysterious. Why is such a powerful person his personal lawyer? Yeah, I originally thought that Master Chen was just a rich second generation, but I didn't expect his subordinates to be so terrible. The person who could not believe it the most at this moment was naturally Zhou Yufei. Zhou Yufei felt as if she was dreaming and could not distinguish between fantasy and reality. When the Wang family came with their lawyers in a threatening manner, she originally thought that today would be a difficult day and she was afraid that she would owe the Wang family a huge sum of money that she could not repay. She might even be forced to marry Wang Xiaofeng. Zhou Yufei didn't even dare to imagine what kind of treatment she would encounter if she really married Wang Xiaofeng. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan's appearance immediately changed the situation. Not only did Zhou Yufei not have to pay any more compensation to the Wang family even had to refund the 4 million in medical expenses. Zhou Yufei still couldn't believe it. She asked doubtfully, "Brother Chen, do I really not have to pay back the money?" Seeing Zhou Yufei's pitiful face, Chen Fan smiled and scratched her nose and said, "Of course it's true. Not only do you not have to pay back the money, the Wang family will also return you 4 million. From now on, the Wang family can no longer pester you." Zhou Yufei was extremely grateful. She ignored the surprised looks of Lin Shasha and other colleagues and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms excitedly. "Thank you, Chen Fan. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do." Holding the excited Zhou Yufei, Chen Fan immediately felt an excellent touch and smelled the alluring fragrance from Zhou Yufei's body, which made him very happy. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhou Yufei's favorability, +5. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 56. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel happy. Chen Fan was so delighted that he couldn't help but hold Zhou Yufei's pretty face and kiss her. Although Zhou Yufei felt a little shy about kissing Chen Fan in front of her colleagues, she no longer cared about that and responded emotionally. After a while, the two reluctantly parted. Chen Fan smelled Zhou Yufei's body fragrance and whispered in her ear, "Yufei, get in my car." Zhou Yufei blushed and naturally knew what Chen Fan wanted to do. Zhou Yufei blushed and said, "But this is where I work." She was a little shy, after all, the Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked right outside the Junshi 4S store. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, I'll drive the car further away." Zhou Yufei blushed and nodded. An hour later. Chen Fan said expectantly, "Let's go to the presidential suite tonight to celebrate." Zhou Yufei suddenly thought of something and said embarrassedly, "Brother Chen, today is my dad's birthday. I want to celebrate with him tonight." My dad hasn't had a happy birthday in all these years. And the dispute with the Wang family can finally be resolved. I also want to have a good talk with my dad. Hearing Zhou Yufei's words, Chen Fan nodded and said, well, give your dad a happy birthday. Chen Fan took out his cell phone and transferred 2 million to Zhou Yufei's account. Zhou Yufei's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw a message that 2 million yuan had been deposited into her bank account. Zhou Yufei was surprised and asked, Brother Chen, why did you transfer 2 million to me? Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, aren't you going to celebrate your dad's birthday? You should go eat something good too. Seeing Chen Fan's caring eyes, Zhou Yufei couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. She felt touched like never before. Just now she rejected Chen Fan's request to go to the presidential suite and thought Chen Fan would be dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan was not angry at all. Instead, he transferred 2 million to her. The dispute with the Wang family ended today, and the Wang family even had to return 4 million in medical expenses. Chapter 69 Regretful Li Xueli. The heavy burden that had been on his shoulders in the past suddenly disappeared, and he even had millions of assets on hand. And all this was caused by meeting the young man in front of me. At this moment, Zhou Yufei was extremely happy and excited. Zhou Yufei hugged Chen Fan gratefully and said, Brother Chen, you were so kind to me. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Zhou Yufei's favorability, +1. Zhou Yufei's favorability, 57. The two hugged each other for a while before reluctantly parting. After sending Zhou Yufei home, Chen Fan drove to the Carlton 5-star hotel. The cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan looked at his phone and saw a message from Li Xueli. Chen Fan, why do you always deliberately target me? Even through the phone, Chen Fan seemed to be able to see Li Xueli's unhappy expression. Ever since the blind date with Chen Fan ended in a bad way, Li Xueli felt like Chen Fan was lingering around and kept appearing in front of her. And every time Li Xueli feels suppressed. Li Xueli now feels a little regretful. It would have been better if she had not treated Chen Fan so harshly when they went on a blind date. Chen Fan replied, I didn't target you on purpose. This is all coincidence. I came to help my friend. I didn't know you were the lawyer hired by the other party. Li Xueli replied, I don't believe it, Chen Fan, are you still angry? When I was a kid, I stabbed your dog with a toothpick, and your mother thought it was you who did it. It would have been fine if Li Xueli didn't mention this matter, but she got really angry when she mentioned Chen Fan. When Chen Fan was a child, he was scolded several times by Su Chunling because of this incident, which made him very sad for a long time. Chen Fan typed a reply with a cold expression, I will never forgive you for this. Li Xueli replied, Chen Fan, you are such a stingy person. Didn't I write to you to apologize for this matter? Are you still holding a grudge? I will treat you to a meal some other day and apologize to you again, okay? Chen Fan didn't want to pay attention to her, just don't show up in front of me in the future. Li Xueli was angry, you. Li Xueli was so angry that she threw her cell phone heavily on the seat in the car. Zhao Jingshu looked horrified and asked cautiously, lawyerly, what's wrong? Li Xueli scolded angrily, don't talk. Zhao Jingshu looked aggrieved and didn't dare to speak. Li Xueli was so angry. When Chen Fan returned to Carlton Hotel, the lobby manager Fang Yuan greeted him with a smile, Mr. Chen, you are back. Fang Yuan was wearing a light gray slim-fitting dress today, looking elegant and graceful, with a full and tall bust and a soft and slender waist, exuding an alluring and graceful aura. Her skin was as white as snow, and her red lips were carefully smeared with a light lip gloss, and her plump lips reflected an alluring light. I have to say, Fang Yuan is very beautiful. In the system, Zhou Yufei's appearance score was only 87 points, while Fang Yuan's was 91 points, only 2 points lower than the highest score, Xiaomanya. Chen Fan glanced at Fang Yuan with admiration and said with a smile, Manager Fang is getting more and more beautiful. Hearing Chen Fan's praise, Fang Yuan smiled calmly and said, Excuse me, Mr. Chen. I'll take you to the VIP elevator. As the exclusive butler for VIP guests in the presidential suite, Fang Yuan would personally take Chen Fan into the room every time. Chen Fan followed behind Fang Yuan and could smell her faint fragrance and look at her gracefully twisting buttocks, which were so beautiful. Seeing that Chen Fan was alone today, Fang Yuan asked curiously, Is Mr. Chen alone today? Didn't Miss Zhou come? Fang Yuan has become accustomed to seeing Chen Fan and Zhou Yufei as a couple. Chen Fan joked, I can only sleep alone tonight. I wonder if Manager Fang can chat with me. Fang Yuan smiled elegantly and calmly, Mr. Chen is so young and promising, there must be a lot of girls pursuing him, right? I'm afraid I don't have this blessing. Fang Yuan spoke politely, taking Chen Fan's face into consideration, but there was a hint of keeping a distance. Chen Fan smiled slightly and didn't care. I was vaguely surprised. I thought a female manager of a 5-star hotel should be very open-minded, but Fang Yuan didn't seem to be the type to flirt with boys easily. Chen Fan's heart moved, and he changed the subject and asked, Manager Fang, I want to ask, what is the market value of Carlton Hotel? Chen Fan remembered that there was a first-level Monopoly acquisition card in the system inventory that he got from Chu Xiaolei. According to the system's instructions, a first-level Monopoly acquisition card can forcibly acquire a company worth less than 100 million. Chen Fan really wanted to know whether this first-level Monopoly acquisition card could buy the Carlton 5-star hotel. Fang Yuan blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Mr. Chen, why are you asking this? Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, just asking. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and said, the market value of the Carlton Hotel is about 95 million. Chen Fan was delighted. It seemed that the first-level Monopoly acquisition card was just enough to buy the Carlton 5-star hotel. Of course, Chen Fan was just asking and had no intention of buying it immediately. Chen Fan plans to look around more, and if he comes across a suitable property, he will buy it and hand it over to Zhao Yufi to manage. Chen Fan and Fang Yuan were chatting casually as the VIP elevator reached the top floor. Unexpectedly, the elevator had some kind of malfunction and shook violently when it stopped. Fang Yuan was wearing high heels and she lost her balance and fell uncontrollably into Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan only felt a gust of intoxicating fragrance blowing towards him, and a warm and soft thing pressed against his chest. This feeling made Chen Fan feel extremely wonderful, but Chen Fan thought that Fang Yuan was not an open person, so he quickly took a step back, while holding Fang Yuan's shoulders to help her stabilize her body, and asked with concern, Manager Fang, are you okay? The posture of the two people just now was extremely ambiguous, and Fang Yuan's upper body accidentally touched Chen Fan. When Fang Yuan thought of that embarrassing posture, her pretty face turned red, and she quickly took a step back and said, it's okay, thank you Mr. Chen. Fang Yuan also knew that Chen Fan took the initiative to give up his seat in order to avoid embarrassing her. Fang Yuan also developed a slight liking for Chen Fan. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yuan's favorability, +1. Fang Yuan's favorability, 3. Congratulations to the host, you have received a random reward of 10 million in cash. Chen Fan was delighted to hear that he had gained Fang Yuan's favor. Fang Yuan immediately took out the intercom and said to the hotel front desk, Xiao Zhang, please notify the elevator company to come and inspect the VIP elevator. Chen Fan nodded secretly. It seemed that Fang Yuan's workability was indeed outstanding. Chapter 70 Coincidence. After Fang Yuan put down the intercom, she smiled at Chen Fan sheepishly and said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Chen Fan also smiled and said, it's okay, this kind of thing is normal. After the ambiguous accident just now, the distance between the two of them disappeared invisibly. Fang Yuan's impression of Chen Fan also improved a bit, knowing that Chen Fan was not the kind of lustful man who liked to take advantage of women. After Fang Yuan brought Chen Fan into the presidential suite, she left respectfully. Chen Fan also lay comfortably on the luxurious big bed. Recalling the crazy scenes of him and Zhao Yufi making love on this big bed, Chen Fan felt a little excited. Chen Fan rested happily for a while and became full of energy again. He opened his phone out of boredom, ready to watch the live broadcast of the beautiful woman. It used to be his habit to watch live broadcasts of beauties before going to bed, but with Zhao Yufi's company in the past 2 days, he naturally didn't need to watch the live broadcasts of beauties. Soon, Chen Fan logged into the live broadcast platform. After spending 1 million last time, Chen Fan's account became famous. He immediately received many requests to chat and add friends, which made him feel annoyed, so he changed his status to anonymous. Chen Fan logged in anonymously, so no one else could see that he was online. I wonder how Su Qingru is doing. Chen Fan thought of the school goddess from high school. I watched her live broadcast a few days ago and gave her more than 1 million. Chen Fan also called up Su Qingru's personal dashboard in the system and started looking at it. Name, Su Qingru. Age, 21. Appearance, 93. Height, 165 centimeters. Occupation, senior student. Measurements, 91D, 53, 86. Favorability, 32. Purity, 100 natural purity and no pollution. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, performance purple rarity, singing purple rarity, dancing green rarity. Su Qingru and Xiao Manya both have a beauty score of 93, ranking first. From this we can see that Su Qingru's beauty is not inferior to Xiao Manya, and the two have completely different styles. Chen Fan began to look for Su Qingru's live broadcast room. Although Su Qingru was live streaming today, she seemed a little absent-minded and lacked interest. There were only a few dozen viewers in her live broadcast room. Su Qingru was too lazy to interact with the audience and looked lonely. In her heart, Su Qingru was still thinking about the mysterious senior student whose nickname was Oil Drill Head. A few days ago, a guy with the nickname Oil Drill, who claimed to be her senior's rich man, suddenly appeared. He generously gave her more than 1 million gifts, and then suddenly disappeared and never came online again. This made Su Qingru feel very strange. She didn't know why the senior never came to her live broadcast room again. Su Qingru really hoped that the mysterious senior would appear in her live broadcast room again. Even if he didn't give her gifts, she would be very happy. At this time, an anonymous viewer entered Su Qingru's live broadcast room. This anonymous audience member is naturally Chen Fan. As soon as he saw Su Qingru, Chen Fan felt his eyes light up. Su Qingru was wearing a light pink jacket today, with a tight white t-shirt underneath. Her amazing curves can be seen, exuding an invincible youthful aura. Her pretty face is rosy and fair, with earrings inlaid on her snow-white and delicate earlobes, an exquisite nose like a snow-carved jade, a rosy and plump mouth, and a moving charm flowing in her bright eyes. She is worthy of being the school beauty goddess. She is still so beautiful. Chen Fan couldn't help but praise her. Seeing Su Qingru's pure and beautiful appearance, Chen Fan's thoughts seemed to go back to high school. Su Qingru is Chen Fan's dream goddess. During those hormonally charged teenage nights, the throbbing Chen Fan would often fantasize about Su Qingru's beautiful face while practicing his craft. Su Qingru is still as pure and beautiful as before. The only change is that her growth has become a little bit abnormal. The originally flat airport has turned into a majestic mountain. Suddenly, Chen Fan was surprised to see that there was a rare Aiden dog doll on Su Qingru's desk. Chen Fan remembered very clearly that he was the one who caught this Aiden dog doll and gave it to Lu Xinmun. Chen Fan knew that this kind of Aiden dog doll was very rare and it was difficult to find the same style. Chen Fan typed curiously and asked, "Host, how did you get the Aiden dog doll on your desk? I don't think I saw it last time." Su Qingru saw the anonymous viewers typing and said absent-mindedly, "This Aiden dog doll was given to me by my roommate." Chen Fan was a little surprised. Could it be that Lu Xinmun was Su Qingru's roommate? This was too much of a coincidence. At this moment, on the other side of Su Qingru's dormitory, Tang Yusin was also broadcasting live. Tang Yusin turned around and saw Su Qingru looking a little lonely, and a smug look appeared on her pretty face. Although when she was piking with Su Qingru that day, the tycoon with the oil drilling head who suddenly appeared defeated Tang Yusin and made her lose everything. But strangely, the tycoon's oil drilling rig seemed to be a flash in the pan. After that night, it was like a short-lived meteor, which faded away after its brilliance. The disappearance of the oil drilling rig brought comfort to Tang Yusin. Tang Yusin's number 1 on the rich list, Soybean Tiger, was beaten down by Chen Fan and remained quiet for 2 days, not daring to come online even once. But Chen Fan didn't log in for several days, and the rich man named Big Dahu proudly entered Tang Yusin's live broadcast room again. Dahu also knew that Tang Yusin and Su Qingru were roommates in the same dormitory, so he typed in the live broadcast room and asked, "Xiao Xaner, how is Xiao Roer? Is her number 1 brother, the oil drill, afraid to go online?" Tang Yusin glanced at Su Qingru's dejected back with pride, nodded and said, "Brother Dahu, her number 1 has not been online for the past few days, causing her ranking to drop a lot." Dahu was extremely proud, and boasted in the live broadcast room, "Haha. That oil drilling probe is simply garbage, it is not durable at all. A rich man like me can go online every day to brush rockets, but he dare not go online after brushing once, haha." Tang Yusin also praised him, "That's right. A man should be like Brother Dahu. Only those who can last long are real men. Weak men like oil drillers can only get up once in a while. In comparison, I prefer Brother Dahu's endurance." Dahu was so flattered by Tang Yusin's praise that he immediately gave Tang Yusin an interstellar battleship. With dazzling animation effects, a cool interstellar battleship takes off into the sky. All live streaming platforms also started rolling notifications. The distinguished guest Dahu gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Xiao Xaner's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The popularity of Tang Yusin's live broadcast room doubled in an instant. Chapter 71 It's the Real Person. Tang Yusin was surprised and excited, and thanked loudly in a sweet voice, "Oh, thank you brother Didohu for the interstellar battleship. Xiao Xin'er loves you." Tang Yusin even turned her head, deliberately letting Su Qingru hear her voice as well. Brother Didohu was really persistent, giving Xiaoxiner gifts every day, unlike some men who are not persistent and dare not come online after giving gifts once. Su Qingru also saw the message notifications scrolling across the entire platform, and she sighed somewhat dejectedly. The audience in Tang Yusin's live broadcast room all understood that her words were meant to mock the rich man named Oil Drill Probe, who had given Su Qingru a gift and then never came online again. Some viewers also echoed, "That's right, those who can get a starship every day are the real rich, and those who can only get one once a year are fake rich. I'm talking about the guy with the oil drill. I thought he was the richest Middle Eastern tycoon in the world with a piece of cloth on his head, but I didn't expect him to be a weakling. That's right, only Dido who is the real number one on the list, I don't recognize anyone else. Oil drilling head. Even though you got 100 interstellar battleships at once, you still can't get my approval. Soybean Tiger. You're a real man who can save the universe." The comments in the live broadcast room were full of praise, making Didonghu extremely proud. Soybean Tiger got excited and suddenly had an idea. He typed, "Xiao Xaner, apply for a PK with Xiao Rower. I'll let you avenge me for what happened last time." Tang Yusin said loudly and exaggeratedly, "Ah? You want me to compete with Xiao Rower? This is not good. Xiao Rower's number one brother is not here. It's too much of a bully for her." Big Bean Tiger refused to give in and said excitedly, "It's because Big Boss is not here that I want to compete with her. Hurry up, I can't wait." Tang Yusin pretended to be embarrassed, turned around and said to Su Qingru insincerely, "Su Qingru, my audience asked me to apply for a PK with you, is that okay?" Su Qingru was speechless. Tang Yusin clearly knew that there were not many people in her live broadcast room and that the only top brother on the list, Chen Fan, was not online, yet she deliberately wanted to compete with her. It was obvious that she wanted to humiliate her. But Su Qingru was soft-hearted. She won the live PK against Tang Yusin a few days ago, which made Tang Yusin very embarrassed. In order to prevent the fake sisterhood in the dormitory from breaking up, Su Qingru had no choice but to smile gently and said, "Okay, then you can PK with me, I can't beat you anyway." Soon, a PK invitation popped up on Su Qingru's live broadcast screen, and Su Qingru clicked to accept the PK. The two live broadcast rooms of Tang Yusin and Su Qingru started competing on the same screen again. In Tang Yusin's live broadcast room, fans were extremely excited and were swiping the screen frantically. "I can finally get my revenge today. Our Xiao Xaner is the best anchor. Xiao Rower, just admit defeat. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the poor Soybean Tiger. One day the Soybean Tiger will attack the Yunlan sect and crush the oil drilling head." Soybean Tiger also typed proudly, "Xiao Rower, admit defeat obediently and call me brother Soybean Tiger. I won't let you lose too badly. I might even give you an interstellar battleship." Tang Yusin said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Didohu, how can you bully Xiao like this? She is my roommate. Although her number one is not here, she doesn't care." Hearing Tang Yusin's sarcasm, Su Qingru felt helpless and sighed quietly. The senior named Oil Drill might be just a meteor that flashed across her life and would never appear again. In Su Qingru's live broadcast room, the few remaining viewers said angrily, "Why is that Xiao Xaner bullying Xiao Rower again?" An audience member named Oilfan was speechless and said, "That's right. Our Xiao Rower has few audiences, and the number one player on the list is not here. How can she beat Xiao Xiner?" This little fan of oil became a fan of Su Qingru after Chen Fan became famous that day. At this moment, in Su Qingru's live broadcast room, an anonymous viewer suddenly typed, "Who said that the number one brother on the list is not here?" Seeing the anonymous viewers typing, Su Qingru's few remaining fans were confused. The little fan of oil typed in confusion and asked, "Why do you say that? Big brother list is definitely not here." Su Qingru also looked at the fan rankings again. The number one position was still the oil drill head, but the avatar was black, indicating that the number one was indeed not online. Su Qingru nodded somewhat dejectedly and said, "Yes, I pay attention to the fan rankings every day. Since that day, my number one has never been online." At this time, the mysterious anonymous viewer typed again, "Actually, I am the oil drill." The anonymous audience member who spoke was naturally Chen Fan. Seeing Su Qingru talking to Oil's little fans, Chen Fan found it a little funny and couldn't help but want to tease them again. The little oil fan was speechless. He thought that this anonymous audience member was here to cause trouble. The little fan of oil criticized in a typing message, "I'm warning you, don't pretend to be my idol. If I get angry, I'll type and scold you." Su Qingru didn't believe that this anonymous viewer was the number one senior. A trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes as she said, "Please don't pretend to be my senior. Xiaoruo will be angry." In Tang Yusin's live broadcast room, some viewers also began to laugh. "Ha, the number one guy in Xiaoruo's live broadcast room is not here, and now someone is pretending to be the number one guy. It's pitiful. What a ridiculous AQ mentality this is. Is this a method of spiritual victory? I am dying of laughter. There are actually people pretending to be number one to give the anchor confidence? That's right, if that guy is really an oil driller, I'm willing to eat shit live on air." Tang Yusin looked at Su Qingru with disdain and sneered, "Su Qingru, your live broadcast room can't really be so low class that you even hired someone to pretend to be number one. Isn't that too embarrassing?" The little fan of oil typed helplessly, "Anonymous netizen, please stop pretending to be my idol. You will bring bad things to Xiaoruo. We don't have the ability to give Xiaoruo an interstellar battleship. All we can do is to quietly help the big brother on the list to protect Xiaoruo's live broadcast room." This little oil fan spoke so sincerely that Su Qingru was moved. Even Chen Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he had such a cute little fan. Chen Fan also decided not to tease them anymore and prepared to reveal his true identity. Chen Fan found the button to cancel the invisible and anonymous status and canceled the invisibility. Su Qingruo's live broadcast room suddenly appeared with gorgeous special effects, accompanied by a series of eye-catching large characters. The number one guy on the list, Oil Drill Head, is coming to Xiaoruo's live broadcast room on a colorful cloud. The profile picture of the anonymous netizen suddenly changed and became the oil drilling probe itself. Chen Fan's appearance surprised everyone. Several die-hard fans in Su Qingruo's live broadcast room were instantly excited. Chapter 72, Is it really the Middle East that is digging for oil? What? This anonymous viewer is really the number one oil driller? That's impossible, I must be dreaming. The little fan of oil was so excited that he even made typos in the words he typed, which shows how excited he was. "It's okay, you are really my idol." Ever since Chen Fan became a god after that battle, this little oil fan has become his loyal follower, and even changed his name to Little Oil Fan, silently guarding Su Qingruo's live broadcast room for Chen Fan. I just saw an anonymous viewer say that he is the number one oil driller. This little oil fan was very angry and felt that he was bringing bad luck to Su Qingru. Unexpectedly, the anonymous audience member suddenly transformed into the oil drill itself, which shocked and surprised the little oil fans. The most shocked person was naturally Su Qingru. She covered her small round mouth in surprise, her bright eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. The last time Chen Fan saved Su Qingru in a live PK, he left a deep and good impression on Su Qingru. Su Qingru has been looking forward to Chen Fan's reappearance. But Chen Fan was like a shooting star, which disappeared from her life after shining briefly, leaving her feeling lost and absent-minded for the past few days. Now the mysterious senior Chen Fan reappeared, making Su Qingru feel like she was dreaming and she couldn't believe it was real. Su Qingruo's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, and she said excitedly, "Senior, is it really you? I thought you would never show up again." Seeing Su Qingruo's excited expression, Chen Fan smiled faintly and typed, "Who said I won't show up? From now on, I will be the guardian angel of your live broadcast room and will always protect you." Chen Fan's words moved Su Qingru so much that her beautiful eyes became moist with excitement. Although she was a little flustered, she looked very cute. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingruo's favorability, +3. Su Qingruo's favorability, 35. Chen Fan was very happy to hear that Su Qingruo's favorability had increased. This Su Qingru was his dream goddess in high school. Chen Fan could not even imagine that he could win her favor. At this time, there was excitement in Su Qingruo's live broadcast room, but Tang Yusin's live broadcast room was in a mess. Some fans who were jumping between the two live broadcast rooms said in horror, "Not good. The other side's top brother actually came online. Military situation is critical. The enemy's powerful oil driller makes a glorious appearance. The enemy's strength has skyrocketed." Seeing this news, Tang Yusin's live broadcast room was in an uproar. The legendary oil drilling probe is really online? Impossible. Isn't the oil drill head scared? How dare it go online? The person who was most panicked at this time was none other than Tang Yusin. Her brows were furrowed, her face full of reluctance, and she looked as if she was about to explode with anger. After being severely beaten by Chen Fan in the last PK with Su Qingru, Tang Yusin no longer dared to provoke Su Qingru and always kept her distance from her. However, as time went by, the mysterious oil drilling probe never came online again, which made Tang Yusin feel that he was just a flash in the pan and that this mysterious rich man would never appear again. After all, he earned more than 1 million in just one go. Even the richest people can't afford such extravagant spending. Instigated by Daiwa today, Tang Yusin couldn't help but think of taking revenge on Su Qingru. Unexpectedly, it happened to be such a coincidence that the mysterious rich man Chen Fan happened to be online today. Tang Yusin bit her lower lip hard with her silver teeth and stared at Su Qingru with resentment in her eyes. Fans in the live broadcast room were already going wild. I'll also go to Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room to see the excitement and take a glimpse of the legendary rich man. Ever since Chen Fan became a god in one battle, myths about him began to spread on live streaming platforms. Many fans have been looking forward to it day and night and have long wanted to see the true appearance of the legendary oil drilling probe with their own eyes. When we heard that the legendary oil drilling head was launched, it immediately became the hottest topic on the live streaming platform. Originally there were only a few dozen viewers in Su Qingru's live broadcast room, but now many viewers are rushing in frantically every second. Let me see where the legendary oil drilling head is? At this time, Chen Fan didn't waste any time and started to brush the interstellar battleships. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest oil drill is giving away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Today, Chen Fan was not at all talkative. He immediately killed 20 interstellar battleships. Along with gorgeous animation effects, message notifications from all platforms are also scrolling madly in every live broadcast room. The continuous stream of notifications made everyone overwhelmed. The entire live streaming platform is going crazy. Damn it, it appears again, the interstellar battleship is firing crazily. The last time was also in Zhao Ruer's live broadcast room, and it was also an oil drilling probe. Who is this Zhao Ruer? Why does the mysterious rich man keep giving her interstellar battleships? Another oil rig. Is he crazy? What is he going to do? Where on earth did this oil drilling head come from? Is it really from the Middle East? Attracted by the scrolling notifications on all platforms, countless viewers flocked in, crowding Su Qingru's live broadcast room. The scrolling barrage was so dense that it was impossible to see clearly. The popularity of Su Qingru's live broadcast room instantly soared to the top of the entire platform, completely crushing Tang Yusin. In comparison, the popularity of Tang Yusin's live broadcast room can only be described as pitifully small. Tang Yusin felt as if she had been slapped in public. You know, it was she who took the initiative to invite Su Qingru to compete today. If you lose ugly, wouldn't that be like putting your face in front of others to get hit? Tang Yusin was so angry that her lips were trembling. She wanted to save some face, so she forced a smile and begged, "Brother Dedovu, it was you who asked me to invite Zhao Ruer to PK today. You have to be responsible for me and don't let me lose too badly." Some viewers also remembered that today's PK between the two anchors Zhao Xaner and Zhao Ruer was indeed because Dedovu wanted to take revenge and encouraged Tang Yusin to PK with Su Qingru. Yeah, you big soybean tiger, you have to stand up and add some heat to Zhao Xaner. Soybean tiger, we support you. Quickly swipe the interstellar battleship and get Zhao Xaner back. Soybean tiger fans are cheering for Soybean tiger. Give it a shout out. We can't lose to Oil Boy. Chapter 73 Su Qingru's Dance. After all, this Dedovu is an old rich man who has been active on the live broadcast platform for a long time, and some old fans also have some confidence in him. As expected by everyone, under the eager anticipation, unexpectedly, Big Dahu suddenly typed on the public screen, "Zhao Xaner, I'm sorry, I just recharged 1 million and was about to use it, but my dog suddenly gave birth and asked me to go home quickly. See you tomorrow." The next moment, Dayahu's avatar turned black, indicating that he had gone offline at the speed of light. The fans in Tang Yusin's live broadcast room were so angry that they cursed, "This big white tiger is too cowardly. At least I managed to compete with the oil drilling rig for a few rounds last time." Unexpectedly, as soon as the oil drilling probe was launched, the soybean tiger was scared away and didn't even have the courage to attack. Tang Yusin stood there in a daze, unable to utter a word, her eyes filled with despair and anger. What shocked everyone was that even though Soybean Tiger was offline, this oil drill was still continuously spawning interstellar battleships without any opponent. One after another, interstellar battleships worth $10,000 took off into the air and were swiped like crazy as if they were free. Has the oil drilling rig tycoon gone crazy? He keeps blasting. What on earth is he going to do? A starship costs 10,000 yuan. What is the limit of an oil drilling probe? In just 1 minute, Chen Fan directly killed 100 interstellar battleships. The entire live broadcast platform was completely shocked. A full 1 million was given to a little-known anchor. If Chen Fan's last success was a stunning success, then this time he was simply establishing his status as a god. The myth of the oil drilling head on the live broadcast platform will be passed down forever. The little fan of oil said excitedly, "Wow, he is worthy of being my idol, so awesome. Crazy, this is crazy, why doesn't anyone give me gifts like this?" Chen Fan's move shocked everyone. Su Qingru was surprised and delighted, her beautiful eyes sparkling with gratitude, and she quickly said, "Senior, there's no need to brush. I'm already very grateful." Chen Fan's generosity made Su Qingru feel flattered. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +3. Su Qingru's favorability, 38. Congratulations to the host, you have received a random reward, 2 gold skill points. Chen Fan was delighted and typed, "My hands are a little sore from playing Star Wars all the time. I'll take a break and play again." After seeing Chen Fan's words, the audience was even more speechless. Look at the rich people, their hands are sore because of playing with interstellar battleships, but mine are sore because of the craft. Alas, the rich are sore, and I am sad. Su Qingru was amused by the comments and laughed, "Senior, if your hands are sore, I can help you rub them." Chen Fan smiled and typed, "When I came online just now, why did you not look very happy? Su Qingru did seem absent-minded just now." Su Qingru pouted and said coquettishly, "No, I was just thinking about something." Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "You are not thinking about me, are you?" Su Qingru's pretty face flushed instantly, and she felt a little embarrassed because Chen Fan had really hit the nail on the head. This is also normal. A small anchor was suddenly given $1 million in gifts by a rich man, and the rich man did not make any excessive demands on her. It did make her feel very strange. Later, this rich man disappeared for unknown reasons, which made Su Qingru feel even more mysterious. Su Qingru had been speculating about the identity of the senior student who was the oil driller these past 2 days, to the point where she had lost her appetite and was distracted. Su Qingru was a little embarrassed to admit it, her beautiful eyes evaded as she said, "Not really, I just think about it occasionally." Seeing Su Qingru's shy look, Chen Fan thought she was very cute and gave her another 50 interstellar battleships. The live broadcast platform fell into madness again, and the barrage of comments was as dense as the tide. Su Qingru was somewhat flattered and said, "Senior, you really don't have to brush it. I don't know how to thank you." Chen Fan smiled faintly and typed, "Dance for me." Su Qingru studied dance, and dancing is her best talent. Su Qingru nodded shyly and said, "Senior, what dance do you want to see?" Chen Fan's thoughts instantly went back to high school. There was a high school art performance where Su Qingru danced a chilling song and amazed the whole school. It was at that time that Chen Fan regarded Su Qingru as his dream lover. Chen Fan said expectantly, "Why don't you dance, Qiling? I saw you do it when I was in high school." Su Qingru was a little surprised when Chen Fan said he watched her jump. But when I thought about the fact that Chen Fan claimed to be her senior, it wasn't surprising that he might have seen her dance. Su Qingru nodded and said, "Okay, then I will dance a Qiling for you, senior." Su Qingru shyly turned on Qiling's music, pushed her chair aside, stood in front of the camera, and danced to the beautiful music. Su Qingru used to just sit and chat during live broadcasts and had never shown her dancing talent. At this moment, she was like an elegant fairy, dancing to beautiful music. Her soft and elastic figure was graceful and charming. Her every move was full of feminine beauty and charm. Chen Fan was almost stunned. Su Qingru danced so beautifully now. Su Qingru's dancing moves in high school were clumsy and pure, which were enough to leave a deep impression in his mind. Su Qingru was now a professional dancer. Every subtle movement of hers is full of elegance and softness. Coupled with her plump, graceful, slender and soft figure, she looks as dreamy and beautiful as a fairy descending to earth. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. No one expected that Su Qingru could dance so beautifully. She is simply a treasure anchor. With such amazing talent, how come I didn't discover it before? This level of dance can be performed on the Spring Festival Gala. What a beautiful dance. Yeah, I thought I was watching the Spring Festival Gala, it's so beautiful. Fairies, they are just fairies. I can't get enough of them. No wonder the oil rig tycoon likes this anchor. He has a keen eye for talent and picked this little fairy at first sight. The little fan of oil also said excitedly, he is worthy of being my idol. His vision is so accurate. There are so many anchors on the live broadcast platform, but he prefers this unknown Zhao. Today I finally know why. It is really great. After the dance, Su Qingru asked with anticipation on her pretty face, Senior, I've finished dancing. Do you like it? Su Qingru, who had just finished dancing, was a little out of breath, causing her plump breasts tightly wrapped under her t-shirt to rise and fall continuously, which was extremely beautiful. Chen Fan feasted his eyes and said with satisfaction, Junior sister, you danced so beautifully, I like it very much. Seeing Chen Fan say that he liked it, Su Qingru's pretty face suddenly blossomed with a sweet smile, and her beautiful eyes smiled into crescents. She felt extremely happy. That's great, Senior, you like my dance, I'm very happy. Chapter 74 Company Meeting. Chen Fan enjoyed watching Su Qingru's graceful dance so much that he madly gave her another 150 interstellar battleships. Adding this up, Chen Fan gave Su Qingru gifts worth 3 million today alone. For a host, receiving 3 million gifts in one day is something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Su Qingru felt as if she was dreaming. This mysterious senior disappeared without a trace after spending 1 million last time. Just when Su Qingru thought that this senior would never show up again, he actually came online today and casually spent 3 million. Su Qingru was completely unable to understand the behavior of this mysterious senior, and she became extremely curious about Chen Fan. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +3. Su Qingru's favorability, 41. The sound of Su Qingru's favorability increasing came to Chen Fan's mind, and he was very excited. Chen Fan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. This beautiful and pure Su Qingru had been his dream since high school. If his dream could come true, that feeling would be truly wonderful. Chen Fan was not in a hurry either. After all, the process of pursuit was also a wonderful memory. After Chen Fan gave Su Qingru gifts, he chatted with her casually for a while, then changed his personal status to invisible again and went offline to sleep. Chen Fan's decisiveness surprised the audience on the live broadcast platform. Damn, the oil driller went offline right after the tycoon gave out the gifts. There was no delay at all. Alas, we can never guess the life of the rich. It's like a god. It's so awesome. This oil drill head with a weird nickname made the entire live broadcast platform extremely surprised. Everyone was curious and guessing what the identity of this oil drilling probe was. Chen Fan's low keyness also added a touch of mystery to him, making everyone more eager to know his identity. The next morning, Chen Fan drove to Yusai Game Company. When Chen Fan thought that the beautiful Xiao Manya would bring him a delicious breakfast today, he felt very happy and looked forward to it. Chen Fan whistled and walked leisurely into the art director's office. At this moment, I suddenly received a call from Zhou Yufi. Chen Fan smiled faintly and asked, Yufi, how was your dad's birthday yesterday? Were you happy? Zhou Yufi said in a soft and pleasant voice, I'm very happy, brother Chen. When my dad heard that he no longer had to give money to the Wang family and that the Wang family would refund the medical expenses, he was so happy that he almost recovered from his illness. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, that's good. Zhou Yufi's voice suddenly became a little cautious, as if she was afraid that Chen Fan would be angry. Brother Chen, my father said that his wish has come true, and he wants to take me back to my hometown to worship my ancestors, so I have to leave Hangqing for a while. Are you going to be away for a while? Chen Fan was a little reluctant. Zhou Yufi was very well behaved and obedient, and he liked her very much. Suddenly hearing that Zhou Yufi was going to leave for a while, Chen Fan felt reluctant to let her go. Zhou Yufi was afraid that Chen Fan would be angry, so she quickly said in a tender voice, Brother Chen, don't be angry, I'm just going back to my hometown for a few days, and I will be back to Hangqing soon. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, I'm not angry, I just don't want you to leave. Zhou Yufi was somewhat happy when she heard what Chen Fan said, Brother Chen, I can't bear to leave you either. I have no choice but to make it up to you when I come back. Chen Fan smiled and said, okay, how are you going to compensate me then? Zhou Yufi said shyly, I can compensate you in any way you want. Chen Fan seemed to be able to see Zhou Yufi's cute face with blushing shyness, and he couldn't help but feel extremely moved. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan still felt a little lost when he thought about not being able to be with Zhou Yufi for the past few days. Although Zhou Yufi can't be considered a girlfriend, at least I don't feel empty and lonely when I'm with her. At this time, Chen Fan's mobile phone received a message alert. Chen Fan took a look and found that it was a message from Zhao Manya. Chen Fan, have you arrived at the company? Chen Fan smiled slightly and immediately replied, we're here. I'm waiting for Miss Zhao's delicious breakfast. Soon, Zhao Manya's beautiful figure appeared at the door of Chen Fan's office with a breakfast. Zhao Manya was wearing a light green long trench coat today, with a white de-lanway shirt underneath that covered her plump upper body, a black hip skirt underneath her soft and slender waist, and a pair of long, round legs wrapped in shiny black stockings. She was wearing a pair of black high heels on her jade feet, making her look very fashionable and tasteful. Zhao Manya is worthy of being the goddess of the company. She can wear different beautiful styles in various outfits. Chen Fan couldn't help but brighten up and said, Vice President Zhao, how come you look so good in any clothes? Zhao Manya glared at Chen Fan coquettishly, slippery tongue. Although she was cursing, Zhao Manya couldn't help but smile. As she spoke, Zhao Manya placed the fresh breakfast in her hand on Chen Fan's desk and said in a reproachful tone, really? You insisted that I personally deliver breakfast to your office. It makes me feel like a waiter. These 2 days, the short walk into Chen Fan's office carrying breakfast was Zhao Manya's most stressful moment. If the company employees found out that Zhao Manya actually brought breakfast to Chen Fan, her image as the company goddess would probably be ruined. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, I got this by exchanging stock information. Zhao Manya curled her lips and said, if Wenruyu hadn't been there to make trouble yesterday, I wouldn't have brought you breakfast. It would have been bad if the company employees saw it. Chen Fan opened the breakfast bag, took out the fragrant fresh meat noodles, and began to eat it happily. Zhao Manya thought of something, and her pretty face suddenly showed a trace of solemnity and said, at 9 o'clock, President Ding will hold a routine meeting of the management. You can come with me. The Mr. Ding that Zhao Manya mentioned is Ding Miao, the general manager of Yufi Games Company. In Xia country's gaming world, Ding Miao is also a well-known figure. Anyone who knows a little about gaming knows Ding Miao's name. Chen Fan asked curiously, what is the content of the meeting? Zhao Manya said, this is a routine meeting every month. Several game studios of Yufi Game Company need to report their respective game development progress to President Ding. Chen Fan nodded. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Manya saw that it was almost 9 o'clock, so she took Chen Fan to the high-level meeting room. As he entered the high-level conference room, Chen Fan felt several pairs of eyes looking at him curiously. After all, it was Chen Fan's first time to attend an internal company meeting. In the leadership seat of the high-level conference room, a middle-aged man in his 50s was sitting steadily. Although he was a little fat, his eyes were sparkling with brilliance, and he was obviously a very shrewd businessman. He was Ding Miao, a well-known figure in the gaming industry. Chapter 75 Confident Zhang Yaokuan. Ding Miao has been working in the business world for many years, just like a wise captain, leading the company forward in the wind and waves. It can be said that the prosperous status of Yufi Game Company in the gaming industry was entirely achieved by Ding Miao. When Ding Miao saw Zhao Manya walking into the meeting room with a newcomer, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is an internal meeting of the company and not all employees can participate. Ding Miao asked curiously, Vice President Zhao, who is this? Zhao Manya said with a smile in her beautiful eyes, this is Chen Fan, who just joined Manya Studio, my art director. Ding Miao's eyes lit up and he asked, last time you told me that you had found your ideal art director. Is that him? So young? Ding Miao was a little surprised. In order to find a satisfactory art director, Zhao Manya even suspended the game development progress at all costs. It took her half a year to find a suitable candidate. Ding Miao thought he was an experienced and older painter, but he didn't expect Chen Fan to be so young, only about 24 years old. Zhao Manya was very satisfied with Chen Fan's art style. A hint of pride flashed in her beautiful eyes as she said, yes, it's him. As soon as Zhao Manya finished speaking, a sneer of contempt rang out in the conference room, he is just a first-class painter. You can imagine that his level is not up to par. Vice President Zhao, I really feel sorry for you. The person who spoke was Zhang Yaokuan. He dresses in a trendy and avant-garde style, and even every strand of his beard is carefully trimmed, making him look very fashionable and handsome. However, Zhang Yaokuan stared at Chen Fan with contempt and ridicule, his eyes full of disdain. Zhang Yaokuan had someone check Chen Fan's background a long time ago and knew that Chen Fan was just a first-class painter at Shaohui Art Company. Zhang Yaokuan also found Chen Fan's early works and knew that Chen Fan's previous level was very poor. Chen Fan's works after the system enhancement have not been made public yet, So Zhang Yaokuan does not know Chen Fan's current strength and thinks that Chen Fan is at the same low level as before. Hearing Zhang Yaokuan's harsh sarcasm, Xiao Manya's pretty face flashed a trace of displeasure. She looked at him coldly and said, "Director Zhang, please don't insult my art director casually. I don't need you to gossip about anyone I employ." Zhang Yaokuan sneered, "Vice President Xiao, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm also worried about the future of the company. Such a low-level first-level artist will make players dislike our company's games. It will cause irreparable losses." Seeing Zhang Yaokuan and Xiao Manya confronting each other, Ding Miao couldn't help but frown. Zhang Yaokuan and Xiao Manya are both top gold medal game producers and capable generals under Ding Miao. Ding Miao does not want to see their relationship break down. So Ding Miao stopped him and said, "Okay, Director Zhang's worries are not unreasonable, but I also believe in Vice President Zhao's vision, and he should not make the wrong choice." Ding Miao couldn't help but look at Chen Fan. He didn't understand why Xiao Manya valued this young man so much. Being watched by Ding Miao, Chen Fan was not panicked at all and looked relaxed and calm. Ding Miao waited for Xiao Manya and Chen Fan to take their seats, and then the meeting began. This was a routine meeting of the company, and the heads of several studios reported their work progress to Ding Miao one by one. Yufi Games has a total of 5 game studios. The most popular ones are Xiao Manya's Manya Studio and Zhang Yaokuan's Yaokuan Studio. The two studios have always been the strongest competitors for the top spot in the company, competing against each other secretly and constantly. A year ago, the two studios each launched a new game project almost at the same time, and both were big productions with huge investments and ambitious goals. Zhang Yaokuan's Yaokuan Studio is preparing to make a big production called Kanglin Continent, which is expected to be launched simultaneously around the world to plunder the wallets of players around the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Manya's Manya Studio has launched a standalone game called White Myth, which is also ambitious and is preparing to enter the international market. Zhang Yaokuan's Kanglin Continent is being produced very smoothly and will be available on the market and profitable in almost 3 months. However, Xiao Manya's White Myth suspended the production of the game because she was not satisfied with the art style, which delayed a lot of progress. In the eyes of everyone, Xiao Manya has fallen behind in this competition between the two gold medal producers. According to some internal employees' gossip, if Zhang Yaokuan's Kanglin Continent sells well and ranks first on the best-selling list, Zhang Yaokuan may be promoted to vice president, while Xiao Manya will be removed from her position as vice president of the company. Therefore, the competition between the two people this time can be said to be fierce and tit for tat. At this time, Zhang Yaokuan was reporting with a proud look on his face, "The development of Kanglin Continent of our Yaokuan studio is going very smoothly. It has now reached the late testing stage. I am confident that it will be launched on time in 3 months. I am very optimistic about this game. I estimate that it can increase the company's revenue by 20 percentage points." As soon as Zhang Yaokuan finished speaking, there were sounds of surprise in the conference room, and some people couldn't help but whisper to each other. "Hey, Director Zhang is too confident. He dares to say that he can increase the company's revenue by 20 percentage points? It seems that the production progress of Kanglin Continent is indeed very smooth. If it can really make it to the best-selling list, it seems that Director Zhang will definitely be promoted to vice president." Yes, Director Zhang and Vice President Xiao have always been in fierce competition, but it seems that Director Zhang has a sure win in this competition, which is a pity for Vice President Xiao. Even Ding Miao and Xiao Manya couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. It seemed that Zhang Yaokuan was indeed very confident about the upcoming Kanglin Continent, and he felt it was a sure thing. Ding Miao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Director Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so confident. That's great. Our Yufi Game Company hasn't launched any new games in 2 years, and the company's stock price is also very low. Our biggest competitor, Tingfei Game Company, is also going to release a new game soon. If we don't get a shot in the arm to boost morale, I'm afraid our company will be hit hard by Tingfei Company." Zhang Yaokuan had a confident expression on his face, patting his chest and saying, "Don't worry, President Ding, when Kanglin Continent goes public, our Yufi Games will definitely beat Tingfei Games to death." Ding Miao couldn't help but smile. Recently, Yufi Games was indeed being forced to gasp for breath by Tingfei Games, and it urgently needed a shot of adrenaline to boost morale. Ding Miao smiled and nodded, "Very good. I will try to ask the board of directors for more budget next month to be used as publicity funds for Kanglin Continent." Zhang Yaokuan had a delighted look on his face. He glanced proudly at Xiao Manya and Chen Fan, then crossed his legs and sat down. After Zhang Yaokuan finished his report, Ding Miao turned to Xiao Manya and asked, "Vice President Xiao, please give me a bottom line and reveal the expected listing date." Your White Myth project was launched at the same time as Director Zhang's Kanglan Continent, so you can't be too late. Chapter 76 Xiao Manya's Personal Mission. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Xiao Manya. Almost everyone felt that Xiao Manya would be quite embarrassed. After all, his rival Jiang Yaoquan has just been enjoying great success and is enjoying great success. Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes narrowed. She didn't expect Ding Miao to ask her to reveal an expected date. There was a hint of coercion in Ding Miao's eyes, and it seemed that he had made up his mind to put some pressure on Xiao Manya. Xiao Manya bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "If I work overtime every day from now on, I should be able to launch the game in 5 months. 5 months? As soon as Xiao Manya finished speaking, surprised voices were heard in the conference room. Some suspicious eyes looked at Xiao Manya. Her game progress had been suspended for half a year. It was impossible for her to catch up with the progress of others who had been working for a year in just 5 months. Ding Miao's eyes showed surprise as he said, "It will be available in 5 months? Only 2 months later than Director Zhang's Kanglan Continent? This is a difficult task, don't try to be brave. Vice President Zhao, you can think about it again." In Ding Miao's opinion, this was also an impossible task. He felt that Xiao Manya was just trying to be brave. Xiao Manya also bit her red lips and fell into deep thought. She also seemed to feel that making a 5-month commitment was a bit too much. At this moment, the system voice suddenly came from Chen Fan's mind. Bite. New mission starts. Task name, Admiration and Love. Task description, the system detected that the bound target Xiao Manya encountered difficulties at work. In order to make Xiao Manya admire the host, a personal task is started, Admiration and Love. Task goal, help Xiao Manya complete game production within 3 months and successfully participate in the Heya Game Exhibition. Task reward 1, Xiao Manya favorability 20 points. Task reward 2 20 points on any panel. Task reward 3 20 gold skill points. Task reward 4, 1 level 3 Monopoly acquisition card. Current task progress, 0. Chen Fan was shocked at first, feeling that this task was a bit too difficult. But when he saw the mission reward, Chen Fan couldn't help but be tempted. This reward is amazing. Xiao Manya's current favorability is only 29. If she gives her 20 points directly, it will be close to 50 points. Not to mention opening the agility panel, Chen Fan can continuously increase his strength by simply adding points to his agility. There is also a 3rd level Monopoly acquisition card, which makes Chen Fan salivate. Chen Fan knew that he only needed 4 level 3 Monopoly acquisition cards to forcibly acquire Guangyi Film and Television Group and become the immediate superior of his enemies Lu Tianhao and Chu Xiaolei, and have whatever he wanted. These rewards are too tempting for Chen Fan to resist. Chen Fan made the decision instantly. Just as Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes were flashing and she was lost in thought. Chen Fan, who was sitting next to her, suddenly said, "It doesn't take 5 months, 3 months will be enough." Chen Fan's sudden words shocked everyone. Everyone in the conference room looked at the person who spoke in disbelief. This young man, who had just become Vice President Zhao's art director, had joined the company only 3 days ago. The directors of several studios looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Everyone knows that Xiao Manya's White Myth project had to suspend production for almost half a year because an art director could not be found. Chen Fan actually said that he would go public at the same time as Kanglan Continent? Everyone wondered if they had heard it wrong. Ding Miao's eyes, which were usually narrowed, widened for a rare moment. What? 3 months will do? Chen Fan said calmly, "That's right. 3 months is enough." White Myth can be launched at the same time as Kanglan Continent and participate in the GEA Game Expo together to compete against the masterpieces of Tingfei Game Company. Ding Miao couldn't believe it and asked quickly, "How can you catch up with the progress?" Even Xiao Manya was very surprised. Her beautiful eyes blinked in shock as she looked at Chen Fan in amazement. She didn't know why Chen Fan said that. As a gold medal game producer, Xiao Manya knew very well that the production of a blockbuster game was extremely complicated and difficult. It was simply unimaginable to catch up with Jiang Yaoquan's progress in just 3 months. Jiang Yaoquan didn't want to believe his ears, and asked in surprise, "Mr. Chen, are you kidding me? You have stopped working for half a year, and you still want to catch up with my progress?" Everyone found it unbelievable and couldn't help but shake their heads. The 2 games, Kanglan Continent and White Myth, were launched almost at the same time. White Myth was suspended for half a year in vain, and now they want to launch them at the same time? It is simply unimaginable. Although being stared at by everyone in shock, Chen Fan looked calm and composed. Although he had only been in Minya's studio for 3 days, he had learned some inside information. Chen Fan said calmly, only the art team has stopped working in the past 6 months. The work of other teams in the studio has not stopped. The framework and plot of the game have been steadily advancing. As long as the progress of the art team and the modeling team is caught up, it is possible to launch it at the same time as Kanglan Continent. After all, the International Game Award GEA selection will be held in 3 months. It is a rare launch opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. Ding Miao looked at Xiao Manya with a puzzled look and asked, Vice President Xiao, it seems that your new art director is very confident. What about you? Do you agree with his judgment? Now, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Manya. There was a complicated look in Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes. She didn't know why Chen Fan suddenly made such a statement. Xiao Manya looked at Chen Fan in confusion, and saw Chen Fan showing a confident smile and winking at her slightly, as if to encourage her. Recalling the mysterious feeling that Chen Fan had given her during this period, she always felt that what Chen Fan said seemed to have a mysterious power, as if he could do it. Xiao Manya took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Her bright eyes suddenly flashed with determination, and she said slowly, I agree. 3 months is enough. The GEA International Game Exhibition only happens once every 3 years. It is indeed an opportunity that cannot be missed. Ding Miao was surprised and said, Vice President Xiao, you can think it over before answering. This is a military order. If the board of directors knows that you have issued this military order but cannot do it, I am afraid that your position as vice president will be in jeopardy. Xiao Manya seemed to have made up her mind, Boss Ding, don't think about it anymore, you will see a complete white myth in 3 months. A sharp and piercing laugh immediately rang out in the conference room. This unpleasant voice came from Zhang Yaokuan. Zhang Yaokuan laughed with great contempt, this is so funny. The man surnamed Chen is an idiot. How come Vice President Xiao has also become an idiot? Chapter 77 The Loser Cleans the Ladies' Restroom. A director named Zhao Deming also shook his head and said, Impossible, it's absolutely impossible in 3 months. Making a game is not such a simple thing. Anyway, I absolutely don't believe that a white myth with an investment of 300 million yuan can be created in 3 months. Zhang Yaokuan continued to mock Chen Fan. He had long disliked Chen Fan and would bite him as soon as he got the chance. He would not be satisfied until he ruined Chen Fan's reputation. If we rush the deadline, we will only produce shoddy products of low quality. We won't be able to participate in the GEA Game Expo, and it will definitely ruin the reputation of Yusai Games. Mr. Chen, are you an undercover sent by Tingfei Games to cause trouble? Chen Fan smiled faintly, looked at Zhang Yaokuan coldly, and said calmly, Director Jiang, how about we make a bet? Zhang Yaokuan looked at Chen Fan with contempt and laughed, you still dare to bet with me? Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, I'll make a bet with you. If White Myth is listed as scheduled in 3 months and ranks higher than your Kanglan Continent in the GEA game ranking, how about you clean the toilets for the company for a month? Including the women's toilets. When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was shocked. This Chen Fan is too crazy. It is already a rare achievement to complete the White Myth in just 3 months. The people here are all experts in the gaming industry, and they know that if a game is produced in a hurry, the quality of the game will be terrible and full of bugs. But this Chen Fan actually made a big promise, not only to complete the White Myth as scheduled, but also to rank higher than Zhang Yaokuan's Kanglan Continent in the Haya Game Exhibition? It's just a daydream. Everyone shook their heads, impossible, absolutely impossible. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. It's impossible to rank higher than Kanglan Continent. This is a suicidal gamble. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Zhang Yaokuan was surprised. This was simply a gift from God, giving Zhang Yaokuan the opportunity to humiliate Chen Fan. Zhang Yaokuan has lost face several times in front of Chen Fan. This time, Chen Fan simply moved his face forward and let Zhang Yaokuan slap him twice. In Zhang Yaokuan's opinion, the Kanglan Continent that he had carefully crafted could never lose to the White Myth that was built in a hurry. Zhang Yaokuan was overjoyed, his brows furrowed. He seemed to have seen Chen Fan with a sad face, cleaning the women's restroom dejectedly. When that time came, Zhang Yaokuan would definitely use his mobile phone to record a good video to record that happy moment of victory. Zhang Yaokuan jumped up with a look of surprise, and fearing that Chen Fan would regret it, he said loudly, Okay, I, Zhang Yaokuan, will make a bet with you. Whoever lags behind in the game ranking will have to sweep the women's restroom for a month. Chen Fan smiled calmly and nodded, it's agreed that the loser is not allowed to regret it. Zhang Yaoquan nodded his head repeatedly. I'm just afraid that you'll go back on your word. Am I, Zhang Yaoquan, the kind of person who would go back on my word? Seeing that Chen Fan and Zhang Yaoquan had really made the bet, everyone in the meeting room was extremely surprised. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Fan was almost certain to lose. The other directors all shook their heads. Nonsense, this is just nonsense. This newcomer Chen Fan is really overestimating his own abilities. Yeah, this Chen Fan is simply an idiot. He still dreams of launching White Myth in just 3 months. How ridiculous. Some disappointed, mocking, and contemptuous eyes looked at Chen Fan, laughing at him without reservation. After the meeting, everyone shook their heads and left. Xiao Manya and Chen Fan also returned to the office. There were only Chen Fan and Xiao Manya in the office at this moment. Chen Fan was immediately surprised to see a beautiful face, with a hint of anger, approaching him. Xiao Manya's pair of bright and beautiful eyes widened and stared at Chen Fan. At this time, the two people were very close to each other. Chen Fan had already smelled the fragrant body fragrance emanating from Xiao Manya's graceful body. The fragrance was very tempting. Chen Fan couldn't help but take a few deep sniffs and felt very pleasant. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Manya's pretty face with a half smile in his eyes and said, Vice President Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Manya said angrily, Chen Fan. Don't you think you should explain it to me? Chen Fan said calmly, what do you want to explain? Have you forgotten that I am the producer of Manya Studio? Xiao Manya snorted and said unhappily, why didn't you discuss it with me before promising to complete the White Myth game in 3 months and participate in the Heya Game Expo? Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, the Heya Game Expo is the biggest event in the global gaming industry. Don't you think it's a pity if you can't attend it? You know, the Heya Game Expo is equivalent to the Oscars of the gaming industry. All game makers with dreams want to enter the Dream Hall. Chen Fan is also a loyal fan of the Heya Game exhibition. He would feel very honored if the game he participated in won an award one day. Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, it's a pity that we can't participate in the GEA Game Expo. But it would be even more embarrassing if we took a game that was hastily completed to participate. Xiao Manya felt helpless. But Xiao Manya had a sacred offer Heya, and she didn't want to participate in that sacred gaming hall with a game that she was not satisfied with. After all, the game needs time and careful polishing. What Xiao Manya needs most now is time. Chen Fan still said lightly, I will give you 2 drawings every day these days, right? Xiao Manya nodded. She looked at Chen Fan curiously, wondering why he said that. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, what if I give you 10 drawings every day? Do you think that's enough time? Xiao Manya was surprised. Her bright eyes widened and her rosy mouth opened slightly. She looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, 10 pictures a day? Can you do it? Chen Fan nodded calmly. Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes flashed with worry and asked, can you guarantee the quality of the manuscript? Chen Fan was full of confidence. He had only upgraded his painting talent to level 8. It only took him 1 hour a day to complete the task of 2 manuscripts. Chen Fan can upgrade his painting talent to the top 10 level at any time, so that it will only take about 4 hours to complete 10 manuscripts and complete the task. Chen Fan nodded and said with a half smile, of course the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Xiao Manya was stunned, and the expression on her pretty face changed wonderfully. Chen Fan, the art director, draws 2 drafts every day, which really cannot keep up with the progress. But if you draw 10 pictures a day, then the imagination becomes huge. Xiao Manya only needs to hire a few more modelers to speed up the game production. Xiao Manya's bright and beautiful eyes opened wider and wider, and her originally doubtful look gradually turned into excitement. Chapter 78 Thinking of Beautiful Things. Mission target Xiao Manya has developed admiration for the host. Current mission progress, 5%. Xiao Manya said excitedly, Chen Fan, if you can really help me complete the game production in 3 months, I will thank you very much. Hearing Xiao Manya's words, Chen Fan's heart was moved. He looked at Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes with a smile and asked, how do you thank me? Xiao Manya was looking excited, but when she suddenly saw Chen Fan's fiery eyes, her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. But Xiao Manya was like a goddess in the company after all, and the slight blush was quickly suppressed. Xiao Manya quickly regained her coldness and said, Chen Fan, what do you want to do? Are you thinking of something bad? Chen Fan laughed secretly in his heart. Although Xiao Manya looked serious, he saw the blush on her face just now. Chen Fan smiled and said, I don't think about bad things. I only think about good things. The two people were so close to each other that they could feel each other's hot breath and smell each other's scent. Chen Fan was a little dazed, his eyes were attracted by a conspicuous part, and he couldn't help but move down to take a glance. Xiao Manya's development was too unfair. Xiao Manya saw Chen Fan's gaze and stamped her feet in anger. You still say you're not imagining things? Where are you looking? When she stomped her feet, her unusually developed bust swayed even more seductively, making Chen Fan feel like having a nosebleed. Chen Fan couldn't help but look at her a few more times before reluctantly looking away. Xiao Manya was so angry that she clenched her fist and punched Chen Fan, still looking. Chen Fan was scolded by Xiao Manya, and felt a little embarrassed, so he had to shamelessly say, Vice President Xiao, who made you so beautiful? Now Chen Fan and Xiao Manya can be said to be grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Xiao Manya's game is simply inseparable from Chen Fan, the art director. So Chen Fan became bolder and looked at Xiao Manya's beautiful eyes with fiery eyes. Oof. You're just a smooth talker. Xiao Manya snorted. She had to admit that Chen Fan's praise made her feel a little happy, but she couldn't show it. She forced herself to say coldly, anyway, if you can help me participate in the Heya Game Expo, I won't treat you unfairly. After saying that, Xiao Manya turned around, walked to her seat and sat down. Chen Fan was not in a hurry. After all, after today, the distance between him and Xiao Manya had become much closer. Moreover, as long as the task is completed, you can get 50 points of favorability from Xiao Manya, and then your relationship with this top beauty will definitely warm up. After Chen Fan casually discussed some work details with Xiao Manya, he left Xiao Manya's office. Sitting at his desk, Chen Fan immediately opened the system talent book and improved his painting talent without hesitation. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 9. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the gold talent points and your painting talent has been upgraded to level 10. In order to improve his painting efficiency, Chen Fan raised his painting talent to the top level. Congratulations to the host, you have the first top talent and received 5 gold skill points as a reward. Congratulations to the host, you get 1 charm point. The sound of reward actually came from his mind again, which made Chen Fan happy. With top-notch painting talent, Chen Fan's creations are as if inspired by God, and they come out like flowers under his pen. According to the system's introduction, level 6 talent is already the top existence in the human world, not to mention level 10 talent, which completely exceeds the current limits of humans. Chen Fan was able to paint with his level 10 talent, so it was natural for him to do so with ease. In just 3 hours, 10 drafts were created out of thin air by Chen Fan. Each picture is the work of a top master, magnificent, varied and vivid. Even Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel at such efficiency. It's worthy of being a talent enhanced by the system. It's too powerful. Chen Fan was very satisfied. He opened his computer mailbox and sent all 10 sample pictures to Xiao Manya. Seeing that Chen Fan completed 10 drawings in just 3 hours, Xiao Manya was shocked again. When she opened her email, she found that every drawing was at the top master level, making Xiao Manya unable to believe her eyes. Not only did Chen Fan not lower the quality due to the increase in workload, the level of these paintings seemed to have improved a bit. Soon, Xiao Manya's shock turned into joy. With Chen Fan, an incredibly powerful art director, it is not impossible to catch up with the game development progress within 3 months. Looking at the beautiful draft, Xiao Manya felt a confidence she had never felt before. Bite. Mission target Xiao Manya has developed admiration for the host, current mission progress, 10%. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Xiao Manya's favorability, +1. Xiao Manya's favorability, 30. Congratulations to the host, you have received a random reward, 2 charm points. Seeing that Xiao Manya's favorability and task progress were increasing, Chen Fan felt a little happy. Although the increase was not fast, Chen Fan was very patient. After all, Xiao Manya is a girl with dreams and ambitions. To win her heart, you can't just spend money. Chen Fan was thinking when his cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked up the phone, it turned out to be LV Xiaoni, the manager of Celia Fashion Store. Chen Fan answered the phone. Hello, is this Manager Lu? LV Xiaoni's pleasant voice came from the phone. Boss Chen, the suit you ordered last time at Celia is ready. I want to deliver it to you personally. I wonder where it would be convenient to send it to. Chen Fan then remembered that he had spent more than 5 million yuan with Zhou Yufi at LV Xiaoni's Celia store last time, and even ordered 2 suits for himself. Each set is priced at 200,000 yuan. Hearing that the suit was custom-made, Chen Fan also wanted to see what the legendary high-end suit designer's work looked like. Chen Fan looked at the time and it was almost time to get off work, so he said, send her to Carlton Hotel at 6 o'clock and tell the lobby manager to look for me. In the Celia luxury store, Lu Xiaoni's pretty face showed a hint of doubt. Carlton Hotel? Lu Xiaoni was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Chen Fan actually lived in a hotel. But Lu Xiaoni didn't say anything and agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan called up Lu Xiaoni's personal panel in the system and started looking at it. Name, LV Xiaoni. Age, 22. Appearance, 91. Height, 171 centimeters. Measurements, 89D, 52, 87. Favorability, 15. Purity, 98. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talents, poker purple quality, go purple quality, mahjong green quality, recorder blue quality. Lu Xiaoni is also a very beautiful woman. As the manager of a fashion store, she dresses very tastefully and is a real urban beauty. Chapter 79 Designer Suits. In Chen Fan's opinion, Lu Xiaoni's flaw is that she is a bit materialistic. And the purity of 98 means that Lu Xiaoni has had men before and is not a virgin. But Chen Fan did not have a perfection complex. He still had some interest in Lu Xiaoni's talents, such as playing cards. Who doesn't want to be a gambling god? After get off work, Chen Fan returned to the Carlton Hotel and was immediately greeted by the lobby manager Fang Yuan. Chen Fan and Fang Yuan were already very familiar with each other. Fang Yuan smiled politely and sent Chen Fan to the presidential suite before leaving. At 6 o'clock, LV Xiaoni arrived on time with 2 suits. She found Fang Yuan and asked, "Hello, which room does Mr. Chen Fan stay in? I'll give him 2 custom-made suits." Fang Yuan asked with a polite smile, "Have you made an appointment with Mr. Chen Fan?" Lu Xiaoni nodded and said, "We agreed to meet at 6 o'clock. Fang Yuan took out the intercom and asked respectfully, "Mr. Chen, a lady wants to see you. She said she wants to send you a custom-made suit." Chen Fan's voice came from the intercom, "Bring her up." When Lu Xiaoni saw this scene, her beautiful eyes widened with surprise. She had never expected that Chen Fan would actually talk to the lobby manager on the intercom. Fang Yuan smiled politely at Lu Xiaoni and said, "Please follow me. I'll take you upstairs." Lu Xiaoni was even more surprised. She didn't expect that the lobby manager would personally take her to see Chen Fan. This Chen Fan is too mysterious. Lu Xiaoni followed behind Fang Yuan and asked curiously, "Is Mr. Chen Fan a guest of your hotel?" Fang Yuan smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, we can't disclose the information." See Fang Yuan's beautiful appearance and excellent professional qualities. Such an outstanding beauty actually serves as Chen Fan's personal butler, which makes Lu Xiaoni even more curious about Chen Fan. When Fang Yuan politely brought Lu Xiaoni into Chen Fan's presidential suite, Lu Xiaoni could hardly believe her eyes. This presidential suite is so luxurious, it looks like a magnificent palace. The sparkling crystal chandeliers, the elegant wall sculptures, the soft and dreamy red carpet, the magnificent wall-mounted fish tank, the bright petals and the luxurious bathtub, every detail amazed her. After Fang Yuan left, only Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni were left in the presidential suite. When Chen Fan saw Lu Xiaoni, he also felt his eyes brighten. Lu Xiaoni has a petite face and very delicate features, and she looks very comfortable. She also has a good figure. She is 1.7 meters tall and looks very tall and graceful. She is wearing a light blue work vest with a white Neezy shirt underneath that is almost showing. She has a pair of long legs under her hip skirt and she is wearing very feminine high heels on her feet. She looks very charming. Lu Xiaoni asked in surprise, "Chen Fan, you are actually staying in the presidential suite here?" Chen Fan was holding a glass of red wine with a relaxed look on his face, and said casually, "Yes." Lu Xiaoni found it unbelievable that such a luxurious presidential suite would probably cost more than 100,000 yuan a night. Chen Fan actually lives here? It looks like he has lived here for a long time. Lu Xiaoni was even more shocked at how rich Chen Fan was. Last time, Chen Fan spent more than 5 million at the Celia fashion store without blinking an eye, and he was also the most generous customer since Lu Xiaoni opened the store. Lu Xiaoni secretly made up her mind to keep Chen Fan as a customer. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +2. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 17. LV Xiaoni smiled sweetly at Chen Fan, and looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, smiling, "Chen Fan, the suit you ordered last time is ready. Do you want to try it on now?" Chen Fan nodded and said, "Take it out and let me see it." Lu Xiaoni opened the exquisite and fashionable packaging bag, and two exquisite suits came into view. There was a hint of surprise in Chen Fan's eyes. These two suits looked very fashionable and high-end. The fashionable and exquisite Melton fabric looked very elegant and was cut very smoothly. Although Chen Fan didn't know much about suits, it looked very comfortable. LV Xiaoni smiled and introduced it earnestly. This is made by the designer of Pina in Italy. Every detail has been carefully considered to pursue the most perfect quality. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, "It does look good." Lu Xiaoni smiled and said, "Chen Fan, why don't you try it on?" Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "I don't have a fitting room here." Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni are now in the presidential suite. If Chen Fan tries on clothes here, he will have to undress in front of Lu Xiaoni. LV Xiaoni looked at Chen Fan with some ambiguity in her beautiful eyes. "You are now a level 5 VLP of our Shalia fashion store. I will provide you with the best service." After saying that, Lu Xiaoni's little hands actually helped Chen Fan take off his coat. Lu Xiaoni's actions surprised Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly asked, "You even want to help me try on clothes?" LV Xiaoni winked at Chen Fan ambiguously, her beautiful eyes full of seductive hints. "Of course, we provide high-level VLP services, which will definitely satisfy you." During the trying-on process, the two people were very close, and Chen Fan could smell the fragrant body fragrance of Lu Xiaoni. Chen Fan sniffed hard and smiled faintly. "Manager Lu, you smell so good. What perfume are you using?" LV Xiaoni's deft little hands were helping him straighten his suit, and she said with a smile, "I'll give you a bottle of whatever you like someday." Lu Xiaoni's small hands nimbly flew up and down to tidy up Chen Fan's clothes. With the help of Lu Xiaoni, Chen Fan put on a light blue Pina suit. When he looked in front of the mirror, even Chen Fan himself felt his eyes brighten. The workmanship of this top Italian brand is indeed meticulous, every detail shows a different taste, and the tailoring is also top-notch. Some ingenious and unique designs make Chen Fan look straight and tall, full of elite temperament. It has to be said that clothes make the man. After putting on a branded suit, Chen Fan's whole temperament was lifted. Coupled with the charm points added in the charm panel, Chen Fan's complexion became warm and full, and he looked very comfortable. Chen Fan looked at the elites in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. "It does look good." Seeing Chen Fan was satisfied, Lu Xiaoni smiled and praised, "He looks like a handsome boy." Chen Fan tried another one. During the changing process, he smelled the fragrance of Lu Xiaoni again, which made Chen Fan very enjoyable. Chen Fan was very satisfied with both suits, which looked great when he put them on. Chen Fan said with satisfaction, "Manager Lu, the fashion brands in your store are indeed good." Chapter 80, Making an Appointment to Buy a House. Lu Xiaoni looked at Chen Fan with expectation in her beautiful eyes and said, "Will you come back some other day? Last time you asked me to buy some higher-end fashion brands. I have prepared some better trendy brands, which are definitely more beautiful than last time." Chen Fan remembered that he had indeed said these words the last time he took Zhao Yufi to shop at the Celia store. Chen Fan smiled calmly and said, "If I have a chance in a few days, I will visit your store again." Lu Xiaoni smiled sweetly. She felt that the opportunity was not to be missed. She looked at Chen Fan with her beautiful eyes and said, "You can first recharge some membership fees on our IFC VLP membership card. When you use the membership card, you can get a 10% discount. Do you want to try it?" Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni were very close, and he could clearly see her seductive eyes. Chen Fan felt that her eyes seemed to be made of water, and there was a very alluring feeling. Seeing the expectation in LV Xiaoni's beautiful eyes, Chen Fan's heart was moved, and his eyes became hot. He said with a suggestive smile, "Of course you can pay the membership fee, but Manager Lu is so beautiful, are you willing to exchange something for her?" Seeing Chen Fan's eyes, Lu Xiaoni also understood something. She smiled coquettishly and said charmingly, "If you want, of course you can." Chen Fan readily took out his mobile phone and directly recharged 10 million into his VLP membership card. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, plus 12. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 30. Seeing that Chen Fan recharged 10 million without frowning, Lu Xiaoni was surprised and overjoyed at the same time. "Chen Fan, come here quickly, I will make you satisfied." Lu Xiaoni turned around and walked towards the luxurious bed, but Chen Fan held her soft little hand. "What's wrong?" Lu Xiaoni blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. "Let's drink some red wine first. I like to build up the mood first." Chen Fan took Lu Xiaoni and came to the wine cabinet in the presidential suite. Lu Xiaoni was very surprised. She thought Chen Fan would pounce on her impatiently like other men. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan wanted to cultivate some romance with her, which made her feel a little favorable towards Chen Fan. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +1. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 31. Congratulations to the host, you have received a random reward, and a point for your gold talent. Chen Fan took out a clean red wine glass and asked, what do you like to drink? Lu Xiaoni had already embraced Chen Fan's arms and said tenderly, Li Hua. Chen Fan poured a glass of Li Hua for Lu Xiaoni. They smiled at each other, clinked their glasses lightly, and then took a sip. After the two of them drank red wine for a while, the distance between them became much closer and the atmosphere became relaxed. Lu Xiaoni looked at Chen Fan with a smile in her beautiful eyes, then opened her arms to hug Chen Fan and kissed him actively. An hour later, the wind and rain finally stopped. Looking at Lu Xiaoni, whose pretty face was blushing beside him, Chen Fan felt very satisfied. At this time, Lu Xiaoni's long hair was a little messy, and her fingers were drawing circles on Chen Fan's chest. Chen Fan touched her forehead affectionately and said, Manager Lu is so beautiful. I can't get enough of looking at her. LV Xiaoni patted Chen Fan coquettishly and said, You've already taken advantage of me, and you still call me Manager Lu. How rude. Just call me Xiaoni. Lu Xiaoni didn't want to lose Chen Fan, a powerful client, so she wanted to get closer to Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not object and smiled faintly, Xiaoni, your name is quite nice. Hearing Chen Fan's praise, Lu Xiaoni felt sweet in her heart, and came over and kissed him again. I will not call you Boss Chen anymore, I will just call you Chen Fan. Chen Fan chuckled, okay. Lu Xiaoni looked at the time and it was already past 9 o'clock. Lu Xiaoni climbed out of bed and started to put on her clothes. I have to go back. Chen Fan said calmly, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you just stay here for one night? Lu Xiaoni glared at Chen Fan and said, you're not full yet? Let's do it another day. I need to settle the bill with the clerk before closing the store. After putting on her clothes, Lu Xiaoni stood in front of the mirror, tilting her head to tidy up her messy hair. Her slender white fingers moved deftly through her black hair, carefully gathering the messy strands together. Chen Fan felt very satisfied as he looked at Lu Xiaoni's graceful back as she fixed her hair. I have to say, Lu Xiaoni's action of tilting her head and fiddling with her long black hair is full of femininity. Chen Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Xiaoni, do you know any friends who sell houses? Lu Xiaoni asked curiously, do you want to buy a house? Chen Fan nodded, I want to buy a house tomorrow, so I want to ask you. If you don't know me, forget it. Chen Fan has been wanting to buy a house for his parents these days. The rental house they live in is very shabby, with no sunlight, and it is not comfortable to live in. After having the system, Chen Fan couldn't just live a good life himself, Chen Fan also wanted to let his parents enjoy a peaceful life. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Chen Fan doesn't have to go to work, so he wants to buy a spacious and bright house for his parents. Living in it may make his father feel better. Lu Xiaoni nodded and said, I happen to have a close friend who works in housing sales. I'll take you there tomorrow. Chen Fan was delighted. With Lu Xiaoni accompanying him, her friend would not introduce a house with problems. Chen Fan said, then I will pick you up tomorrow. Lu Xiaoni nodded and left. Chen Fan took a comfortable bath and then fell into a deep sleep on the bed. He was extremely tired from the 2 battles. The next day was the weekend. Because of the delay in the game progress, many employees of Manya Studio had to work overtime. But Chen Fan didn't need to. When Chen Fan and Xiao Manya signed the contract, he included the condition that there would be absolutely no overtime. So Chen Fan can comfortably enjoy a leisurely weekend life. Chen Fan asked Fang Yuan to bring up a sumptuous breakfast, and after eating, he drove his Rolls-Royce to pick up Lu Xiaoni. When Lu Xiaoni saw Chen Fan's Rolls-Royce, she was naturally surprised. Although Lu Xiaoni felt that Chen Fan's car must be good, she didn't expect it to be such a top-notch luxury car. Lu Xiaoni became even more curious about Chen Fan. The strength of this mysterious young man was simply unfathomable. Chapter 81 Sales Champion Competition. Lu Xiaoni did not wear professional attire today, but her usual casual outfit, and she looked very beautiful. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail with a light pink bow. She wore a lavender bodysuit with cross straps on the back, which perfectly highlighted her soft waist and made her bust look plump and seductive. The green lotus leaf skirt wraps around her perky butt, revealing her long white legs, which are round and firm, very eye-catching and gives people a youthful, beautiful, avant-garde and bold feeling. Lu Xiaoni pressed the bottom of her lotus leaf skirt with her tender little hands, stepped on the VIP pedal, and sat in the passenger seat. Immediately, a faint fragrance entered Chen Fan's nostrils. Chen Fan couldn't help but show an admiring look and said, "Zhao and I, you really know how to dress. You look so good in this." Lu Xiaoni raised her nose proudly and said, "Of course, I spent a long time choosing clothes. When I go out with you, Chen Fan, I have to fill them out to give you face." Yesterday, Chen Fan recharged 10 million yuan into the VLP membership card of the Celia fashion store. Although it was only a pre-charged consumption fund, it could at least allow Lu Xiaoni to earn 2 million yuan. This made Lu Xiaoni excited for a long time, so she also wanted to repay Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded with a faint smile and asked, "Let's go directly to the place where the house is sold." "Where does your friend work?" Lu Xiaoni said, "Huaxin Real Estate." Chen Fan drove towards Huaxin Real Estate Company. Father Chen Janwei and Mother Su Chunling didn't know how wealthy Chen Fan was. If they had invited his parents to the house viewing, it would have been a waste of time. Chen Fan has already made up his mind. He plans to look for houses himself first, and after buying one, he will just let his parents move in. Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni walked towards a luxurious sales office. Lu Xiaoni took out her phone and called her best friend, Han Jiao. "I'm here with my friends who are looking at houses. Can you come and pick us up?" A pleasant female voice came from the phone. "Okay, I'll be right out." Soon, a beautiful woman in professional attire walked out from inside Huaxin Real Estate. This Han Jiao was wearing a gray women's suit and a light blue shirt. She had a plump and sexy figure. She was wearing a hip skirt and her round and smooth thighs were wrapped in black stockings. She looked very seductive and was wearing a pair of high heels. Lu Xiaoni is a woman of very high taste, and her best friend Han Jiao is naturally not bad either. LV Xiaoni smiled and introduced, "Han Jiao, this Chen Fan is my friend. He wants to see a house today. Can you show us around?" Chen Fan politely shook hands with Han Jiao. When their palms touched lightly, Chen Fan immediately felt a wonderful, soft and smooth touch. Han Jiao showed an embarrassment and said, "Zhao and I should have taken you to see the house, but there is a boss named Wang who wants to see the house today. I have followed this boss Wang several times and he should place an order today. Why don't I let other colleagues take you to see the house?" Lu Xiaoni was a little unhappy. She had already agreed with Han Jiao that Han Jiao would accompany Chen Fan to look at the house today. Now Han Jiao regretted it in person, totally disrespecting Chen Fan. Lu Xiaoni said, "Han Jiao, didn't we agree that you would take us to see it?" Han Jiao's face was also full of worry. She said, "Zhao and you don't know, it's the end of the month, and the competition for the company's sales champion is very fierce. This order is very important to me. If I get this order, I may be the sales champion of this month. If this order is won by competitor Zhang Hui, then she will be the sales champion of this month." Han Jiao's pretty face was full of apology. Chen Fan also turned his head to look at the sales list of Huaxin Real Estate posted on the wall. Ranked first is Han Jiao and ranked second is Zhang Hui. The gap between the two people is very small. Indeed, no matter who sells one more house, he or she will almost certainly win the sales championship of this month and get a large sales champion reward. LV Xiaoni also looked at the sales rankings and asked in surprise, "Han Jiao, is the competition between you and Zhang Hui so fierce?" Han Jiao nodded helplessly and said, "So this order is very important to me. If I accompany you to look at houses, Boss Wang will have to find Zhang Hui. If Boss Wang places the order with Zhang Hui, I will lose the competition for the top sales this month. Generally, new customers will look at the house at least 4 or 5 times before placing an order." In order to compete for the sales champion, Han Jiao wanted to accompany Boss Wang to look at houses. After all, Boss Wang had already looked at the house several times and was very close to placing an order. However, this was Chen Fan's first time viewing a house, so he would definitely have a long period of companionship. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Ms. Han, I think you should accompany Xiaoni and me to look at houses. Maybe I will place an order to buy a house today, and you can also become the sales champion this way." LV Xiaoni knew that Chen Fan's strength was unfathomable, so she smiled and said, "That's right, Han Jiao, Chen Fan is my good friend. If you don't accompany us, be careful or I will end our friendship." Han Jiao secretly glanced at Chen Fan's clothes. Chen Fan was not wearing a tailor-made suit, but just his usual casual clothes. Moreover, Chen Fan was too young and did not look like a rich man at all. Han Jiao was also a little confused. Although she was Lu Xiaoni's best friend, she never knew when Lu Xiaoni met Chen Fan, and it seemed like they had a very good relationship. Not far behind Han Jiao, there was a female salesperson standing. She crossed her arms and looked over here with a confident smile on her face. The female salesperson was Han Jiao's competitor, Zhang Hui. Han Zhao's pretty face was full of confusion and she had trouble making a choice. Han Zhao had no confidence in Chen Fan's ability. In her opinion, Chen Fan was too young. Even if he really wanted to buy a house, he would hesitate, think over and over again, and choose carefully. This kind of customer is very troublesome for real estate salesmen. But Boss Wang is different. As a successful person with a wealthy wallet, his chances of buying a house are much greater. At this time, a wealthy middle-aged man walked in from outside the door. It was Boss Wang. As soon as Boss Wang entered the door, he saw Han Zhao and immediately said with a smile, "Miss Han, please accompany me to the 4-bedroom apartment in Haoding Shengyuan that I saw last time. I am very interested in that apartment." Han Zhao looked at Boss Wang, then at Chen Fan, her pretty face full of anxiety. She was in a dilemma. If he accompanies Chen Fan, he will most likely lose Boss Wang as a client. If Boss Wang places an order, he will lose to his opponent Zhang Hui. If she accompanies Boss Wang, she may very well win the sales championship, but I'm afraid Lu Xiaoni will be angry and she will lose a close friend in the future. Before Han Zhao could say anything, Zhang Hui came up to greet him with a flattering smile. "Boss Wang, I'm afraid Han Zhao doesn't want to accompany you to look at houses today. Let me accompany you to look at houses instead. My service is very good." Chapter 82. I want to see the villa. Boss Wang looked at Han Zhao in surprise and said, "Miss Han, didn't you accompany me to look at houses the last few times?" Han Zhao had no choice but to make a decision. Han Zhao reluctantly forced a smile and said, "Boss Wang, let Zhang Hui accompany you to look at houses today. I have to accompany my friend to look at houses today." Boss Wang looked at Chen Fan, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. "Han Zhao, you will regret it. I was ready to place an order today, but I didn't expect you to not accompany me." In fact, Boss Wang is also very clear about the competition between Han Zhao and Zhang Hui for the sales crown. He deliberately timed the order to the end of the month, when the competition between Han Zhao and Zhang Hui became fierce. Boss Wang could use this order as bait to take advantage of Han Zhao. Unexpectedly, Han Zhao chose to accompany an ordinary-looking young man to look at houses today. Boss Wang's eyes flashed with a hint of heat, and he greedily glanced at Han Zhao's sexy figure, and said loudly, "Han Zhao, I'll give you one last chance. You still have a chance if you accompany me to see the house now." Zhang Hui came over with a smug look on her face, took Boss Wang's arm, and said with a giggle, "Boss Wang, don't be angry. Han Zhao is blind. I will accompany you to look at the house today. My service is also very good." Then, Zhang Hui looked at Han Zhao with undisguised ridicule and contempt in her eyes, and a smile of victory appeared on her face. In Zhang Hui's opinion, as long as she can win over Boss Wang and sign the order, she will definitely be the sales champion of this month. In the distance, a sales manager and several female salespeople were also talking. It seems that Zhang Hui should be the best-selling seller this month. Yes, Han Zhao was originally a little ahead, but she lost her mind at the last moment and made the wrong choice. That is, how can accompanying that young man to look at houses increase sales? The sales manager and several female salespeople looked at Han Zhao with regretful expressions. In their opinion, Zhang Hui will definitely be the sales champion this month. Han Zhao also heard her colleagues' whispers and couldn't help but sigh quietly. "Oh, I thought I could compete for the sales champion this month, but it didn't happen." Boss Wang looked at Chen Fan with contempt and snorted coldly, "Humph, you little brat is ruining my business." Then, Boss Wang took Zhang Hui and drove to see the house. Before leaving, Zhang Hui turned around and laughed at Han Zhao. "Han Zhao, I'm sorry, you won't be the sales champion this month." Zhang Hui had a proud look on his face. He was now looking forward to Han Zhao's expression of regret and jealousy after he successfully signed the contract. Looking at the triumphant backs of Boss Wang and Zhang Hui walking away, a look of loss appeared in Han Zhao's beautiful eyes. Han Zhao also felt that she had lost the competition for the sales champion this time. Han Zhao sighed softly, then turned to Chen Fan and the heroine and forced a smile. "So what kind of house does Mr. Chen want to see? I'll take you to have a look." But he heard Chen Fan say casually, "Do you have any villas for sale here?" Han Zhao was stunned. She thought she had heard wrongly. A hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. She asked, "Mr. Chen, what did you say?" Han Zhao originally thought that a young man like Chen Fan would at most look at a house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, but she didn't expect that Chen Fan actually wanted to see a villa when he opened his mouth. Chen Fan said calmly, "I said I want to see the villa." When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was surprised. The sales managers and female salespeople in the distance looked at Chen Fan with curiosity, sizing him up and down in confusion. No matter how you look at it, Chen Fan doesn't look like he can afford a villa. The only person who was not surprised was naturally Lu Xiaoni. She had seen Chen Fan spend money like water and knew that Chen Fan could be described as unfathomable. Han Zhao blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion and said carefully, "We have villas for sale from Yujing International here, and the lowest price is 7 million per villa." Chen Fan said casually, "Take us to have a look." Han Zhao was stunned and still couldn't believe that Chen Fan had such strength. Han Zhao couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaoni. LV Xiaoni gave her a smug smile and said, "Han Zhao, what are you looking at? Take us there quickly." This Chen Fan was brought by LV Xiaoni. Seeing that Chen Fan surprised everyone, LV Xiaoni also felt a sense of pride in her heart. Han Zhao was about to drive when LV Xiaoni said, "Chen Fan and I drove here. You can go with us." Han Zhao nodded, and followed Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni out of Huaxin Real Estate. Seeing Chen Fan and LV Xiaoni walking directly towards a supremely luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, Han Zhao's pretty face showed surprise and asked, "Xiaoni, you came here in a Rolls-Royce?" Seeing Han Zhao's surprised expression, Lu Xiaoni nodded even more proudly and said, "How is it, not bad, right?" Lu Xiaoni's proud expression was as if the Rolls-Royce was hers. Women's sixth sense is very strong. Han Zhao keenly felt that the relationship between Lu Xiaoni and Chen Fan seemed a little unusual. Han Zhao felt incredible and looked at Chen Fan curiously again. It was hard to imagine that a 23-year-old young man could drive a top luxury car like a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Bite. Detected that the host has gained the attention of a new target. Bind target Han Zhao. Name, Han Zhao. Age, 23. Occupation, housing sales. Appearance, 88. Height, 164 centimeters. Measurements, 89 c, 53, 86. Favorability, 1. Purity, 99. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, computer technology purple rarity, shooting blue rarity. Chen Fan didn't take it seriously when he heard that the system was bound to Han Zhao. Among the bound targets, Chen Fan likes Su Qingru and Xiao Menya the most. Chen Fan will definitely try his best to win over these two top beauties. As for other girls, Chen Fan would just go with the flow and would not pursue them too seriously. If he met one by chance, he would just glance at her. The three of them got into the Rolls-Royce. Chen Fan drove, Lu Xiaoni sat in the passenger seat, and Han Zhao sat in the back. The three of them were chatting casually, and a strange look flashed in Han Zhaomei's eyes. She felt that there was an ambiguous feeling between Lu Xiaoni and Chen Fan's conversation. After all, you can't hide your love for someone. When Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni's eyes met, there was a kind of ambiguity that went beyond that of ordinary friends. Chen Fan's eyes would occasionally glance at Lu Xiaoni's sexy figure, but Lu Xiaoni didn't mind at all. A hint of curiosity flashed across Han Zhaomei's eyes. She took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Xiaoni. "Xiao and I, tell me the truth, has your boyfriend changed to this Chen Fan?" When Lu Xiaoni picked up the phone and took a look, her pretty face immediately blushed. She looked at the rearview mirror somewhat embarrassedly, and immediately saw a half-smile flashing in Han Zhao's bright eyes, looking at her inquiringly. Chapter 83 by 1 for you. Lu Xiaoni was also speechless. Han Zhao had such a sharp eye that she could tell at a glance that her relationship with Chen Fan was unusual. Lu Xiaoni looked in the rearview mirror, rolled her eyes at Han Zhao, and typed on her phone. "Are you a spy? Why are you so gossipy?" Han Zhao continued to send a message asking, "I don't care, tell me the truth, are you and Chen Fan your new boyfriend?" Lu Xiaoni was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Although Lu Xiaoni had that kind of relationship with Chen Fan because she wanted to maintain Chen Fan as a big customer. Although Lu Xiaoni admitted that she was materialistic, she still didn't want others to know about it. Lu Xiaoni thought for a moment before replying, "No, Chen Fan and I are just ordinary friends who have just met recently." Han Zhao had an expression of disbelief, but her woman's sixth sense told her that something must be going on between Lu Xiaoni and this Chen Fan. As Lu Xiaoni's best friend, Han Zhao knew that Lu Xiaoni had a boyfriend. Han Zhaoqiu had a sly smile on her face and sent a message asking, "So, your boyfriend hasn't changed, and it's still Zhang Yaokuan?" Seeing the message flashing on the phone and Han Zhao's half-smile and half-skeptical expression in the rearview mirror, Lu Xiaoni felt her face getting hot. Chen Fan was driving on his own and had no idea what Lu Xiaoni and Han Zhao were talking about on their phones. If Chen Fan knew that Lu Xiaoni's boyfriend was Zhang Yaokuan from Yusai Game Company, he would probably fall to the ground on the spot. Chen Fan could never have dreamed that he had given Zhang Yaokuan a vast green grassland without knowing it. With a blush on her pretty face, LV Xiaoni replied on her phone, "Of course it's Zhang Yaokuan, this Chen Fan is just an ordinary friend." Han Jiao keenly noticed that when Lu Xiaoni said the word just, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on her face. Chen Fan was driving and turned his head by chance. He was surprised to see that Lu Xiaoni's pretty face had a blush on it and looked a little shy, which made her look very feminine. Chen Fan was a little confused. He had experienced Lu Xiaoni's craziness last night. Even last night in the presidential suite, when the two of them were talking frankly, Lu Xiaoni did not have such a shy expression. Chen Fan asked curiously, "Zhao and I, why are you blushing?" Lu Xiaoni felt her cheeks getting even hotter, and said embarrassedly, "Nothing, just a little hot." Han Jiao was in the back seat and couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Lu Xiaoni's embarrassed look. "Why didn't you tell me earlier if you were hot? I'll turn on the air conditioner for you." Chen Fan casually turned on the car's air conditioner. A cool breeze blew from all around, making Lu Xiaoni feel much more comfortable. Chen Fan also opened the car refrigerator and took out a bottle of ice water for Lu Xiaoni. Lu Xiaoni took the ice water and felt sweet in her heart. Han Jiao was a little jealous, and sent a message quietly, "This Chen Fan seems to be much more considerate than Zhang Yaoquan." Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +1. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 32. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Han Jiao's favorability, +1. Han Jiao's favorability, 2. Congratulations to the host for winning a random reward of 10 million in cash. Hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Chen Fan was a little confused. He didn't know why the two girls had inexplicably developed a fondness for him. Half an hour later, Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce into the villa area of Yujing International. Chen Fan looked around the environment and felt very satisfied. There are green trees and gurgling water here. The environment is just like a park and the air is fresh. It must be a good place to take a walk when you have nothing to do. Han Jiao took Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni with them, took out the key and opened the big iron door of a European-style villa, and introduced. "Mr. Chen, this is a fully furnished apartment. You can move in right away. The transportation here is also very convenient. There are hospitals, schools, and supermarkets nearby." Chen Fan felt satisfied when he heard that there was a hospital nearby. "After all, my father still has to go to the hospital frequently. Mr. Chen, you have seen the environment, it is very beautiful and pleasant. Yujing International is also a high-end villa area in Hangchang. Every place here is carefully designed by famous designers. You can enjoy a distinguished lifestyle here." Chen Fan looked around and felt very satisfied. The villa was built with good quality and had plenty of lighting. Han Jiao was very professional in introducing the villa, worthy of being a sales champion. However, Han Jiao always felt absent-minded, and she still had a sense of loss. After all, she didn't think Chen Fan would buy a house immediately. Although the fact that Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce gave her some confidence, Han Jiao also doubted whether this Rolls-Royce belonged to Chen Fan. Han Jiao took Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni to look around, when suddenly Han Jiao's cell phone rang. "Sorry, I have to take a call." Han Jiao gave Chen Fan an apologetic smile, then went to an empty room and answered the phone. The voice of sales team leader Li scolded him immediately on the phone. "Han Jiao, what's wrong with you? I heard that you let Zhang Hui take over the reception of Boss Wen?" Zhang Hui was from another sales team, so team leader Li was very angry about Han Jiao giving the big client to a competitor. Team leader Li was furious, so Han Jiao had to apologize aggrievedly. "Team leader Li, I'm sorry, a friend of mine brought someone to see a house today, so I had to go and receive my friend." Team leader Li said angrily, "Don't tell me the reason, I just want the result. If you fail in the sales performance competition this month, you will be deducted double the salary." Han Jiao was a little dejected. The scolding from team leader Li continued, making her feel very uncomfortable. After hanging up the call, Han Jiao sighed with some disappointment and said sadly in her heart, "It seems that this month's bonus is gone." At this time, Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni came to a balcony and admired the surrounding scenery with smiles on their faces. Lu Xiaoni praised, "Wow, the scenery around here is really nice. It must be nice to live here." Chen Fan smiled and said, "If you want, I will buy you another villa." Lu Xiaoni thought Chen Fan was joking and said in disbelief, "Is this true?" Chen Fan smiled, pulled Lu Xiaoni into his arms, and kissed her soft red lips. Lu Xiaoni was startled. Thinking that Han Jiao might appear at any time, she kissed Chen Fan twice and then pushed him away. Lu Xiaoni blushed and said, "Han Jiao will come over and see it later." Chen Fan was a little surprised to see that Lu Xiaoni could actually be shy. Lu Xiaoni was very crazy last night. Some of her new tricks made Chen Fan feel like he had opened the door to a new world. Chen Fan looked into her beautiful eyes with a half smile and said, I didn't expect you would be shy. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh at the fickleness of women. Lu Xiaoni looked like two completely different people, wild last night and shy now. Chapter 84 Favorability exceeds 50. Lu Xiaoni snorted coldly and said, What's wrong? Can I blush? Chen Fan teased, Last night, you were even crazier than me. Lu Xiaoni grumbled and winked at Chen Fan, Yesterday is yesterday, and today is today. I don't want Han Zhao to see that she already suspected that there was something wrong between us. Chen Fan was a little surprised. What? She actually noticed it? Lu Xiaoni snorted, Women's sixth sense is very strong. Just then, Han Zhao came over and asked curiously, What are you talking about? Lu Xiaoni said unnaturally, We didn't talk about anything. We were just looking at the scenery. Han Zhao smiled faintly and asked, Chen Fan, what do you think of the environment here? Chen Fan nodded and said, The environment is very beautiful and it feels very suitable for living. I have decided to buy it and will place an order today. Han Zhao couldn't believe her ears when she heard Chen Fan's words. Her beautiful eyes widened with surprise, and she covered her mouth, looking at Chen Fan in surprise. Seeing Han Zhao's surprised expression, Lu Xiaoni couldn't help but smile. She was not as surprised as Han Zhao. After all, she had already seen Chen Fan's strength. However, Chen Fan's next words also shocked Lu Xiaoni. Chen Fan said in a relaxed tone, I'm going to buy 2 sets, and give the other one to Xiaoni. Lu Xiaoni's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Just now, when Chen Fan said he would give her a villa, she thought he was just joking. She didn't expect Chen Fan was serious. She felt flattered and her heart was pounding. Han Zhao was so surprised that she couldn't speak clearly. Chen Fan, 1 villa here is 8 million, 2 villas are 16 million. She thought Chen Fan had made a mistake with the price. Chen Fan was speechless and urged, Let's go back and handle the formalities. I want my parents to move in today. Chen Fan wanted to see his parents' smiling faces as soon as possible, so he didn't want to waste time. Han Zhao's heart started beating wildly. If Chen Fan really placed an order, she would immediately get a commission of nearly 1 million. She is undoubtedly the sales champion of this month. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, plus 10. LV Xiaoni's favorability 42. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Han Zhao's favorability, plus 10. Han Zhao's favorability, 12. The favorability of Lu Xiaoni and Han Zhao increased sharply at the same time, which made Chen Fan happy. When Chen Fan brought Lu Xiaoni and Han Zhao back to Huaxin Real Estate. In the lobby of Huaxin Real Estate, employees of Zhang Hui's sales team were cutting a cake to celebrate. It turned out that Boss Wang had officially placed an order for a 4-bedroom apartment in Haoding Shenyuan, with a transaction price of 3 million. On the sales ranking list posted on the wall, Zhang Hui's name has surpassed Han Zhao and is ranked in the prominent first position. Zhang Hui handed a piece of cake to Han Zhao with a smile on her face. Although she was smiling, her eyes contained a hint of contempt and ridicule. She said, Han Zhao, come celebrate with us. Boss Wang has officially signed the order. Zhang Hui stared at Han Zhao's eyes with pride. She was very proud of getting the order from Boss Wang. She stared at Han Zhao with eyes full of pride. Now she really wanted to see Han Zhao's envious and jealous expression. Boss Wang also stared at Han Zhao with a smug look on his face. He also knew that his order was very important to both Han Zhao and Zhang Hui. Just now, when he was looking at the house, he took the opportunity to make a request and took advantage of Zhang Hui. Unexpectedly, Han Zhao smiled brightly, staring at Zhang Hui intently, and said without giving in, What a coincidence, Mr. Chen is also about to place an order. When Zhang Hui heard Han Zhao's words, the expression on her face froze. The sales manager who was cutting the cake was also stunned, and the noisy voices quieted down. All eyes turned to Chen Fan and Han Zhao in surprise. Zhang Hui looked Chen Fan up and down with suspicion, with a look of disbelief. This Chen Fan is only looking at a house for the first time today, but he is already placing an order? You know, most other customers will look at the product several times and consider it over and over again before placing an order. What's more, Chen Fan was looking at the villas of Yujing International, a luxury house that costs almost 8 million. Zhang Hui asked in confusion, Han Zhao, don't brag, are you sure Mr. Chen wants to place an order? Boss Wang also doubted, yeah, stop pretending, how could this brat afford 8 million? Boss Wang really didn't want to believe that Chen Fan, a young man of about 23 years old, could actually afford a villa worth 8 million. Seeing the surprised expressions of Zhang Hui and Boss Wang, Han Zhao felt extremely happy. The originally depressed mood was swept away at this moment. Han Zhao raised her small, white chin and said proudly, "I will sign the house purchase contract for Mr. Chen now." Han Zhao turned to Chen Fan and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, please follow me. I will take you to sign the house purchase contract." Chen Fan also nodded easily and said, "Okay." Han Zhao took Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni to a long counter. Zhang Hui and Boss Wang both had unwilling looks on their faces and stared at Chen Fan and Han Zhao. Boss Wang originally enjoyed the compliments and fawning of all the female salespeople and was now the most successful person in Huaxin Real Estate Company. If Chen Fan really bought a villa worth 8 million, the flattery that Boss Wang enjoyed would immediately vanish. Zhang Hui stared at Chen Fan intently. She had finally gotten to the top of the sales list and really didn't want to be knocked off the list again. Han Zhao, Chen Fan, and Lu Xiaoni have already arrived at the counter and asked the sales lady for the house purchase contract and are ready to sign it. Han Zhao said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, please show us your ID card. We need to upload a copy to register your name." "Okay." Chen Fan took out his ID card and handed it to Han Zhao. Then, Chen Fan turned to look at Lu Xiaoni and said, "Xiaoni, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get your ID card." LV Xiaoni was surprised and asked, "You want to take my ID card too?" Chen Fan looked at Lu Xiaoni with a reproachful smile and said, "Didn't I say I would buy you another villa? Of course I have to register your ID card. You little idiot." Lu Xiaoni looked at Chen Fan with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Just now, Chen Fan said he would give her a villa, and she really thought Chen Fan was just joking. I didn't expect that she would be asked to take out her ID card now. Chen Fan, are you really going to give me a villa? This is the 8 million Royal View International. I'm not kidding you, just show me your ID card. Chen Fan said calmly. Lu Xiaoni felt that she was overwhelmed by happiness, almost as if she was floating in the clouds, and her legs became a little weak. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, plus 20. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 62. Congratulations to the host, the target's favorability exceeds 50. Chapter 85 Satisfied LV Xiaoni. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to choose a target talent. Which talent would you choose? Poker purple quality, Go purple quality, Mahjong green quality, Recorder blue quality. Chen Fan thought about it and quickly chose Poker cards purple quality. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, Poker. Ding, congratulations to the host for collecting the target talent for the second time and obtaining the hidden achievement, scoring twice. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a hidden reward, the power panel is opened. The host can randomly obtain strength points and increase strength after joining the strength panel. Current strength value, 10. The strength value of an average adult male is 10. One strength point can increase the strength of an average adult male by 1/10. Chen Fan was very happy when he heard the rewards bombarding in his mind. Every time the system rewards, it sounds particularly pleasant to Chen Fan's ears. At this time, Lu Xiaoni took out her ID card from her bag in a daze and handed it to Han Zhao. Han Zhao's legs were a little weak. She stuttered to Chen Fan, "Mr. Chen, I want to confirm with you again. Are you sure you want to buy 2 villas, one in your name and the other in Ms. LV Xiaoni's name?" Chen Fan said casually, "I confirm." After hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone in Huaxin Real Estate was stunned. No one said a word. It was so quiet that it seemed as if no one was there. After a long while, Zhang Hui murmured in shock, "Did I hear it right? This person wants to buy 2 villas and give one to someone else?" The sales manager was almost shocked. "This is unbelievable. Only a very wealthy person can be so generous." Boss Wan's eyes almost popped out of his head. The generosity of Chen Fan was completely unimaginable. Han Zhao couldn't believe it was true. She carefully took out the POS machine and asked tentatively, "Sir, please swipe your card. The down payment for these 2 villas only requires." Chen Fan casually took out an industrial bank card and placed it in front of Han Zhao, saying, "It's too much trouble to pay the down payment. Just pay the full amount." Han Zhao took the slightly worn industrial bank card with her fair and tender hands, and inserted the card into the POS machine with a slight tremor. Boss Wang saw the worn-out bank card and said in disbelief, "Is this brat serious? He used this most common debit card? He can swipe out 16 million? Zhang Hui nodded in confusion. She was also a little skeptical. "Yeah, is this Mr. Chen really that rich?" Before they could even finish their doubts, the POS machine sounded a successful card swipe and a receipt was printed out. Zhang Hui's face immediately turned pale and her eyes became dull. She had just been at the top of the sales ranking for a few minutes, and before she could even get comfortable, she was surpassed by Han Zhao. And it is a huge excess. Not only Zhang Hui, but everyone in Huaxin Real Estate Company was extremely shocked. All the male employees stared at Chen Fan in surprise. This seemingly ordinary young man was too incredible. Giving a mansion worth $8 million to a woman so easily and casually was simply unimaginable to these male employees. However, all the female employees looked at Lu Xiaoni with envy and jealousy. In the eyes of these female employees, Lu Xiaoni was so lucky to meet a man who gave her a villa. This is $8 million, a huge sum of money that many people cannot earn in their entire lives, but Chen Fan gave it to Lu Xiaoni without even frowning. Many female employees' hearts were bleeding and the fire of jealousy was burning fiercely. A female employee thought to herself, if someone is willing to give me a villa worth $8 million, I would be willing to have sex with him, let alone spend my whole life with him. Lu Xiaoni naturally felt something as well. Lu Xiaoni looked around and saw those fiery gazes filled with jealousy. Those envious eyes instantly filled Lu Xiaoni's vanity, and at this moment she seemed to be the center of the world. At this moment, she felt as if she was dreaming. Lu Xiaoni's red lips trembled with excitement, and a layer of crystal quickly appeared in her bright eyes. She said to Chen Fan excitedly, "Chen Fan, you are so good to me." She knew that these were all brought to her by Chen Fan. If there weren't so many people around, Lu Xiaoni would have pounced on Chen Fan and kissed him. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +5. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 67. LV Xiaoni's favorability was also rising rapidly. Chen Fan smiled at LV Xiaoni with satisfaction and said, "You're welcome. I'd like to thank you for accompanying me to look at the house today." After hearing Chen Fan's words, the others were even more upset. Just for accompanying him to look at houses, I was given a villa worth $8 million? Many employees felt that they and Chen Fan were living in a different world. Soon, Han Zhao processed 2 property certificates and respectfully handed one to Chen Fan and the other to Lu Xiaoni. There were also keys wrapped in red cloth placed on a tray. "Mr. Chen, this is your property certificate. From now on, Villa number 103 of Yujing International belongs to you. Here are the keys. Ms. Lu, this is your property certificate. From now on, Villa number 127 in Yujing International belongs to you. Here are the keys." When Han Zhao handed the property certificate and keys to LV Xiaoni, the envy in her eyes could not be hidden. Han Zhao thinks that she is as beautiful as Lu Xiaoni, and they are good friends. Even though they don't say it on the surface, they are still comparing their status secretly. For example, whose boyfriend is more generous, or who has more suitors. Han Zhao never thought that she would lose to her best friend Lu Xiaoni. But now, Han Zhao had to admit that this time she had completely lost to Lu Xiaoni. Now Lu Xiaoni received the gift of a luxurious villa in public, and she is the Snow White that all the women here envy and hate. On the other hand, I, a poor guy, can only work hard to earn commission fees, and also pretend to be happy to provide services to Lu Xiaoni. When she thought of this, Han Zhao couldn't help feeling sour. Lu Xiaoni naturally also noticed Han Zhao's envious eyes, and felt extremely satisfied, comfortable and happy in her heart. The relationship between women is so wonderful. It's not fun to make an unrelated woman jealous, but it's fun to make your best friend jealous. Lu Xiaoni was very happy, but she still put on a happy smile and said, "Congratulations, Han Zhao, you must be the sales champion this time. No one has a higher performance than you." Han Zhao forced an awkward smile and nodded. This was the only way she could comfort herself. At least there was a consolation prize. Boss Wang glared at Chen Fan hatefully, and had to leave with a sad face. The celebration held for him by Huaxin Real Estate had not yet ended, and he could have enjoyed the service of female employees such as Zhang Hui for a while. As a result, Chen Fan spent 16 million in one go, completely stealing the limelight from Boss Wang. Chapter 86. The sun is too big. Boss Wang also knew his own limitations and knew that he could not compare with Chen Fan, so he had to leave in shame. Han Zhao smiled sweetly at Chen Fan and said, "Mr. Chen, shall we hold a celebration ceremony for you now?" Chen Fan was not interested at all and shook his head, saying, "There is no need for a celebration ceremony. I want my parents to move into the villa right away. Do you have the number of a moving company?" Upon hearing that Chen Fan bought the villa for his parents to live in, Han Zhao and Lu Xiaoni began to feel a little more favorable towards him. Bite. Congratulations to the host, You have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +1. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 68. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Han Zhao's favorability, +1. Han Zhao's favorability, 13. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hidden reward, 1 strength point. Han Zhao nodded quickly and said, yes, we have the contact information of the best moving company. I will contact you immediately. Han Zhao asked Chen Fan for the address of her hometown and then went to make a phone call. Lu Xiaoni rushed over with a smile on her face, hugged Chen Fan's neck tightly, and kissed him on the face. Thank you, Chen Fan. Chen Fan was a little moved. He blew a breath in her ear and said ambiguously, if you want to thank me, there are many ways. Lu Xiaoni felt the heat attacking her ears, and understood what Chen Fan meant. A blush appeared on her pretty face, and she glanced at Chen Fan with seductive eyes, and said with a charming smile, humph, you were so bad. Lu Xiaoni's eyes were very beautiful and shadowy, which made Chen Fan's heart beat fast. He wished he could capture her right now. Lu Xiaoni turned around and saw Han Zhao coming back after finishing her phone call. She glanced at Chen Fan and said in a low voice, don't let Han Zhao know. Lu Xiaoni separated from Chen Fan immediately. Chen Fan said to Han Zhao, goodbye, Miss Han. I'm going to pick up my parents and go to the villa now. Han Zhao folded her hands respectfully in front of her waist and saluted, okay, Mr. Chen, if you need anything, you can call my private number. After saying goodbye to Han Zhao, Chen Fan took Lu Xiaoni and got into the Rolls-Royce. Lu Xiaoni thought Chen Fan was going to start the car, but she didn't expect that as soon as Chen Fan pressed the switch, the electric curtains of the Rolls-Royce slowly closed. Lu Xiaoni blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion and asked, Chen Fan, why are you closing the curtains? Chen Fan pulled her over and kissed her, saying, what do you think? Lu Xiaoni understood what Chen Fan meant, and blushed as she asked, is it too late? Aren't you going to pick up your parents? Chen Fan smelled the fragrance on her body and said, it's okay to delay for a while. Humph, you anxious bastard. LV Xiaoni glared at Chen Fan with a charming smile. When she was about to bend down, there was a knock on the car window outside, accompanied by Han Zhao's puzzled voice, Chen Fan, Xiaoni, I will go with you. Why are you closing the curtains in broad daylight? Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni were both shocked. Han Zhao came at a really bad time. Lu Xiaoni's pretty face flushed instantly and she quickly sat up straight. She looked nervous and quickly adjusted her hair. Chen Fan also straightened his clothes and opened the car door. Han Zhao sat in the back seat with a smile on her face and said, Chen Fan, I'll go with you. I'm very familiar with the moving company. They will be more careful with me around. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly and nodded, okay. Chen Fan started the car and drove towards the neighborhood where his parents lived. Han Zhao asked curiously, Zhao and I, why did you close the curtains just now? Lu Xiaoni blushed as she said, the sun was too strong just now. I have to use sunscreen. Han Zhao's eyes revealed a mysterious smile, and she said in disbelief, is this true? Lu Xiaoni glared at Han Zhao and said, of course it's true. At this time, Chen Fan also turned on the speakerphone and called his mother Su Chunling. After receiving the call from her beloved son, Su Chunling said happily, Zhao Fan, what's the matter? Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, Mom, pack up your things at home. I bought a new house and you and my dad can move in. Su Chunling's voice was startled and she said, Zhao Fan, what did you say? New house? Chen Fan said it again, and Su Chunling said distressfully, son, why did you spend that money? It would be better for you to keep it for a girlfriend. Your father and I live very comfortably here. No one knows a mother better than her son. Chen Fan knew Su Chunling would say this before he called. But when he really heard his mother's concerned tone, Chen Fan was still a little moved and said, Mom, that house is dark, damp, and narrow. You push my dad's wheelchair and it bumps against everything. There is no air circulation, and it's not good for my dad's health. I bought you a spacious house, it will be so comfortable to live in. Su Chunling originally wanted to decline, but when she heard that it would be bad for Chen Jianwei's health, she hesitated. But Su Chunling still asked worriedly, Zhao Fan, how did you get the money to buy a house? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Chen Fan knew Su Chunling would ask this question, so he smiled and said, don't worry, Mom. Don't you know who I am? Just pack your things and wait at home. I'll be back soon. Su Chunling was worried and wanted to say something, but Chen Fan reassured her with a few words and she started packing. While Chen Fan and Su Chunling were on the phone, Han Zhao and Lu Xiaoni were not idle either, and they were sending messages enthusiastically. Han Jiao first sent a message with a suspicious look. Zhao and I, tell the truth, did you two want to do something bad just now? Were you interrupted by me? Han Jiao felt something was wrong as soon as she got in the car. Chen Fan's expression was awkward, and Lu Xiaoni was also shy and timid, as if she had done something wrong. LV Xiaoni replied with some embarrassment, no way, didn't I just say that the sun is too strong? Han Jiao said in disbelief, I don't believe it. Lu Xiaoni said unhappily, if you don't believe it, forget it. Han Jiao said again, Zhao and I, you should admit that Chen Fan is your boyfriend now. If he is not your boyfriend, why would he give you a villa worth 8 million? A hint of helplessness appeared on Lu Xiaoni's pretty face, and she replied, really not, Chen Fan and I are just ordinary friends now. She thought about her relationship with Chen Fan and realized that they could not be considered boyfriend and girlfriend. They just got what they wanted from each other. Seeing that LV Xiaoni said that she and Chen Fan were just ordinary friends, Han Jiao's eyes lit up and she excitedly sent a message, don't regret it, if he is not your boyfriend, then I will take action. In Huaxin Real Estate Company, Chen Fan gave Lu Xiaoni a villa without blinking an eye, which shocked Han Jiao greatly. Han Jiao was also tempted. That was a villa worth 8 million, enough for her to live on for the rest of her life. She couldn't resist the temptation. So she had clearly said goodbye to Chen Fan, but suddenly changed her mind and followed him. Chapter 87 Why don't you let me chase Chen Fan? If Chen Fan is really not Lu Xiaoni's boyfriend, then Han Jiao will have no psychological burden. Unexpectedly, when Lu Xiaoni saw the news that Han Jiao was going to attack, she immediately became anxious and replied, Han Jiao, you are not allowed to attack Chen Fan. Han Jiao snorted coldly, you said Chen Fan is not your boyfriend, why don't you let me pursue Chen Fan? Lu Xiaoni was anxious, no matter what, I just don't allow it. Han Jiao was speechless. Lu Xiaoni was absolutely unwilling to let her touch Chen Fan. Chen Fan drove and quickly returned to the community where his parents lived. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling were packing their things in doubt. I was surprised to see Chen Fan come in with two very young and beautiful girls. As soon as Chen Fan entered the room, he asked, Mom, have you packed your things? Okay, why are you rushing me? Su Chunling said perfunctorily, and then looked at LV Xiaoni and Han Jiao with surprise. Xiao Fan, who are these two? Su Chunling's biggest wish now is that Chen Fan can find a good wife. Last time she introduced Li Xueli to Chen Fan for a blind date, the relationship ended in a bad way, which made Su Chunling upset for several days. At this moment, I was surprised to see that there was a beautiful girl next to Chen Fan, and I felt very happy. LV Xiaoni smiled sweetly at Su Chunling and quickly answered, Aunt, my name is LV Xiaoni, and I'm Chen Fan's friend. Let me help you clean up. When Lu Xiaoni saw Su Chunling struggling to pack a stack of clothes, she immediately came over to help. Seeing how diligent and well-behaved LV Xiaoni was, Su Chunling showed a hint of fondness in her eyes and said, Xiaoni, right? You're really diligent. Han Jiao was about to say that she was also a friend of Chen Fan, but Lu Xiaoni spoke first, this Han Jiao is my best friend. She works at Huaxin Real Estate and is the staff member who just sold the house to Chen Fan. Han Jiao still wanted to have some relationship with Chen Fan, but she didn't expect that Lu Xiaoni said he was a staff member selling houses, and their relationship immediately became much more distant. Han Jiao glared at Lu Xiaoni angrily, and Lu Xiaoni glared back at him without showing any weakness, with a look of pride on her pretty face. Chen Fan pushed Chen Jianwei's wheelchair and walked outside. Chen Jianwei was still a little worried, and said earnestly, Xiao Fan, I'm very happy that you can buy a house, but you really didn't do anything illegal, right? Chen Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was always what his parents worried about the most. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, Dad. Don't you know me? Chen Jianwei's frowning eyebrows revealed a rare look of relief as he said, Xiao Fan, I know you won't do bad things. Now that you can afford to buy a house, I'm really happy. As he spoke, Chen Jianwei's eyes became moist, his expression was a little excited, and he was indeed in a very happy mood. Since the car accident, Chen Jianwei has rarely been happy. Seeing Chen Jianwei's relieved expression, Chen Fan felt a lot more relieved. Chen Fan has not been happy these years. The father who was omnipotent in his childhood has become a depressed and disabled man who was confined to a wheelchair all day long. This feeling is as uncomfortable as if there is a stone blocking his heart. Chen Fan became even more determined to find a way to cure his father's leg. Soon, the moving company arrived. Although a moving company was called, there were no large items that needed to be moved. After all, the luxury villa was fully furnished and had almost everything. All that was needed were some personal belongings. Most of them are medicine jars needed for Chen Jianwei's treatment. Soon, all the stuff was loaded onto the moving company's truck. Chen Fan drove with his parents, Lu Xiaoni and Han Zhao, to the villa area of Yujing International. Soon, Chen Fan's Rolls-Royce Phantom and the moving company's car stopped in front of the European-style iron gate of Villa number 103 of Yujing International. Seeing this spacious and imposing European-style villa, Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling both widened their eyes in surprise. Su Chunling asked in confusion, "Xiao Fan, did you go the wrong way? Why did you park outside the villa?" Chen Jianwei also said quickly, "Yes, Xiao Fan, please drive away quickly. You are blocking other people's door." "How rude." Lu Xiaoni hugged Su Chunling's arm affectionately and giggled, "Aunt, this is not someone else's villa. This villa was bought for you by Chen Fan. You will live here from now on." Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling were shocked when they heard what Lu Xiaoni said. Before coming, they thought that Chen Fan had at most bought an ordinary suite. "I didn't expect it to be such a high-end villa. This is a 3-story European-style villa. It is obviously a carefully designed work of art, with snow-white walls, dark blue glazed tiles, and European-style doorposts at the entrance. The villa is surrounded by carefully trimmed lawns. Not only is the environment beautiful, but it also exudes a sense of luxury everywhere." Chen Jianwei asked in disbelief, "Xiao Fan, did you really buy this villa?" Chen Fan smiled and nodded, "This is it, isn't it pretty?" Chen Jianwei said with uneasiness in his eyes, "It's beautiful, of course, but can we afford to live there?" Seeing his father's somewhat uneasy look, Chen Fan felt a little distressed. Ever since the car accident, his father, who was full of confidence before, gradually became timid. Chen Fan turned around and said, "Xiao and I, show the property certificate to my dad." Lu Xiaoni quickly took out the property certificate and showed it to Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling. Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chen Fan's name clearly written on the property certificate. Su Chunling's eyes showed joy. She looked at the surrounding environment happily and said with a smile, "From now on, your father will be able to bask in the sun every day here, which is very good for his health." A smile also appeared on Chen Jianwei's face, and he looked at the magnificent luxurious villa with joy. He had never thought of such a high-end residence in his entire life. Chen Jianwei couldn't help but feel emotional when he found out that he could live in such a luxurious house thanks to his son when he is old. "Let's go in and take a look." Chen Fan got out of the car, took out the wheelchair and unfolded it, then carried Chen Jianwei out and gently placed him on the wheelchair. Su Chunling also got out of the car with a smile on her face. Chen Fan accompanied Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling into the luxurious villa, and the workers from the moving company began to move things in one by one. Lu Xiaoni was extremely enthusiastic towards Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling. She poured water for the two elders, then helped to tidy up the furniture. She was busy running around, and her smooth forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The lavender tights she was wearing today were soaked with sweat. Her seductive appearance was so attractive that Chen Fan couldn't help but take a few glances at her secretly. "After a lot of hard work, I finally settled it down." Chen Jianwei and Su Chunling looked at the spacious and bright villa and loved it so much that they had happy smiles on their faces and looked very satisfied. Chen Fan is very relieved about his parents living in Yujing International. The security of this villa area is very comprehensive and it is close to the hospital, so there is nothing to worry about. Chapter 88. These days are very busy. After settling her parents, Han Jiao also left with the moving company's car. Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni came to another villa together. This is villa number 127, which is the gift that Chen Fan gave to Lu Xiaoni. As soon as she entered the luxurious villa, Lu Xiaoni was overjoyed, because this was her villa. "That's great. I've always dreamed of owning a villa like this." Lu Xiaoni cheered and ran around the villa, she was so excited. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained LV Xiaoni's favorability, +1. LV Xiaoni's favorability, 69. Chen Fan smiled faintly and sat down on the sofa, then took out a bottle of water and started drinking. The busy work just now made him feel a little tired. Lu Xiaoni suddenly came close to Chen Fan with seductive eyes, staring straight into his eyes, and said with a charming smile, "Chen Fan, we were interrupted by Han Zhao in the car just now. Now there are only 2 of us. Do you want to make up for the celebration?" Looking at Lu Xiaoni's shadowy eyes, and smelling the faint fragrance in his nose, Chen Fan's heartbeat quickened, and the feeling of fatigue instantly flew away. "You just sweated so much, and you want to celebrate? Don't you want to take a shower first?" Lu Xiaoni snorted softly and whispered in Chen Fan's ear, "Then let's take a shower together." "I haven't tried the bathroom in this villa yet." Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni held hands and walked into the luxurious bathroom together. Lu Xiaoni's lavender tights with the smell of sweat and green lotus leaf skirt were quickly thrown out. Soon there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. Lu Xiaoni snuggled up to Chen Fan like a kitten. After the move and celebration, LV Xiaoni was so tired that she couldn't even lift her arms. But at this moment, there was a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth. It felt different to do this exercise in her own villa. Chen Fan spent a nice weekend in Lu Xiaoni's villa. He also took Lu Xiaoni to participate in several celebration activities. The venue for the celebration also kept changing, and they appeared in the kitchen, study, bedroom, and even on the balcony. Ah, we still want to celebrate? Chen Fan, please forgive me. In the end, Lu Xiaoni had to beg for mercy. When Chen Fan was leaving, LV Xiaoni held him with her fair little hand. Chen Fan, wait. Chen Fan turned around curiously and smiled. Why, you don't want more, do you? Lu Xiaoni glared at him coquettishly and said, no, I need to rest for a few days. Then, Lu Xiaoni handed over a key to the villa and said, here's a key to the villa for you. Come over when you miss me. Okay. Chen Fan pulled Lu Xiaoni over and kissed her again. Chen Fan was very happy. Whenever he felt bored and empty in the future, he could come and spend the night with Lu Xiaoni. The next morning, Chen Fan came to work at Yusai Game Company as usual. Although he had the Shinhouse system, Chen Fan no longer had to work for money. When I was poor, I dreamed of having money. But now, when I have enough money, it becomes a string of meaningless numbers. Fortunately, Chen Fan has an obsessive interest in painting. When painting, Chen Fan could feel like a creator god, and vivid worlds were born in his hands. Chen Fan enjoyed this feeling very much, so he had no intention of quitting his job. After working with Xiao Manya for a period of time, Chen Fan also fell in love with the White Myth game that was being produced. This is an epic story with a grand and vast worldview. And Chen Fan can create this rich and wonderful game world with his own hands. After acquiring the 10th level painting talent, every painting Chen Fan drew amazed him, and his level was definitely beyond that of all painters in the world. Therefore, Chen Fan is also full of absolute confidence in the game White Myth. Xiao Manya is originally a gold medal game producer with top-notch game production skills. The cooperation between a gold medal game producer and a top art director like Chen Fan is like adding wings to a tiger. Chen Fan had a vague feeling that the game White Myth might become a global hit after it was released. If White Myth really becomes a global craze, Chen Fan will feel a sense of accomplishment. This feeling also makes Chen Fan full of energy and passion for work. He is looking forward to seeing White Myth become a global hit. Chen Fan hopes that when he gets old, he can proudly tell his grandchildren that he once made a game that caused a global sensation. Instead of being able to only tell your grandchildren that you once had so much money that you couldn't spend it all. In Chen Fan's opinion, such a life is a little dull and superficial. Therefore, as soon as Chen Fan entered the office, he immersed himself in painting. An hour later, Chen Fan completed the creation of 3 original paintings. This efficiency made him both surprised and satisfied. Chen Fan felt a little sore in his shoulders, so he stood up and stretched, picked up the coffee cup, and prepared to go to the lounge to pour a cup of coffee. On the other side, in Zhang Yaoquan's office, he was talking on the phone with someone in his hand. Zhang Yaoquan pleaded with a rare expression, Xiao and I, we haven't seen each other for so many days, let's go out and have dinner together tonight. On the other end of the phone, the pleasant female voice sounded a little cold, I'm very busy these days, let's go in a few days. Zhang Yaoquan asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? You seem to not want to pay attention to me recently. The female voice on the phone said, I'm really busy lately, hang up now. The other party hung up the phone without mercy, leaving Zhang Yaoquan confused. Zhang Yaoquan and LV Xiaoni also met through an introduction. They had been dating for more than 3 months. Their relationship was average and they didn't have any feelings for each other, but LV Xiaoni had never been so obviously cold towards him. Zhang Yaoquan angrily cursed, Humph, you bitch, why are you so arrogant? I am a game producer, and you are just a shop owner. What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? After scolding, Zhang Yaoquan still felt unsatisfied, so he picked up his phone and edited a short message, ready to scold again, no matter how busy you are, you must take a break, my little angel. After sending the text message, Zhang Yaoquan couldn't help but keep picking up his phone to see if Lu Xiaoni had replied. Unexpectedly, I picked up the phone and checked it several times, but there was no movement. Zhang Yaoquan felt a little disappointed and picked up the coffee cup to go to the lounge to pour a cup of coffee. Zhang Yaoquan came to the lounge and saw Chen Fan pouring coffee. Zhang Yaoquan's eyes lit up, and he instantly became excited. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said, Hey, who is this? Isn't this Director Chen who will be gloriously appointed to clean the women's restroom after the Haya game exhibition? Chapter 89. Why tell you? In the break room, several colleagues were chatting. Hearing Zhang Yaokuan's words, Lily from the Human Resources Department asked in surprise, Director Zhang, what do you mean? Director Chen wants to clean the women's restroom? The bet between Zhang Yaokuan and Chen Fan was made in a high-level meeting, so many employees didn't know about it. Zhang Yaokuan wanted to see Chen Fan embarrassed, and wanted everyone to know about it, so he made a big announcement. You don't know, during the company's regular meeting, I, Zhang Yaokuan, made a bet with Chen Fan on the ranking of my Kanglan continent and his black myth at the Haya Game Expo. The loser would clean the company's women's restroom for 3 months. Several colleagues showed surprised expressions. Lily asked Chen Fan curiously, Director Chen, is this true? Did you really make a bet with Director Jiang? Chen Fan nodded calmly and said indifferently, Director Jiang, if you want everyone to know about such a shameful thing, I don't mind, because you will definitely be the loser. Hearing Chen Fan's affirmation, the other colleagues were all shocked. Many people know that the development of the White Myth game was delayed for half a year. It's already amazing that he's in a hurry to attend the Haya Game Expo 3 months later, but he actually wants to surpass Zhang Yaokuan's Kanglan continent in the rankings? You know, the new game that the company is most optimistic about now is Kanglan Continent. It is said that the board of directors has placed all its hopes for next year's financial report on the Kanglan Continent. Chen Fan looked relaxed and glanced at Zhang Yaokuan casually, but he had a vague feeling that there was a hint of green light floating above Zhang Yaokuan's head. I have to say, sometimes a person's fortune can really be seen from his appearance. Chen Fan didn't know that Zhang Yaokuan and Lu Xiaoni were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Of course Chen Fan didn't care whether Lu Xiaoni had a boyfriend or not, because when he first met Lu Xiaoni, her purity was not 100%, which meant that this was not Lu Xiaoni's first time. In Chen Fan's eyes, he and Lu Xiaoni were just a consensual affair. If Chen Fan knew that he had accidentally cuckolded Zhang Yaokuan during a romantic encounter, he would probably be surprised. Zhang Yaokuan looked very proud at this moment. He looked at Chen Fan with contempt and said, Chen Fan, it's useless for you to say anything. In just 3 months, it's impossible for your White Myth game to guarantee the quality. The women's restroom in the company belongs to you. Behind Zhang Yaokuan, the subordinate named Wang Xiaodan also echoed, that's right, I will broadcast live inside the company and watch Chen Fan sweeping the toilet, huh? Chen Fan didn't want to pay any more attention to Zhang Yaokuan. He walked to the coffee machine, poured some coffee, and left calmly. Seeing Chen Fan's relaxed and casual back, Zhang Yaokuan didn't know why, but he always felt that Chen Fan was unpleasant and annoying. Zhang Yaokuan spat at Chen Fan's back and said bitterly, wait until he cleans the ladies' room, and then I'll show you how I'll humiliate him. Not only Zhang Yaokuan, other colleagues also felt that the loser would most likely be Chen Fan. Lily shook her head regretfully and said, alas, this Chen Fan doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He actually dared to make such a bet with Director Jiang. Yes, Chen Fan is a newcomer after all, and he doesn't know the difficulties of making games. Director Zhang's game production ability has been tested by several popular games. Ideals are full of hope, but reality is very skinny. The result in 3 months will give him a hard knock. When Chen Fan returned to the office, he was stunned. He unexpectedly found that Xiao Manya's office door was closed. Xiao Manya didn't come to work today? Chen Fan was a little confused. Chen Fan thought about it and walked towards Wenruyu's office. He wanted to ask Xiao Manya why she didn't come to work. At this moment, Wenruyu was holding a mobile phone, with a hint of anxiety on her pretty face. Several of her chat boxes were filled with people asking her about the stock market news. In a group of girlfriends, several girlfriends kept urging her. Wenruyu, can you tell us how to buy stocks today? Wenruyu typed depressedly, don't worry, I'll tell you when I have a chance to ask the experts. Wenruyu, don't be stingy. If you have any news, you must share it with your good sisters. Can you please help me? If you don't have any news, don't waste our time. We are working and earning money. Wenruyu was a little embarrassed. Xiao Manya didn't come today, so she couldn't ask for any tips on the stock market. A few days ago, Chen Fan told Xiao Manya how to operate the stock market, and Wenruyu only found out after asking Xiao Manya. Wenruyu likes to enjoy the vanity of being envied by others in the group, so he posted screenshots in many groups and boasted about his operating skills. Now it feels like it's easier to go up the mountain than to go down. Now everyone is urging Wenruyu to ask about stock market operations. Even Shin Hong from the Human Resources Department kept sending messages to Wenruyu. Xiao Wan, do you have any stock market news today? Wenruyu was very anxious. If she couldn't say it, then the image she had built up before would collapse. Her eyes suddenly lit up as Chen Fan walked into her office holding a cup of coffee. Chen Fan immediately asked, "Assistant 1, I didn't see Vice President Zhao come to work today? Where was she?" Wenruyu quickly said, "Vice President Zhao went to recruit people today. She said she wants to hire some more modelers and musicians to speed up the game production process." Chen Fan was surprised and asked, "Is she hiring again? Didn't she just hire once last week?" Wenruyu said, "She said that the speed of modeling can no longer keep up with the speed of your original drawings, and she feels that the level of modeling is not as good as your original drawings, so she decided to hire more people to make the model more refined." "So that's how it is." Chen Fan nodded. It seemed that Xiao Manya was very confident in the game, otherwise she wouldn't have recruited so many people crazily. Chen Fan took a sip of coffee with enjoyment, then turned around and was about to leave Wenruyu's office. Wenruyu suddenly said, "Chen Fan, wait a minute." Chen Fan turned around in confusion and saw Wenruyu looking a little embarrassed. She asked with a twinkling look in her eyes, "Chen Fan, can you tell me how the stock market is going today? How do you want the stock market to go?" Chen Fan asked. Wenruyu nodded, "Yes, can you tell me?" Chen Fan looked at Wenruyu with a half smile and asked, "Why should I tell you?" Wenruyu glared at Chen Fan and said, "You stingy guy, Vice President Zhao, you can tell me, but I can't?" Chen Fan smiled and asked with interest, "Vice President Zhao exchanged breakfast with me. What's your price?" Wenruyu was stunned, but she had to admit that Chen Fan was right. Chapter 90, Wenruyu Massage. Vice President Zhao has such a high position and is the dream goddess of the male employees in the company, but she still has to pay the price of bringing breakfast to get Chen Fan's guidance. It seems that Chen Fan is unwilling to tell Wenruyu unless she pays some price. Wenruyu blushed and said, "Then what do you want me to do before you are willing to tell me?" Chen Fan smiled faintly and looked at Wenruyu. Wenruyu was wearing a gray blazer with shoulder pads today, and a white patchwork top with gauze sleeves underneath, which perfectly outlined her curvy figure, making her look very beautiful. With her fair, pointed chin and bright, sparkling clear eyes, she looks very feminine. Chen Fan looked at Wenruyu's personal panel again. Name, Wenruyu. Age, 22. Occupation, art assistant. Appearance, 89. Measurements, 87 cm, 53, 86. Favorability, 24. Purity, 100. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, Go Blue Rarity, Cooking Green Rarity, Composition Blue Rarity. Among Wenruyu's talents, composing music is still very attractive to Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, Wenruyu became nervous when she saw Chen Fan's fiery gaze. Wenruyu blushed and said, "Chen Fan, what do you want to do?" "I have a boyfriend." The difference between people can be seen here. Chen Fan had sex with Lu Xiaoni without even knowing that she had a boyfriend. Wenruyu directly confessed that she had a boyfriend. Chen Fan still smiled and said, "So what if you have a boyfriend? You're not married yet. I can compete fairly to pursue you." Chen Fan didn't care. After all, he only needed to raise his favorability to 50 to collect a talent. It wasn't like Chen Fan had to have anything happen between him and Wenruyu. Wenruyu curled her lips and said, "Tisk, pursuing me? Do you think I can't see that you obviously want to pursue Vice President Zhao?" Chen Fan's eyes were almost tearing when he looked at Xiao Manya, so Wenruyu naturally saw that he liked Xiao Manya a long time ago. Chen Fan did not deny it. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have been drawing pictures just now, and my shoulders are tired. How about you massage my shoulders for me?" Wenruyu couldn't believe it and said, "Really? I just need to press your shoulders and you tell me how the stock market is going?" Chen Fan nodded and pretended to leave, saying, "It's up to you whether you are willing or not." Wenruyu tilted her head, her bright eyes rolling as she thought about it. It was just a touch on her shoulder, and Wenruyu didn't think it was a big deal. Wenruyu nodded and said, "Okay. Come and sit down. I'll massage your shoulders." Seeing Wenruyu agreed, Chen Fan also felt eager to try. "I have just been sitting in front of the computer drawing, and my shoulders are indeed a little sore and tired." Wenruyu stood up, gave up her swivel leather chair, and said in a gesture of invitation, "Sir, please sit down." Chen Fan sat in Wenruyu's seat and leaned comfortably on the leather backrest. Wenruyu had been sitting in this chair. As soon as Chen Fan sat down, he felt the residual temperature on the cushion and the faint fragrance of Wenruyu, which was very comfortable. Wenryu was about to massage Chen Fan's shoulders when she suddenly thought of something. Feeling a little guilty, she walked out of the office and looked around. Seeing that there was no one there, Wenryu turned around, closed the office door, and walked towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan asked, "Why are you closing the door?" Wenryu glared at Chen Fan in anger. "What do you think? How can I let my colleagues see me massaging your shoulders?" Chen Fan said speechlessly, "Wouldn't it be more misleading if you closed the door? Others would think that you and I were doing something bad in the office." Wenryu said coquettishly, "Can't you just not let anyone see you when you go out? You idiot." Chen Fan couldn't help but say, "It was just a shoulder pinch, but you made it seem like we were having an affair. You're really a genius." Wenryu's pair of soft hands were already on Chen Fan's shoulders. She began to pinch him, and even played a role-playing game, saying delicately, "Uncle, how is it? Is your strength still okay?" After Wenryu pressed on him, Chen Fan immediately felt his shoulders relax a lot. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "The lighter the better." Wenryu immediately relaxed her strength upon hearing this, like this. Chen Fan tried it and felt it was better than before, heavier. Wenryu curled her lips and said, "Which one should be light or heavy? Be gentle." Wenryu pinched Chen Fan's shoulder in annoyance. "Hate it, think it over first." Chen Fan asked Wenryu to try many times, and finally found the right strength, which made Chen Fan feel that the meridians and bones in his shoulders were very comfortable. I have to say, it is really a pleasant feeling to have a beautiful girl massage your shoulders, both on your shoulders and in your heart. Chen Fan almost wanted to close his eyes and enjoy it. Wenryu massaged Chen Fan's shoulders for 20 minutes and felt her hands were sore. She muttered, "Chen Fan, are you done yet? My hands are sore." Chen Fan also felt relieved, nodded and smiled. "Okay, I'll let you go today." Wenryu's eyes brightened instantly and she said, "Then can you tell me the operation points of the stock market today?" Chen Fan nodded, took out his phone, opened the stock trading software, looked at it for a while and said, "Buy Shangyun Medical at 10:20 a.m. and sell it before 2:30 p.m. Wenryu curiously found Shangyun Medical on her phone and asked in confusion, "This stock seems to be at a high point, and you actually asked me to buy it?" Wenryu was very surprised. The stock price of Shangyun Medical had been rising for a long time and kept rising. Buying it now was a standard way of chasing the rise. Chen Fan said calmly, "Anyway, I told you, it's up to you whether you buy it or not." Chen Fan is very confident about his stock trading talent, which has been upgraded to level 7. Chen Fan stood up from Wenryu's seat, stretched his muscles, and moaned comfortably, "Ah, it feels so good to have my shoulders massaged." Then Chen Fan walked towards the door. Wenryu said worriedly, "Be careful, don't let anyone see you when you go out." Chen Fan was speechless and said, "Who told you to close the door? Isn't this just trying to cover up the truth?" Wenryu was dissatisfied and said, "It's you who really wants others to massage your shoulders?" Chen Fan pricked up his ears and put them against the door to listen. When he heard that there was no one walking in the corridor outside, he opened the door and walked out with confidence. Seeing Chen Fan's sneaky look, Wenryu couldn't help but chuckle. As soon as Chen Fan left, Wenryu immediately sent a message to her girlfriends. The expert said, "Buy Shangyun Medical at 10:20 in the morning and sell it before 2:30 in the afternoon." The girlfriends group was immediately excited. Is this true or false? Can the master give me some advice again? Wenryu is amazing, to know such a great person. Wenryu, you didn't say anything just now. I thought you were pretending to be dead. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Chapter 91 Su Qingrou's New Mission. Seeing the envious and surprised voices among her girlfriends, a smug smile appeared on Wenryu's lips, and she once again felt her vanity was very satisfied. Wenryu felt that it was worthwhile to massage Chen Fan's shoulders. She continued to proudly say in the group, "You guys should treat me to delicious food when you make money. You don't know how hard it is to get this news. I just served that expert for more than 20 minutes, and my hands were sore before he was willing to tell me." The group of girlfriends were immediately shocked. "What? You served him for 20 minutes? Ah, no, I am very pure, Wenryu, you actually." Wenryu was stunned, not knowing what her best friend was surprised about. "It took me a while to realize that my girlfriends might have misunderstood the content of the service." Wenryu's pretty face quickly flushed, and she quickly typed an explanation. "Don't get me wrong, the service I'm talking about is just massaging the shoulders of that expert. Don't let your imagination run wild. However, it is no longer clear. Wenryu, I am so touched. In order to make money for the sisters, you are willing to sacrifice yourself. My tears are welling up in my eyes. When I make money, I will definitely treat you to a delicious meal. I am very sad. Why did it become like this? If I don't make 10,000 yuan today, I will not be able to calm down my sadness. But then again, is it really risk-free to buy Shangyun Medical? It has been rising for more than 10 days in a row. It feels very risky. Wenruyu said angrily, anyway, I told you, it's up to you to buy it or not. Chen Fan has proven his vision many times, so Wenruyu has no doubt at all. Wenruyu directly bought 50,000 yuan of Shangyun Medical Insurance and sent the screenshot to her girlfriend's group. Seeing Wenruyu placing the order first, her girlfriends followed suit. Chen Fan's stock trading talent, enhanced by the system, once again demonstrated its power. Shortly after Wenruyu placed the order, Shangyun Medical began to soar. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Wenruyu and her friends decisively sold all their stocks. A few minutes later, Shangyun Medical began to plummet. Wenruyu and her besties' godly operations made them earn a lot of money today. Wenruyu's group of close friends was extremely lively, as if it was New Year's Day. Wenruyu, you are awesome. Let the sisters kiss you. Wenruyu, you are the god of wealth for the sisters, so amazing. I almost didn't believe it this morning, luckily I caught up with the team. Oh, I confess, I actually doubted Wenruyu, I regret it now, I bought too little. Seeing the chat in the girlfriends group, Wenruyu was excited and happy. This was the moment when her vanity was most satisfied. It felt so good. Wenruyu, your expert is amazing, he can even do something like this? Could this expert be the stock god? Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Wenruyu's favorability, +2. Wenruyu favorability, 26. Congratulations to the host, you have received 2 random gold talent points. Chen Fan also heard in his mind that Wenruyu's favorability had increased, which made him happy. After get off work in the afternoon, Chen Fan felt a little bored. Chen Fan originally wanted to ask Xiao Manya out on a date in the evening. But Xiao Manya said she had to work overtime in the evening and postponed her date with Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not blame Xiao Manya. He knew that Xiao Manya was under a lot of pressure at work. If she wanted to catch up with the opportunity to participate in the Heya Game Expo within 3 months, she could only work overtime to catch up with the progress during this period. Xiao Manya has devoted herself to her work these days. Today, she recruited a few more modelers, and Xiao Manya is busy holding a meeting with those modelers. Zhao Yufi also went back to her hometown. Chen Fan felt a little bored and prepared to go to the bar street to relax. Chen Fan parked his car in a nearby parking lot and then walked into the bar street. It was almost dark at this time, and the colorful neon lights of the bar street began to light up, giving the scene a scene of feasting, revelry and sex. This is a place where young men and women let their hormones run wild and enjoy romance. Every girl is dressed gorgeously, attracting many attentions, and is very beautiful and bold. Chen Fan was also looking forward to it, wondering if there would be a romantic encounter. Chen Fan strolled around casually, admiring the girls who were dressed fashionably and avant-garde in a good mood. After looking for a while, Chen Fan was a little disappointed. Although there were many beautiful girls, they were still inferior to a top beauty like Xiao Manya. It is indeed rare to see a beauty like Xiao Manya, who has an intellectual charm but also an extremely hot body. Chen Fan suddenly looked somewhere with his eyes fixed. Among the 5 girls shopping together, he saw a familiar figure from behind. He actually saw Su Qingru. Today, Su Qingru wore a light blue floral dress, with a black belt tied around her slender waist, which made her perfect figure stand out. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, her proud bust was very tall and luxurious, her hips were plump and full of vitality, her long white legs were round and smooth, and she exuded an invincible youthful aura. Chen Fan was still amazed when he saw his dream goddess from high school in person. In the system panel, Su Qingru is the only one whose appearance score can be compared with Xiao Manya. It can be seen that the two beauties are equally beautiful, just with different styles. Xiao Manya gives people the feeling of being elegant and intellectual yet sexy and seductive, just like a rose with thorns, while Su Qingru makes people feel pure, romantic and full of energy, like a primrose of youth and vitality. The 5 girls were actually Su Qingru and her roommates, Lu Xinmun, Zhao Wan, Tang Yuzhen, and a beautiful girl whom she didn't know. She was a girl wearing a yellow French shirt and a white hip skirt. She was even wearing knee-length white stockings, which was very bold and avant-garde. Although the other 4 girls were also young and pretty, Su Qingru, standing in the middle, had a feeling of standing out from the crowd, outshining all the others, and everyone's attention was immediately drawn to her. Bite. New mission opens. Task name, Remembering Your Heart. Task description: the system detected that the host encountered the target person Su Qingru, but Su Qingru was not clear about the host's identity. In order to make Su Qingru remember the host, the Remember in Heart task is specially started. Mission objective: let Su Qingru know the host's identity, leave a good impression, and keep the host in mind. The system provides 20 million in mission funds. The system provides a cashback function. During the mission, the host will get double the amount of money spent on himself and double the amount spent on the target. Task Reward 1, 5 gold talent points. Task Reward 2, a little charm. Task Reward 3, Su Qingru favorability 5 points. Task Reward 4, 1 level 3 Monopoly acquisition card. Chapter 92 Approaching Su Qingru. Current task progress, 0%. The sudden activation of the task surprised and delighted Chen Fan. In particular, there is a level 3 Monopoly acquisition card in the mission rewards. The system said that if one collected 4 level 3 Monopoly acquisition cards, he could forcibly buy Lu Tianhao's Guanyi Film and Television Group, so Chen Fan was determined to get it. However, this task seems a bit difficult. It may not be easy to make Su Qingru leave a good impression on Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan has already given Su Qingru 3 million, if this identity is suddenly revealed, it may backfire and make Su Qingru less fond of Chen Fan. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that he left Lu Xinming his phone number when he helped her catch the doll last time. At that time, Chen Fan didn't know that Lu Xinming was actually Su Qingru's roommate. Chen Fan felt that he could get close to Su Qingru through Lu Xinming, so he took out his cell phone and called Lu Xinming. Lu Xinming picked up the phone and said happily and excitedly, "Brother Chen, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "I saw you on the bar street. Are you out for fun today?" Lu Xinming nodded excitedly and said, "I'm going out to party with my friends today, do you want to join us?" Chen Fan was thinking the same thing, so he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll treat you today." Lu Xinming became even more excited. "Brother Chen is so generous, where are you?" Chen Fan said, "I'm about a few hundred meters behind you, wait for me." Lu Xinming said, "Then come over, we will wait for you." Lu Xinming put down the phone and said to everyone with a smile, "Let's wait a moment. I have a friend who wants to come. He's a man." Several girls were curious. Su Qingru asked doubtfully, "Xinming, what kind of friend are you?" Tang Yusin also asked curiously, "Yes, do we know each other?" The girl in a yellow shirt, white hip skirt, and white stockings was named Sun Na. She said excitedly, "Xin Meng, is he your boyfriend? Is he handsome?" Lu Xinming said with a smug smile, "Didn't I say last time that there was a brother named Chen who helped me catch a lot of rare dolls? It was him." Last time, Chen Fan helped Lu Xinming catch more than 10 rare dolls. After Lu Xinming returned to the dormitory, Tang Yusin, Zhao Wan, and Su Qingru each gave one to her. The Aiden dog that Chen Fan saw on Su Qingru's table during the live broadcast was the one given to her by Lu Xinming. Zhao Wan was surprised and said, "It's that Brother Chen." They all heard from Lu Xinming that Brother Chen was very good at catching dolls and he always caught them accurately, so they were all very curious about Chen Fan. Su Qing's beautiful eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. She liked the Aiden dog very much. When she heard that it was caught by Lu Xinming's Brother Chen, she also wanted to see what this Brother Chen looked like. If Su Qingru knew that this Brother Chen was the Chen Fan who gave her crazy rewards, I wonder what her expression would be. Lu Xinming continued proudly, "Brother Chen said that he will treat us today." Really? Tang Yusin and Sun Na immediately became excited. Several beautiful girls stretched their necks curiously and looked back, wanting to see what Chen Fan looked like. Soon, Chen Fan, wearing a light green nylon casual suit, white casual pants, and anti-blue running shoes, appeared in everyone's sight. After the system opened the charm panel, Chen Fan had already added 3 charm points. As his charm points increased, Chen Fan's appearance had changed a lot. Although he still looks like Chen Fan, his skin has become as smooth as jade, his temperament has become more masculine, and he looks full of energy. As the saying goes, confident men are the most handsome, and a man's confidence comes from his wallet and talent, and these two things are exactly Chen Fan's confidence. Chen Fan now has a kind of youthful self-confidence. This is a transformation from the inside out, which makes him look more attractive to girls. When several girls saw Chen Fan, their eyes brightened. Sun Na's eyes sparkled as she said, "Lu Xinming, your brother Chen looks quite handsome." Lu Xinmeng was actually a little confused. She felt that Chen Fan seemed a little more handsome than last time. Lu Xinming naturally didn't know that the last time she met Chen Fan, the system had not yet opened the charm panel, so Chen Fan looked very ordinary. Now it is different. After the blessing of the system, Chen Fan's appearance is constantly improving. Zhao Wan also nodded and said, "Yes, I didn't expect that Brother Chen looked so energetic." Lu Xinming was very proud to hear the praise from her classmates. After all, Chen Fan appeared in front of everyone as Lu Xinmeng's friend. If Chen Fan became famous, Lu Xinmeng would also be proud. Su Qingru looked at Chen Fan in confusion, and suddenly her brows slightly frowned. She felt that this Chen Fan looked a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. Tang Yusin also looked at Chen Fan curiously. When she saw clearly that Chen Fan's clothes were not brand name, a trace of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes and she said, "He is just ordinary. He doesn't look like a rich man. I guess he can't treat us to anything good." Su Qingru said, "It's great that they can invite us. There's no need to ask them to treat us well." Tang Yusin snorted coldly, looked at Su Qingru with contempt and said, "Humph," pretending to be innocent. "Weren't you happy when that oil rig boss gave you 3 million? Su Qingru was startled, and a hint of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lu Xinmeng and others were no longer surprised by the sharp words between Tang Yusin and Su Qingru. They all knew that Tang Yusin was full of envy and jealousy towards Su Qingru, so she often bullied her. At this time, Chen Fan also walked in front of the crowd. Lu Xinming jumped in front of Chen Fan and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, what a coincidence that I can meet you here. Aren't we destined to be together?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "Don't call me Brother Chen anymore. Just call me Chen Fan." When Chen Fan introduced himself, he looked at Su Qingru specifically. Su Qingru's pair of bright and beautiful eyes were also looking at him curiously. The moment their eyes met, Su Qingru became more certain that she must have seen Chen Fan before, but she still couldn't remember where she had seen him. Ding, reminder to start the Remember in Heart mission. Target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. Current progress of the Remember in Heart mission, 5%. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Fan was delighted. It seemed that this mission was still promising. Sun Na smiled and said, "Chen Fan, Lu Xinming said that you are treating us today, is that true?" Chen Fan said casually, "I'm the only boy here, so naturally it's my treat. You can order whatever you want later, and don't be polite." Hearing Chen Fan's generous words, the eyes of several girls lit up. Su Qingru also blinked her bright and beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Fan curiously. Target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. Current progress of the Remember in Heart mission, 7%. Chapter 93 Golden Supreme Booth. Lu Xinmeng was surprised and asked, "Chen Fan, are you serious? You can think of anything?" Tang Yusin sneered and said, "We really ordered something expensive, you can't afford it, right?" Chen Fan didn't take Tang Yusin's harsh words seriously. After all, Chen Fan's target was Su Qingru. Chen Fan ignored Tang Yusin and turned to Lu Xinming and asked, "Do you know which is the best bar around here?" Seeing that Chen Fan actually ignored her, Tang Yusin couldn't help but flash a trace of anger in her eyes, and glared at the back of Chen Fan's head hatefully. Lu Xinmeng thought for a moment and said, "The Quiet Bird Bar, the most expensive one on this street." Chen Fan nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go to the Quiet Bird Bar." When they heard that Chen Fan was actually going to take everyone to the Quiet Bird Bar, everyone was surprised. This Quiet Bird Bar is the top venue in Hangcheng. It is said to have the most advanced equipment in the city, the most pleasant sound effects, and the most advanced lighting effects. If you need a booth service, the minimum consumption starts at 20,000. Lu Xinming's beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity, and she asked, "Are you sure?" The consumption at the Tranquility Bird Bar is very expensive, and the minimum consumption for a booth is over 10,000. The last time Lu Xinmeng met Chen Fan, she had not seen Chen Fan's ability to spend money, so she was somewhat skeptical about Chen Fan's spending level. Chen Fan nodded generously and said, "Absolutely sure." Lu Xinmeng and Sun Na cheered immediately. They had wanted to go to the Ningjing Bird Bar to see the world for a long time, but no boy had ever dared to invite them to Ningjing Bird. After all, the consumption was not something students could afford. Tang Yusin glanced at Chen Fan's clothes with suspicion. She didn't think Chen Fan was capable of spending money at Ningjing Bird. Chen Fan, along with Lu Xinming and a few others, walked into the luxuriously decorated Tranquil Bird Bar. As soon as they entered the bar, everyone was immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration of the bar. The whole bar is dominated by silver and black, with a very trendy sense of design. The soft neon lights and various colorful light strips constantly shine with dreamy colors, making people feel as if they are in a romantic dream space. Under your feet is a luminous floor equipped with special effect lights, and all the booths are equipped with trendy leather sofas, which look elegant and luxurious. Lu Xinming said excitedly, "Wow, it's worthy of being called the Quiet Bird Bar, it's really exciting." Sun Na was also very excited and quickly took out her phone to take a selfie and posted it on WeChat Moments. "Yes, it's so luxurious." Tang Yusin was even more exaggerated. She directly opened the live broadcast platform with her mobile phone and started the live broadcast. While live streaming, Tang Yusin said to the camera with a smile on her face, "Hello everyone, today is a temporary live streaming. I didn't want to live stream today, but in order to let everyone see Zhao Xin's daily life, I decided to start the live streaming." Tang Yusin has a lot of fans, and many viewers flocked to the live broadcast as soon as it started. Soon, the audience was surprised. "Damn, I've never seen such a luxurious bar before. Did Zhao Xin parachute in with Big Brother Bang? Could it be Big Soy Tiger? No, I, Wang Long, cannot accept the sudden appearance of the goddess Zhao Xin and the Big Brother on the list." Unexpectedly, the viewer named Oilfan also entered Tang Yusin's live broadcast room and said, "Wow, this bar is so beautifully decorated." Some of Zhao Xiner's fans were not happy. "Little Oilfan, aren't you a fan of Zhao Roar? Why are you in Zhao Xiner's live broadcast room?" The little fan of Oil said helplessly, "Zhao Roar hasn't started broadcasting. Besides, Zhao Xiner and Zhao Roar are roommates. Maybe you can occasionally see Zhao Roar in Zhao Xiner's live broadcast room." Seeing Tang Yusin start the live broadcast, Chen Fan walked over and said to her, "You can do whatever you want during the live broadcast, but don't film me." Tang Yusin showed a look of disdain and said, "Who wants to take a picture of you?" When Zhao Wan saw Tang Yusin start live streaming, she pulled Su Qingru's hand and said, "Xingru, why don't you start live streaming too? You might be able to attract a lot of fans if you do this." Su Qingru shook her head and said, "Forget it, I don't want to broadcast live here." Su Qingru had some concerns in her heart. She didn't want the mysterious senior to see her in a place like a bar. At this time, a waiter wearing a bow tie and a white shirt came over and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, do you have a reservation?" Chen Fan said calmly, "No appointment." The waiter still smiled politely, but his eyes began to look Chen Fan up and down. Chen Fan was the only boy, but he was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked very young. He didn't look like someone who could spend lavishly. The waiter showed a hint of contempt in his eyes, but still smiled and said, "Then please follow me. The service desk is over here." Sometimes, in order to save face for poor customers, waiters will not ask them whether they want a booth. Poor customers cannot afford a booth anyway, and asking will only make the customers embarrassed. Moreover, in such parties with many girls, most of them go to the open tables, which makes it easier for them to be approached. Chen Fan shook his head and said, "I don't want to go to the open air stage. I want a booth, the most expensive booth." The waiter was stunned, his eyes full of surprise. "Sir, are you sure? The most expensive one is the Gold Supreme booth, the minimum consumption is 98,000. The waiter looked at Chen Fan curiously. He had been working in this bar for a long time, and this was the first time he had made a mistake. He originally thought that Chen Fan was just here to drink for free, and might just be a girl's boyfriend. I didn't expect that Chen Fan, who was so young and dressed in ordinary clothes, would actually ask for the Golden Supreme booth right away. Lu Xinmeng, Sun Na and Su Qingru all looked at Chen Fan in surprise. The lowest level booths in the Tranquil Bird Bar have a minimum consumption of 10,000 yuan. They thought that it was already very expensive for Chen Fan to just ask for an ordinary booth. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan asked for the top-level Golden Supreme booth right away. Target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. Current progress of the Remember in Heart mission, 8%. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Chen Fan nodded with a relaxed expression and said, "Sure, I want the Golden Supreme booth." The waiter's eyes instantly became excited, and he bowed respectfully to Chen Fan and said, "Please follow me." Then, the waiter took Chen Fan and others to a luxurious booth in front of the DJ table. The waiter was still talking in the headphones when a sexy DJ on the DJ stage shouted excitedly, "The VIP guests of the Golden Supreme seat have appeared tonight. Let us warmly welcome the handsome man and beautiful woman who are about to ascend to the Golden Supreme seat." As the beautiful DJ finished her words, a spotlight instantly dropped from the sky and focused on Chen Fan and the others. The luminous floor beneath your feet actually changed color, transforming into a starry, dazzling star road leading to the luxurious Golden Supreme booth. At the same time, the lights in the entire bar flashed wildly, and the DJ also played the sound effects of huge crowds of people roaring, mixed with whistles one after another, creating a great atmosphere. Chapter 94 Chen Fan's Partiality. For a moment, Chen Fan and his companions seemed to have become big stars, attracting the attention of everyone in the bar. When some young male guests saw the beauty of these girls, their eyes immediately became passionate. I have to say that the average appearance of the girls around Chen Fan is indeed very high. Not only was Su Qingru the most beautiful among all the other beauties, but even Tang Yusin and Lu Xinming were rare beauties. Zhao Wan and Sun Na are also better than ordinary girls. Look, the girl in the Golden Supreme booth is so pretty. Yeah, especially the girl in the blue dress, she has the beauty of a superstar. How can you be with such a young boy when there are so many beautiful women? Some envious and jealous eyes were focused on Chen Fan. Chen Fan was too eye-catching at this moment. It would be a great honor to have a top-level girl like this around, let alone Chen Fan now, who is surrounded by many beauties. Lu Xinming felt those envious and curious eyes and felt like a big star. Her vanity was completely satisfied and she said excitedly, "It's worthy of being the top bar in the city. No other bar has such service." That's right. This is the first time I've seen a bar with this kind of top-notch atmosphere. No wonder the fee is a bit higher. It's totally worth it. Sun Na also nodded repeatedly to show her agreement. She was also taking pictures with her mobile phone with an excited look on her face. This was also the first time Su Qingru had this feeling. The feeling of being the center of attention was indeed novel and exciting. Su Qingru was so excited that she slipped and almost fell. Suddenly, a warm hand reached out from the side and supported her in a gentlemanly manner. Su Qingru was startled and turned her head to look. She saw Chen Fan asking with concern on his face, "Are you okay?" Although there were several girls around Chen Fan, his attention was always on Su Qingru. He saw Su Qingru slip and immediately reached out to hold her up. Chen Fan's actions were very gentlemanly and he did not take advantage of her. Su Qingru also felt Chen Fan's gentlemanly behavior and smiled gratefully, "Thank you, Chen Fan." The system voice also came from Chen Fan's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +1. Su Qingru's favorability, 42. Target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. Current progress of the Remember in Heart mission, 14%. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Fan smiled at Su Qingru and said, "You're welcome." Lu Xinming smiled and clapped her hands, "Chen Fan, you are a hero saving a beautiful girl. Do you like Su Qingru? I noticed that you have been peeking at her." Although Chen Fan was thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. If Chen Fan said he didn't like her, he would be lying. When he was in high school, Su Qingru was Chen Fan's dream goddess. Chen Fan didn't expect that Lu Xinming had been secretly observing him, and was speechless. Chen Fan said to Lu Xinming, "How could I peek at her?" "You were the one who was peeked at me, weren't you?" Lu Xinming quickly shook her head and said, "I haven't been peeking at you the whole time." Chen Fan said in disbelief, "If you didn't peek at me, how would you know I was peeking at her?" Lu Xinming's face turned slightly red, and she felt a sense of embarrassment as if she had been caught. She snorted coldly and said, "Who peeked at you, narcissist?" Amid the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan, along with a few beauties, walked into the Golden Supreme booth under the spotlight, following the route guided by the star-studded glowing floor. In Tang Yusin's live broadcast room, the audience kept exclaiming. The little oil fan exclaimed, "What a treasure bar this is, it's too good, the atmosphere is really great." Yeah, why did I hear a man's voice? Could it be Soybean Tiger? Who brought Zhao Xiner to such a luxurious bar? Zhao Xiner, take a picture of the man who was talking so that we can see. Tang Yusin said to the camera, "He told me not to take a picture of him. So I won't take a picture of him today." This Golden Supreme booth is located in the center of the entire bar. It is higher than other booths, giving a feeling of overlooking the entire venue. It is the absolute focus of the whole place. Opposite the booth is the beautiful DJ. At this moment, the beautiful DJ in hot and sexy clothes is showing a sweet smile towards the Golden Supreme booth, driving the atmosphere of the whole venue. The waiter smiled confidently and asked Chen Fan, "Excuse me, sir, are you satisfied with this Golden Supreme booth?" Chen Fan also nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's really good." The waiter smiled, handed over a menu with both hands, and asked, "Well, sir, what would you like to order?" Lu Xinming immediately stretched out her hand to Chen Fan and said, "Let me see, I'll have some." Sun Na was not to be outdone and said, "Chen Fan, give me some." However, Chen Fan did not give the menu to Lu Xinming and Sun Na, but slowly placed the menu in front of Su Qingru. Su Qingru was startled, and when she looked up, she saw Chen Fan looking at her with a smile on his face and said, "You order first." Lu Xinming immediately pouted and said angrily, "Chen Fan, you are biased. You are taking care of Su Qingru." Sun Na also noticed something was wrong. "Yeah, why do you take care of Su Qingru so much?" It's no wonder that Lu Xinming and Sun Na were unhappy. They were clearly cheering and scrambling for the menu, but Chen Fan refused to give it to them and instead gave it to Su Qingru. Chen Fan's thoughts were all written on his face, and he didn't try to hide them at all. Even Tang Yusin felt a little jealous. She was very confident in her beauty and felt that only she should enjoy such treatment. Tang Yusin felt that Chen Fan should hand the menu to her in front of everyone with a loving look on his face. Unexpectedly, the opposite happened. In front of everyone, Chen Fan brought the menu to Su Qingru. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. Current progress of the Remember in Heart mission, 18%. Chen Fan was very excited to see the continuous improvement of the task progress. It seems that it is not difficult to make a girl leave an impression on a boy. All you need to do is keep treating the girl specially and make her feel that she is unique. Of course, the prerequisite is that he is handsome or rich, otherwise it would be harassment. Su Qingru didn't know why Chen Fan was so nice to her. She blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion and picked up the menu to look at it. It didn't matter after seeing this, Su Qingru's pretty face immediately showed a look of surprise. This is too expensive. A fruit plate alone costs 980. Seeing Su Qingru's surprised face, the waiter stood aside, his face still full of confidence. The menu of this Golden Supreme booth is different from the ordinary menu. The same item is at least 5 times more expensive in the Golden Supreme booth. After all, the Golden Supreme seats enjoy top-level services. If the price is the same, it would feel cheap. Whiskey and margaritas that cost 1 or 200 yuan in other booths cost thousands here. Chapter 95. Close your eyes and click. Su Qingru said nervously, "These things are too expensive. I don't know what to order." Chen Fan said generously, "It's okay, just close your eyes and click." Su Qingru asked in surprise, "Click with your eyes closed?" Chen Fan smiled and nodded at Su Qingru, saying, "Yes, just close your eyes and point at whatever you point to." Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host has deepened. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 20%. Everyone was surprised to hear Chen Fan's words. This was the expensive menu of the Golden Supreme booth, and everything was more than 5 times more expensive than other booths. If you are unlucky, you might end up ordering a famous wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Tang Yusin's live broadcast room was in an uproar. Damn, this is a rich guy, he actually let the girl order with her eyes closed. That's right, these top-tier booths are super expensive. Don't ask me how I know. Oil's little fan was surprised and asked, "Is it true? How dare you let a girl order anything in this kind of situation? You have a big heart." Tang Yusin looked at Chen Fan in surprise. She didn't expect Chen Fan to be so arrogant. Judging from Chen Fan's clothes and age, she really couldn't imagine that Chen Fan had such spending power. Tang Yusin whispered in Zhao Wan's ear, "Zhao Wan, keep an eye on Chen Fan for a while, be careful that he doesn't run away and leave us here." Zhao Wan whispered in surprise, "No way." Tang Yusin whispered, "Look, this Chen Fan is not much older than us, and he doesn't dress like a rich man. Do you think he can spend money lavishly here?" Zhao Wan glanced at Chen Fan quietly, and she had to admit that what Tang Yusin said made some sense. Zhao Wan said in embarrassment, "He is Lu Xinming's friend, he shouldn't lie to us, right?" Lu Xinming loved playing games the most. She immediately came behind Su Qingru, covered Su Qingru's eyes with her hands and said with a smile, "Su Qingru, I'm turning pages on the menu. Just point at whatever you point to and order whatever you want." Sun Na also laughed and clapped her hands, saying, "How fun! I've never seen anyone play like this before." The atmosphere had reached this point, and Su Qingru had no choice but to do as she was told. Lu Xinming covered Su Qingru's eyes, flipped through a few pages on the menu and said, "Okay, you point." Su Qingru's fair and slender fingers began to wander on the menu, and finally stopped. Tang Yusin and Sun Na really wanted to know what Su Qingru's fingers were resting on, so they stretched their necks curiously to look. Where Su Qingru's fingers were, it was clearly written. French Royal Winery Porphy, 1978 Royal Special Edition Red Wine, only 875 bottles in the world, Crusader Shield, price 490,000 per bottle. Lu Xinming was the first to see the price clearly. Her pretty face, which was originally smiling, froze instantly and her rosy little mouth opened. 490,000. Tang Yusin and Sun Na also widened their eyes, looking at the astonishing price in disbelief. The waiter, who originally had a proud look on his face, couldn't help but look surprised. He had worked in this top bar for a long time, but no customer of his had ever ordered such an expensive wine. Seeing the astonishing price, the expressions on everyone's faces changed wonderfully, and some looked at Chen Fan with anticipation. There was a hint of contempt and mockery in Tang Yusin's eyes, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Chen Fan. Just now, Chen Fan ignored Tang Yusin intentionally or unintentionally, which made her very unhappy. Now she really wants to see Chen Fan humiliated. At this moment, Lu Xinming was so surprised that she forgot what to do, and her hands were still tightly covering Su Qingru's eyes. Su Qingru didn't know what she was pointing at this time. She only knew that several people around her suddenly stopped talking in a strange way. Lu Xinmeng also stopped moving in a strange way, as if they had seen something terrible. Lu Xinmeng, let go of your hand. Let me see what I'm pointing at. Su Qingru quickly pulled Lu Xinmeng's hand away and looked carefully with her beautiful eyes. After seeing the price of 490,000, Su Qingru was so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened and she covered her slightly open lips with her delicate hands. No, it's too expensive. It doesn't count. Let me point it again. Su Qingru said to Chen Fan quickly. Su Qingru felt very embarrassed. She didn't mean to order expensive red wine to embarrass Chen Fan. Su Qingru wanted to try again, and this time she must choose a cheaper one. Lu Xinming also agreed, yeah, it doesn't count this time, let's try again. Lu Xinming also felt that the 490,000 Crusader shield was too expensive, and she was afraid that Chen Fan could not afford it. Tang Yusin said, Su Qingru, you agreed to point to something, you can't go back on your word. Do you think Chen Fan can't afford it? Su Qingru frowned and said to Tang Yusin, it's okay if you're targeting me, but Chen Fan is Lu Xinming's friend. How can you let him spend so much money on our first meeting? Tang Yusin snorted coldly and said, if you can't afford it, don't play. How can you go back on your word when you agreed to play? A trace of anger flashed across Su Qing's beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Chen Fan's calm and relaxed smile. No need to start over, just take this Crusader's shield. When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Su Qing blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise as she looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. She had originally decided to insist on trying again to prevent Chen Fan from spending too much money, but she didn't expect Chen Fan to agree immediately. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 24%. Lu Xinmeng also looked at Chen Fan in shock. She had never seen Chen Fan's superpowers before, and today was the first time she saw them. The person who was most shocked was Tang Yusin. She originally thought that Chen Fan would not dare to take this bottle of red wine worth 490,000 yuan. Tang Yusin was excited, thinking that she could see Chen Fan make a fool of himself, but she didn't expect that Chen Fan actually asked for the Crusader's shield. Tang Yusin's live broadcast room was like a lake that had been dropped with a bomb, and it was almost boiling. Fuck, this guy is so awesome, he bought a bottle of wine worth 490,000 without blinking an eye? Sister, is it really Zhao Xayaner's number one brother, Hu? Although I, Wan Lon, am very dissatisfied, I have to admit that this man has my approval. The waiter standing by tried to suppress his excitement and asked with a trembling voice, Sir, do you really want this bottle of Crusader shield from the French Royal Winery? Chen Fan nodded and said, that's right. Add a few of the most expensive fruit plates and serve them together. The waiter respectfully took out a card POS machine and said, Sir, we pay the card fee first. Chen Fan casually took out an ICBC card and handed it to the waiter. Chen Fan's ICBC card was just an ordinary debit card. It looked like it had been used for a long time, with some scratches on the corners. Chapter 96 Envious Eyes. Seeing the worn-out debit card, Tang Yusin sneered with contempt again, is such a broken bank card worthy of such noble red wine? If it says insufficient balance, there will be something interesting to watch. Lu Xinming and Su Qingru also looked worried. They also knew that debit cards could not be overdrawn and could only be used to pay for deposits. At this moment, almost all eyes were fixed on the POS machine, eagerly awaiting the result. The result surprised everyone. A glaring red light lit up on the POS machine and the card swiping failed. Lu Xinmeng, Su Qingru, and Sun Na all felt their hearts tighten. The scene they least wanted to see happened. It would be too embarrassing to parade around in this top-notch Golden Supreme booth, enjoying the envious looks of others, only to be kicked out because you can't pay. Only Tang Yusin stood up excitedly, pointing at Chen Fan and about to laugh at him. But I heard the waiter apologized with sweat on his forehead. Sorry, the POS machine has a paper jam. I'll get another one. After saying that, the waiter hurriedly ran to get the POS machine. Chen Fan was speechless. He knew very well that he already had nearly 200 million in cash in his bank card, so how could the card swipe fail? But if something goes wrong at this critical moment, people with poor mental quality might have a heart attack. Lu Xinming's beautiful eyes flashed with nervousness. She leaned close to Chen Fan's ear and whispered, Chen Fan, how about we run? Lu Xinming was afraid that Chen Fan had no money in his card, and she would be embarrassed then. After all, Chen Fan appeared in front of Lu Xinming's friends as her friend. If Chen Fan was embarrassed, she would also be embarrassed. Chen Fan tapped Lu Xinming on the forehead in annoyance and said, Why are you running? Don't embarrass me. Sit still. Fortunately, the waiter came back quickly with a new POS machine in his hand. Chen Fan said unhappily, What's wrong with your bar? Even one of the POS machines has problems. The waiter wiped his sweat and said, Excuse me, sir, I will swipe your card right away. The waiter took Chen Fan's bank card and inserted it into the POS machine. This time the card was swiped smoothly and a receipt was printed out quickly. Everyone looked shocked. This receipt means that Chen Fan has spent more than 490,000 yuan tonight. Many people work hard all year but can't earn 100,000 yuan, but Chen Fan just swiped his card casually and spent 490,000 yuan. Tang Yusin's beautiful eyes revealed a look of shock. She had thought that Chen Fan would definitely make a fool of himself because he could not swipe the card, but she did not expect that he could actually swipe the card successfully. Lu Xinming was also shocked. It was the first time she witnessed Chen Fan's ability to make money. The last time they met, she thought Chen Fan was just a big boy who was good at catching dolls. Su Qingru was so surprised that she looked at Chen Fan with her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. In her eyes, this young man was too mysterious and seemed to take special care of her. Zhao Wan and Sun Na also couldn't believe their eyes and looked at Chen Fan curiously. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 34%. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 490,000 yuan on the target during the mission and successfully obtained double cash back. 980,000 cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +1. Su Qingru's favorability, 42. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinming's favorability, +3. Lu Xinming's favorability, 8. The waiter was very excited to see that the card swipe was successful, and he said a few words excitedly into the microphone. The lights in the bar suddenly started to flicker, and a dynamic tune rose into the sky. Thunderous cheers and whistles came from the speakers. On the stage, the beautiful DJ shouted excitedly, Mr. Chen in the Golden Supreme booth is the most beautiful star tonight. He has purchased the French winery's Royal Special Edition, the Crusader Shield, which is worth 490,000. Let's give warm cheers to Mr. Chen in the Golden Supreme booth. The spotlights on the bar's ceiling instantly converged on the Golden Supreme booth, shining brightly. Chen Fan and others once again became the focus of the entire bar. Damn, I can't believe that kid actually consumed such expensive wine? It's worthy of being the Golden Supreme seat. It's so grand. No wonder he is surrounded by beautiful women. Only a rich man like him can be accompanied by so many beauties. Some jealous and envious voices could be heard faintly, making Chen Fan feel a little elated. The girls around also cast envious looks at Su Qingru and the others. Many girls also wanted to sit in the Golden Supreme booth to feel the feeling of being the center of attention. Among the young customers in the bar, the men naturally envied Chen Fan. The girls all looked at Su Qingru and the others with envy. It was the wish of countless girls to be able to sit gracefully and elegantly in the Golden Supreme booth for a while. Feeling the fiery gazes all around, Su Qingru, Lu Xinming and Tang Yusin all unconsciously posed in the most graceful postures, and the vanity in their hearts was satisfied like never before. Of course, they all knew that the reason they could sit in the much-anticipated Supreme booth was because of Chen Fan's invitation. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 41%. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 490,000 yuan on the target during the mission, and successfully obtained double cash back. 980,000 cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +1. Su Qingruo's favorability, 43. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinming's favorability, +3. Lu Xinming's favorability, 11. Byte. Congratulations to the host for gaining the attention of a new target. The system has bound the target to Tang Yusin. Name, Tang Yusin. Age, 22. Height, 164 centimeters. Occupation, college student, part-time anchor. Appearance, 91. Measurements, 89 c, 57, 8. Purity, 99. Health value, no gynecological diseases, healthy. Favorability, 5. Talents, dice rolling purple rarity, drinking capacity purple rarity, billiards green rarity. Hearing the system voice in his mind, Chen Fan was a little surprised that it was actually bound to Tang Yusin. However, Chen Fan had no interest in Tang Yusin. He only wanted to improve Su Qingruo's favorability, and Lu Xinming could follow suit. Soon, the bar's luminous floor flickered, forming a star-studded star path again. A group of bunny girls dressed hot and sexy, wearing bunny ears and black stockings, walked towards the Golden Supreme booth along the star-lit road under the spotlight, carrying fruit plates and crusader shields. Chapter 97 Romantic Past. The beautiful DJ on the stage was jumping excitedly, raising her hands high to liven up the atmosphere. The lights in the bar were also shining wildly along with the dynamic melody. Coupled with the cheers and whistles of the crowds of people on the speakers, the whole bar was in high spirits and the atmosphere reached its peak. Even Tang Yusin's live broadcast room went crazy, with comments flooding in like a tide and dancing emojis constantly appearing. This bar is so cool. The little fan of oil sincerely praised, yes, the atmosphere is awesome, I love it. Strange, I, Wan Long, can't control my body anymore and I'm actually dancing in front of my phone. The sound waves were so strong that I was thrown to the floor and kept banging my head forward. The sound was just bang bang bang. The bunny girl respectfully placed the fruit plate and the crusader's shield on the coffee table, and also carefully placed a set of high-heeled glasses. Open the wine for me. Chen Fan ordered domineeringly. Yes, Mr. Chen. A beautiful bunny girl took out a special electric corkscrew and slowly opened the cork of the red wine bottle. Please enjoy your meal. The bunny girl gave Chen Fan a sweet smile and slowly retreated. When the expensive bottle of red wine is opened, a rich and fragrant aroma of red wine wafts out. Wow, it smells so good. Lu Xinming immediately closed her eyes in ecstasy and started to smell it. Sun Na and Zhao immediately took out their phones excitedly, took photos and posted them on their moments, adding emotional words. A bottle of French Royal Specialty red wine costs 490,000 yuan, and a sip costs 10,000 yuan. I'm so lucky today. The fragrance alone is intoxicating. Tang Yusin smiled sweetly at Chen Fan and said, Chen Fan, let me pour you a cup. Chen Fan was also surprised. Tang Yusin's expression changed so quickly. She was sarcastic and mocking towards him just now, but suddenly she became sweet and lovely. As she spoke, Tang Yusin reached out to pick up the bottle of red wine. Chen Fan stopped Tang Yusin and said calmly, I'll pour it. So, under the expectant gazes of several girls, Chen Fan picked up the French royal red wine and poured it into the wine glass. The deep red nectar reflected the white light, flowing out slowly and gracefully, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. It was so stylish. Chen Fan poured the first glass of red wine, and several girls thought that Chen Fan would take a sip first. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan handed the first glass of red wine to Su Qingru with a smile. Su Qingru, the first glass is for you to taste first. Chen Fan's actions surprised several girls. Lu Xinming and Sun Na were the first to protest. Lu Xinming pouted indignantly and said, Chen Fan. You biased person, why do you always let Su Qingru do everything first? Sun Na also protested angrily, Chen Fan, do you like Su Qingru? Why do you give her everything? Several girls were very jealous and looked at Chen Fan angrily. If Chen Fan tasted this first glass of top-quality red wine himself, they would have no objection. But Chen Fan's favoritism was too obvious, and he did not hide it at all. Not only did he let Su Qingru order the food, he also gave her the privilege of being the first to taste the wine. Tang Yusin felt an even more sour sense of frustration in her heart. There was a flash of grievance in her beautiful eyes. She felt that she had lost to Su Qingru again. Seeing that several of her friends were protesting, Su Qingru said a little embarrassedly, Chen Fan, you don't have to pour it for me first, give it to them first. Su Qingru naturally also felt Chen Fan's special care for her, but she didn't understand why. Lu Xinming came close to Chen Fan, took Chen Fan's arm and shook it, saying, "That's right, why do you have to let Su Qingru taste it first?" Chen Fan looked at the girls and explained with a faint smile, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Su Qingru and I are both from the 4th high school. We have met before." Chen Fan's words shocked the girls. No one could have imagined that Chen Fan and Su Qingru were schoolmates. "You are actually alumni?" Lu Xinmeng looked at Chen Fan in confusion, then at Su Qingru. Lu Xinmeng finally understood why Chen Fan took care of Su Qingru in every way. Sun Na and Zhao Wan's dissatisfaction with Chen Fan's favoritism also eased a little. After all, Chen Fan and Su Qingru have some connection, so it makes sense for him to take care of her a little. The person who was most surprised to hear Chen Fan's words was naturally Su Qingru. Su Qingru blinked her bright eyes and looked at Chen Fan curiously. She tried hard to recall but still couldn't remember having met Chen Fan before. Su Qingru was slightly stunned and asked, "Have we met before, Chen Fan? I think you look familiar, but I can't remember where." Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "It's normal that you don't remember. There was a little misunderstanding between us. Do you remember one time in high school, I was playing with paper airplanes upstairs and accidentally hit you?" After Chen Fan said that, Su Qingru finally remembered. There was indeed such an incident in high school. Su Qingru was hit in the chest by a boy's paper airplane. This scene was seen by many classmates and was discussed privately by many classmates for a long time. Su Qingru thought about that incident. She did see the boy's face at that time, but Chen Fan was very panicked at that time. He just glanced at Su Qingru and ran away. Thinking back on it, the boy was indeed Chen Fan. Su Qingru blushed and said, "So it's you." Su Qingru blushed a little. She didn't expect that the person who hit her chest with the paper plane was this somewhat mysterious young man. However, Chen Fan and Su Qingru did not explain clearly, so the other girls did not know what part the paper plane hit and thought it was just a normal bump. Lu Xinmeng pouted and said, "I didn't expect you guys had such a romantic past." Sun Na also said speechlessly, "Yes, since you have such a past, I will not be angry at Chen Fan's partiality." Chen Fan, with a gentleman's smile on his face, handed the glass of red wine to Su Qingru again and said slowly, "So, this first glass of wine is for you to taste first, as my apology to you for the paper airplane that year." The other girls looked at Su Qingru with envy. This is not an ordinary red wine, it is a top-quality red wine worth 490,000 yuan. Just this cup would cost at least tens of thousands. Lu Xinmeng murmured enviously, "It would be nice if a boy could confess to me like this." Sun Na also nodded in agreement. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 49%. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +1. Su Qingru's favorability, 44. Hearing Chen Fan's sincere apology, Su Qingru was somewhat moved. It would be pretentious to refuse again. So, Su Qingru's green jade fingers gently pinched the stem of the red wineglass, raised the glass to Chen Fan, and said with a sweet smile on her pretty face, "Okay, thank you, Chen Fan." Chapter 98, The Miser. Under the envious gazes of several girls, Su Qingru raised her white head, and after her rosy and soft lips came into close contact with the crystal wineglass, she gently took a sip. Her beauty and elegance stunned Chen Fan. Some women's grace is truly innate, and every move is full of beauty. After leaving a faint and attractive lip print on the red wineglass, a rich, mellow and elegant sweetness bloomed brilliantly between Su Qingru's taste buds. Su Qing's beautiful eyes were bright and she said excitedly, "It's worthy of being a royal special supply. It's really delicious. Chen Fan, you should try it." Lu Xinming refused to do so, and handed a red wineglass to Chen Fan, saying, "No, it's my turn." "Chen Fan, I will be angry if you don't pour me a glass of red wine." Lu Xinmeng glared at Chen Fan with a hint of pouting in her beautiful eyes. She was a little jealous of Su Qingru. Chen Fan clearly appeared as her friend, but unexpectedly he favored Su Qingru everywhere. Chen Fan also noticed that Lu Xinmeng was a little jealous, so he picked up the red wine bottle and poured a glass for Lu Xinmeng. Okay, I'll pour it for you, stingy guy." Chen Fan also knew that if he didn't comfort Lu Xinmeng, her favorability would probably drop. "Who is the stingy one?" Lu Xinmeng glared at Chen Fan, but when she saw Chen Fan pour her some red wine, she calmed down a lot and smiled. Among these girls, she was the second one to have Chen Fan pour wine for her, which was considered a good result. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinmeng's favorability, +1. Lu Xinmeng's favorability, 12. Lu Xinmeng also tasted a sip of the top-quality red wine happily, and immediately praised it with a surprised look on her face. Wow, this is so delicious. The only disadvantage of expensive things is that they are expensive. After Lu Xinmeng received wine from Chen Fan, Sun Na, Zhao and Tang Yusin also became anxious. They rushed to pick up the red wine glasses and handed them to Chen Fan, asking Chen Fan to pour wine for them. Several girls were scrambling for position as if they were competing for a ranking. The order in which Chen Fan poured the wine was like the status of the girls in his eyes. No matter which girl it is, it would undoubtedly be embarrassing if Chen Fan poured wine for her at the last moment. There was a hint of anxiety in Tang Yusin's eyes. If Chen Fan was the last one to pour wine for her, she would not be able to accept it. Tang Yusin thinks of herself as a top beauty. Even if she is not as good as Su Qingru, she will never think that she is inferior to Lu Xinmeng, Sun Na and Zhao. Besides, there were many viewers watching in the live broadcast room. If they saw that she was really the last one, it would be extremely embarrassing. It seemed that Chen Fan was going to pour red wine for Zhao first. Tang Yusin was anxious. She reached out and hugged Chen Fan's arm, pressed her soft body against him and said, "Chen Fan, I want to try it too. Pour me some wine." Chen Fan immediately felt something soft and elastic pressing against his arm. Chen Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tang Yusin to be so bold. Chen Fan smiled slightly, took back the bottle of wine that was originally intended to be poured for Zhao, and poured it into Tang Yusin's glass. Seeing that Chen Fan did not refuse, Tang Yusin breathed a sigh of relief and instantly felt a lot more relaxed. She was overjoyed and smiled delicately. "Thank you, Chen Fan." Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Tang Yusin's favorability, +1. Tang Yusin's favorability, 6. The scene where Tang Yusin deliberately pushed against Chen Fan's arm was not captured by the live camera, but was seen by Lu Xinmeng. Lu Xinmeng glared at Tang Yusin with hatred, feeling very jealous, and thought to herself, "You were so good, Tang Yusin, you actually used this method to steal Chen Fan's favor." Lu Xinmeng felt that she was surrounded by enemies. Not only was Su Qingru a big threat, but even Tang Yusin wanted to compete for Chen Fan. In Tang Yusin's live broadcast room, all the fans were surprised. They are all loyal fans of Tang Yusin. In their eyes, Tang Yusin is a top beauty. Unexpectedly, Tang Yusin was the third person to drink the top-quality red wine. "I'm so angry. Who on earth is this man? He wasn't the first one to pour wine for Xiao Xiner. Yeah, damn it, I, Wang Long, once again disapprove of this man." The little oil fan said proudly, based on the positions of several people, this little oil fan judged that this man poured wine for Xiao Ru'er first. When Tang Yusin was live streaming, she filmed herself most of the time and didn't film other people, so others didn't know where several people were sitting. But this little fan of oil had been paying attention to where Su Qingru was sitting, so he immediately figured out who would be the first wine poured for Su Qingru. Chen Fan finally poured red wine for Zhao and Sun Na. Zhao and Sun Na were naturally a little disappointed, but Chen Fan couldn't take care of everyone's feelings, so he had to take care of the target bound to the system first. Finally, Chen Fan poured himself a glass of Crusader and took a sip carefully. I have to say that this is indeed a top-quality red wine, sweet and smooth on the palate, with a delicate and long aftertaste, which is simply incomparable to ordinary red wine. In this bar with a full atmosphere, you can listen to beautiful music, enjoy top-quality red wine, and sit next to beautiful young girls with sweet smiles, who will occasionally be jealous of you. This kind of life is really enjoyable. Chen Fan's heart is full of joy. Chen Fan chatted casually with a few girls for a while, and unknowingly became closer to them. Chen Fan looked at the system task. The task fund provided was 20 million, but he only spent 490,000, which was really too little. Chen Fan ordered a few more bottles of expensive red wine before he could get together 2 million. Seeing that Chen Fan spent 2 million without blushing or beating his heart, the girls were naturally shocked again. The looks Lu Xinmeng, Sun Na, and Zhao gave Chen Fan became more and more mysterious. There was an ambiguous look in Tang Yusin's eyes, and she kept winking at Chen Fan. Just now, Chen Fan did not refuse to pour her wine, which made Tang Yusin regain some confidence and become bolder. Tang Yusin pestered Chen Fan and asked, "Chen Fan, do you usually watch live broadcasts?" Chen Fan said casually, "Look." Tang Yusin's eyes lit up and she smiled, "Then can you pay attention to my live broadcast room? Come and watch my live broadcast when you have nothing to do, I can chat with you." Chen Fan thought about it and felt that he could also get double the cash back by buying an interstellar battleship for Tang Yusin. Anyway, the 20 million mission funds will be recovered if not spent, so it is better to give some to Tang Yusin. Moreover, since the system is bound to Tang Yusin, he can earn more rewards from her and speed up the time for him to take revenge on Lu Tianhao and Chu Xiaolei. Chen Fan picked up his phone and opened the live streaming platform. Because Chen Fan was invisible and anonymous, Tang Yusin could not see the prompt that he had entered the live broadcast room. Chapter 99. Are you the oil drill? Tang Yusin asked curiously, have you come in? Why can't I see your name? Chen Fan said calmly, I am an invisible state. Tang Yusin asked curiously, why are you invisible? After Chen Fan entered Tang Yusin's live broadcast room, he immediately started to brush 50 interstellar battleships. The interstellar battleship special effects rose brilliantly, and the live broadcast platform began to scroll notifications again. The distinguished guest anonymous user gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Xian's live broadcast room. Come and watch. The distinguished guest anonymous user gave away a luxurious interstellar battleship in Zhao Xian's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 500,000 on the target during the mission, and successfully obtained double cashback. 1 million cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Tang Yusin's favorability, +5. Tang Yusin's favorability, 11. When the cashback news rang in Chen Fan's mind, the popularity of Tang Yusin's live broadcast room instantly soared. Chen Fan's brushing method shocked all the audience. There are actually people who are playing Star Wars anonymously. Others are eager to brush interstellar battleships. Oh my god, this man is too crazy when it comes to blasting starships. Fuck you, what kind of rich second generation is this? He spends money without blinking an eye. I, Wang Long, have finally found a rich man who can compare with an oil drilling probe, huh? Where's the oil drill? Call the oil drill over. Zhao Xianer can finally compete with Zhao Roar in strength today. When Tang Yusin saw the interstellar battleship rising in her live broadcast room, her beautiful eyes widened with surprise. She was so excited that her lips trembled and her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Chen Fan, thank you. Tang Yusin said incoherently with excitement. Chen Fan winked at Tang Yusin and shook his head slightly, meaning that she should not say it out loud. Tang Yusin was stunned. She understood Chen Fan's look and had no choice but to nod. Although Tang Yusin really wanted to show off the 500,000 yuan that Chen Fan gave her, she had to hold back after Chen Fan winked at her. Tang Yusin winked at Chen Fan quietly and nodded to show that she understood. At this time, the other girls were chatting casually, so they didn't know that Chen Fan had given Tang Yusin 500,000 yuan. In the eyes of the other girls, Chen Fan simply added Tang Yusin's live broadcast room, and it was a very ordinary interaction. Especially Lu Xinmeng. If she knew that Chen Fan had already given Tang Yusin 500,000 yuan, she would probably become jealous and make a fuss. When several girls heard Tang Yusin and Chen Fan talking about live streaming, they immediately became excited. Lu Xinming said proudly, Sun Na, do you know that a few days ago, a local tyrant gave Su Qingru a gift worth millions? Lu Xinming, Tang Yusin, Su Qingru, and Zhao Wan were roommates in the same dormitory, so they all knew about this. The only one who doesn't know is Sun Na. When Sun Na heard this, she was extremely surprised and asked exaggeratedly, what? Millions? Did I hear it right? Lu Xinmeng also said with envy, it's absolutely true, everyone in our dormitory knows it. Zhao Wan also nodded and said, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. That rich man was both mysterious and generous. He was just throwing money around when it came to gifts. Sun Na looked at Su Qingru with envy and jealousy on her face. Su Qingru, I can't believe you're a wealthy woman now. Su Qingru smiled sheepishly, don't laugh at me, I don't even know who that senior is, and I don't know if he will ask me to return it to him. Lu Xinming said jokingly, look, Su Qingru, this little rich woman, is pretending. Zhao Wan also smiled and said, that's right. I originally wanted Su Qingru, the little rich woman, to treat us today. Who knew that she would meet Chen Fan on the way and escape from the disaster? Su Qingru's pretty face flushed with anxiety, and she said helplessly, don't call me a little rich woman, I'm not. Listening to several girls excitedly chatting about the mysterious rich man, Chen Fan smiled, calmly picked up the red wine and took a sip. At this time, Lu Xinming came over playfully, blinked her beautiful eyes curiously, looked at Chen Fan's phone and asked, Chen Fan, which anchor do you like to watch? Hearing Lu Xinming's words, Su Qingru, Zhao Wan, and Sun Na also looked over curiously. They also wanted to know Chen Fan's hobby of watching live broadcasts. Lu Xinming acted very quickly, and Chen Fan, who was drinking red wine, didn't react yet. Lu Xinming had already seen Chen Fan as follow list, and the first one was Zhao Roar. This follow list is ranked according to the degree of preference, and the first one is the live broadcast room that the user likes to watch the most. Lu Xinming and Su Qingru were roommates, so they naturally knew that the name of Su Qingru's live broadcast room was Xiaoruer. Lu Xinming's eyes widened in surprise and she said, Chen Fan, your favorite live broadcast room is actually Su Qingru's? Hearing Lu Xinming's words, several girls were surprised and looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Zhao asked in surprise, Lu Xinming, did you see it wrong? Is it Su Qingru that Chen Fan likes to look at the most? Lu Xinming nodded with certainty, you are definitely not mistaken. The first person on Chen Fan's follow list is Su Qingru. The most surprised person was naturally Su Qingru. Her bright eyes sparkled with surprise, and she looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Su Qingru could never have imagined that Chen Fan's favorite place to watch was her live broadcast room. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 54%. Zhao looked at Chen Fan with a joking look in her eyes and said with a smile, Chen Fan, it seems that you have liked Su Qingru for a long time. Being stared at by several girls, even though Chen Fan thought he was thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. But Chen Fan changed his mind and decided that he would reveal his true colors to Su Qingru sooner or later anyway, so it didn't matter. Chen Fan forced himself to remain calm and said, I told you, Su Qingru and I are both from the 4th middle school. Is there anything wrong with watching my junior's live stream? Lu Xinmeng found something suspicious. She picked up Chen Fan's phone again and looked at it. She was shocked. She saw Chen Fan's ID name, which turned out to be the famous oil drilling head. Lu Xinmeng couldn't believe it and said, Chen Fan, you are the oil drill head? The words oil drilling head were like a bomb dropped on a calm lake, shocking everyone completely. These girls are very familiar with the live broadcast platform, so they all know that there is a mysterious senior named Oil Drill Head in Su Qingru's live broadcast room. He generously gave her gifts worth millions and even made an unannounced appearance to show up at Su Qingru's live broadcast room. Chapter 100 Drinking a Cup of Wine with Su Qingru. During this period, this mysterious rich man was the most hotly discussed topic among these girls, and they were very eager to know his identity. At this moment, several girls looked at Chen Fan in disbelief and were extremely shocked. Just now they were still enthusiastically discussing the identity of the mysterious rich man, but they didn't expect that the real person was Chen Fan sitting in front of them. The audience in Tang Yusen's live broadcast room naturally also heard the conversation between the few people. All the audience were shocked. Oh my god, this rich guy is actually an oil driller? Today I finally saw his true self, but it's a pity that Xiao Xiner didn't take a picture of his face. Although I, Wang Long, don't want to admit it, I have no choice but to admit it. The little oil fan was also shocked and said, isn't that impossible? The anonymous rich man just now is the oil drilling probe? The person who felt the most unbelievable was naturally Su Qingru. Her bright and beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 57%. Su Qingru also began to have a deep impression of Chen Fan. Lu Xinming said in surprise, Chen Fan, no wonder you are so rich, it turns out you are the oil drill, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Xinmeng also felt speechless. When she first met Chen Fan, it was only because of the way Chen Fan caught the doll that caught her attention. But Lu Xinmeng only thought that Chen Fan was a boy who knew how to catch dolls. She didn't expect that Chen Fan was actually a hidden rich second generation. Chen Fan said calmly, you didn't ask me either. Zhao joked, just now we were discussing who the oil drill head was, and Chen Fan, you were still sitting next to us and listening. So you kept silent and pretended to be an expert? Tang Yusen came to Chen Fan's rescue and said, Chen Fan didn't lie to us on purpose. He said right away that he and Su Qingru were schoolmates. What he said is completely true. Hearing Tang Yusen speaking for him, Chen Fan couldn't help but nodded in his heart. It seemed that the 500,000 yuan he had just spent was not in vain. Several girls thought so too. When Chen Fan gave Su Qingru gifts, he claimed to be her senior. He also said when they met today that he and Su Qingru were from the same middle school and he had never lied. Lu Xinmeng blinked her eyes and said teasingly, Chen Fan, tell me the truth. Have you been secretly in love with Su Qingru for a long time? You gave her gifts and took special care of her today? Why don't you confess your love to her now? Zhao Wan and Sun Na immediately became excited and shouted, yes, confess. Confession. A blush appeared on Su Qingru's pretty face. She immediately became nervous and at a loss. Chen Fan waved his hands and said, you misunderstood. It's not a secret crush. I just support my high school alumni while watching the live broadcast. Lu Xinming said disappointedly, I don't believe it. If you don't have a crush on Su Qingru, why would you give her so many gifts? And why did you take special care of her today? Chen Fan said calmly, if you don't believe me, you can also start a live broadcast, and I will give you gifts too. Hearing Chen Fan's denial, Su Qingru felt a little relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. But for some reason, Su Qingru seemed to feel a hint of disappointment in her heart. She also didn't know why, but she felt that she didn't hate Chen Fan. Chen Fan now looks very comfortable and is very gentlemanly towards girls. Su Qingru picked up the red wine and poured a glass for Chen Fan. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with sincerity as she raised her glass to Chen Fan and said, Chen Fan, thank you for the gift you gave me. In fact, I always feel that I shouldn't have accepted so many gifts from you. If you need money, just let me know and I'll pay you back. Chen Fan smiled casually and said, you can spend the gift I gave you as you like. Why would I ask you to pay it back? Chen Fan and Su Qingru clinked their glasses and were about to drink them all when Lu Xinming and Zhao started to make noises. No, it's fine if you don't want to confess your feelings, but you have to drink from the same cup. When Su Qingru heard that Lu Xinming actually wanted them to drink a cup of wine together, her pretty face flushed and she said shyly, don't make trouble. When Chen Fan thought about the mission he had, he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Chen Fan smiled at Su Qingru, then took the initiative to put his wrist through hers and made a gesture as if he was going to drink from the cup of wine. Amid the excited applause from Lu Xinming, Zhao Wan and Sun Na, the atmosphere was set just right. Su Qingru had no choice but to blush, hook her wrist with Chen Fan's, and drink the red wine in the glass. While drinking the wedding wine, Chen Fan looked at Su Qingru with a smile in his eyes. Her pretty face was flushed with a beautiful blush, her beautiful eyes were shy and timid, her rosy and tender lips were lightly pressed against the wineglass, and her delicate white throat moved slightly as she swallowed the red wine. Her charming appearance was so beautiful that Chen Fan felt his heart beating. Tang Yusin's live broadcast room caused a sensation again. They know how to have fun. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. I'm so envious. Damn it. If I had so much money, I would also drink a cup of wine with Xiao Ruer. In the quiet bird bar, some young men looked at Chen Fan with envy and jealousy. Chen Fan is now the focus of everyone's attention and the public enemy in the hearts of many men. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host has deepened. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 75%. After drinking the wedding wine, the degree of remembering it in heart also skyrocketed. It seems that the interaction with the wedding wine has deepened Su Qingru's impression of Chen Fan, which makes Chen Fan very happy. The two put down their wineglasses, and Su Qingru sat down with a blushing face, stealing glances at Chen Fan from time to time. Chen Fan also glanced at Su Qingru from time to time. When their eyes occasionally met, they both felt a tingling sensation as if they were electrocuted, and they quickly dodged away. A few people played in the bar until 10 o'clock, and left when the dormitory was about to close, feeling unsatisfied. Chen Fan had been drinking, so he didn't drive them. Instead, he called a taxi and took them back. Chen Fan also called a designated driver and drove the car back to the Carlton Hotel. Walking into the lobby of Carlton Hotel, Chen Fan's eyes were looking for Fong Yuan's graceful figure. Every time I return to the Carlton Hotel, Fong Yuan will greet me with a smile. This has become a habit. Chen Fan was surprised to see a greasy middle-aged man with a big belly, a fat head and big ears, and a suit that made him look as bloated as a barrel, who was drunk and harassing Fong Yuan. This greasy middle-aged man is the vice president and general manager of the Carlton Hotel. Most people call him Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao's lustful eyes were greedily wandering over Fong Yuan's curvy body. He smiled and said, Manager Fong, come with me to the room for a drink. Chapter 101 Fong Yuan's personal mission. Being stared at by Mr. Zhao with fiery eyes, Fong Yuan felt very uncomfortable. She frowned and said, Mr. Zhao, you've drunk too much. Go back and have a rest. Mr. Zhao grinned and said, What are you afraid of? I am the boss of this hotel. I ask you to accompany me. Who dares to say no? Mr. Zhao stretched out his fat hands, grabbed Fong Yuan's fair little hands with a smile, and started squeezing them. Fong Yuan was startled and tried to pull her hand out quickly. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhao held her hand tightly and refused to let go. Fong Yuan was so anxious that her face turned red. She hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao, let me go. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhao became even more aggressive. He hugged Fong Yuan in his arms and kissed her with his fat face pouting. The receptionist looked surprised, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, this fat and greasy man was the general manager of the Carlton Hotel and could fire her with just one sentence. Chen Fan was surprised to see that greasy fat man harassing Fong Yuan so blatantly when the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. New mission opens. Task name, be grateful. Task description, the system detects binding. The target Fong Yuan encountered troubles. In order to make Fong Yuan feel good about the host, a personal task is started, be grateful. Mission objective, the host needs to help Fong Yuan solve her problems and gain her gratitude so that she is willing to date the host. The system provides a cashback function. During the mission, the host will get double the amount of money spent on himself and double the amount spent on the target. The system provides 20 million in mission funds. Task Reward 1, 5 gold talent points. Task Reward 2, a little charm. Task Reward 3, Fong Yuan favorability 5 points. Task Reward 4, 1 level 3 Monopoly acquisition card. Current task progress, 0%. The sudden opening of the task made Chen Fan stunned. I just recently started the personal tasks of Xiao Manya and Su Qingru, and haven't finished them yet. Unexpectedly, Fong Yuan's personal task has been started too. It seems that these several tasks have to be carried out simultaneously. But Chen Fan was not in a hurry. After all, these were all charming beauties, and the process of interacting with them was also wonderful. What caught Chen Fan's attention was naturally the third-level acquisition card in the mission reward. What Chen Fan wanted most was to collect 4 level 3 acquisition cards as soon as possible and forcibly by Guanyi Film and Television Group, which had a market value of 40 billion. The personal task rewards for Xiao Manya, Su Qingru, and Fong Yuan, which were open one after another, each contained a level 3 acquisition card. If these 3 tasks are completed, Chen Fan will have 3 cards in his hand, and only 1 more card is needed to acquire Lu Tianhao's Guanyi Film and Television Group. Therefore, Chen Fan is bound to win. Chen Fan thought about it, pretended to be relaxed, walked towards Fong Yuan, and said casually, "Manager Fong, come here, I want to order a midnight snack tonight." Chen Fan's sudden appearance startled several people. Mr. Zhao looked at Chen Fan in astonishment, and Fong Yuan was able to break free from Mr. Zhao's arms and pull back her fair little hand. Fong Yuan looked at Chen Fan with gratitude. She knew very well that Chen Fan said that to help her out. Bite. The mission target Fong Yuan feels grateful to the host. The current progress of the Be Grateful mission is 3%. Chen Fan was delighted, it seemed that the task was easy to complete. Mr. Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, and he said unhappily, "Who are you? How dare you come into our 5-star hotel and act wild?" Mr. Zhao was very angry. He was just touching Fong Yuan's soft little hand vigorously, but was interrupted by this strange young man. Chen Fan said calmly, "I'm a guest staying here, is that not okay?" Mr. Zhao was stunned, and looked at Chen Fan with suspicion. "You can afford to stay in a 5-star hotel like this?" Mr. Zhao was also very proud of his 5-star Carlton hotel. Seeing that Chen Fan looked like a young college graduate, he did not think that Chen Fan could afford to stay in this 5-star luxury hotel. At this time, Fong Yuan said, "Mr. Zhao, this is Mr. Chen from the presidential suite." Mr. Zhao's fat face froze, and he looked at Chen Fan in surprise. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that Chen Fan didn't look like someone who could live in the presidential suite. Mr. Zhao turned around and asked the receptionist, "Is this really Mr. Chen who lives in the presidential suite?" The receptionist nodded and said, "This is Mr. Chen." Mr. Zhao opened his mouth in shock, and then his expression changed wonderfully. Mr. Zhao also heard some discussions that a young man booked a presidential suite for a month without blinking an eye and spent more than 4 million. The look in Mr. Zhao's eyes changed immediately. Although he was very angry that Chen Fan interrupted him, he was the general manager of the Carlton Hotel after all, and he would never dare to offend such a big customer. Mr. Zhao forced a smile on his fat face and said to Chen Fan, "Boss Chen, please feel free to do as you please." Chen Fan sneered, then said to Fong Yuan, "Manager Fong, please take me upstairs." Fong Yuan nodded, "Okay, please follow me." Fong Yuan turned around and walked towards the VIP elevator first, and Chen Fan followed behind her. The two of them entered the VIP elevator, and Fong Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, exhaling a long breath of orchid fragrance, but there was a hint of sadness between her brows. Then, Fong Yuan smiled sweetly at Chen Fan and said, "You helped me out just now." "Thank you so much." Chen Fan said calmly, "It's just a piece of cake." Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fong Yuan's favorability, +1. Fong Yuan's favorability, 3. The sound of Fang Yuan's favorability increasing also came into my mind. Chen Fan smiled faintly and asked, Manager Fang, does Mr. Zhao often harass you? Fang Yuan frowned slightly and said, this Mr. Zhao has a very powerful wife. We all call her Madame Zhao. With Madame Zhao watching over him, Mr. Zhao doesn't dare to be too presumptuous. Chen Fan nodded, so that's how it is. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly and said, hey, this Mr. Zhao is so annoying. Every time he looks at me, I feel uncomfortable. Chen Fan smiled with admiration and said, Manager Fang is so beautiful. All men will like her when they see her. Chen Fan was not lying. Fang Yuan was indeed very elegant and looked very beautiful. Fang Yuan was just casually wearing a professional suit, but her curvy figure looked very graceful and full of feminine beauty. Her long ponytail is also extremely flowing and smooth. On her pretty face with a little makeup, her bright eyes are piercing, her nose is delicate and small, and her pink lips are delicate and tempting. She is indeed an absolute beauty. In the system, Fang Yuan's appearance is 91, which is only 2 points lower than the highest Su Qingru in Xiaomanya. Chapter 102 Plastic Sisters. When Fang Yuan heard Chen Fan praising her beauty, although she didn't say anything, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. After all, women all like compliments from men. Fang Yuan recalled the last time they had an accidental intimate contact in the VIP elevator. When Fang Yuan's delicate body accidentally pressed against Chen Fan very gentlemanly pushed her away and did not take advantage of her. Chen Fan's actions left Fang Yuan with a good impression of him, and she knew that he was not the kind of man who liked to take advantage of women. Therefore, Fang Yuan did not feel disgusted with Chen Fan in her heart. When she heard Chen Fan's praise, Fang Yuan felt even happier. Fang Yuan smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Chen, you really know how to make girls happy. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, I'm not trying to make you happy. I'm just telling the truth. After Chen Fan jokingly tested Fang Yuan last time, he knew that Fang Yuan was also a very reserved girl. You must not be too aggressive with this kind of girl. So Chen Fan was very well behaved in front of Fang Yuan, which actually helped him win her favor. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yuan's favorability, +1. Fang Yuan's favorability, 4. The system voice came from his mind at the right time, making Chen Fan very happy. After Fang Yuan opened the door of the presidential suite for Chen Fan, she bowed to him and said, Mr. Chen, please have a good rest. If you need anything, you can tell me on the intercom. Okay. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, and Fang Yuan turned and left. Chen Fan entered the luxurious presidential suite, stepped into the oversized luxurious bathtub, and enjoyed a comfortable bubble bath. While he was away during the day, the staff had already sprinkled red petals into the luxurious bathtub again. Chen Fan couldn't help but think of the blushing and heart-pounding scene with Zhao Yufi in this luxurious bathtub, and his heart couldn't help but palpitate. At this moment, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Su Qingru, Senior Chen Fan, thank you. I am very happy today. Chen Fan smiled slightly. It seemed that Su Qingru had a good impression of him today and actually sent him a message on her own initiative. Chen Fan was also very happy. Today was the first time for him to drink wine with a beautiful girl. Surprisingly, she was the goddess of his dreams in high school. This feeling was really wonderful. Chen Fan smiled and replied, I am very happy too, you look very beautiful today. Su Qingru sent a blushing emoji, followed by a happy emoji and said, I really didn't expect that the senior who gave me gifts was actually you in high school. Chen Fan smiled and said, are you surprised? Su Qingru replied, it was indeed unexpected and the feeling was also very wonderful. Chen Fan looked at the system panel. Among Xiaomanya, Su Qingru, and Fang Yuan who have started their personal tasks, Su Qingru has the highest favorability and the highest personal task progress. It seems that among these three people, Su Qingru's personal task will be completed first. Su Qingru's favorability has reached 43, and the progress of the Remember in Heart mission has reached 75%. At this time, Lu Xinming also sent a message to Chen Fan. She asked with a suspicious look on her face, Chen Fan, is Su Qingru chatting with you? I saw her typing on her phone in a mysterious way, but she didn't say anything when I asked her. Chen Fan was speechless. Lu Xinming was simply a spy. Chen Fan typed, no, I'm about to go to bed. Lu Xinming said unhappily, Chen Fan, you are really biased today. It was me who invited you to play, but you only treated Su Qingru well. That's really mean. Xinming was unhappy. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, Xan Meng, be good. I will make it up to you another day. Lu Xinmeng sent an expectant expression and said, how are you going to compensate me? Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, I'll buy you a gift someday. Lu Xinmeng said excitedly, then let us do it tomorrow. I can also make you happy. Chen Fan asked curiously, how do you make me happy? Lu Xinmeng said mysteriously, keep it a secret, you made me happy, and I can make you happy too. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, let's do it another day. I have something to do tomorrow. Lu Xinmeng said disappointedly, I'm not going to pay attention to you, Chen Fan, you big bad guy. Chen Fan was speechless, who is the bad guy? Lu Xinmeng said angrily, I saw it all today. When Tang Yusin asked you to pour wine for her, she deliberately leaned against you. You were going to pour wine for Zhao Wan, but when Tang Yusin leaned against you, you poured wine for Tang Yusin. Tell me, are you a bad guy? Chen Fan was stunned, and he also remembered that Tang Yusin did deliberately lean against him tightly at that time. Unexpectedly, this scene was seen by Lu Xinmeng. Chen Fan was speechless. It was really scary when these women became jealous of each other. Chen Fan had a headache and was thinking about how to reply to Lu Xinmeng. Lu Xinmeng sent a message that shocked Chen Fan. Lu Xinmeng said angrily, Chen Fan, I admit that you like Su Qingru, but you are not allowed to hang out with Tang Yusin. What Tang Yusin can give you, I can also give you. I am older than Tang Yusin. Chen Fan couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Lu Xinmeng was too bold. But what Lu Xinmeng said was not wrong. Although she was less than 1.6 meters tall and had a petite and delicate figure, she was very majestic. Chen Fan was already surprised enough, but he didn't expect that there was something even more surprising to come. Tang Yusin actually sent him a message, Chen Fan, is Lu Xinmeng saying bad things about me to you? I saw her typing non-stop and glaring at me secretly. Chen Fan was about to play dumb and said, no. Tang Yusin said to herself, if Lu Xinmeng says something bad about me to you, don't believe her. She loves to say bad things about others behind their backs. She also loves to lie and trick boys into giving her gifts. Chen Fan chatted casually with Lu Xinmeng and Tang Yusin at the same time. Tang Yusin also wanted to ask Chen Fan out for dinner alone, but Chen Fan refused. Although Tang Yusin and Lu Xinmeng were both bound by the system, Chen Fan still wanted to be with Su Qingru more, so he was rather perfunctory towards both of them. Chen Fan finally gave Tang Yusin and Lu Xinmeng each a red envelope of 10,000 yuan, and said, I am going to sleep now, and I will give you a red envelope for the last time, and don't tell anyone. Seeing that the red envelope that Chen Fan sent casually contained 10,000 yuan, Lu Xinmeng showed surprise on her pretty face. This is so generous. It is the first time that Lu Xinmeng has received such a big red envelope. Before this, the biggest red envelope Lu Xinmeng had ever received came from her number 1 bootlicker Zhang Xiaochuan, which was only 520 yuan. Chen Fan casually gave out a red envelope of 5,000. Compared with Zhang Xiaochuan, the difference between Chen Fan was like that between a Prince Charming and a stinky beggar. Chapter 103 She is the one who seduced Mr. Zhao. Lu Xinmeng immediately sent a smiling face to Chen Fan and said, hee hee, Xinmeng loves you. I have to go to bed early too, otherwise Tang Yusin will talk in her sleep and I won't be able to fall asleep. Tang Yusin was also shocked by the red envelope. She also sent a message, thank you, Chen Fan. I won't tell anyone else. Hee hee. I have to go to bed early too. Otherwise, if Lu Xinmeng falls asleep and grits her teeth, I won't be able to sleep. Chen Fan was also speechless. The two girls ended up throwing dirty water on their competitors. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinmeng's favorability, +2. Lu Xinmeng's favorability, 13. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Tang Yusin's favorability, +1. Tang Yusin's favorability, 12. The war between these women opened Chen Fan's eyes. The relationship between the sisters in their dormitory is definitely made of plastic. However, when Chen Fan saw several beautiful women competing for his favor, he felt a strange pleasure in his heart. In their dormitory, Su Qingru, needless to say, is a top-notch school beauty with fairy-like appearance. Lu Xinmeng and Tang Yusin are also very beautiful girls. Each of them has many suitors and they are at least considered the most beautiful girls in the class. These beautiful girls were actually fighting openly and secretly for Chen Fan's favor. If you tell others about it, you'll be so envious that you'll die. Chen Fan also felt a sense of superiority and a little dizzy. In comparison, Chen Fan felt that Su Qingru was a breath of fresh air. At least Su Qingru had never said anything bad about her roommates. Unconsciously, Chen Fan's impression of Su Qingru improved a little. She is worthy of being the dream goddess that I have had a crush on since high school. It seems that my vision was pretty good back then. At 7 o'clock the next morning, when Chen Fan was still sleeping soundly, a lady with fair skin and well-maintained skin, wearing a luxurious brocade cheongsam, an expensive mink shawl, and high heels, walked into the lobby of the Carlton Hotel with a cold face and a menacing chill. Behind the noble lady, there was a charming woman in professional attire, who pointed at Fang Yuan with a mocking look in her eyes and whispered in the noble lady's ear, "Mrs. Zhao, it was manager Fang who seduced Mr. Zhao yesterday." As soon as Fang Yuan saw the noble lady, she immediately smiled respectfully and said, "Mrs. Zhao, you are here so early today." This noble lady is Mr. Zhao's wife, known as Mrs. Zhao. The woman in professional attire behind Mrs. Zhao is Lin Meng, the deputy manager of the concierge department of the Carlton Hotel. Fang Yuan came over with a smile on her face, but Mrs. Zhao glared at her coldly and said, "Manager Fang, I treat you well on weekdays, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing." Fang Yuan was stunned, not knowing what Mrs. Zhao was talking about. Fang Yuan was a little confused and asked cautiously, "Mrs. Zhao, what happened?" There was a flash of anger in Mrs. Zhao's eyes, still pretending. Bang! The next moment, a fierce slap landed on Fang Yuan's fair face, and a red handmark soon appeared on her originally fair face. Lin Meng, the manager of the concierge department, came over and said in a mocking tone, "Fang Yuan, you seduced Mr. Zhao yesterday, and now you are denying it?" Fang Yuan covered her red face and looked at Lin Meng in shock. "What did you say? I seduced Mr. Zhao?" Seeing the scornful mockery on Lin Meng's face, Fang Yuan finally understood something. Lin Meng has wanted to be a lobby manager for a long time. Yesterday, Lin Meng saw Mr. Zhao molesting Fang Yuan, so she suddenly had an idea and went to Mrs. Zhao to complain. Fang Yuan was so angry that her lips trembled as she said, "Lin Meng, don't slander good people. It was Mr. Zhao who harassed me yesterday. I didn't seduce Mr. Zhao." Mrs. Zhao looked at Fang Yuan coldly, with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Fang Yuan was young and beautiful, and her attraction to men completely defeated Mrs. Zhao herself. Mrs. Zhao snorted in jealousy, "Fang Yuan, you are a bitch who doesn't love yourself. You look like a vixen. And you still say that you didn't seduce Mr. Zhao?" "Mrs. Zhao, I really didn't seduce Mr. Zhao." Fang Yuan felt very aggrieved, with tears welling up in her eyes. Fang Yuan was already feeling very aggrieved after being touched by Mr. Zhao yesterday. Now Fang Yuan has become the target of blame, which makes her feel extremely wronged and she wants to cry. Mrs. Zhao said ruthlessly, "Lin Meng, go call the HR manager and transfer Fang Yuan to the health department as a cleaner. You, Lin Meng, will be the lobby manager." Lin Meng was so happy that she couldn't hold back her smile. She immediately said excitedly, "Yes, I'll call the HR manager right away." Fang Yuan stood there helplessly, unable to speak. The receptionist and several hotel employees were also looking at this scene in shock. Fang Yuan, a manager-level figure, was actually transferred to be a cleaner. It's a blatant humiliation in public. Fang Yuan looked at the receptionist with a pleading look in her eyes, and said pitifully, "Xiao Zhang, you were also there yesterday, you can testify for me that I did not seduce Mr. Zhao, it was Mr. Zhao who harassed me." The receptionist turned her head away guiltily, not daring to speak. At this moment, Mr. Zhao, with a big belly, walked in comfortably while picking his teeth and burping. Seeing Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao immediately roared like a lion, "Zhao Zhang, get over here." Hearing Mrs. Zhao's savage roar, Mr. Zhao was immediately frightened and almost fell to the ground. When Mr. Zhao saw Mrs. Zhao clearly, he looked suspicious and walked over tremblingly, forcing out a flattering smile and said, "Wife, why are you here so early today?" Mrs. Zhao glared at Mr. Zhao fiercely, and that look made Mr. Zhao shiver and a chill enveloped his whole body. Mrs. Zhao said coldly, "Lin Meng said that Fang Yuan seduced you yesterday, and Fang Yuan said that you harassed her yesterday. Tell me, what is going on?" Mr. Zhao's fat face was full of confusion, but he saw Lin Meng desperately winking at him. Mr. Zhao understood Lin Meng's look and immediately said, "Wife, I, Zhao Zhang, have always felt that I am not worthy of you, but as a man, the only thing I can be clear of is that I have never done anything to let you down. Yesterday, Fang Yuan wanted to go into the room with me to do something bad, but I immediately refused with righteous words." Mr. Zhao's words were like thunder in the wilderness, which stunned Fang Yuan and made her speechless. Fang Yuan was so angry that her pretty face turned pale and her whole body was shaking. Madame Zhao and Lin Meng looked at Fang Yuan with a smug look on their faces and said, "Fox Spirit, what else do you have to say now?" Fang Yuan wanted to grasp the last straw. "We checked the surveillance. The surveillance can't deceive people. Chapter 104, Fong Yuan, the Endurable One. Fong Yuan walked towards the monitoring station trembling all over. She was shaking and almost fell to the ground. The employee at the surveillance center said innocently, "Manager Fong, yesterday's surveillance happened to be broken, so we can't find yesterday's footage." Fong Yuan looked in shock and found that yesterday's surveillance had been deleted. This result was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Fong Yuan in complete despair. Fong Yuan looked at Lin Meng angrily. She knew that all this was done by Lin Meng. Fong Yuan said angrily, "Lin Meng, how dare you hurt me like this?" Lin Meng said smugly, "Manager Fong, please don't wrongly accuse a good person. I just don't want to see you seduce Mr. Zhao and destroy Mr. Zhao's family, so I told Mrs. Zhao the truth." At this time, Manager Sun from the Human Resources Department was also called over. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Manager Sun was also quite nervous and asked cautiously, "Mrs. Zhao, what can I do for you?" Mrs. Zhao said coldly, "You should immediately transfer Fong Yuan to the Ministry of Health to be a cleaner." Fong Yuan wiped the moisture from the corners of her beautiful eyes with her fair little hands, took out her cell phone, walked aside, and dialed a number called Wang Jin. This Wang Jin is Fong Yuan's boyfriend. The call was connected. A glimmer of hope appeared in Fong Yuan's beautiful eyes. She cried with grievance, "Wang Jin, please come and save me." Fong Yuan cried with tears in her eyes and recounted the unfair experiences she had experienced in the morning. At this moment, in Fong Yuan's heart, this boyfriend named Wang Jin was her last hope. How he hoped that Wang Jin would come to the Carlton Hotel to save him. Wang Jin's worried and comforting voice came from the phone, "Don't worry, baby, I'll be at the Carlton Hotel soon." Fong Yuan felt more at ease with her boyfriend's comfort. A warm feeling rose in her heart. It seemed that her boyfriend would soon appear like a savior. Fong Yuan turned around and angrily said to Madame Zhao, "Madame Zhao, I will not be a cleaner. I quit." Fong Yuan knew that if she became a cleaner, she would definitely be bullied by Mrs. Zhao and Lin Meng in the future. It's better to quit than to be a cleaner. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Zhao seemed to have been prepared. A hint of coldness appeared in her eyes, and she sneered smugly, "Fox spirit, don't think you can get away from the Carlton Hotel so easily. I haven't settled the score with you for the problem with your boyfriend Wang Jin's beer last time." Mrs. Zhao looked very proud, as if everything was under her control. Fong Yuan's boyfriend Wang Jin is an agent for a beer brand. A few months ago, a batch of beer delivered by Wang Jin had problems, which sent 2 guests to the hospital and cost the hotel a large sum of money. For some reason, Mrs. Zhao kept this matter to herself and did not cause any trouble for Fong Yuan and Wang Jin. Fong Yuan was startled, and a hint of fear involuntarily appeared in her eyes. If Madame Zhao really used this matter to mess with her and Wang Jin, it would be really difficult to end it. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan woke up in the presidential suite. Chen Fan stretched comfortably, washed up, and said to the intercom, "Manager Fong, prepare a hearty breakfast for me." Except for the special days when Xiao Manya brought him breakfast, it had become Chen Fan's habit to ask Fong Yuan to prepare breakfast every morning. Fong Yuan already knew Chen Fan's taste, so Chen Fan was very satisfied with the breakfast she prepared. Unexpectedly, the female voice coming from the intercom today was a little unfamiliar. "Okay, Mr. Chen, breakfast will be here soon." Chen Fan was stunned. He could tell that the voice on the intercom was not Fong Yuan. After Chen Fan washed up and put on his clothes, he heard a respectful woman's voice coming from outside the door, "Mr. Chen, the breakfast you ordered is ready." When Chen Fan opened the door, he saw a woman wearing an OL suit and heavy makeup, looking at him with a smile on her face. This woman is considered pretty, but her temperament is much worse than Fong Yuan. She does not have that kind of elegant and indifferent beauty. Instead, she gives people a vulgar feeling. Chen Fan asked in confusion, "Where is Manager Fong?" "My personal butler is Manager Fong, why did he change?" The heavily made-up woman smiled respectfully and said, "Mr. Chen, my name is Lin Meng. I am the new lobby manager, replacing Fong Yuan. So, I will be your personal butler from now on. Don't worry, I will provide better service than Fong Yuan." Lin Meng also threw a coquettish glance at Chen Fan and said with a seductive smile, "Mr. Chen, would you like to try this special London seagull egg roll? I can feed you." Chen Fan frowned. This Lin Meng gave people a much worse feeling than Fong Yuan. If Fong Yuan is the beautiful Shishir, then Lin Meng is the absolute Dongshir. Chen Fan frowned and asked, "Where is Fong Yuan now?" "I want Fong Yuan to continue to be my personal butler." Seeing that Chen Fan was not giving up and still wanted Fong Yuan to serve him, Lin Meng showed a trace of disdain in her eyes and said, "Fong Yuan offended Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao, and now she has been arranged to be a cleaner. Chen Fan said coldly, "Take me to find Fong Yuan." Lin Meng was very unwilling and said, "Mr. Chen, why do you insist on her being your personal butler? I can do what she can do, and I can also do what she can't do." Chen Fan didn't want to pay attention to Lin Meng. He said with a hint of contempt in his eyes, "Stop talking nonsense and take me to find her." Although Lin Meng was very reluctant, Chen Fan was the VIP guest of the presidential suite after all, and she could not afford to offend him. "Mr. Chen, please come with me. Fong Yuan is now working as a cleaner in the restaurant on the second floor." Lin Meng had no choice but to take Chen Fan with him and walk to the restaurant on the second floor. In the restaurant on the second floor, Fong Yuan has been forced to wear the cleaner's gray uniform, a white hood, gloves, and a mop in her hand, and is mopping the floor diligently. Next to her stood a female supervisor from the cleaning department. She looked at Fong Yuan, who was mopping the floor with a mocking expression, and said, "Oh, Manager Fong, I never thought that one day you would work under me." Although the head of the cleaning department was sarcastic, Fong Yuan did not say anything. She dragged the ground vigorously, but her lips trembled slightly and her eyes were filled with moisture. Fong Yuan felt extremely aggrieved. Yang, the manager of the cleaning department, always treated her politely and with a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, when I was transferred to the cleaning department, Manager Yang's attitude changed immediately. The injustice she suffered today was the most in her life. A drop of crystal tears slid down her face. A deputy manager asked in confusion, "Fong Yuan is really patient. If it were me, I would definitely quit my job. Why does she still want to be a cleaner here? This deputy manager is very strange. If Fong Yuan continues to work at the Carlton Hotel, she will definitely have a hard time in the future." Not only does Mrs. Zhao often cause trouble for her, but the new lobby manager Lin Meng also often bullies her. Chapter 105, Demoted Fong Yuan. Manager Yang seemed to know something about the inside story, and said with a smug smile, "You don't know, Fong Yuan's boyfriend is the supplier of a type of beer for the hotel. The beer he delivered last time had problems, and the customer got a stomach problem after drinking it. This matter has been suppressed. If Madame Zhao uses this matter to get at Fong Yuan's boyfriend, she will be in big trouble." Manager Yang's voice was full of sarcasm, and it sounded very harsh to Fong Yuan's ears. But Fong Yuan was helpless. There was a last glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. She was waiting for her boyfriend Wang Jin to rush to the hotel to rescue her. At this time, the new lobby manager Lin Meng walked into the second-floor restaurant with a handsome young man. Naturally, it was Chen Fan who arrived. Lin Meng said, "Mr. Chen, look, Fong Yuan is right there." When Manager Yang saw Lin Meng, he immediately stood up straight and greeted her with a smile. "Hey, Manager Lin is here." "Who is this?" Manager Yang looked at Chen Fan with curiosity. Fong Yuan also saw Chen Fan, and her pretty face immediately blushed. In the past, Fong Yuan always appeared in front of Chen Fan with an elegant and beautiful look. But now Fong Yuan was wearing a cleaner's uniform, a white hood, and mopping the floor with a mop. It was the most embarrassing moment in her life. Unexpectedly, the most embarrassing moment was seen by Chen Fan. Fong Yuan had a very good impression of Chen Fan, so she felt very embarrassed when Chen Fan saw her in such a miserable state. She immediately felt her cheeks getting hot and her pretty face turned red. Ignoring everyone's surprised looks, Chen Fan came over, took Fong Yuan's fair little hand, and walked out the door. Manager Yang said coldly, "Sir, this is an employee of our cleaning department. If she fails to complete the cleaning task on time, she will be punished." Manager Yang looked very proud. In the Carlton Hotel, she could be said to be Mrs. Zhao's confidant. Mrs. Zhao transferred Fong Yuan to the cleaning department, which could be said to be to let Supervisor Yang look after Fong Yuan. So Manager Yang didn't want Chen Fan to take Fong Yuan away so easily. Chen Fan sneered at Manager Yang and said, "You are the manager of the cleaning department, right? Just wait, you will suffer the consequences." Manager Yang was stunned, and then laughed exaggeratedly. "Oh, who is this person? He is so arrogant. I am so scared." Manager Lin lowered his voice and said, "This Mr. Chen is the VIP of the presidential suite and cannot be offended." Manager Yang was shocked and stopped talking. As the manager of the cleaning department, she naturally did not dare to offend the hotel's VIPs. However, although she closed her mouth, she still stared at Chen Fan with mocking eyes. Chen Fan took Fong Yuan to a corner where no one could hear them talking, and then he asked with a caring tone, "Manager Fong, what happened?" This was the first time Fong Yuan had received such concern today, and her beautiful eyes instantly became moist. Bite. The mission target Fong Yuan feels grateful to the host. The current progress of the Be Grateful mission is 6%. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fong Yuan's favorability, +1. Fong Yuan's favorability, 5. Unconsciously, the sense of distance between Fong Yuan and Chen Fan was reduced a lot. Fong Yuan, with tears in her eyes, choked up and recounted what happened that morning. Chen Fan also had a general idea. Chen Fan held Fong Yuan's hand and said, "Let me help you with this matter." Fong Yuan's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. She looked at Chen Fan and said, "Mr. Chen, how can you help me?" Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Just leave this matter to me. I will definitely be able to help you." Fong Yuan suddenly thought of something, her pretty face turned red, and she pulled her hand away from Chen Fan. Fong Yuan blushed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, but I have called my boyfriend and he should be here soon. He should be able to help me with this matter." "I know you should be able to help me, but if my boyfriend knew that I asked another man for help, I'm afraid he would be sad." Seeing that Fong Yuan decided to accept her boyfriend's help and rejected Chen Fan, was a little disappointed, but he felt that Fong Yuan was a very loyal person in love and cared a lot about her partner's feelings. It seems that Fong Yuan is not the kind of woman who can be obtained by spending money. Chen Fan's impression of Fong Yuan actually deepened. Chen Fan didn't want to force her, so he said calmly, "Okay, I hope your boyfriend can help you. Then I'll go to work." Fong Yuan nodded and said, "Well, thank you, Mr. Chen." Chen Fan's gentlemanly attitude also made Fong Yuan feel a little more favorable towards him. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fong Yuan's favorability, +1. Fong Yuan's favorability, 6. Chen Fan turned around and was about to go downstairs, but he felt a little worried. He asked in his mind, "System, will Fong Yuan's boyfriend save her?" The system's voice sounded. "Ding, the system can detect the truth of the incident, but it will consume some gold talent points. Does the host agree?" Chen Fan nodded immediately, "I agree." Ding, the host has successfully consumed a point of gold talent and started to detect the truth of the incident. Answering the host, judging from Wang Zhen's behavior, he will not save Fong Yuan. 3 months ago, Wang Zhen's beer had quality problems, causing a customer to be hospitalized. Mrs. Zhao used this as a threat to force Wang Zhen to have sex with Mrs. Zhao. Wang Zhen and Mrs. Zhao are now having an affair, and Fong Yuan knows nothing about it. Therefore, based on his behavior, the system judges that Wang Zhen will not save Fong Yuan. After hearing the truth told by the system, Chen Fan couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. "Damn, Fong Yuan's boyfriend is actually having an affair with Mrs. Zhao?" Chen Fan felt incredible. Chen Fan turned around and looked at Fong Yuan's pitiful back, and couldn't help feeling a trace of pity in his heart. Chen Fan felt that he could not leave. If he handed Fong Yuan over to Wang Zhen, she would be in a miserable state. At this time, Fong Yuan had no idea that her boyfriend had betrayed her. Fong Yuan even placed all her hopes on her boyfriend, eagerly expecting him to come down from the sky on a colorful cloud to save her. I wonder what Fong Yuan's expression would be if she knew that her boyfriend was actually having an affair with Mrs. Zhao. Chen Fan did not go directly to find Fong Yuan, but lowered his head to think. Now Fong Yuan's mind is full of hope that her boyfriend will come to save her. If Chen Fan rashly told Fong Yuan now that her boyfriend and Mrs. Zhao were having an affair, it would seem like Chen Fan was slandering her boyfriend out of jealousy. After all, Fong Yuan would definitely not believe it without any evidence. The best way to make Fong Yuan despair of Wang Zhen is to let her catch him and Mrs. Zhao in bed with her own eyes. Chapter 106, Catching an Adulterer, Using the Acquisition Card. Moreover, Chen Fan still had a backup plan. He had not used the first-level Monopoly Acquisition Card rewarded by the system. I asked last time that this level of Monopoly Acquisition Card can acquire an industry with a production value of 100 million. The market value of the Carlton Hotel is approximately 95 million, which is just right for acquisition. Chen Fan immediately thought in his mind, I want to acquire the Carlton Hotel. How long will it take to become the actual controller? This was the doubt in Chen Fan's mind. He didn't know how the Monopoly Acquisition Card was able to acquire industries. Host, rest assured, the system is beyond your imagination. The system uses super realistic power to achieve compliance goals. After using the Level 1 Monopoly Acquisition Card, 1 hour later, the name of the owner of the Carlton Hotel will become the host's name in the Business Bureau's query network. By then, the host will be the actual controller of Carlton Hotel. Chen Fan was overjoyed. It was indeed a heaven-defying system. It was too invincible. Chen Fan nodded, okay, by the Carlton Hotel immediately. Ding, the host uses the Level 1 Monopoly acquisition card to immediately initiate the acquisition process for the Carlton Hotel. The acquisition process will be completed in 1 hour. Chen Fan felt very satisfied and walked back calmly. Seeing Chen Fan coming back, Fang Yuan was stunned and asked in confusion, Mr. Chen, didn't you say you were going to work? Chen Fan had an unfathomable smile on his face and said slowly, Fang Yuan, whether you believe it or not, I am the only one who can help you today. Fang Yuan saw Chen Fan said he wanted to save her again. Although she was touched, she shook her head and said, thank you for your kindness, Chen Fan. I have asked my boyfriend to save me. At this time, Fang Yuan had put everything on her boyfriend. At this moment, a worried voice came from outside the door, baby, where are you? I'm here to save you. When Fang Yuan heard this voice, she was so moved that she almost cried, Wang Zhen, I'm here. A shabby-dressed man with a worried and concerned expression on his face rushed in, grabbed Fang Yuan's hands and said, baby, are you okay? Did Madame Zhao bully you? Fang Yuan nodded with tears in her eyes and said, Mrs. Zhao slandered me today and insisted that I seduced Mr. Zhao. Wang Zhen looked very angry, but Chen Fan could see that there was a hint of calculation in his eyes. Wang Zhen said angrily, baby, wait for me here. I'm going to ask Madame Zhao for justice. Don't wander around. After saying this, Wang Zhen walked towards Mrs. Zhao's office with a look of indignation. Fang Yuan looked at Wang Zhen's righteous back with tears in her eyes and was deeply moved. Wang Zhen looked very angry. As soon as he walked into Mrs. Zhao's office, he slammed the door shut, as if he was slamming the door in anger. No one could have imagined that as soon as the door was closed, Wang Zhen's expression had changed. He smiled flatteringly and said, Sweetheart, what's wrong with you today? Why are you making things difficult for Fang Yuan? Mrs. Zhao also looked at Wang Zhen with an ambiguous look that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and said, Little Cannon, why are you unhappy when I bully your girlfriend? Wang Zhen immediately looked serious and swore, What are you talking about? I'm not unhappy. Madame Zhao said with a seductive look, Then why did you come to see me? Aren't you trying to vent your anger on Fang Yuan? Wang Zhen shook his head and smiled, Don't wrongly accuse me. Although I don't like her, I can't break up with her now. I have a loan from the bank, and I asked her to be a guarantor when I borrowed the money, so I don't want to break up with her. Mrs. Zhao sneered with a wicked smile, You men will not stop until you kill women. Wang Zhen flattered, So, sweetheart, please give me some face and let her go. Mrs. Zhao hinted with an ambiguous look, That depends on your actions. Wang Zhen smiled knowingly and said, Leave it to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wang Zhen walked up to Mrs. Zhao, and the two of them hugged each other and started chewing each other excitedly. At this time, a system prompt came to Chen Fan's mind. The system detected that Wang Zhen and Madame Zhao started having an affair, and the location was Madame Zhao's office. Chen Fan nodded. These two people really didn't waste any time. But that's okay, we don't have to waste Chen Fan's time. Chen Fan came to Fang Yuan and said slowly, Yuan, I want to tell you something, but it may be difficult for you to accept it. Fang Yuan was stunned, and looked at Chen Fan in confusion and asked, Mr. Chen, what do you want to tell me? Chen Fan said calmly, Your boyfriend is actually unfaithful to you. Chen Fan tried his best to keep his tone calm, but Fang Yuan was still surprised. Fang Yuan immediately shook her head and said, Impossible, Wang Zhen is quite nice to me, he won't betray me. Chen Fan was not in a hurry and continued to say calmly, You should trust me, I will not lie to you. Fang Yuan blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Fan curiously. She always felt that Chen Fan was very mysterious and would not lie to her, but people are always unwilling to believe that they will be betrayed. Fang Yuan still shook her head and said, Mr. Chen, I will definitely believe you about other things, but this matter is really hard for me to believe. Chen Fan knew that Fang Yuan would not believe it unless she saw it with her own eyes. Chen Fan smiled faintly, took Fang Yuan's hand, and walked towards Mrs. Zhao's office. You cannot believe me, but you have to believe your own eyes. Fang Yuan was startled and tried to break free from Chen Fan's hand, but Chen Fan seemed confident, which made her very confused. In the distance behind him, the new lobby manager Lin Meng and supervisor Yang also followed with curiosity, wanting to see what Chen Fan was going to do. Chen Fan knew that the opportunity was not to be missed, so he kicked open the closed wooden door of Mrs. Zhao's office and pulled Fang Yuan in. The scene in the office was simply indescribable and shattered Fang Yuan's three views. Both Mrs. Zhao and Wang Zhen were in dishevel, and the scene was disgusting. Fang Yuan was stunned, her beautiful eyes widened, her mind was blank and buzzing. Chen Fan's sudden attack caught both Wang Zhen and Mrs. Zhao off guard. At this time, Wang Zhen's face was dull, and he looked at the people who broke in from outside with fear. Mrs. Zhao also covered her face with her hands, feeling very ashamed. Ah, this, Mrs. Zhao and Wang Jin actually. Lin Meng, who was still outside the door, was the first to scream. Lin Meng looked incredulous. This morning, Mrs. Zhao accused Fang Yuan of seducing Mr. Zhao, but she didn't expect that the truth was that Mrs. Zhao was having an affair with Fang Yuan's boyfriend. Chapter 107. This is the end. Manager Yang was shocked. She had never imagined that Mrs. Zhao and Wang Jin had such a relationship. She seemed to understand something and said, "No wonder Mrs. Zhao kept suppressing the beer incident last time. It turns out it was because of this." Manager Yang was already very confused. Last time, Wang Jin's beer caused several guests to be hospitalized, but Mrs. Zhao never held Wang Jin accountable. This strange behavior was really inconsistent with Mrs. Zhao's style. Now it seems that the charges have been brought, but they are brought in private. Seeing Fang Yuan's shocked look, Wang Jin was horrified and said in a cold sweat, "Fang Yuan, listen to my explanation. I had to sacrifice myself to save you." Fang Yuan was filled with a thick fog of despair from the bottom of her heart. She was longing for her boyfriend to appear like a Prince Charming and save her. Unexpectedly, the Prince Charming in her mind actually got together with Madame Zhao. Fang Yuan looked at Wang Jin in despair, feeling very strange, as if she saw his true face that had been hidden for a long time. "Wang Jin, Fang Yuan, would have to be blind to let you be my boyfriend." Fang Yuan cursed angrily, turned around, and walked out quickly. Compared to the shock of Fang Yuan, Lin Meng and others, Chen Fan was naturally much calmer. The moment Chen Fan entered the office, he silently took out his mobile phone and pressed the camera button. Preserving evidence as soon as possible is naturally the most important thing. Wang Jin saw Chen Fan holding up his phone to him and said angrily, "What are you filming, you little brat? Turn it off." If he hadn't been naked, Wang Jin would have rushed over to beat Chen Fan. Wang Jin and Mrs. Zhao turned their backs to everyone in panic and put on their clothes. Seeing that there was nothing interesting to shoot, Chen Fan went out to look for Fang Yuan. In a corner of the restaurant, Fang Yuan was squatting in a corner, her shoulders shaking helplessly, sobbing with tears in her eyes almost swollen. Ever since she was harassed by Mr. Zhao yesterday, Fang Yuan has felt that the world is full of malice. This morning, Fang Yuan was slandered by Mrs. Zhao for seducing Mr. Zhao, but she could still hold on and hope that her boyfriend would come to save her. This can be said to be her last hope. Unexpectedly, this last hope was ruthlessly shattered. Just when Fang Yuan felt helpless, a warm hand gently patted her shoulder. Fang Yuan turned around with tears in her eyes and saw a young face with a gentle smile. Naturally, it was Chen Fan who came. Chen Fan comforted her softly, "Fang Yuan, I said that I am the only one who can help you today. Do you believe me now?" Fang Yuan was stunned. She thought about it and realized that Chen Fan had indeed said that he was willing to help her, but Fang Yuan had always placed her hopes on Wang Jin, so she did not agree. Fang Yuan asked in disbelief, "Chen Fan, are you still willing to help me now?" Fang Yuan rejected Chen Fan again and again, and thought that Chen Fan would be angry, but she didn't expect that Chen Fan would still be willing to help. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yuan's favorability, +5. Fang Yuan's favorability, 10. The mission target Fang Yuan is grateful to the host, and the progress of the grateful mission has increased to 9%. Chen Fan felt happy when he heard the reminder about the increased task progress. As long as Fang Yuan agreed to let him help her, the task progress would definitely increase dramatically. Chen Fan nodded calmly and said, "No matter what time it is, as long as you ask me, I will definitely help you." Hearing Chen Fan's calm and gentle voice, Fang Yuan felt a little warm in her heart. When Fang Yuan thought of Wang Jin's disgusting face, she felt even more unwilling. Fang Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with sparkling light. She carefully looked at Chen Fan's caring eyes, and finally nodded solemnly, "Chen Fan, if you can help me, I will repay you." Chen Fan was overjoyed when he heard Fang Yuan agreed to let him help her. Chen Fan helped Fang Yuan up, and said with confidence in his eyes, "Okay, then you just wait and watch my performance." Chen Fan took Fang Yuan and walked towards Mrs. Zhao's office. Along the way, Chen Fan took out his cell phone and made a call. "Lawyer Lu? How long do you have left to arrive?" Lu Tsongyua's steady and low voice came from the phone, "Mr. Chen, I'll be there in a few minutes." Chen Fan put down the phone with satisfaction. At this time, Mrs. Zhao and Wang Jin had already put on their clothes. The two were discussing countermeasures. Wang Jin was already panicking. "What should I do? This is the end." Mrs. Zhao calmly lit a lady's cigarette, held it between two fingers and said leisurely, "What are you afraid of? Just say that Fang Yuan, the vixen, seduced Mr. Zhao first, and you were so angry that you want to take revenge on her. Wang Jin was still very flustered. Mrs. Zhao asked curiously, by the way, didn't you say that you had a bank loan and the guarantor was Fang Yuan's signature? Wang Jin nodded and said, in order to obtain the beer agency rights and rent a store, I borrowed 1 million yuan, and I asked Fang Yuan to use her house as collateral. Mrs. Zhao said smugly, then what are you afraid of? If Fang Yuan dares to break up with you, you can ask her to pay back the 1 million. After all, it's her signature, and the bank will go and ask her to pay it back. Wang Jin suddenly felt enlightened, and slapped his forehead in delight and said, yes, then what should I be afraid of? Fang Yuan will definitely not dare to break up with me. At this time, there was a commotion outside the door. It turned out that Mr. Zhao had arrived. Mr. Zhao shouted angrily, Wang, come out here. If you dare to sleep with my wife, I will beat you to death. Lin Meng and manager Yang tried desperately to stop Mr. Zhao, but failed. President Zhao rushed into the office and angrily said, Wang Jin, you actually did such a thing? What do you think of me? Wang Jin was dejected. He felt very guilty and too embarrassed to see Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao rushed over and wanted to hit Wang Jin. Unexpectedly, Madame Zhao stood in front of Wang Jin and asked with a proud look on her face, Zhao Jiang, I gave you face, didn't I? You dare to speak so loudly in front of me? As soon as Mr. Zhao saw Mrs. Zhao, his momentum immediately wilted like a deflated ball. Mr. Zhao said aggrievely and angrily, wife, you can't cuckold me like this, can you? Mrs. Zhao said coldly, didn't you play with Wang Jin's girlfriend Fang Yuan yesterday? Today Wang Jin plays with your wife, so it's fair. Mr. Zhao was so angry that his nose was crooked. He said aggrievely, but, I didn't get it. Mr. Zhao felt so aggrieved. If he had really slept with Fang Yuan, he wouldn't be so angry. What made him angry was that he had no substantial contact with Fang Yuan at all. However, Wang Jin and Mrs. Zhao were caught in adultery in public by many people. Mr. Zhao glared at Wang Jin angrily and said, Wang, if you want me to let you go, you have to let me play with your girlfriend a few times, otherwise you just wait, I will make you lose a layer of skin. Chapter 108 It's you who should go. Wang Jin said dejectedly, then I'll try to persuade Fang Yuan, but she may not agree. Fang Yuan was a relatively conservative and reserved girl. She had been dating Wang Jin for a year but he still hadn't gotten her, so Wang Jin thought it was impossible. At this moment, there was a sound of clapping outside the door. Snap. Snap. Mr. Zhao, Wang Jin, and Mrs. Zhao all looked out the door with puzzled expressions. Chen Fan's voice came with a hint of teasing, it's really exciting. I also opened my eyes today. Then, Chen Fan was seen with a faint smile on his face. He walked in leisurely while clapping. Fang Yuan followed behind Chen Fan. Fang Yuan just happened to hear Mr. Zhao's shameless request for Wang Jin to let him play with his girlfriend. Fang Yuan could never have imagined that Wang Jin would actually say he would persuade her despite such a shameless request. Fang Yuan felt like she didn't know the current Wang Jin at all, and she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit at the first sight of him. Lin Meng and manager Yang looked at Chen Fan in surprise. They didn't know why Chen Fan came back. Mrs. Zhao and Wang Jin looked confused. They didn't know Chen Fan. The only thing they knew was that Chen Fan was the one who kicked the door and broke in just now. Mr. Zhao only knew that Chen Fan was the VIP guest of the presidential suite, and he didn't know anything else. Mrs. Zhao was the first to speak coldly, you little bastard, you just kicked the door of my office and you dare to come back? Chen Fan said calmly, I came back to vent Fang Yuan's anger. When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was surprised. They didn't know the relationship between Chen Fan and Fang Yuan, and didn't understand why Chen Fan wanted to stand up for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt touched when she heard Chen Fan's words. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Fan's back and inexplicably felt a warm sense of security. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yuan's favorability, +1. Fang Yuan's favorability, 11. The mission target Fang Yuan is grateful to the host, and the progress of the grateful mission has increased to 12%. Before Chen Fan could feel happy, he heard Madame Zhao say with contempt. You think you can be a hero and save the beauty? I've seen a lot of young people like you. When you see a beautiful vixen, you act impulsively and end up dying without knowing how you died. In Mrs. Zhao's eyes, Chen Fan was just a young man who coveted Fang Yuan's beauty and wanted to gain the favor of the beauty by forcing his way forward. Mr. Zhao still had a trace of rationality left. He forced a smile and said, Madam, don't say that. This is Mr. Chun from the presidential suite. He is our VIP guest. Hearing that Chen Fan was the VIP guest of the presidential suite, Mrs. Zhao was slightly surprised, but quickly returned to contempt and disdain. Madame Zhao sneered, so what if he's a distinguished guest? If he makes me unhappy, I'll make him pay for it anyway. Mrs. Zhao stared at Chen Fan fiercely. It was Chen Fan who kicked open the office door and exposed the ugly scene of her being pressed on the desk by Wang Zhen to everyone. Chen Fan said coldly, "You are not as pretty as Fang Yuan, but you framed her maliciously. You are really a scum among women." Mrs. Zhao said contemptuously, "Who said I framed her? She seduced my husband yesterday, and Lin Meng and many others saw it." Wang Zhen also cursed, "Fang Yuan, you lied to me. I thought you were really wronged, but Madame Zhao said that many people saw it with their own eyes. It was all because you seduced Mr. Zhao, and I was so angry that I did that with Madame Zhao. This is all your fault, you have to take responsibility." After hearing Wang Zhen's words, Fang Yuan couldn't help it. She said angrily, "Wang Zhen, shut up. Every word you say now makes me sick. I don't know you anymore." Wang Zhen felt a little guilty, but thinking of what Mrs. Zhao said, he mustered up the courage to say, "Fang Yuan, you can't break up with me. Don't forget that you were the guarantor when I signed the 1 million yuan loan. If you break up with me, I won't care about the 1 million yuan anymore. You can just pay it back slowly." "You. Shameless." Fang Yuan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Wang Zhen was penniless when he borrowed the 1 million yuan. It was because Fang Yuan held the position of lobby manager that he gained the bank's trust and was able to borrow the 1 million yuan. At that time, Wang Zhen begged many times before Fang Yuan signed as a guarantor. Fang Yuan still remembers Wang Zhen's solemn promise that he would not ask her to pay back a penny. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhen would use the 1 million as a threat to prevent her from breaking up. Fang Yuan couldn't imagine that Wang Zhen could be so shameless. Seeing Fang Yuan's angry look, Mrs. Zhao looked very proud. She had known for a long time that President Zhao liked Fang Yuan. Every time she saw President Zhao's eyes rolling around Fang Yuan, she hated Fang Yuan to the core in her heart. Mrs. Zhao finally found an opportunity today, and she will definitely kick Fang Yuan into the abyss. Mrs. Zhao laughed and said, "Ha, what's up, Vixen? You should just go to the cleaning department and mop the floor." Mrs. Zhao felt so happy that she felt she was an absolute winner in front of Fang Yuan. Jealousy between women is terrible. Mrs. Zhao was jealous of Fang Yuan's beauty and wanted revenge. And today, not only did he slap Fang Yuan in public, he also slept with her boyfriend in front of her, and he even forced Fang Yuan to be a cleaner and not dare to resign. From then on, she became his punching bag. He felt so good. Hearing Mrs. Zhao's shrill laughter, Fang Yuan's beautiful eyes revealed a look of sadness and humiliation. In front of Mrs. Zhao, she felt deeply powerless. At this moment, everyone heard Chen Fan say slowly but clearly, "It's you who should get out today, you old, ugly bitch." Mrs. Zhao seemed to have heard a funny joke and laughed contemptuously, "Huh, I don't believe anyone dares to disobey me at the Carlton Hotel." After hearing what Mrs. Zhao said, no one else dared to say anything. After all, Mrs. Zhao is the actual controller of the Carlton Hotel. In the hotel, Mrs. Zhao is like an empress. As long as Mrs. Zhao wants, there is nothing she can't do. Mrs. Zhao looked disdainful and sneered contemptuously, "I want to see who gets kicked out of the Carlton Hotel today." Mrs. Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. She picked up the intercom and said, "Captain Li, bring a few security guards to my office." The voice of Captain Li of the security team came from the intercom. "Yes, Mrs. Zhao." Soon, the sturdy Captain Li of the security team came in with several security guards. Captain Li walked up to Madame Zhao and asked respectfully, "Madame Zhao, what can I do for you?" Mrs. Zhao pointed at Chen Fan with a smug look on her face and said, "Throw this little bastard out onto the street." Captain Li looked at Chen Fan coldly, then walked towards Chen Fan with a fierce look on his face and several security guards. Chapter 109 Acquisition of all hotel shares. Chen Fan looked relaxed and calm, not afraid at all. He had already used the system to improve his free fighting talent, and after opening the strength panel, his strength had more than doubled. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door, "Who dares to touch Mr. Chen?" The roar was like a loud bell, shocking everyone. Everyone looked towards the door curiously. An old man with gray hair and a suit walked in from outside. His collar was neatly arranged and his hair and beard were a little gray, but he was energetic, his eyes were sharp, and he was full of the wisdom of a scholar. It was obvious that he was a well-educated man. This old man is naturally Chen Fan's personal lawyer Lu Sanyue. Lu Sanyue's image was like that of a giant and was very eye-catching. Everyone looked at Lu Sanyue curiously. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Sanyue walked to Chen Fan's side with his briefcase in hand, bowed his head respectfully and said, "Mr. Chen, I've been waiting for a long time." Chen Fan smiled faintly and nodded. "It's okay, you came at the right time." Chen Fan knew that the acquisition of Carlton Hotel shares was handled by Lu Sanyue. He was able to handle such a complicated matter flawlessly in such a short time. Lu Sanyue was simply amazing. Lu Sanyue nodded to Chen Fan, then stood in front of Chen Fan respectfully, and said to Captain Li and several security guards with a fierce look, "Do you dare to attack Mr. Chen?" Seeing that Lu Sanyue, a senior elite, was extremely respectful to Chen Fan, everyone was surprised. Captain Li, along with several security guards, continued to press towards Chen Fan. Although Lu Sanyue stood in front of Chen Fan, he looked like an old man in his 60s, and was wearing a lawyer-like suit. He had no deterrent effect on Captain Li and other security guards. Captain Li smiled contemptuously and said, "Old man, who are you?" Lu Sanyue said coldly, "I am Mr. Chen's personal lawyer. None of you can touch Mr. Chen today." As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Li and several security guards laughed. A 60-year-old lawyer also wanted to protect Chen Fan? Fang Yan's pretty face was full of worry, while Lin Meng and manager Yang also looked reluctant. In their opinion, Chen Fan and the old lawyer would definitely be thrown out soon. Mrs. Zhao was even more pleased with herself, and laughed loudly, "Quick, throw them out." When Captain Li rushed up with the security guards, the scene suddenly changed dramatically. The gentle Lu Sanyue suddenly ripped open his suit. As the torn pieces of the suit flew away, everyone stared with wide eyes to find that the muscles under Lu Sanyue's suit were actually strong and healthy, and he looked like a muscular man. Lu Sanyue shouted angrily, "You want to fight me? I won the free fighting championship in Southeast Asia in 1974. And then I became unstoppable and defeated various Japanese masters one after another. You want to fight me? You might as well go home and suck your mother's milk." Lu Sanyue's moves were as fast as lightning and his strength was so strong that he could kill any kid with one palm. In no time, he had beaten Captain Li and several security guards so badly that their faces were bruised and swollen. Their clothes were torn, their hair was a mess, and they had panda eyes that looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears. After beating the security team, Lu Sanyue took out a suit from his briefcase and put it on, instantly returning to his elegant and gentlemanly appearance. The other people were stunned. This Lu Sanyue was too amazing. When he took off his suit, he was a muscular man, and when he put on a suit, he was a private lawyer. He was truly a man of both civil and military talents. Mrs. Zhao stood there in a daze, staring at the scene with a dull expression, unable to believe it. She originally wanted the security team to kick Chen Fan out of the Carlton Hotel, but she didn't expect that all the security team members were lying on the ground, with bruised faces and noses, looking so miserable. At this time, a man in a suit and glasses walked in from outside the door. When Mrs. Zhao saw who it was, she was surprised again. This person turned out to be the legal representative of the original board of directors of the Carlton Hotel. Madame Zhao asked in confusion, "Wan Fao, why are you here?" Mrs. Zhao had a bad feeling in her heart. Legal Affairs Wang was the representative of the board of directors and usually would not come to the hotel. Wang, the legal affairs officer, said calmly, "Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, the board of directors has something to inform you about. I'm here to deliver some documents to you." At this moment, Mrs. Zhao's cell phone suddenly rang. Mrs. Zhao was startled when she heard the ringing of the cell phone. She picked up the phone and her face changed slightly. It turned out to be the chairman of the hotel calling her. Mrs. Zhao was puzzled as to why the hotel chairman called her at this time. Chen Fan smiled with confidence. When Mrs. Zhao answered the phone, she heard the chairman's anxious voice, "Mrs. Zhao, the company's shareholders meeting has sold all the hotel shares. The Commerce Bureau has approved it. Now on the Commerce Bureau's website, the actual controller of the Carlton Hotel has been changed to the name of the new owner. Now I'm notifying you that the other party will come to the Carlton Hotel to take over soon. You must cooperate." "What? All the shares of the hotel have been acquired?" Mrs. Zhao shouted in disbelief. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. This sudden news was too shocking to believe. President Zhao was horrified and quickly snatched the phone, asking in panic, "Chairman, why didn't you notify us in advance about such a big thing as selling shares? Who is the new boss?" The chairman's voice on the phone said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. According to the shares owned by your Zhao family, the funds you deserve will be deposited into your account in full. The legal representative of the original board of directors of Carlton Hotel walked up to Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao, took out a document from his briefcase and said, "Mr. Zhao, this is the decision notice of the board of directors. I would like to inform you of this." Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao were dumbfounded. They never dreamed that all the shares would be sold at once at the shareholders' meeting. The sale of shares means that the Carlton Hotel has a new owner. The new boss can appoint the general manager at will. In other words, if the new boss wants Mr. Zhao to leave, it only takes a word. As soon as Mr. Zhao saw the decision notice, he knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion and nothing could be changed. President Zhao asked tremblingly, "Wang Fao, who is the new boss who acquired the shares?" Mrs. Zhao also asked in confusion, "Yes, Mr. Wang, why does the new boss want to acquire the Carlton Hotel?" Not only Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao, everyone at the scene was eager to know who the new boss was. Generally speaking, the acquisition of shares requires a long negotiation process. However, this new boss was a little too efficient and completed the acquisition in such a short time. In the eyes of everyone, this new boss is too mysterious. Chapter 110: Obtaining Kaiyi Entertainment. The legal representative smiled faintly, went straight to the computer on the desk, opened the business bureau's business search website, searched for the Carlton Hotel, and clicked on the detailed information. In the column of legal representative, 2 words were written: Chen Fan. Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao took a closer look, their eyes widened, and they gasped, "Chen Fan?" President Zhao looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, his small eyes filled with big question marks. He could never have imagined that the mysterious young man in the presidential suite was actually the new owner of the Carlton Hotel. The legal representative's information was retrieved directly from the Commerce Bureau's website, so it is absolutely true and cannot be falsified. Mrs. Zhao's eyes were filled with fear. She had just had a falling out with Chen Fan and had already cursed him. She had never expected that he was so powerful and had quietly acquired all the shares of Carlton Hotel and become the new boss. This was not just a sneak attack, it was simply a confiscation of property. Wang Zhen's eyes were filled with even more fear. He had been planning to completely sell out Fang Yuan today, but a mysterious young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere and kept helping Fang Yuan. Now Wang Zhen was regretting his decision to the point of anger. Lin Meng and manager Yang were shocked and curious. They didn't expect that this young man who came out of nowhere would become the new boss. It was simply unimaginable. The most shocked person was naturally Fang Yuan. She opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise and looked at Chen Fan beside her with a look of suspicion, feeling that everything was unreal. Fang Yuan couldn't help but recall every little detail. Since that morning, this young man had said he could help her. Fang Yuan didn't know how Chen Fan could help her, and was even a little skeptical. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan could not only help her, but also help her in such an amazing way. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yuan's favorability, plus 10. Fang Yuan's favorability, 21. The mission target Fang Yuan is grateful to the host, and the progress of the grateful mission has increased to 47%. Fang Yuan's favorability and task progress both skyrocketed, making Chen Fan very happy. President Zhao still couldn't believe it and asked, "Wang, is Chen Fan really our new boss?" The legal representative nodded seriously and said, "Mr. Zhao, that's absolutely right." Mrs. Zhao was still unwilling to accept the fact and said angrily, "It's impossible. How could the Carlton Hotel belong to this brat?" Chen Fan stretched lazily and said calmly, "From now on, I will revoke Zhao Zhang's position as the general manager of Carlton Hotel and appoint Fang Yuan as the new general manager of Carlton Hotel. Execute immediately." When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Since Chen Fan is already the new owner of the Carlton Hotel, his words are naturally final and no one can change them. The one who couldn't believe it the most was naturally Fang Yuan. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her fair little hands, looking at Chen Fan in disbelief. Her experience today was like riding a roller coaster. She hit rock bottom in the morning. Not only was her position as lobby manager dismissed, but she also had to work as a cleaner. Unexpectedly, after only working as a cleaner for a few hours, she unexpectedly soared to the sky and became the general manager. This feeling of ups and downs in life is simply too exciting. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yuan's favorability, plus 30. Fang Yuan's favorability, 51. The mission target Fang Yuan is grateful to the host, and the progress of the grateful mission has increased to 90%. Fang Yuan's favorability and task progress soared again, and her favorability directly exceeded the 50 level. Congratulations to the host, the target's favorability exceeds 50, and you have a chance to choose the target's talent. Which talent would the host choose? Antique appraisal blue quality, T-art blue quality. Chen Fan thought about it and chose the antique appraisal talent. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent antique appraisal. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully collected the target talent for the third time and obtained a new achievement, 3 Flowers Gathering Cauldron. Congratulations to the host for receiving the new achievement reward, all shares of Kai Entertainment Company. System description, all shares awarded by the system are acquired by the system. After 60 minutes, the equity transfer procedures will be completed, and the legal person name on the Commercial Bureau query website will also be changed to the host after 60 minutes. The reward that came to his mind made Chen Fan a little confused. Was it so sudden? How did you suddenly acquire shares in an entertainment company? At this moment, Mr. Zhao was struck by lightning, his eyes were dull like dead fish eyes, and he looked desperate. The position of general manager was his last dignity as a man. Without this title, he would be a waste in front of Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao was even more devastated and desperate. Her face was twisted with anger and she looked at Fang Yuan with gritted teeth. She had always been jealous of Fang Yuan's beauty and wanted to suppress Fang Yuan in other ways. Today she finally found an opportunity and thought she could give Fang Yuan a hard step, but she didn't expect the result to be so dramatic. Fang Yuan became the general manager of the Carlton Hotel, but Mrs. Zhao was miserably kicked out. Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao walked out of the Carlton Hotel in despair. They never thought that one day they would leave so sadly. Lin Meng and manager Yang were trembling all over. They hurried to Chen Fan and begged, "Boss Chen, please spare us and let us continue to work at the Carlton Hotel." Chen Fan pointed at Fang Yuan casually and said, "Fang Yuan is the general manager of Carlton Hotel now. Go ask her. If she agrees, you can stay." Lin Meng and manager Yang realized that Chen Fan was deliberately venting Fang Yuan's anger. Of course they didn't know that Chen Fan was busy looking up some information about Kai Entertainment at this moment. Chen Fan took out his cell phone and searched for Kai Entertainment. The information of Kai Entertainment Company immediately appeared on the phone. Kai Entertainment is a film and television entertainment company mainly engaged in performing arts brokerage, film and television investment, production and distribution, with a market value of approximately 6 billion. Kai Entertainment has several subsidiaries that are developing in many areas including film, television, and music. After checking the information of Kai Entertainment Company, Chen Fan was very excited. The system was really generous this time, giving billions of rewards at once. Lin Meng and manager Yang immediately knelt down in front of Fang Yuan, holding her hand and begging, "Manager Fang, I was wrong, please forgive me." Seeing Lin Meng and manager Yang as pleading faces, Fang Yuan felt as if she was dreaming. These two people still had mocking and contemptuous expressions on their faces this morning, and they ridiculed her mercilessly. But now he was kneeling in front of her and begging her. This huge change left her speechless. Fang Yuan was also very clear in her heart that all this was brought to her by Chen Fan, and she felt even more grateful to Chen Fan. Chapter 111 Yi Si Yuan of Kai Entertainment. Fang Yuan finally gritted her teeth and fired both Lin Meng and manager Yang. After all, these two people were people with evil intentions. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yuan's favorability, plus 10. Fang Yuan's favorability, 61. The mission target Fang Yuan is grateful to the host, and the progress of the grateful mission rises to 100%. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, 5 gold talent points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, 1 charm point. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, Fang Yuan's favorability 5 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, a level 3 Monopoly acquisition card. Fang Yuan's favorability, 66. Another series of rewards made Chen Fan very happy. The most valuable reward this time was naturally the 3rd level Monopoly acquisition card, which was the key to the future acquisition of Lu Tianhao's Guangyi Film and Television Group. I already have one. As long as I get 3 more level 3 Monopoly acquisition cards, I can acquire Lu Tianhao's company. Chen Fan said secretly with joy in his heart. Wang Jun was equally shameless and wanted to reconcile with Fang Yuan, but ended up being slapped hard in the face by Fang Yuan. Now Fang Yuan feels disgusted when she looks at Wang Jun for even a second. Wang Jun also wanted to use Fang Yuan's signature as the guarantor of the 1 million loan to threaten Fang Yuan, but Lu Xinyue used the legal guarantee transfer clause to transfer the guarantor of the 1 million loan back to Wang Jun. When Wang Jun left the Carlton Hotel, he was also covered in dust and looked like a wilted eggplant, dejected and unable to cry. After all matters were resolved satisfactorily, Lu Xiangyue and Wang Fao also left, leaving only Fang Yuan and Chen Fan in the office. Fang Yuan glanced at Chen Fan with her beautiful eyes and asked in disbelief, "Chen Fan, are you really going to let me be the general manager of Carlton Hotel in the future?" She still felt a little unreal in her heart, afraid that it was just a bubble that would burst with a poke. Chen Fan said firmly, "My words are always my bond. Besides, you are very familiar with the Carlton Hotel, so you are the best candidate." Fang Yuan's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of excitement as she said, "Thank you, Chen Fan, you helped me so much today. I don't know how to thank you enough." Fang Yuan's gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for Chen Fan, she had no idea what kind of humiliation she would have suffered. Not only was she forced to work as a cleaner, but she was also betrayed by her boyfriend and even had to bear a debt of 1 million. And Chen Fan helped her solve all of this easily and casually. Chen Fan smiled faintly and glanced at Fang Yuan's curvy figure with a strange look, his eyes somewhat fiery. When Fang Yuan saw Chen Fan's eyes, her pretty face turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Chen Fan asked with a smile in his eyes, "How does Manager Fang want to thank me?" Fang Yuan blushed and said embarrassedly, I don't know." Seeing Fang Yuan's timid look, Chen Fan thought she was very cute and wanted to tease her. Chen Fan pulled Fang Yuan into his arms, smelled her faint body fragrance, and whispered in her ear, "Would you consider giving yourself to me?" Fang Yuan also smelled Chen Fan's masculine scent. Her pretty face turned redder as if blood was dripping out. She said in panic, "Chen Fan, no, I need to think about it for a few days." Chen Fan knew that Fang Yuan had just broken up with her boyfriend, and it would take some time to make her change her mind. Chen Fan was not in a hurry and smiled lightly, "It's okay, you can think about it slowly, just help me take care of the hotel." Chen Fan originally just wanted to tease Fang Yuan, so he loosened his hands, let go of Fang Yuan, and then discussed some hotel operation matters with her. Chen Fan felt very relieved to hand over the Carlton Hotel to Fang Yuan. After all, he had experienced Fang Yuan's excellent professional qualities. When discussing work with Chen Fan, Fang Yuan's face was flushed, her heart was beating fast, and she felt like a deer was pounding in her stomach. After all, Fang Yuan had a good impression of Chen Fan. In fact, she was not very resistant to Chen Fan's ideas. It was just because she was reserved and shy that she could not agree to Chen Fan directly. Fang Yuan had just rejected Chen Fan's request and was afraid that Chen Fan would be angry. After all, rich people don't usually have good personalities, and some even have abnormal demands. But Fang Yuan didn't expect that Chen Fan didn't look angry at all. Instead, he was still discussing work matters in a friendly manner. This made Fang Yuan feel even more favorable towards Chen Fan. Kaiyi Entertainment Media, in the general manager's office. General Manager Yi Siyuan was sitting at her desk, her brows slightly furrowed and a serious expression on her pretty face. She was wearing a light blue peaked lapel worksuit from Dillenway and a white tencel shirt that showed off her luxurious fullness. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyes were bright and moving, her lips were rosy and small, and she exuded an alluring aura. She was an absolute beauty. Yi Siyuan's charm lies not only in her beauty, she is also a top student. She holds a Master of Business Administration degree from Stanford University in the United States, and her grades in almost every subject are top-notch. It is these excellent results that allowed her to become the general manager of Kaiyi Entertainment Media when she returned to China. However, she has been feeling a little annoyed recently as Kaiyi Entertainment Media has been encountering some troubles recently. Several films invested by the company suffered losses in succession, putting great pressure on the capital chain. A new film that was originally planned to be invested in was facing the risk of supply interruption. The artists signed by the company have also been constantly involved in negative news, forcing the company to spend a lot of public relations fees to protect the contracted artists. The most recent setback was that the company's top female star's opportunity to collaborate with an international director was terminated and was taken over by Chu Xiaolei from Guanyi Film and Television Group. When Yi Siyuan was feeling depressed, her cell phone suddenly rang. When she looked at her phone, she saw that it was the executive director of the board calling. As soon as Yi Siyuan saw the call from the executive director, she couldn't help but feel nervous. The company's financial situation has been very bad recently, so there will definitely be no good news when the board of directors calls. "Hello, is this Mr. Li? What can I do for you?" Yi Siyuan asked nervously. The executive director's calm voice came over the phone. "Mr. Liu, I have something to inform you. Today, a new boss acquired all the shares of Kaiyi Entertainment and became the company's new actual controller. I will send you the new boss's information later." Yi Si-yuan was stunned for a moment and asked quickly, "What? The company has a new boss? Why is it so sudden?" Yi Si-yuan was very surprised. Kaiyi Entertainment Media was in a bad state recently. Several contracted artists were surrounded by negative news, and the company's accounts still had a lot of debt. Buying shares of Kaiyi Entertainment at this time is simply an act of being taken advantage of. The executive director continued, "Yes, the other party's lawyers were very professional, so everything went smoothly." Chapter 112. When will I go to inspect the company? Yi Si-yuan asked curiously, "Who is the new boss? What is his background?" Yi Si-yuan was extremely curious about the identity of the new boss, and her beautiful eyes were flashing with curiosity. The executive director paused for some reason, and his tone became incredible as he said, "The new boss is called Chen Fan, he's 23 years old, and his background is very mysterious. I don't know much about it either." Yi Si-yuan was surprised and asked, 23 years old? So young? Yi Si-yuan couldn't imagine that her new boss was a 23-year-old young man. The executive director also sighed. It is estimated that Chen Fan's parents are very important people, and they bought a company for their son to play with. Yi Si-yuan nodded. It was absolutely impossible for a 23-year-old young man to come up with 6 billion. It was probably a gift bought by the parents of some wealthy family for their playboy. Yi Si-yuan felt a headache when she thought about having to deal with a playboy in the future. Yi Si-yuan knew that those playboys were all extremely arrogant, and acted in a domineering and reckless manner. And her future boss turned out to be such a playboy. Yi Si-yuan had a bad feeling in her heart. The executive director continued, "I will no longer be your boss. The new boss will probably form a new board of directors. I will send you the handover documents later." With that, the executive director ended the call. Yi Si-yuan put down her phone, with a heavy look on her pretty face. She shook her head helplessly. Alas, the company's current situation is already very bad, and now there is a playboy as the boss. The future is bleak. There was a notification sound from Yi Si-yuan's computer, and the executive director sent her some documents. Yi Si-yuan's young and delicate hands held the mouse and clicked on the information of the new boss Chen Fan. Apart from a profile photo, name, and age, there was no information about Chen Fan's background. Yi Si-yuan felt even more of a sense of mystery. Yi Si-yuan felt that as the general manager of Kaiyi Entertainment Media, she should take the initiative to contact the new boss and express her sincerity. Yi Si-yuan picked up the phone and dialed Chen Fan. Yi Si-yuan was very nervous and thought to herself, "I wonder if this dude is easy to get along with. Sigh, most dudes are annoying." At this time, Chen Fan was driving to Yufi Game Company when his cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan saw that the number displayed on his phone was an unfamiliar one, so he clicked on the speakerphone and said hello. A charming female voice came from the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I am Yi Si-yuan, the general manager of Kaiyi Entertainment Media." Chen Fan said calmly, "I see, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Yi Si-yuan said cautiously, "Mr. Chen, I received a notice from the original board of directors saying that you are the new boss of Kaiyi Entertainment. I would like to ask, when will you come to inspect the company? We can prepare a welcome ceremony for you." Chen Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that Manager Yi would actually prepare a welcome ceremony. Chen Fan doesn't care about these formalities. Chen Fan said calmly, "Manager Yi, right? I don't plan to inspect the company in the near future, so there's no need for a welcome ceremony. You just need to continue to handle the company's affairs according to the original rules. I will notify you when I come to inspect the company." Yi Si-yuan was very surprised to hear that Chen Fan had no intention of coming to inspect the company. Yi Si-yuan originally thought that a dandy like Chen Fan loved vain scenes the most. Coming to the company for inspection, receiving a grand welcome ceremony, and being praised by all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women in the company would be so glorious. This must be the dandy's favorite. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan had no intention of coming to the company to accept the welcome. Yi Si-yuan nodded and said, "I understand, Mr. Chen. If there are any documents that need your signature in person in the future, how should I hand them to you?" Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "Send it to Yufi Games Company. I work there most of the time." Chen Fan's words almost made Yi Si-yuan fall to the ground. Yi Si-yuan couldn't believe that Chen Fan could say the word "go to work" so easily and casually. Yi Si-yuan was even more certain that Chen Fan must be an uneducated and unskilled playboy, who was just lucky enough to have wealthy parents and usually found a company to give him a nominal job to make a living. Chen Fan hung up the phone with a smile on his face, feeling very happy. Today was a great harvest. Not only did I collect Fang Yuan's talents, but I also got shares in the Carlton Hotel and Kaiyi Entertainment Media. Suddenly becoming the chairman of two companies, this feeling is really good. Chen Fan even feels elated. In particular, Kaiyi Entertainment Media, like Guangyi Film and Television Group where Chu Xiaolei works, is also an entertainment and film and television company. Although its market value is still far behind that of Guangyi Film and Television Group, it also gives Chen Fan a glimmer of hope. It seems that the acquisition of Guangyi Film and Television Group is not far away. Chen Fan thought about it and stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom accelerated forward. It was already past 11 o'clock when Chen Fan stepped into the lobby of Yusai Game Company. Zhang Yaokuan, who had just wanted to chat with Elvisioni but was turned down again, looked depressed. When he saw Chen Fan, he immediately laughed with his eyes brightening up. Director Chen is late again. It seems that he has given up. Have you prepared to clean the women's restroom after the GEA game exhibition? Zhang Yaokuan's subordinates Wang Xiaodan and others also joined in the laughter. Chen Fan didn't care. In his eyes, Zhang Yaokuan and his people were no different from clowns. He just glanced at Zhang Yaokuan with contempt and said calmly, Director Jiang, don't be anxious. Even if I work for 3 days and rest for 2 days, I'm more efficient than you working overtime every day. If I finish the game on time, will you be so angry that you want to jump off the building? Seeing Chen Fan's relaxed and comfortable look, Zhang Yaokuan couldn't hold back anymore. He looked at Chen Fan's back angrily and said, the more I look at this brat, the more annoying he becomes. I don't believe he can finish the game on time. Chen Fan walked into Xiao Manya's office leisurely with his hands in his pockets and whistling. Director Chen, you seem to be in a good mood? Seeing Chen Fan's happy expression, Xiao Manya glared at him in reproach. After this period of time, Xiao Manya was no longer surprised by Chen Fan's flexible working hours. As long as Chen Fan gave her enough original drawings every day, Xiao Manya would not say anything. For Xiao Manya, Chen Fan is the most crucial person in the White Myth game project. She couldn't lose Chen Fan. If Chen Fan resigned, Xiao Manya's game project would immediately be paralyzed. For Chen Fan, White Myth is just an interest, so he would not suffer any loss even if he resigned. Chapter 113 Birthday Party. Chen Fan was in a really good mood at this moment, and the beautiful Xiao Manya became even more pleasing to his eyes. Xiao Manya was wearing a white tie college-style women's suit today. The purple ice silk shirt underneath wrapped around her magnificent and luxurious upper body, which was extremely beautiful. She was wearing a white pleated skirt underneath, and a black Versace belt was lightly tied around her slender and soft waist, which further highlighted her sexy waist-to-hip ratio. Chen Fan glanced at Xiao Manya's attractive figure with a smile in his eyes, and couldn't help laughing. Seeing Vice President Zhao is so beautiful, I feel even better. Chen Fan is now more confident and speaks more eloquently. Xiao Manya couldn't help but let a smile appear on her lips. She also felt very strange that she didn't really dislike the smile on Chen Fan's face. Xiao Manya suppressed her smile, glared at Chen Fan in a reproachful manner and said, Director Chen, why don't you go to work quickly? I'm in a hurry for today's draft. Xiao Manya took out a stack of concept drafts of characters and scenes and handed them to Chen Fan. The game had been progressing very rapidly recently. Xiao Manya was very satisfied and urgently needed more original drawings from Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the manuscript, went back to his office, turned on his computer and started drawing. Not long after Chen Fan started drawing, Wen Ruyu slipped into his office with an excited look on her face. Wen Ruyu said with an expectant expression on her pretty face, Chen Fan, tell me quickly, how is the stock market today? Wen Ruyu had been waiting for a long time, and as soon as she saw Chen Fan coming to work, she rushed over immediately. Wen Ruyu has already established herself as a stock god among her girlfriends, so she urgently needs Chen Fan's guidance to maintain her image as a stock god. Chen Fan glanced at Wen Ruyu and said calmly, if you want the stock market situation, you know what the price is, right? Wen Ruyu said with a smile, I know, it's just a massage for you, I'll give it to you right away. Wen Ruyu still felt a little guilty, so after closing Chen Fan's office door, she walked behind Chen Fan and began massaging his shoulders with her soft hands. Having a girl gently massaging your shoulders is a rare enjoyment. Chen Fan was very comfortable enjoying the massage while drawing on the computer. Wen Ruyu even played a role-playing game, deliberately speaking in a delicate tone, Master, how is it, do you feel comfortable with my strength today? Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, not bad, continue. Wen Ruyu smiled coquettishly and continued to massage Chen Fan's shoulders. On the other side, in Su Qingrou's dormitory, Tang Yusin received a call. It was a friend of hers who was having a birthday party in the evening and invited her to attend. Tang Yusin suddenly thought of something and asked on the phone with bright eyes, Li Ting, can I bring my friends to participate? Tang Yusin wanted to call Chen Fan along. If Chen Fan, a rich man, was willing to show up, she would be very proud. The girl named Li Ting on the phone said, sure, I've also hired a director from an entertainment company. Maybe we can both get an internship opportunity at their company. Tang Yusin asked excitedly, really? Which entertainment company's director is this? Li Ting said, it's director Zhao from Kai Artist Training Camp. Tang Yusin, Su Qingru, and Lu Xinming are all senior students. As they are about to graduate, they are also looking for internship opportunities in society. For senior students, internship opportunities are very valuable, and students who can get internship opportunities in advance are very proud. When Tang Yusin heard that she might get an internship opportunity, she immediately smiled with anticipation. As soon as Tang Yusin put down the phone, Lu Xinming came over with a curious look on her face. Tang Yusin, you just said on the phone that there is an internship opportunity? Tang Yusin nodded excitedly and said, it's Li Ting's birthday tonight. Among the friends she invited is the training director of Kai Artist Training Camp. She said that there might be an internship opportunity for me. Lu Xinmeng's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she asked in surprise, Kai Artist Training Camp? Lu Xinming had also heard of the Kai Artist Training Camp. Although this training camp was not very famous, it had produced several famous artists. Lu Xinming said expectantly, Tang Yusin, I will go with you tonight, and call Su Qingru as well. Tang Yusin asked cautiously, you're going to invite Su Qingru too? Tang Yusin really didn't want to ask Su Qingru to go with her. If Su Qingru didn't go, Tang Yusin might be the most beautiful girl in the whole place. If Su Qingru goes, Tang Yusin can at best get second place, and will definitely not be able to beat Su Qingru. However, Tang Yusin had no choice but to agree in the end. After all, she wanted Chen Fan to go with her, and if Su Qingru went, Chen Fan would definitely not refuse. Su Qingru also agreed. The valuable internship opportunity was very attractive to her. After the three of them finished talking, Tang Yusin called Chen Fan. Tang Yusin said excitedly, Chen Fan, a friend of mine is having a birthday party tonight, would you like to come too? Chen Fan asked directly, is Su Qingru going? Seeing Chen Fan asking Su Qingru without any reservation, Tang Yusin was very jealous and pouted, okay, Su Qingru will go too. Chen Fan was delighted and immediately said, okay, I'll go then. At yesterday's bar party, Su Qingru's favorability in tasks both improved, and Chen Fan also wanted to strike while the iron is hot and make further progress. Tang Yusin hung up the phone in annoyance. This Chen Fan simply didn't hide his love for Su Qingru at all. In front of Hangcheng Film and Television University. Every afternoon, the entrance of Hangcheng Film and Television University would be filled with luxury cars, coming to pick up young and beautiful female college students. Especially Hangcheng Film and Television University, which has more beautiful girls than ordinary universities, and is therefore more attractive to these bosses who drive luxury cars. Those female college students are also competing with each other to see who can drive a more expensive luxury car. When Tang Yusin brought Su Qingru and Lu Xinming to the university gate, they saw many luxury cars parked outside the gate. Porsche, Bentayga, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, various luxury cars continue to appear, triggering waves of sighs and envious glances. Tang Yusin, I'm here. A girl dressed up in stockings, a white miniskirt, and a hollow backless drawstring t-shirt waved to Tang Yusin and others. Li Ting is there. Tang Yusin smiled and walked towards Li Ting with Lu Xinming and Su Qingru. Lu Xinming glanced at Li Ting and couldn't help but secretly complained, wearing such revealing clothes for your birthday. There was another girl named Su Xiaoxue next to Li Ting, who was also dressed youthfully and beautifully. Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue can also be considered beauties, only slightly inferior to Tang Yusin, and even inferior to Su Qingru. As soon as Li Ting saw Su Qingru, her face showed a hint of unhappiness. She should have been the focus of the whole audience on her birthday today, but with a top beauty like Su Qingru around, it was difficult for Li Ting to get the attention of men. Chapter 114 Picking up Su Qingru. Tang Yusin smiled and asked, Happy birthday, Li Ting. What are your plans for tonight? Li Ting smiled and said, I'm waiting for my friend to pick me up, but my friend only has one car, so I'm afraid one of you will have to take a taxi. Tang Yusin said, it's okay, the three of us are also waiting for a friend to drive over to pick us up, the three of us can just sit together. Tang Yusin was talking about Chen Fan. They had already agreed that Chen Fan would drive to pick them up after school. Li Ting asked curiously, what does your friend do? Lu Xinming rushed to say, I work in a game company. Lu Xinming asked Chen Fan about his job when they were chatting, and Chen Fan honestly told her that he worked in a game company. When she heard that he was just an office worker, Li Ting couldn't help showing a trace of disdain on her face and said, "He is an office worker, it seems that he can't drive a good car. Look at the luxury cars around you. If he drives a BYD, it will be embarrassing." Su Xiaoshue's eyes also flashed with a hint of sarcasm. "That's right, why did you invite an office worker to hang out? Your youth is too worthless." Su Qingru had a good impression of Chen Fan. When she heard Li Ting and Su Xiaoshue mocking Chen Fan, she immediately said, "Don't look down on office workers. There's nothing wrong with being self-reliant." Li Ting still said with some disdain, "What kind of car does your friend drive?" Su Qingru was speechless for a moment. Tang Yusin and Lu Xinmeng looked at each other and shook their heads. They had never seen Chen Fan's car in person, so they didn't know what car Chen Fan drove. Su Qingru had no choice but to be honest, "We haven't seen his car, so we're not sure." Li Ting and Su Xiaoshue immediately showed contempt and said, "He is just an office worker. He definitely can't afford a nice car." At this time, a bright blue, streamlined and cool Aston Martin DBX drove over and stopped next to the few people in a very cool manner. Two young men dressed in shabby clothes came out and walked towards Li Ting and the others. Li Ting and Su Xiaoshue immediately smiled sweetly and greeted the two young men. "Wang Feng, Zhang Hongtao, we are here." Not far away, someone immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's worthy of being an Aston Martin. This streamlined body looks handsome no matter how you look at it." Yes, even the lowest end models are luxury cars worth more than 3 million yuan. Wow, they look so cool. I really want to get on and experience it. I heard that this car is very flexible and comfortable at the same time. Some envious eyes were focused on the Aston Martin DBX, and many boys and girls showed fiery envious eyes. Hearing some of the discussions, Li Ting glanced at Su Qingru, Tang Yusin, and Lu Xinmeng with pride, and said proudly, "Look, my friend drove an Aston Martin to pick me up." As they were talking, the two young men named Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao had already come to Li Ting. When Wang Feng saw Su Qingru, his eyes immediately lit up and he kept looking at her. He smiled and asked, "Li Ting, is this your friend? Why don't you introduce her to me?" Li Ting felt jealous when she saw Wang Feng sizing up Su Qingru greedily, but after all, they were all friends celebrating her birthday, so she had to introduce them to each other. "These three are my friends, Tang Yusin, Lu Xinmeng, and Su Qingru. These two are Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao. Wang Feng is the young master of Juxinla, and his assets are worth tens of millions." When introducing Wang Feng, Li Ting's tone was quite proud. This Wang Feng has been pursuing Li Ting recently, so Li Ting was very proud and pleased when she introduced him. Su Qingru felt very uncomfortable with Wang Feng's gaze, so she had no choice but to smile and nod. After the introduction, Li Ting immediately said to Wang Feng in a delicate voice, "Brother Wang Feng, didn't you say you would give me a birthday present?" Wang Feng said generously, "It's simple. Let's go to IFC and have a look. I'll buy you a bag." Li Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. She rushed over and hugged Wang Feng's arm and said with a smile, "Great, brother Wang Feng, let's go now." Wang Feng nodded, but looked at Su Qingru curiously and asked, "How are you going to get there? Take a taxi?" Li Ting immediately said disdainfully, "Brother Wang Feng, don't worry about them. They are waiting for a friend who works in the office to drive over to pick them up. Let's go to IFC first." Office worker friends? Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao both showed mocking expressions. In their circle of friends, there would be no such low-level people as office workers. Wang Feng looked at Su Qingru with fiery eyes, and said with a flattering smile, "Su Qingru, come sit in my passenger seat, don't squeeze with them." Wang Feng was very confident. He was the young master of a big hotel, and his conditions were naturally not comparable to those of a mere office worker. Wang Feng felt that he could get Su Qingru into his car just by waving his hand. Unexpectedly, Su Qingru didn't want to look at him anymore. She politely but coldly shook her head and said, "No thanks. I'll wait for my friend to pick me up." Seeing Su Qingru's cold and distant look, Wang Feng felt a little unhappy, but he didn't get angry. Wang Feng turned his attention to Lu Xinmeng and Tang Yusin. They were also rare beauties, both better than Li Ting. Unexpectedly, Lu Xinmeng and Tang Yusin had no interest in getting in his car, which made Wang Feng feel a little angry. Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao took Li Ting and Su Xiaoshue into the Aston Martin and let Li Ting sit in the passenger seat. At this time, Su Qingru and others outside the car could not hear the conversation inside the car, and Wang Feng immediately muttered angrily, "Li Ting, why are you and your friends pretending to be noble? It seems that my Aston Martin is not as good as an office worker's car. Li Ting quickly comforted him, "Brother Wan Feng, why are you so angry? It will be embarrassing to see them sitting in a broken car." Su Xiaoxue also agreed, "That's right. The fact that they can make friends with an office worker shows how low their vision is. They are a bunch of people who have never seen the world." Outside the Aston Martin, Lu Xinming said with some concern, "Do you know what car Chen Fan is driving?" Tang Yusin also said unconfidently, "I don't know. He said he would drive to pick us up, but I have never seen the car Chen Fan drove." Tang Yusin was also a little worried. If the car Chen Fan drove was not as good as Wang Feng's Aston Martin, he would definitely be laughed at by Li Ting and the others. Lu Xinming encouraged herself, "I believe in Chen Fan, his car must be good." Su Qingru said calmly, "No matter what car Chen Fan drives, I will take his car instead of Wang Feng's." At this moment, a sound of surprise suddenly rang out. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, a 6-meter-long Rolls-Royce Phantom slid over silently. Chapter 115, Picking Up Su Qingru 2. The top-level luxury of Rolls-Royce immediately attracted everyone's attention. This top-of-the-line luxury car is full of grandeur, with a streamlined and exquisite body that makes light flow through the body like running water. The statue of the goddess of celebration on the front of the car stretches proudly into the wind, demonstrating its luxurious demeanor. Several people in the Aston Martin were also surprised. Li Ting's eyes widened, and she said with a fiery look, "No way, a Rolls-Royce Phantom actually appeared in front of the school gate today?" Su Xiaoxue also looked envious, "This is a top luxury car. Which girl can get such an honor? It's so prestigious to be able to sit in it." Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a little jealous. "Damn, a car worth more than 12 million yuan, driving this car to pick up girls is too luxurious." Zhang Huntao smacked his lips repeatedly, TSK, if I drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to the school gate, I could have fun every night." Not only Li Ting and her group, but the boys and girls around them also had fiery eyes and a look of envy on their faces. Some people quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments. "Which girl is this top-of-the-line luxury car here to pick up? That girl is so impressive. I wish she was here to pick me up." Some girls couldn't help but stop and stand on the side of the road, craning their necks to look. They all wanted to see who this Rolls-Royce Phantom was coming to pick up. Tang Yusin, Lu Xinming, and Su Qingru's eyes were naturally attracted by the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Tang Yusin asked curiously, "I've never heard of a Rolls-Royce Phantom appearing in front of a school." Lu Xinming also said with some envy, "Yeah, I wonder who this Rolls-Royce Phantom is here to pick up." "Su Qingru, do you know?" Su Qingru shook her head calmly, "I don't know either." Under everyone's curious gaze, the electric door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly opened and the VIP pedal covered with a red carpet automatically extended. A young man with a relaxed look and a faint smile walked out. Naturally, it was Chen Fan who arrived. Chen Fan was wearing a dynamic sports casual outfit and blue Entes sneakers. He looked energetic and full of life. After continuously adding points to the charm panel, Chen Fan's temperament has been continuously improved, and he has a unique attraction in the eyes of girls. In the Aston Martin, Li Ting was the first to be surprised. "Wow, the guy driving a Rolls-Royce is so young?" Su Xiaoxue also nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I also thought it was a fat boss with a big belly, but I didn't expect it to be a young man who looks very pleasing to the eye." Chen Fan's appearance completely exceeded the girls' expectations. Chen Fan had already seen Su Qingru and others in the car, and walked towards Su Qingru as soon as he got out. When they saw clearly that the person getting out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was actually Chen Fan, Su Qingru, Tang Yusin, and Lu Xinming were all pleasantly surprised. They were just fantasizing with envy, wondering which girl was so lucky to have a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick her up. Unexpectedly, the people who came to pick them up in the Rolls-Royce Phantom were actually themselves. Lu Xinming was the first to shout out in surprise, "Chen Fan, why is it you?" Tang Yusin was also surprised and asked, "Chen Fan, is this Rolls-Royce Phantom yours?" Su Qingru couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Chen Fan, you're here to pick us up?" Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Tang Yusin's favorability, +2. Tang Yusin's favorability, 13. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinming's favorability, +2. Lu Xinming's favorability, 14. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +2. Su Qingru's favorability, 45. Congratulations to the host, you have received one hidden bonus PowerPoint. In an instant, the three girls' favorability towards Chen Fan increased, which made Chen Fan happy. Chen Fan looked at Su Qingru, smiled at her and said, "Of course I'm here to pick you up. Is there any problem?" Su Qingru wore a light yellow fairy tassel skirt today, with a gradient belt tied around her waist, which perfectly showed off her slim waist. She had long hair draped over her shoulders, with a light pink bow in her hair. She had a graceful figure, exuding a beautiful youthful aura all over her body, full of a girl's dreamy feeling, and was very eye-catching. Chen Fan was already in a good mood today, and when he saw the beautiful Su Qingru, his mood became even better. When Su Qingru saw Chen Fan, she naturally smiled knowingly. After drinking the wedding wine last time, Su Qingru had a good impression of Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan's stunning appearance, she was very happy. In the Aston Martin, Li Ting and Wang Feng widened their eyes in shock when they saw the young man who got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was the one who came to pick up Su Qingru. Didn't they say their friend is an office worker? What's going on? Su Xiaoxue looked incredulous. Yeah, how could an office worker drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom? A luxury car worth more than 10 million? Li Ting also felt dizzy and could not understand it at all. Wang Feng's face looked very ugly. He had originally wanted to wait for this office worker to appear so that he could show off his power and make Su Qingru regret it. Unexpectedly, the office worker actually drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This is too much of a bully for honest people. At this time, Chen Fan didn't care about anything else and said to Su Qingru and the other two, "Let's get in the car." "Where are we going?" However, Lu Xinmeng hugged Chen Fan's arm, dragged him to the Aston Martin and knocked on the window. Wang Feng had no choice but to open the car window. Lu Xinmeng introduced proudly, "Li Ting, Wang Feng, let me introduce you, this is our friend, Chen Fan, who works at Yusai Game Company." Lu Xinmeng deliberately emphasized the word "go to work," which was naturally a revenge for them mocking Chen Fan for being an office worker. Wang Feng and Li Ting looked embarrassed and helpless, but they had to force a smile and greet Chen Fan. "Hello, my name is Chen Fan." Chen Fan also greeted Li Ting and others with a polite and indifferent smile. They were considered acquaintances. After all, they were Su Qingru's friends, so he had to give them some face. Wang Feng nodded and smiled awkwardly. "Let's go now that everyone is here. Let's go to the IFC first and buy a birthday present for Li Ting." Chen Fan also took Su Qingru, Lu Xinmeng, and Tang Yusin into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Su Qingru, please sit here." Chen Fan patted the passenger seat. "Okay." Su Qingru smiled calmly and sat in the passenger seat. When Wang Feng saw this scene, he was so angry that he felt like spitting fire. Just now, Wang Feng also invited Su Qingru to sit in his passenger seat, but Su Qingru simply ignored him. Unexpectedly, when it came to Chen Fan, Su Qingru simply agreed. Chapter 116 IFC. Lu Xinmeng was also jealous and said, "Chen Fan, you are really partial to Su Qingru. You don't even pretend." Tang Yusin became an ally of Lu Xinmeng at this time. She pouted and said, "That's right, Chen Fan, you are such a biased person. You always take care of Su Qingru." Chen Fan said confidently, "Su Qingru is my junior schoolmate, so what's wrong with me taking care of her? You two are the stingy ones." Tisk. Lu Xinmeng and Tang Yusin rolled their eyes at Chen Fan at the same time. "You two have drunk the wedding wine, so you must have bad intentions in your mind." Hearing Lu Xinmeng mention the cup-to-cup drinking, Chen Fan immediately recalled the romantic scene in the quiet bird bar, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Qingru's pretty face blushed slightly. She received special care from Chen Fan and felt sweet in her heart. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +1. Su Qingru's favorability, 46. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 77%. Su Qingru's favorability was approaching 50, and the mission was almost complete. Chen Fan was looking forward to it. After all, Su Qingru's mission reward also included a level 3 Monopoly acquisition card, which Chen Fan wanted very much. Of course, Chen Fan was expecting more than just this. Looking at the increasing favorability, Chen Fan also had a vague expectation that perhaps he could have some intimate behavior with Su Qingru. At this time, Wang Feng drove his Aston Martin first and headed towards the IFC. Chen Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with Su Qingru, Lu Xinmeng, and Tang Yusin following behind. 10 minutes later, Wang Feng's Aston Martin wanted to drive into the underground parking lot of IFC, but was unexpectedly stopped by security guards. The security guard said impatiently, "There are too many customers today. There are no vacancies in the underground parking lot. Please go to another parking lot." Wang Feng looked very unhappy. He finally drove a luxury car to take the girl out to show off, but in the end he couldn't even enter the parking lot. It was so embarrassing. Wang Feng took out a pack of 9-5 Supreme and stuffed it into the security guard's hand. Brother, please be flexible. We can go down and find a corner to stop for a while and then leave. The security guard pushed the emperor back and said, I told you there are no vacancies. There is nothing I can do. Wang Feng was unhappy and raised his voice. We are customers who come to the IFC to spend money. If you block us from entering, I will file a complaint against you. The security guard sneered, vote if you want, or not, I'm just following the rules. The rules clearly state that when the parking lot is full, entry is prohibited. In the Aston Martin, Li Ting said with a look of disappointment, damn it, the restaurant was full when I was buying my birthday present. What bad luck. Su Xiaoxue said helplessly, there's nothing we can do about it. The security guards are also following the rules. Zhang Hontao also nodded in disappointment, yeah, there's nothing we can do if the security guard won't let us in. It's hard to find a parking space nearby. Several people felt extremely frustrated. They didn't expect that their trip would be so difficult. It was even difficult to find a parking space. At this time, Chen Fan's Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived. Chen Fan saw Wang Feng being stopped by the security guard, and asked in confusion, what happened? Wang Feng said helplessly, the security guard said the parking lot is full and will not let you in. Su Qingru, Lu Xinming and Tang Yusin all showed disappointed expressions when they heard that they were not allowed to enter. Alas, this is the busiest shopping mall after all. It's normal for it to be full in the evening. Su Qingru said helplessly. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, it's okay, I can go in. You can come in? Wang Feng said with disbelief, I offered cigarettes and threatened to complain, but the security guards wouldn't let me in. How can you come in? Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue also looked at Chen Fan with suspicion. Zhang Hontao said unhappily, this kid is too pretentious. Who does he think he is? He just walks in without hesitation? Wang Feng and Zhang Hontao were both very upset. They tried every possible way to get in but couldn't. Chen Fan actually said casually that they could get in. This was simply a mockery to them. At this time, the security guard also said indifferently, don't waste your energy. The car park is full and no one can get in. Chen Fan casually opened the car door and walked out, took out a VIP card of IFC and handed it to the security guard to look at. I'm a level 5 VIP of the IFC. Can I come in? Chen Fan asked calmly. Lu Xiaonisher Lia fashion store is located in the IFC. Last time, Chen Fan spent more than 4 million here and recharged his VIP card with 10 million, making him a level 5 VIP. When the security guard saw the level 5 VIP card, he was immediately surprised. Since he works here, he naturally knows that only customers who spend tens of millions of dollars can have a level 5 VIP card. Seeing the young man coming out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the security guard knew that this was someone he could not afford to mess with. The security guard's expression changed instantly. The originally cold and sarcastic face immediately disappeared, and the next moment he showed Chen Fan a respectful smile as warm as spring breeze. The security guard smiled respectfully and flatteringly, of course, please come in. The VIP parking space on the first basement floor is reserved for you. Seeing the security guard's expression change instantly, Li Ting, Wang Feng and others were stunned. Wang Feng and Zhang Hontao looked extremely unhappy. They had tried their best to deal with the security guard but failed. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Fan arrived, the security guard immediately put on a smile and let him go instantly. This is simply slapping Wang Feng in the face in public. Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue were surprised that Chen Fan was actually a level 5 VIP of the IFC. The way Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue looked at Chen Fan began to change, from contempt to curiosity. Wang Feng asked in annoyance, security, didn't you just say there were no vacancies? How come there are some now? The security guard knew that Wang Feng and Chen Fan were together, so he didn't dare to turn his face away from Wang Feng. He said respectfully, I said that the ordinary parking spaces are gone, but the VIP parking spaces are reserved. Generally, parking lots will have some VIP parking spaces reserved so that if an important person suddenly arrives, he or she can enter at any time. In the eyes of this security guard, Chen Fan is this kind of big shot. Chen Fan pointed at the Aston Martin and said, this is my friend's car. Before Chen Fan finished speaking, the security guard rushed to say, of course, I can go in with you. Chen Fan returned to the car calmly. The system voice suddenly came from my mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingrou's favorability, +1. Su Qingrou's favorability, 47. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinming's favorability, +1. Lu Xinming's favorability, 15. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Tang Yusin's favorability, +1. Tang Yusin's favorability, 14. Congratulations to the host, you have received a hidden reward, please give me some strength. Chen Fan was delighted and immediately added strength points to the strength panel. Chapter 117. The bags here are not very good. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used your strength points. Current strength, 13. Chen Fan instantly felt that the power in his hands had increased a little, and he was very excited. The strength of a normal man is 10. With the continuous acquisition of strength points, coupled with the bonus of free fighting talent, Chen Fan's combat power will become stronger and stronger. Now ordinary men are no threat to Chen Fan. Chen Fan and Wang Feng drove their cars towards the VIP parking space. Lu Xinming asked excitedly, Chen Fan, are you really a level 5 VIP of the IFC? Su Qingru and Tang Yusin also looked at Chen Fan curiously, feeling that there would be surprises at any time when they were with Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded calmly and said, yes, I have been here before. In the Aston Martin, Li Ting whispered curiously, isn't this Chen Fan an office worker? How come he drives a Rolls Royce and is a level 5 VIP of the IFC? Su Xiaoxue also nodded curiously and developed a strong interest in Chen Fan. Zhang Hongtao spat, his eyes full of suspicion, maybe the car and VIP card are borrowed. I don't believe that rich people who drive Rolls Royce and IFC VIP cards will go to work. Wang Feng was also wondering, but when he heard Zhang Hongtao's reasoning, his eyes lit up immediately and he nodded repeatedly, as if he had met a soulmate. Yes, I was wondering just now, we heroes think alike. After parking the car in the VIP parking space, everyone followed the passage to the shopping mall of IFC and looked around. They were all good-looking young men and women, full of youthful vitality. They chatted excitedly along the way and were very happy. Li Ting said to Wang Feng with excitement and anticipation, Brother Wang Feng, what gift are you going to buy for me? Wang Feng pointed to a fashionable bag store and said, let's go inside and take a look. Li Ting hugged Wang Feng's arm excitedly, that's great, Brother Wang Feng, you are awesome. The group walked into the stylish bag store and were immediately greeted by the female salesperson. After much selection, Wang Feng bought Li Ting a Valentino calfskin bag for 20,000 yuan. When paying, Wang Feng was still a little confused, thinking that the price was too high, and hesitantly said, why don't we take a look at that pink bag, the one that costs 10,000 yuan? Li Ting immediately hugged Wang Feng's arm and started shaking it, and even stuck her waves to him, and said coquettishly, no, Brother Wang Feng, I just like this 20,000 yuan one, so buy this for me as a birthday present. Wang Feng felt a little regretful, but, this is really expensive. Li Ting quickly winked at Wang Feng in a suggestive way, and said in a coquettish way, Brother Wang Feng, how about I take a walk with you outside after the birthday celebration today, okay? Wang Feng was delighted. Li Ting's suggestion of accompanying him for a walk naturally allowed him to do whatever he wanted. However, Wang Feng still felt that spending 20,000 yuan to get Li Ting was too expensive. He glanced at Su Qingru greedily and couldn't help swallowing. In terms of beauty, Su Qingru is much more beautiful than Li Tingka. Her every frown and smile exudes an elegant and dreamy aura. Su Qingru also has an exquisite and graceful figure, with luxurious curves that are very attractive. If Wang Feng could get Su Qingru by spending 20,000, he would feel that he had made a big profit, but if it was Li Ting, he would feel that he was losing out. But at this time, many pairs of eyes were looking at Wang Feng, and he couldn't leave the stage easily. In the end, he had to grit his teeth and said, okay, let's take this 20,000 yuan one. Wang Feng handed the bank card to the female clerk, who immediately took it and swiped it excitedly. Li Ting screamed excitedly, wow, Brother Wang Feng, you are awesome. This is the happiest birthday of my life. Su Xiaoxue also said enviously, Li Ting, you were so lucky to have Wang Feng give you a gift. Zhang Hongtao also flattered, as expected of Master Wang, you are always generous. Lu Xinming and Tang Yusin looked at Li Ting with a little envy in their hearts. After all, it was a 20,000 yuan bag, which not every girl could own. Zhang Hongtao's eyes turned, and he suddenly looked at Chen Fan, and said with a malicious smile, Chen Fan, aren't you a level 5 VIP of the IFC? Today is the first time you and Li Ting meet, why not give her a meeting gift? Wang Feng immediately understood that Zhang Hongtao wanted to test Chen Fan's strength. Wang Feng was excited. If Chen Fan found an excuse not to buy a gift for Li Ting, then it would be certain that his Rolls Royce and VIP card were borrowed. If this is the case, he will be able to expose Chen Fan's disguise and become the most sought-after man in this group. By then, maybe I could even get to know Su Qingru, this extremely beautiful woman. Wang Feng was excited and had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Wang Feng nodded immediately and said to Chen Fan with a fake smile, "Yes, Chen Fan, you are a level 5 VIP. You must have come here to spend money many times. Buying a birthday present for Li Ting should be a casual thing." Chen Fan looked around and said casually, "That's fine, but the bags in this store are not very good. Let's go to another store." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Lu Xiaonie's Celia fashion store is on the second floor of IFC, so Chen Fan plans to go shopping at Lu Xiaonie's place. After all, I topped up 10 million yuan into my membership card at the Celia store last time and haven't used it yet, so it's a good opportunity to use it today. Chen Fan also planned to give some gifts to Su Qingru, Lu Xinming, and Tang Yusin to improve their favorability. When Zhang Hongtao saw Chen Fan was about to leave, he thought Chen Fan was looking for an excuse to slip away. Zhang Hongtao proudly whispered in Wang Feng's ear, "Master Wang, this brat can't pretend any longer. He's probably going to find an excuse to leave." Wang Feng also showed a triumphant smile, nodded repeatedly, looked at Chen Fan's back with disdain, and laughed. "This brat's Rolls Royce must be borrowed, it's confirmed." Li Ting and Su Xiaoshui also looked at Chen Fan's back with suspicion and couldn't help whispering to each other, wondering whether Chen Fan was real or fake. Su Qingru, Lu Xinming, and Tang Yusin followed Chen Fan's footsteps. They still had confidence in Chen Fan. Chen Fan walked in front and led everyone to the Celia fashion store on the second floor. At first glance, this Celia fashion store is much more upscale than the bag store just mentioned. It is decorated very exquisitely and exudes a fashionable and trendy feel. Seeing the luxurious and magnificent decoration, everyone immediately felt a noble and luxurious atmosphere. Zhang Hongtao pulled Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue, looked at Chen Fan with disdain and said, "Just wait, this Chen Fan will definitely find an excuse to leave." Wang Feng also said firmly, "Yes, you girls must be careful when you go out and stay away from men who love to lie." Just when they were sure that Chen Fan would find an excuse to slip away, Chen Fan had already stepped into the door of Celia fashion store and whistled lightly. Lu Xiaonie was at the counter, holding a polishing strip between her slender fingers, rubbing her red manicure. Chapter 118. I'm in a good mood, I'll give you one. Hearing a whistle coming from the door, Lu Xiaonie frowned. She thought some scoundrel had come to her house. Lu Xiaonie turned her head and saw that the person who came in was Chen Fan. A sweet smile suddenly appeared on Lu Xiaonie's pretty face, and she pretended to be angry and said, "It turned out to be Chen Fan. I thought you had forgotten about him. He hasn't come to my place for such a long time." Chen Fan smiled faintly, and glanced at Lu Xiaonie's curvy figure with admiration. He couldn't help but praise her inwardly, saying that this little goblin was really seductive. Lu Xiaonie's tall figure looks very slender, and her long legs under the hip skirt are wrapped in black stockings. She is graceful and very eye-catching. Behind Chen Fan were Su Qingru and the others, so he didn't act too presumptuous. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm here now, and I brought my friends to see it." LV Xiaonie smiled warmly, looked at Su Qingru and others behind Chen Fan, and said enthusiastically, "You are Chen Fan's friends, right? You are most welcome. Come in and take a look." Everyone was surprised to see that Chen Fan and the beautiful store manager seemed very familiar with each other. The most surprised were naturally Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao. Their biggest wish at this moment was to see Chen Fan unable to pretend any longer and escape in disgrace. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan walked into a luxury store so arbitrarily and seemed very familiar with the beautiful store manager, as if he was a regular customer. Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue were also half believing and half doubting, and curiously followed into the Celia fashion store, where Lu Xiaonie greeted everyone warmly. Lu Xinmeng blinked curiously and asked Lu Xiaonie, "Beautiful sister, are you familiar with Chen Fan?" Lu Xiaonie smiled at Lu Xinmeng and said, "Yes, we are very familiar with each other. Chen Fan and I are friends." Lu Xinmeng asked more curiously, "How familiar are you?" Lu Xiaonie was stunned, her pretty face slightly reddened, but she still smiled and replied, "It's about average." Lu Xinmeng's way of asking the question made Lu Xiaonie confused. She couldn't just say that she and Chen Fan were in negative distance contact. Chen Fan saw that Lu Xinmeng's question was a bit outrageous, and couldn't help but come over and tap her on the forehead. "What are you asking? Go to the store and see if there is anything you like. I will give a bag to all the girls." Lu Xinmeng's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with surprise, and she asked in disbelief, "I have a share, too?" Tang Yusin was also surprised and asked, "All the girls have it?" Li Ting was stunned and asked in confusion, "Chen Fan, aren't you going to give me a birthday present?" Chen Fan said to Li Ting calmly, "That's right, go and pick one, and it will be my birthday present to you." Li Ting asked in confusion, then why do they have it too? Chen Fan said casually, it doesn't matter. I'm in a good mood today anyway, so I'll give one to everyone. When Chen Fan finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What kind of words are these? What does it mean to give one whenever you are in a good mood? It's just too unreasonable. Wang Feng felt so uncomfortable, as if he had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors, feeling uncomfortable from head to toe. He said depressedly, damn it, is this bastard really a rich guy? Isn't he just a working loser? Wang Feng spent 20,000 yuan to buy a gift for Li Ting. It was a huge loss and he felt pain every second. After paying such a huge price, I originally wanted to enjoy the envious and jealous gazes of everyone. I didn't expect Chen Fan to do this. Wang Feng's limelight was completely stolen. Wang Feng was so angry that his liver was shaking. Damn it, the 20,000 yuan I spent today was totally wasted. It didn't have any effect at all. At this time, Li Ting, Su Xiaoxue, Lu Xinling, and Tang Yusin were already excitedly choosing their favorite items in the Celia fashion store. Only Su Qingru stood aside without moving. Chen Fan walked up to Su Qingru and asked, why don't you go and choose one? Su Qingru said a little embarrassedly, Chen Fan, you have given me a lot of gifts recently, I don't want any today. Su Qingru received a lot of interstellar battleships from Chen Fan and was worrying about how to repay Chen Fan. Today Chen Fan was going to give her another gift, and Su Qingru didn't want Chen Fan to think she was too greedy, so she decided to give the opportunity to other girls. Chen Fan reached out and scratched her fair nose and said, you're an idiot. Su Qing blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion and asked, why am I stupid? Chen Fan smiled and said, they actually benefited from you. I just wanted to give you a gift, so I said one for each girl. If you don't want it, I won't bother to give gifts to others. Su Qingru looked at Chen Fan with her beautiful eyes wide open in surprise. She couldn't imagine that Chen Fan only wanted to give a gift to her. At the same time as being surprised, Su Qingru felt a sweet feeling of being flattered in her heart. After all, Chen Fan's words were too powerful, and there was no girl who did not want to receive such special favor. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +1. Su Qingru's favorability, 48. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host deepens. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 81%. Chen Fan was excited in his heart, but on the surface he pretended that he would not send Su Qingru away unless she wanted him. Su Qingru was afraid that Chen Fan really wouldn't give any gifts, and then other girls wouldn't get any gifts either, and he would blame Su Qingru. Su Qingru quickly said, no, you should send other girls. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, then go and pick one you like, or I really won't want to give it to you. Su Qingru pouted helplessly and had no choice but to go inside the store to check. While several girls were chattering and carefully selecting, LV Xiaoni winked at Chen Fan mysteriously, took out a Ralph Lauren men's shirt and said, Chen Fan, this is my latest trendy men's shirt. Come with me to the fitting room to try it out. Chen Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Xiaoni would choose a trendy shirt for him. Before Chen Fan had time to think about it, Lu Xiaoni pulled him into the fitting room. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the fitting room, a fragrant breeze blew towards her. Lu Xiaoni took the initiative to hug Chen Fan and kissed him. Chen Fan was a little surprised. This little devil Lu Xiaoni was so bold. Chen Fan was not willing to be outdone and responded as well. But when Chen Fan thought of Su Qingru and the others just outside the door, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, and lowered his voice and said, Zhao and I, don't let anyone find out. Lu Xiaoni snorted softly, pinched Chen Fan's chest and said, no matter what, who told you not to look for me these days? It turns out you have found so many beautiful girlfriends. I even left the key to the villa for you. Lu Xiaoni specially left the key to the villa for Chen Fan and told him to call her if he missed her. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan never contacted her once. While Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni were kissing passionately, Lu Xiaoni's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Xiaoni had to let go of Chen Fan. She picked up the phone and a hint of disgust flashed in her beautiful eyes. It was Jiang Yaoquan calling. Chapter 119. Wrap it up if you like it. Chen Fan asked curiously, who called you? Lu Xiaoni said, my boyfriend. Chen Fan said, then you answer the phone. I'm going out now. Chen Fan didn't mind that Lu Xiaoni had a boyfriend. In his eyes, his relationship with Lu Xiaoni was just a consensual affair, a game between adults. After all, when he first met Lu Xiaoni, she was no longer a virgin. Lu Xiaoni also understood Chen Fan's attitude, so she did not hide it and directly said that it was her boyfriend who called. So Chen Fan had no interest in knowing who Lu Xiaoни's boyfriend was, and just walked out of the fitting room. LV Xiaoni answered the phone, and Zhang Yaoquan's voice came from the phone. Dear, when will the store close? I will treat you to a Western meal. Lu Xiaoni said rather coldly, I don't know. I'm very busy now. There is a big customer in my store and I have to serve this big customer well. Hearing LV Xiaoni's cold tone, Zhang Yaoquan was a little unhappy. What big client is so great, LV Xiaoni? You didn't come out when I asked you out recently, what's going on? Lu Xiaoni snorted coldly and said, he spends tens of millions at a time. Do you think he is a big customer? Hang up, I have to go shopping. LV Xiaoni hung up the phone directly. Zhang Yaoquan on the other end was so angry that his mouth twisted. Damn it, this bitch is really good at pretending. She spent 10 million at a time? I don't believe you. Zhang Yaoquan cursed a few times into his phone. His anger could not be dissipated, and he was ready to send a message to continue cursing. Baby, don't work too hard, take care of yourself. If Zhang Yaoquan knew that when he called Lu Xiaoni was kissing Chen Fan passionately, I wonder what kind of wonderful expression he would have. When Chen Fan came out of the fitting room, his expression was a little unnatural. Chen Fan also wanted to leave a good impression on Su Qingru, so he didn't want anyone to see what happened in the fitting room. Fortunately, the girls were all focused on the fashion luxury goods and no one noticed anything unusual. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly rejoicing, trying to look relaxed. LV Xiaoni smiled and whispered in his ear, wipe your mouth. There's lipstick. Chen Fan was slightly startled and quickly wiped his lips with the back of his hand. When he looked closely, he saw an attractive pink color on the back of his hand, emitting a hint of fragrance. While no one was paying attention, Chen Fan whispered in Lu Xiaoni's ear, just wait and see if I can take care of you. Lu Xiaoni smiled sweetly and said, it's still unclear who will take care of whom. At this time, Su Xiaoxue came over with an excited look on her face, holding a Port's patent leather tote bag in her hand. Su Xiaoxue looked at Chen Fan cautiously and asked nervously, Chen Fan, I want this Port's bag, is that okay? Su Xiaoxue was nervous because this Port's bag was very valuable, costing 170,000 yuan. Su Xiaoxue didn't know whether Chen Fan was willing to give her such an expensive brand name bag. Li Ting saw that Su Xiaoxue actually chose a Port's bag worth 170,000 yuan, which was 8 or 9 times more expensive than the bag Wang Feng gave her. Li Ting curled her lips and said to herself, Su Xiaoxue is too blind. She doesn't know her own status. It's just the first time she met Chen Fan, and she wants him to give her a bag worth 170,000 yuan? Li Ting didn't believe that Chen Fan would agree to give Su Xiaoxue a bag worth 170,000 yuan. Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao stood aside, also with contempt on their faces. They absolutely did not believe that Chen Fan would nod in agreement. Wang Feng squinted his eyes at Chen Fan and sneered, just wait and see, this kid will definitely regret it. Zhang Hongtao also nodded, yes, this Celia fashion store is much more high-end than the bag store just now, and even has luxury goods worth millions. No matter how rich this guy is, he can't let these girls choose at will. What if a girl is blind and chooses a luxury item worth more than 1 million, how can this guy save face? At this time, almost everyone looked at Chen Fan curiously, wanting to know how Chen Fan would react. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan just nodded casually and said, if you like it, wrap it up and give it to you. When the words fell, everyone was stunned. Su Xiaoxue couldn't believe her ears. She was actually prepared to be rejected. After all, she couldn't even think of buying a brand name bag worth 170,000 yuan. She had originally planned to exchange for another bag worth 70,000 or 80,000 yuan after being rejected. After all, Chen Fan would not reject her again and again, as that would be too disappointing. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan nodded without blinking. Li Ting was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. She didn't expect Chen Fan to keep his word and really do it? Li Ting suddenly felt that the 20,000 yuan Valentino bag in her hand was not so attractive anymore, and looked at the Port's bag chosen by Su Xiaoxue with some envy. Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao also looked incredulous. A bag worth 170,000 yuan, and Chen Fan gave it away so casually? You know, Chen Fan sent not only Su Xiaoxue, but all the girls. Su Qingru, Lu Xinming, and Tang Yusin also showed surprised expressions. Although they knew that Chen Fan was very capable, they were still shocked by his generosity. Lu Xiaoni looked at Chen Fan with a smile. She knew that Chen Fan's visit today would definitely lead to a surge in the performance of the Celia store. Several girls continued to choose in the store. Li Ting's eyes flickered nervously. She gritted her teeth, picked an Armani bag worth 800,000 yuan, and said to Chen Fan with a flattering smile, "Brother Chen Fan, I like this Armani bag, is that okay?" When they saw Li Ting holding a bag worth 800,000 yuan, everyone's expression changed again. Just now, Su Xiaoxue had chosen a package worth only 170,000, but now it has suddenly been upgraded to a package worth 800,000. Wang Feng almost gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that he would nod his head for a bag worth 800,000 yuan." Su Xiaoxue was unwilling to believe it either. No way, 800,000, Chen Fan wouldn't agree to it, right? If Chen Fan also gave her a bag worth 800,000 yuan, Su Xiaoxue would be so regretful that she only chose the one worth 170,000 yuan. Amid the curious gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan maintained his calm expression as he had for thousands of years. "Wrap it up and I'll give it to you." Almost everyone was stunned. The package worth 800,000 yuan was still given away. This is too inhumane. Li Ting was so surprised that she almost jumped up. She couldn't believe it was true. Li Ting rushed over excitedly, hugged Chen Fan's face and kissed him. "Thank you, Brother Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan is so nice." Seeing this scene, Wang Feng looked extremely ugly and his face was distorted. The Valentino that he had just given away at a huge cost was now no different from a garbage bag in Li Ting's eyes. Wang Feng was so angry that he wanted to punch himself twice. He had spent 20,000 yuan and it was already painful. Now when he compared himself with Chen Fan, it was like spending 20,000 yuan to slap himself in the face. Chapter 120. Can I schedule an operation now? Su Xiaoxue came to Chen Fan with a look of regret on her face and said regretfully, "Brother Chen Fan, can I change my bag? I just saw one I like better." When Su Xiaoxue saw that Li Ting chose a bag worth 800,000 yuan while she only chose one worth 170,000 yuan, she instantly felt that she had suffered a great loss and regretted being too timid in not choosing a bag worth 1 million yuan. Chen Fan shook his head coldly and said, "No, there is no regret medicine for me. I only have one chance." Although Chen Fan's tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable majesty, which made Su Xiaoxue understand that it was useless to say anything now. Su Xiaoxue sighed in disappointment and had to step aside. Su Xiaoxue also understood a truth: in front of these men who have the final say, there is really only one chance. With the demonstration of Su Xiaoxue and Li Ting, Lu Xinming, Tang Yusin and Su Qingru became more bold. Su Qingru and the other two were much closer to Chen Fan than Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue, and they were more aware of Chen Fan's strength. Tang Yusin excitedly chose a 1.3 million guckle crocodile leather shoulder bag and smiled as she showed it to Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, can I have this guckle bag?" Chen Fan said without even raising his eyelids, "Wrap it up." Tang Yusin cheered happily and couldn't let go of the GUCCL bag. She was so excited that she started spinning around in circles. The system voice also came from Chen Fan's mind. Ding, the host successfully spent 1.3 million for the bound target and received a double cashback of 2.6 million, which has been transferred to the host's account. Chen Fan understood that as long as there were tasks in the system, he would get cash back if he spent money on any bound girl. It was not necessary to spend money on the target of the task to get cash back. There was no cashback for the money spent on Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue, but Chen Fan didn't care much about this small amount of money because he could earn it back soon anyway. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Tang Yusin's favorability, +3. Tang Yusin's favorability, 17. Seeing Tang Yusin cheering and jumping for joy, Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue were envious. Su Xiaoxue regretted it so much that her intestines turned green, because the bag she chose was almost 10 times more valuable than hers. Lu Xinming, holding a 1.5 million Balenciaga dark red leather bag with a playful look on her face, said with a grin, "Brother Chen Fan, I want this bag, is that okay?" Chen Fan said calmly, "No problem." Ding, the host has successfully spent 1.5 million for the bound target and received a double cashback of 3 million, which has been transferred to the host's account. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinming's favorability, +3. Lu Xinming's favorability, 18. Lu Xinming was also so happy that she started spinning around on the spot and dancing in celebration. Lu Xiaoni was also very happy. Chen Fan was indeed the god of wealth. This month's performance was soaring and breaking through the roof. Wang Feng felt so sad when he saw the girls looking happy and joyful. Wang Feng turned his head uncomfortably, looked at Zhang Hongtao and said, "Can you also help me scold this brat? He is so infuriating." Unexpectedly, Zhang Hongtao suddenly showed a little girl's demeanor, walked to Chen Fan shyly and said, "Chen Fan, there is a cute girl living in my heart, can I also want a gift?" Chen Fan almost fell to the ground. He looked at Zhang Hongtao in confusion and asked, "Did you have the surgery?" Zhang Hongtao took out his phone and said, "Can I schedule an operation now?" Chen Fan was speechless. Zhang Hongtao was too abstract. "Let's talk about it after the surgery." After saying that, Chen Fan ignored Zhang Hongtao. At this time, among the girls, only Su Qingru had not chosen a gift. Some people looked at Su Qingru curiously, wondering what kind of gift Su Qingru would choose in the end. Several girls also started whispering curiously. Su Xiaoxue said enviously, "Su Qingru will definitely choose a very expensive bag." Lu Xinming nodded and said, "No matter how expensive the gift Su Qingru chooses, Chen Fan will definitely agree." Li Ting asked curiously, "Why?" Lu Xinmeng lowered her voice and said, "You don't know that Chen Fan favors Su Qingru the most. I overheard their conversation just now. Chen Fan actually just wanted to give Su Qingru a gift. We are actually benefiting from Su Qingru's influence." Tang Yusin pouted, looked at Su Qingru's back with envy, and nodded, "Yes, Chen Fan prefers Su Qingru the most." Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue then realized that Chen Fan was pursuing Su Qingru. Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue also looked at Su Qingru with envy. Su Qingru was so lucky to be pursued by a rich man like Chen Fan. Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue also felt helpless and disappointed. After all, Su Qingru was the most beautiful girl present, which was an irrefutable fact. A few people were discussing. Su Qingru held a Kodio patent leather handbag in her fair little hand and smiled gently at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, can I have this bag?" Chen Fan smiled and nodded, "Sure, how much is it?" Su Qingru blushed and hesitated, and LV Shioni smiled and introduced, "This Kodio handbag is priced at 100,000 yuan. Ding, the host successfully spent 100,000 yuan for the bound target and received a double cashback of 200,000 yuan, which has been transferred to the host's account." Chen Fan was speechless. He only received a cashback of 200,000 yuan, which was barely enough to fill his stomach. When they heard that Su Qingru only chose a bag worth 100,000 yuan, several girls were surprised. Li Ting said in disbelief, "Su Qingru actually only chose a bag worth 100,000 yuan? The cheapest among all the girls?" Su Xiaoxue also wondered, "Yeah, there are people who chose a lower score than me?" Su Xiaoxue was speechless. Chen Fan was so generous that she regretted only choosing a bag worth 170,000 yuan. She didn't expect that Su Qingru, who was the last one, only chose a bag worth 100,000 yuan. Li Ting was surprised again. "Lu Xinming, didn't you say that we all benefited from Su Qingru? Why did she choose such a cheap bag?" Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue couldn't understand why Su Qingru would choose the cheapest bag. They originally thought that Su Qingru would choose the most expensive bag among all the girls. Lu Xinming also shook her head and said, "I don't know. Could it be that Su Qingru wants to save money for Chen Fan? Is this the legendary love that goes both ways?" Lu Xinming couldn't explain it either. The current situation between Chen Fan and Su Qingru was like the man wanting to buy a gift for the woman, but the woman wanting to save money for the man. Maybe that was what love looked like. Li Ting was speechless and said, "Is Su Qingru a fool? Rich men change their minds very quickly. She shouldn't seize the opportunity to make a fortune." Tang Yusin said with an air of expert, "You don't understand. This is called playing hard to get, or playing the long game to catch a big fish. We chose the most expensive one because we only have one chance. Su Qingru can get more chances by choosing the cheapest one now." Chapter 121 Acquisition of Longxin Investment Company. As expected, Chen Fan was very dissatisfied with the bag Su Qingru chose. He turned to Lu Xiaoni and said, "Xiaoni, 100,000 is too cheap. Help me choose a bag that is suitable for Su Qingru. The most important thing is that it must be expensive." Lu Xiaoni smiled and said, "Okay." Su Qingru blushed and said, "Chen Fan, no need. I want this Kadir bag. I like it very much." Su Qingru wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist Chen Fan and Lu Xiaoni, so she was pulled into the store by Lu Xiaoni. Seeing this scene, Lu Xinming, Li Ting, and Su Xiaoxue all showed admiration and gave Tang Yusin a thumbs up at the same time. Tang Yusin completely predicted how things would turn out. Li Ting said with emotion, "It is indeed a case of playing hard to get." Su Xiaoxue opened a document on her phone called Experiences in Seducing Men and took notes. "This is a long-term strategy to catch a big fish. I need to learn it well." LV Shioni chose a limited edition Chanel diamond bag priced at 2.3 million yuan and said with a smile, "Su Qingru's temperament is most suitable for this diamond bag. It will perfectly match her elegant and dreamy temperament. It must look great." Lu Xiaoni asked Su Qingru to hang the Chanel diamond bag on her shoulders, and everyone's eyes suddenly brightened. Su Qingru was wearing a light yellow fairy tassel skirt today with a gradient belt around her waist. She is already elegant and graceful, and now she is carrying a diamond-studded Chanel bag on her shoulders, which is like the finishing touch, instantly turning Su Qingru into a fashionable and elegant aristocrat with a unique charm. LV Xiaoni smiled and said to Chen Fan, come and take a look. Are you satisfied? Chen Fan came over with a smile, looked at Su Qingru with satisfaction, and thought she was very beautiful. Su Qingru blushed slightly and asked, Chen Fan, do you think it's appropriate? Chen Fan praised, what a perfect fit, it's perfect, wrap it up. Ding, the host successfully spent 2.3 million for the bound target and received a double cashback of 4.6 million, which has been transferred to the host's account. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingru's favorability, +2. Su Qingru's favorability, 50. Ding, the target Su Qingru's impression of the host has deepened. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 85%. With the continuous improvement, Su Qingru's favorability also broke through 50. Chen Fan felt happy. Congratulations to the host, Su Qingru's favorability has reached 50, and you have a chance to choose a target talent. Which talent would the host choose? Perform purple rarity, sing purple rarity, dance green rarity. Chen Fan thought about it and chose the singing talent. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully collected the target talent for the 4th time and obtained a new achievement, Peace in the Four Seas. Congratulations to the host for receiving the new achievement reward, all shares of Longshin Investment Company. The reward voice in his mind made Chen Fan ecstatic. This system is getting more and more powerful. Recently, it even started to give achievement rewards, which was an unexpected surprise. The reward for that achievement was very generous. The last time Fang Yan's talent was collected, all the shares of Kaiyi Entertainment Media Company were given to her. This time, when Su Qingru's talent was obtained, shares of an investment company were given to her. Chen Fan was overjoyed and immediately took out his cell phone to start looking up information. Soon, the information of Longshin Investment Company was displayed on the mobile phone. Longshin Investment Company is a limited liability company registered with Hangcheng Commercial Bureau, with a market value of 8 billion yuan. It mainly engages in securities investment, emerging industry investment, capital lending and other businesses. Chen Fan felt excited. The system was really becoming more and more generous. Kaiyi Entertainment had a market value of 6 billion, and Longshin Investment Company had a market value of 8 billion. It was basically a free gift. Well, of course it's not free. This is also the reward that Chen Fan got by working hard to increase Su Qingru's favorability. While Chen Fan was excited, Su Qingru also felt a sweet feeling in her heart. After all, no girl could withstand such a sugar-coated bullet. The Chanel diamond bag in her hand was so beautiful that Su Qingru couldn't help but touch it again and again. She liked it very much after just one look. At the same time, the envious looks from girls like Li Ting made Su Qingru feel a sense of vanity that she was the only one being pampered. When Su Qingru looked at Chen Fan, her eyes began to contain a kind of intimate love. Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue both looked envious. When they heard today that the friend Su Qingru and the others brought was just an office worker, Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue were very disgusted. Unexpectedly, this office worker is so generous. He spent more than 6 million to buy bags for several girls at the Celia fashion store alone. Finally, Chen Fan took out the VIP membership card and gave it to Lu Xiaoni, asking her to use it to swipe the card. Lu Xiaoni was very happy. Chen Fan's visit this time brought her a sales volume of more than 6 million. Although Lu Xiaoni was still a little disappointed and jealous about Chen Fan having a beautiful girl around him, she also knew that the relationship between her and Chen Fan was just a game between adults. With Chen Fan's outstanding abilities, it's not surprising that he has beautiful women around him, and Lu Xiaoni can only accept this fact. Now all Lu Xiaoni hopes is that her relationship with Chen Fan can continue forever, and she can get a lot of benefits from it. Seeing Chen Fan pay the bill in such a cool way, everyone no longer had any doubts about Chen Fan's ability. When they came out of Celia's store, the girls were all excited and smiling. It was the first time for them to receive such an expensive gift, not to mention it was the most lethal brand name bag for girls. This feeling was simply too satisfying. Some women in the IFC saw Chen Fan and his group, and each of them was holding a valuable brand name bag. The women all showed surprised expressions and couldn't help but talk about it. Look at the bags those girls are holding. Oh my god, Ports, Balenciaga, GUCCL, Chanel limited edition diamond-studded bags. Each one is more expensive than the other. What do those girls do? Every one of them is holding a brand name bag? Feeling the envious glances from all around, the girls felt very proud. Their vanity was satisfied and they couldn't help but hold their heads high. At this moment, Wang Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. When he looked at the caller ID, he immediately showed an expression of respect. Wang Feng answered the phone respectfully. "Hello, Director Zhao, are you free now?" A deep voice came from the phone. "I just finished talking about work with Li Tianai and have arrived at Crown Plaza." "Why haven't you arrived yet?" The voice seemed very unhappy about Wang Feng and others being late. Wang Feng said quickly, "We will be there soon, Director Zhao, please wait a moment." Lu Xinming asked curiously, "Wang Feng, is this Director Zhao the director of Kai Artist Training Camp?" Chapter 122 Chen Fan, You Biased Ghost. Wang Feng said with a proud look, "Yes, he just finished discussing the business contract with Li Tianai. We have to go to Crown Plaza quickly. It's so rude to let Director Zhao wait for us." Li Ting, Su Xiaoxue and Lu Xinming all showed surprised and admiring eyes. What? This Director Zhao is so powerful. He just finished negotiating a business contract with Li Tianai? Li Tianai is a very famous star in Hangcheng. Several girls are her fans and they also want to develop in the entertainment industry in the future, so they know all the female stars well. Although Li Tianai is only a second-tier star, she is already a well-known figure to several girls. Wang Feng said proudly, "You are able to meet Director Zhao today, which is a rare opportunity. If you are noticed by him, he may give you the opportunity to intern in Kai Artist Training Camp." Really? Can he get us into Kai Artist Training Camp? Li Ting, Su Xiaoxue and Lu Xinming all became excited. Even Tang Yusin and Su Qingru showed excitement. Seeing that several girls were excited, Wang Feng felt so happy. He finally got back on track and became the focus of the girls. Wang Feng felt so happy in his heart. No matter how rich Chen Fan is, being able to sell these girls a dream of entering the entertainment industry is more attractive than a brand name bag. He glanced at Chen Fan triumphantly, wanting to see Chen Fan's angry and jealous expression. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan looked so calm and as if he was disdainful of Director Zhao. Chen Fan asked casually, "Kai Artist Training Camp seems to be a subsidiary of Kai Entertainment Media?" Chen Fan remembered that the system had just rewarded all the shares of Kai Entertainment Media in the morning. Kai Entertainment Media is the name of the head office, and it has several subsidiaries, one of which seems to be Kai Artist Training Camp, which specializes in signing and training new talents, and then selling the contracts of potential newcomers to other entertainment companies, or signing formal contracts with the head office. For girls who aspire to enter the film and television industry, this kind of company is shrouded in a romantic aura and is very attractive. Zhang Hongtao said proudly, "Yes, it belongs to Kai Entertainment." As Wang Feng's follower, Wang Feng is now in the limelight, and Zhang Hongtao also becomes excited and proud. Li Ting said with anticipation, "Then let's go to Crown Plaza quickly. Don't let Director Zhao wait too long. It will leave a bad impression on us." Su Xiaoxue also nodded and said, "Yes, it is very important to leave a good impression on Director Zhao when we meet for the first time." Everyone quickened their pace and walked towards the underground parking lot, then drove to the Crown Plaza nightclub. Just like when they came, Su Qingru, Lu Xinmeng, and Tang Yusin all got into Chen Fan's car. While driving, Chen Fan asked curiously, "Do you also want to go to the Kai Artist Training Camp?" Lu Xinming spoke first. "We are about to graduate from our senior year and are looking for internship opportunities. It would be great if we could join the artist training camp." Tang Yusin also nodded. They were all students of Hangcheng University of Performing Arts, majoring in dance and performance. They all had a romantic dream in their hearts about the opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. Su Qingru also said, "Yes, if there is a chance, I would like to try it too." Chen Fan nodded and said, "If it's Su Qingru, she will definitely be able to get in." Su Qingru felt so happy that she couldn't help but smile. Chen Fan glanced at Lu Xinming and said, "If it was Lu Xinming, it would probably be difficult." Lu Xinming immediately became angry, reached out and pinched Chen Fan fiercely, saying, "Chen Fan, you are such a biased person. Crown Plaza nightclub is also the top nightclub in Hangcheng. It is very lively and crowded with young men and women, shaking their bodies passionately to the dynamic music. In addition to the dance floor, Crown Plaza nightclub also offers elegant and luxurious private rooms, providing some quieter and more private services. In a luxurious box on the second floor, Director Zhao Jiahao of Kai Artist Training Camp and his assistant Zhang Wei were waiting with unhappy looks on their faces. Zhao Jiahao snorted unhappily, "Humph, this Wang Feng is too ungrateful. He invited me but he was still late. He has no sincerity at all. Zhang Wei smiled flatteringly and said, "Don't be angry, Director Zhao." Wang Feng said that there are several beautiful girls coming today. Maybe one of them will make Director Zhao's eyes light up. Zhao Jiahao said disdainfully, "This Wang Feng is just a young master of a restaurant. The girls he can date won't be very pretty." Zhao Jiahao is the director of Kaiyi Artist Training Camp. He has many young and beautiful girls under him. Therefore, many rich second generations like to curry favor with him and hope that he will introduce girls to them. Wang Feng can also rely on his relationship with Zhao Jiahao to get close to young girls, making those girls mistakenly believe that they can enter the entertainment industry through him and have a bright future. The two waited for a while, and Wang Feng and his group finally arrived. Zhao Jiahao said coldly and unceremoniously, "Wang Feng, you actually asked me to wait for you, don't you know how busy I am? I just finished discussing a business contract with Li Tianai, did you know that? Director Zhao, we are sorry, we are late. Let's drink a glass of wine as a punishment." Wang Feng smiled and immediately poured a glass of wine and drank it. Zhao Jiahao glanced at several girls with a cold face. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and wandered over Su Qingru with surprise. Lu Xinming and Tang Yusin are both very beautiful girls, but Su Qingru has a more attractive and pure temperament that attracts people at first sight. Su Qingru not only has a pure face, but also a very luxurious figure. Her almost perfect body is well proportioned, and she looks radiant when she dresses up casually. Seeing Su Qingru, Zhao Jiahao's cold face suddenly showed a friendly smile, and he said politely, "You must be Wang Feng's friends, please take a seat." Wang Feng introduced them one by one with a smile. When introducing Chen Fan, a trace of contempt flashed in Zhao Jiahao's eyes. He didn't want to greet Chen Fan at all. To him, Chen Fan was just a troublesome burden. When introducing Zhao Jiahao, Wang Feng showed a smug look and said proudly, "This is Director Zhao of Kaiyi Artist Training Camp. He is usually responsible for discovering and training new talents. If he is trained by Director Zhao, he may become a big star in the future." Upon hearing that Zhao Jiahao could train stars, Li Ting, Su Xiaoxue, and Lu Xinmeng all showed expressions of surprise and admiration. Li Ting asked admiringly, "Director Zhao, can you really provide us with an internship opportunity?" Su Xiaoxue and Lu Xinmeng also looked at Zhao Jiahao expectantly. Being able to enter the entertainment industry was very tempting for these girls. Chapter 123, Launching a Mysterious New Star? Tang Yusin and Su Qingru were also very interested and looked at Zhao Jiahao curiously. Zhao Jiahao looked very proud and said in an unfathomable manner, "If you want, you can come to the company for an interview tomorrow. We at Kaiyi Entertainment are planning to form a girl idol group to participate in Apple TV's Idol Talent Show. They will become big stars in the future." Assistant Zhang Wei also said proudly, "That's right, if any of you perform well, the company will grandly promote you and let you participate in the future big star." Hearing the words future big star, several girls showed expressions of surprise and admiration. This future big star is the most popular idol audition variety show in Hangzhou. It ranks first in ratings among young people and is extremely popular. Among young people, a hottest topic is discussing the ranking of rising stars among future big stars. Li Ting said excitedly, "Really? We may be able to participate in the future big star?" Su Xiaoxue looked longing, "Wow, I can't even imagine it." Lu Xinmeng also said excitedly, "I watch the future big stars every day, and I even voted for my favorite rising star yesterday." Seeing that the girls all had excited and anticipating expressions on their faces, Zhao Jiahao's lips curled up into an imperceptible smug smile. Zhao Jiahao smiled at Zhang Wei with a hidden look in his eyes, and both saw the smile of success in each other's eyes. By selling these inexperienced girls a dream of becoming a star, painting a big pie in the sky for them, and then PUAing them madly, it is easy to control these girls. By the time these girls saw the cruel reality, they were already stuck in the quagmire and unable to extricate themselves. Zhao Jiahao continued in a very professional tone, "What I said is true. We at Kaiyi Entertainment are very ambitious for the future. We are going to grandly launch a potential new star, and the strength of our support will not even be inferior to Chu Xiaolei from Guangyi Film and Television." Hearing that the praise was no less than that of Chu Xiaolei, several girls were even more excited. Even Chen Fan's heart couldn't help but beat a little. The three words Chu Xiaolei are just a rising star to others, but to Chen Fan, they have a different meaning. Li Ting asked in disbelief, "Are you saying that Kaiyi Entertainment is going to launch a potential new star to compete with Chu Xiaolei?" Su Xiaoxue was also surprised and said, "Chu Xiaolei only recently participated in the Future Big Star program, but her ranking has risen so fast. It is said that there are big investors and big bosses behind her supporting her." Lu Xinmeng also said excitedly, yes, I voted for Chu Xiaolei in the Future Star yesterday. The song she sang in the talent show yesterday was so beautiful. Hearing the excited words of several people, Chen Fan was slightly stunned. Chen Fan has been focusing on work during this period and has not paid much attention to things in the entertainment industry. He does not know Chu Xiaolei's situation in the entertainment industry. He didn't expect that Chu Xiaolei seemed to have become a popular star. Chen Fan pretended to ask casually, is Chu Xiaolei very popular recently? As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Wang Feng, Zhao Jiahao, Li Ting, Lu Xinmeng, and Su Xiaoxue looked at Chen Fan as if he were a monster. Zhao Jiahao said with a hint of contempt and sarcasm in his eyes, you don't even know who Chu Xiaolei is? You are just a bumpkin. Chen Fan glanced at Zhao Jiahao coldly, you said I'm a bumpkin? Zhao Jiahao had a mocking look on his face, so what if I say you're a bumpkin? Are you a primitive person? Don't you watch TV? You don't even know Chu Xiaolei, the hottest rising star in Hangchang? Wang Feng also seized the opportunity and immediately mocked him in an unpleasant tone, that's right, you should also absorb the information of modern society, otherwise you will really be as outdated as the primitive people. Zhang Wei also sneered, primitive people and modern people have nothing in common. Don't come out to participate in this kind of gathering of normal modern people in the future. It's not suitable for you. Is it glorious to be a light bulb? Wang Feng was very happy in his heart, as he finally had the chance to step on Chen Fan. Chen Fan snorted coldly and glanced at Zhao Jiahao indifferently, and was about to explode. Su Qingru stood up and said, what's so strange about that? It's normal for Chen Fan not to pay attention to news about the entertainment industry and not to know Chu Xiaolei. Lu Xinming also stood up along with Su Qingru and said, that's right, you are not allowed to say that about Chen Fan. Tang Yusin also said, that's right, I don't know what happened to Chu Xiaolei, but the earth is still spinning as usual. Zhao Jiahao and Zhang Wei were both stunned. They didn't know why these three beauties were speaking up for Chen Fan. These three are the top three most beautiful girls present, all surpassing Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue. Especially Su Qingru, who was the most beautiful woman present. Even Zhao Jiahao was drooling over her and couldn't help but peek at her from time to time. She was actually the first one to stand up and speak for Chen Fan. Even Chen Fan didn't expect that Su Qingru would be the first to speak up for him. Chen Fan's favorable impression towards Su Qingru quietly increased. After Su Qingru finished speaking, she took the initiative to sit next to Chen Fan and said to him, Chen Fan, do you know Guanyi Film and Television Group? It is the largest film and television company in Hangcheng. Guanyi Film and Television Group is the largest film and television entertainment company in Hangcheng, with a market value of 40 billion. Its boss Lu Tianhao is a big shot who can call the shots even in the entire Xiagua film and television circles. Chen Fan smiled faintly. He knew very well that it was his boss Lu Tianhao who took Chu Xiaolei away from him. Chen Fan looked into Su Qingru's beautiful eyes and nodded, I know. Su Qingru opened her red lips slightly and continued, Chu Xiaolei is the newest rising star promoted by Guanyi Film and Television Group. She represented Guanyi Film and Television Group in the talent show of Apple TV. She is a future big star. The ranking of future superstars is determined by two scores, fan votes and professional judges' votes. Future Superstars is a long-term program. New stars are joining at any time, and stars often leave. So the rankings change frequently. Chu Xiaolei only participated in the talent show this month, but she has already created the fastest record of ranking improvement. In just 1 month, she entered the top 10 of the new star rankings. This speed is unprecedented, so many people regard Chu Xiaolei as the future top star of Guanyi Film and Television Group. Su Qingru explained to Chen Fan patiently. Chen Fan was very close to Su Qingru, and the faint fragrance of a young girl wafted into his nostrils from time to time, which made him enjoy it very much. When Zhao Jiahao and Wang Feng saw that Su Qingru actually took the initiative to sit next to Chen Fan and explain things to Chen Fan patiently and gently, they both showed expressions of envy and jealousy. This Su Qingru is the most beautiful girl in the whole venue, like a fairy. Zhao Jiahao had seen too many beauties before, but Su Qingru had a unique and elegant temperament that simply crushed the mediocre women in the company. Chapter 124, The Glory of Chu Xiaolei. Now seeing this fairy-like figure actually taking the initiative to approach Chen Fan, Zhao Jiahao was extremely angry. Chen Fan's favorable impression of Su Qingru is also continuously increasing. Su Qingru's performance today made Chen Fan look at her with new eyes. Chen Fan vaguely felt that Su Qingru seemed to have the gentle and elegant demeanor of a general, who was calm and composed in the face of emergencies, and had the ability to accomplish great things. Chen Fan nodded and said, I see. It seems like Chu Xiaolei is becoming famous really quickly. Lu Xinming suddenly thought of something, walked over and turned on the large color TV on the wall of the box, and said, "By the way, there seems to be a behind-the-scenes interview with Chu Xiaolei on Apple TV to be broadcast today, so it's a good time to watch it." Lu Xinmeng skillfully switched to Apple channel. Sure enough, a behind-the-scenes interview with Chu Xiaolei was playing. Chen Fan pretended to raise his eyes casually and saw Chu Xiaolei's familiar yet unfamiliar face. She is still so beautiful, and her every frown and smile reveals her natural innocence and cuteness. She is an absolute boy killer. During the show, host Ho Jiong held the microphone and asked Chu Xiaolei with an admiring look, "Chu Xiaolei, as the fastest rising star in our future big star program, many enthusiastic fans want to know what your love experience is like?" Facing the camera, Chu Xiaolei said shyly, "I have been a traditional girl since I was young. I always feel that it is not time for me to fall in love. My parents are very strict, so I have never been in love." Chu Xiaolei's shy expression is just right, perfectly showing the young girl's longing and fantasy for love. The innocent look that she inadvertently reveals can simply kill countless boys. The host Ho Jiong showed a surprised expression. "What? I can't believe that a girl as beautiful as you has never been in a relationship?" In the box, hearing Chu Xiaolei's interview, Li Ting, Su Xiaoxue, and Lu Xinming all looked surprised and said, "Wow, Chu Xiaolei has never been in a relationship. That's rare." Yes, she is indeed Chu Xiaolei, nicknamed the Boy Killer. She is pure and innocent. No wonder he is valued by Guangyi Film and Television Group. It's no wonder that he can become a top rising star. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, only Chen Fan revealed a faint ironic smile, looking coldly at Chu Xiaolei, who was pretending to be innocent on the screen. Chen Fan had been in a relationship with Chu Xiaolei for 2 years, and he even killed Chu Xiaolei when they broke up, leaving a trace of blood in the rental house. Seeing Chu Xiaolei's innocent and shy face at this moment, Chen Fan felt a hint of irony. Chen Fan called up Chu Xiaolei's information panel in the system and started to look at it. Name, Chu Xiaolei. Appearance, 92 points. Measurements, 89c, 57, 89. Height, 167. Favorability, 50. Purity value, 99. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, painting purple rarity, singing purple rarity, performance blue rarity. Talent acquired, painting. Chen Fan immediately saw that Chu Xiaolei's purity value had become 99. Chen Fan clearly remembered that when he broke up with Chu Xiaolei, her purity value was still 100. Chen Fan knew that the system would exclude the host during calculations, so having a relationship between the target and the host would not reduce the purity value. For example, Zhao Yufei's purity value was still shown as 100 after she had a relationship with Chen Fan. Now Chu Xiaolei's purity value is 99, which means that a man has already got her. That man must be Lu Tianhao. It seems that Chu Xiaolei paid a considerable price to gain the support of Guangyi Film and Television Group. Of course, Lu Tianhao's support for Chu Xiaolei is also real money. It is said that Lu Tianhao invested a considerable amount of sponsorship in the program Future Big Star and cultivated several fan groups for Chu Xiaolei, and has been canvassing for votes for Chu Xiaolei. Li Ting immediately said to Zhao Jiahao excitedly, "Director Zhao, are you at Kaiyi Entertainment really going to promote a newcomer to compete with Chu Xiaolei?" Su Xiaoxue asked with some doubt, "Director Zhao, Kaiyi Entertainment Media's strength should not be as good as Guangyi Film and Television Group. No matter how much you promote newcomers, your strength can't be compared with Lu Tianhao, right?" Lu Xinmeng and Tang Yusin both nodded and looked at Zhao Jiahao curiously. Everyone knows that Lu Tianhao's Guangyi Film and Television Group is definitely the strongest in the entertainment industry in Hangcheng. In comparison, Kaiyi Entertainment Media's strength is much weaker. Even if Kaiyi Entertainment puts in 100% effort to promote a new star, it is not as good as the 50% effort it puts in to promote Chu Xiaolei. Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao also looked at Zhao Jiahao curiously. Zhao Jiahao made a mysterious expression and said proudly, "You may not know, I will reveal a top secret message to you, you must keep it secret and don't reveal it to anyone." What top secret information? Li Ting's ears pricked up. Su Xiaoxue was also extremely curious about this top secret information. Zhao Jiahao whispered proudly, "I just got the latest news today. The shares of our Kaiyi Entertainment Media Corporation were bought by a mysterious buyer. This means that Kaiyi Entertainment will have new capital injected, so the stars we will promote in the future will receive unprecedented support." Really? Kaiyi Entertainment was acquired by a mysterious person? Is there really new capital being injected into Kaiyi Entertainment? Is this true? Will the new stars launched by Kaiyi Entertainment receive unprecedented support in the future? I wonder how capable this new boss is. Can he be compared with Guangyi Film and Television Group? Li Ting, Su Xiaoxue, and Lu Xinmeng all exclaimed in surprise, with admiration and longing in their eyes. Chen Fan listened calmly, looking at Zhao Jiahao with a playful smile in his eyes. Zhao Jiahao revealed the news with a mysterious look on his face, that Kaiyi Entertainment was bought by a mysterious buyer, and that mysterious buyer was Chen Fan. Zhao Jiahao had just heard the news and had not had time to check the identity of the new boss, so he did not know that the new boss of Kaiyi Entertainment Media was Chen Fan, who was sitting opposite him. At this moment, seeing several girls staring at him with admiration and surprise, Zhao Jiahao felt so happy in his heart, it was beyond words how great it was. There is nothing in this world that can be more pleasurable than being admired and loved by a beautiful woman. Li Ting asked excitedly, "Director Zhao, do you think I have a chance to join Kaiyi Artist Training Camp?" "You?" Zhao Jiahao looked at Li Ting with some disdain. Li Ting was originally a pretty girl, but compared with Su Qingru at the scene, Li Ting seemed ordinary. But Zhao Jiahao didn't say no directly. He turned his gaze to Su Qingru and said with a suggestive look, "If you want to give it a try, you can come to the company for an interview tomorrow and say that I asked you to come for the interview." Chapter 125, You will be unemployed immediately. At this time, a waiter walked in from outside the box, respectfully carrying a tray with a bottle of red wine on it. The waiter said respectfully, "Hello, sir. This is the silver Saito you ordered. The price is 15,000 each." Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue immediately showed surprised expressions. This Zhao Jiahao was indeed generous. He actually ordered a bottle of red wine for 15,000 yuan. Zhao Jiahao looked very pleased with himself. He glanced around proudly and said, "You probably haven't tasted such expensive red wine before? You are lucky to have met me today. I will open your eyes today." He also did not forget to persuade a few girls, "If you follow me into the entertainment industry in the future, you can often enjoy such top-quality red wine." Zhao Jiahao deliberately glanced at Su Qingru secretly. He really wanted to see Su Qingru's expression of surprise and admiration. Unexpectedly, Su Qingru looked calm and was not surprised at all by the price of 15,000 yuan per bottle of red wine. Not only Su Qingru, but even Lu Xinmeng and Tang Yusin did not show any surprise. Only Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue were excited. Su Qingru and the other two had drunk top-quality red wine that cost 490,000 yuan a bottle with Chen Fan, so they were naturally not excited about a bottle of red wine that cost only 15,000 yuan. Seeing that Su Qingru and the other two didn't show any excited reactions, Zhao Jiahao didn't understand why, but he still opened the red wine with a proud look on his face and poured a glass for everyone. Zhao Jiahao deliberately poured red wine for Su Qingru last. He said with a kind smile, "This is your first time drinking such high-end red wine. You may not know that you need to sober up before drinking this kind of high-end red wine. Su Qingru, let me teach you how to sober up." Zhao Jiahao reached out and grabbed Su Qingru's fair little hand, and asked Su Qingru to shake the red wine glass a few times. Zhao Jiahao had a silly smile on his face. He pretended to teach Su Qingru how to sober up, but in fact he wanted to take advantage of her. When Su Qingru saw Zhao Jiahao's unusual behavior, her pretty face turned cold and she directly pulled his hand away. Zhao Jiahao felt a little embarrassed when he saw Su Qingru's cold expression. He originally thought that he had demonstrated a lot of his high value and these girls already admired him very much. With ordinary girls, she would not resist too much if he took advantage of her at this time. Unexpectedly, Su Qingru didn't give him any face and directly pulled his hand away. Zhao Jiahao laughed dryly, and could only continue to smile. "We decant the wine to let it come into contact with the air and release its aroma, so that we can enjoy the best effect." Chen Fan picked up the red wine glass, took a sip, and immediately frowned. "Isn't this wine too hard to drink? This 15,000 yuan bottle of red wine is indeed a lot less than the 490,000 yuan top-quality red wine I bought at the Quiet Bird Bar last time." After hearing Chen Fan's words, the atmosphere in the box became a little tense. Zhao Jiahao immediately showed an unhappy expression. Wang Feng, Zhang Wei, and Zhang Hantao all looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Zhao Jiahao ordered a bottle of red wine worth 15,000 yuan, originally wanting to show off his superior social status in front of everyone and get everyone to curry favor with him. "I didn't expect Chen Fan to say that this red wine tastes bad. Isn't this a slap in his face in public?" Zhao Jiahao's face instantly turned cold, and he stared at Chen Fan coldly. "You country bumpkin, you don't even know who Chu Xiaolei is. Do you know anything about red wine?" Chen Fan looked at Zhao Jiahao with a scornful smile in his eyes. "I think you are the one who has never tasted good red wine." Zhao Jiahao looked at Chen Fan in astonishment. He couldn't expect Chen Fan to say such a thing. Zhao Jiahao was so angry that he laughed and taunted, "A country bumpkin like you, a person of your class, is worthy of drinking red wine?" There was contempt in Zhao Jiahao's eyes. He saw that Chen Fan looked to be around 20 years old, and he absolutely did not believe that he had ever drunk any good wine. Chen Fan sneered, turned to the waiter and said, "What is the most expensive red wine here?" The waiter quickly said, "The most expensive red wine we have at Dynasty Holiday is the Romane Conti Platinum Limited Edition, which costs 650,000 per bottle." When he mentioned 650,000 per bottle, the waiter raised his eyes and glanced at Chen Fan secretly. He felt that Chen Fan definitely could not afford such expensive red wine. Zhao Jiahao sneered, "Mr. Chen, why are you pretending? Romane Conti? You country bumpkin will never be able to drink a sip in your life." Chen Fan said to the waiter calmly, "Give me 3 bottles." The waiter was stunned. Three bottles? The waiter was so shocked that his tongue was tied. He didn't expect that Chen Fan would buy such an expensive bottle of Romane Conti, and this young man asked for 3 bottles. Zhao Jiahao laughed loudly, 3 bottles? That's too much. Why don't you buy 30 bottles? If you can afford 3 bottles, I can run around naked." Zhao Jiahao didn't believe at all that Chen Fan would order 3 bottles of Romane Conti. That was the top winery in the world, and only billionaires could enjoy it. How could Chen Fan want 3 bottles at once? It was simply impossible. The waiter said nervously, "Sir, such expensive wine needs to be paid first before consumption." Chen Fan took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter, saying, "Swipe the card." The waiter quickly took out the POS machine to swipe the card. This time it went very smoothly and a receipt was printed out. The host spent 1.95 million on the target and received a double cashback of 3.9 million, which has been transferred to the host's account, and the system issued a prompt sound indicating that the cashback was successful. The waiter looked extremely surprised and respectfully handed the bank card to Chen Fan, saying, "Dear guest, please wait a moment. I will serve you right away." The waiter ran out of the box in a flash, looking so happy. He had earned a lot of commission this time and was very happy. Seeing Chen Fan successfully swipe the card, the others were fine. After all, they had seen Chen Fan's crazy spending at the IFC. Zhao Jiahao and his assistant Zhang Wei were stunned. They couldn't imagine that Chen Fan would buy the top-notch luxurious Romane Conti so casually. Zhao Jiahao was so angry that he felt that Chen Fan was deliberately trying to irritate him. Zhao Jiahao stared at Chen Fan angrily, gritting his teeth and said, "Why are you pretending? What's so great about being a rich second generation? Is it easy for your parents to work hard to make money?" He felt that Chen Fan might be a rich second generation who came out of nowhere and was squandering money recklessly outside by relying on his family's wealth. Zhao Jiahao said coldly, "I tell you, to survive in society, it's not enough to just have money, you also need status." In terms of money, Zhao Jiahao felt that he could not compete with Chen Fan, so he had to mock Chen Fan from the perspective of social status. Zhao Jiahao has been in the entertainment industry for many years and knows many wealthy bosses. Many wealthy people fawn over him and ask him to introduce young girls to them. Therefore, Zhao Jiahao is very proud of his social status. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Jiahao coldly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Chen Fan sneered and said, "Do you think you have a high status as the director of an artist training camp? Do you believe me if I make you unemployed immediately?" Chapter 126. Then let's fire Mr. Wang too. Hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone was stunned. Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue looked at Chen Fan in surprise, their expressions frozen. This Chen Fan was too arrogant. He actually said that he could make Director Zhao unemployed immediately? You have to know that Director Zhao has been in the entertainment industry for many years and has been interviewed by TV stations many times. Zhao Jiahao pointed at Chen Fan and laughed out loud, as if he had heard a joke. That's so funny, you think you can make me unemployed? Zhao Jiahao didn't believe it at all. The general manager of Kaiyi Artist Training Camp was his brother-in-law and his position in the company was very stable. Zhang Wei also laughed crazily, "You are so pretentious, you have even pretended to be the one who has pretended to be the whole solar system." Lu Xinming asked in surprise, "Chen Fan, is this true or false?" Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Chen Fan easily took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of Yi Siyuan, general manager of Kaiyi Entertainment Media Corporation. Soon, Yi Siyuan's respectful voice came from the phone, "Mr. Chen, what do you want?" Chen Fan said calmly, "Is there a supervisor named Zhao Jiahao in Kaiyi Artist Training Camp?" Yi Siyuan replied, "Yes." Chen Fan said in an unquestionable tone, "Fire him for me." Yi Siyuan was stunned. not knowing why Chen Fan suddenly wanted to fire Zhao. Yi Siyuan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Chen, Mr. Wang, the general manager of Kai Artist Training Camp, is Zhao Jiahao's brother-in-law. If Zhao Jiahao is fired, I'm afraid Mr. Wang will have an opinion. Chen Fan said coldly, then let's fire Boss Wang as well. There was a hint of coldness in Chen Fan's voice, and Yi Siyuan also heard it. It seemed that Chen Fan had encountered some trouble and was angered by Zhao Jiahao. Chen Fan is the new boss of Kai Entertainment Media, and Yi Siyuan cannot go against his wishes. Yi Siyuan immediately said, yes, Mr. Chen, I'll handle it right away. Chen Fan hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Jiahao with a smile in his eyes. Mr. Zhao, just wait for the notification. Zhao Jiahao and his assistant Zhan Wei showed a hint of doubt. They did not hear Yi Siyuan's voice on the phone, but only heard Chen Fan's words. There was a hint of sneer on Zhao Jiahao's face. He had his brother-in-law as his backer, and he didn't believe that a young man like Chen Fan had the power to fire him. Zhao Jiahao taunted, still acting, I didn't expect you to have such good acting skills. Let me tell you, Mr. Wang from Kai Artist Training Camp is my brother-in-law, there is absolutely no way he would fire me. Zhang Wei also made an exaggerated expression, took out his phone and imitated it in a sarcastic tone, oh, I'm so scared. Even Mr. Wang was fired. I'm so scared. Everyone present looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Li Ting, Su Xiaoxue, Wang Feng, and Zhang Hongtao all had skepticism on their faces. Although they knew that Chen Fan was rich, it was still hard for them to believe that Chen Fan could dismiss Zhao Jiahao with just one phone call. Su Qingru, Lu Xinmun, and Tang Yusin looked at Chen Fan with half belief and half doubt. They had come into contact with Chen Fan before and knew that he was not the kind of person who would do anything reckless, but this scene was so shocking that it was hard for them to believe it all at once. While everyone was still confused, Zhao Jiahao's cell phone rang like a death-chasing ghost. Zhao Jiahao originally had a contemptuous smile on his face, but when he picked up his phone and looked at it, the expression on his face froze instantly. It turned out to be my brother-in-law Wang Yuan who called. Zhao Jiahao answered the phone and immediately heard Wang Yuan's angry scolding, Zhao Jiahao. You blind idiot, what the hell were you doing outside? Zhao Jiahao said timidly, I didn't do anything? What's wrong? Wang Yuan's voice was filled with anger, you didn't do anything? Just now, Mr. Yi from the head office informed me that you were fired. Damn it, not only you, but I was also fired. Zhao Jiahao was stunned for a moment, cold sweat running down his cheeks, how is it possible? Mr. Yi from the head office fired me? How is it possible? Wang Yuan angrily cursed, Boss Yi said that you offended the new boss of Kai Entertainment. You beast, you useless bastard, don't you have eyes? Why offend the new boss of Kai Entertainment when you can offend anyone else? Zhao Jiahao trembled and said, brother-in-law, doesn't our family own 4% of Kai Entertainment's shares? We can refuse to be acquired. How can Mr. Yi dismiss us? Wang Yuan was furious, 4% of the shares are useless. We don't have a veto. They have all been acquired today. With a clang, Zhao Jiahao's cell phone fell to the ground. Zhao Jiahao looked desperate and horrified at Chen Fan. He trembled in disbelief and said, Chen Fan, you are the new boss of Kai Entertainment? Chen Fan acted nonchalant, casually crossing his legs and looking at Zhao Jiahao with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. At this moment, not only Zhao Jiahao couldn't believe it, everyone in the box was shocked, and they looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Chen Fan once again refreshed everyone's cognition. Li Ting opened her mouth wide, looking at Chen Fan in disbelief. She originally thought that she was meeting an important person today by meeting the director of Kai Artist Training Camp. She didn't expect that Chen Fan, a young man who came out to play with her, was actually the new boss of Kai Entertainment Media. This was too shocking. Su Xiaoxue also stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. When she saw Chen Fan for the first time today, she just thought he was a rich second generation with some money. She didn't expect his identity to be so terrifying. Wang Feng and Zhang Hongtao were also regretting their decision very much. They even laughed at Chen Fan for being an ordinary office worker, saying that they simply failed to recognize the great man in the world. He was actually the boss of a large company who was hiding his true potential. Su Qingru, Lu Xinmun, and Tang Yusin all found it unbelievable. This Zhao Jiahao was a veteran who had been in the entertainment industry for many years. It was too exaggerated for Chen Fan to say that he could be fired at any time. Their worldviews were constantly refreshed by Chen Fan, and every time they went out with Chen Fan, they would be shocked by new surprises. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Lu Xinming's favorability, +5. Lu Xinmeng's favorability, 23. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Tang Yusin's favorability, plus 5. Tang Yusin's favorability, 22. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Su Qingrou's favorability, plus 5. Su Qingrou's favorability, 55. Ding, the target Su Qingrou has a deeper impression of the host. The current progress of the Remember in Heart mission is 100%. The progress bar of Su Qingrou's personal task Remember in Heart skyrocketed and reached the top. Chen Fan was delighted. It seemed that his identity as the boss of Kaiyi Entertainment Company had left a deep impression on Su Qingrou. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, 5 gold talent points. Congratulations to the host for the mission reward, 1 point of charm. Congratulations to the host for the mission reward, Su Qingrou's favorability 5 points. Congratulations to the host for the mission reward, a level 3 Monopoly acquisition card. Su Qingrou's favorability, 60. Chapter 127 Su Qingrou has a new mission. Chen Fan was very happy when he heard the continuous reward notification sounds from the system. Especially the 3rd level Monopoly acquisition card among the rewards. This is the second one Chen Fan has obtained. The first one was obtained from Fong Yuan's personal mission. All they need are 2 of these acquisition cards to forcibly acquire Lu Tianhao's Guangyi Film and Television Group. Chen Fan's heart was full of anticipation. He looked at Zhao Jiahao and Zhang Wei with a half smile, as if he was looking at 2 clowns. Zhao Jiahao broke out in a cold sweat and with a plop, he actually knelt down in front of Chen Fan in public. Zhao Jiahao begged shamelessly, "Boss Chen, please give me a chance and don't fire me. I will work like a slave for you." Chen Fan snorted coldly, "It's too late for you to beg me now." At this moment, the waiter walked into the box carrying 3 bottles of Romane Conti. The scene in the box immediately confused the waiter. The waiter was surprised to see that the middle-aged man in a suit who looked very prestigious was actually kneeling in front of a young man, begging. You know, when this middle-aged man in a suit first entered the box, he probably ordered a bottle of red wine for 15,000 yuan. "Sir, this is the Romane Conti you requested." Chen Fan kicked Zhao Jiahao away and said calmly to the waiter, "Open it for me." The waiter nodded respectfully, took out a corkscrew, and helped Chen Fan open a bottle of Romane Conti. Zhao Jiahao had just been kicked away by Chen Fan, but he persevered and crawled back, continuing to beg Chen Fan, "Boss Chen, please, I'll work like a cow or a horse for you. Get away from me." Chen Fan showed a look of disgust and was about to kick Zhao Jiahao away again. Zhang Wei stepped forward with a righteous look on his face and slapped Zhao Jiahao hard, "Get away and stop bothering our new boss of Kaiyi Entertainment." Zhang Wei beat Zhao Jiahao away, turned around, and expressed his loyalty to Chen Fan, "Boss Chen, don't worry, I will protect the glory of Kaiyi Entertainment." Zhao Jiahao covered his swollen face and looked at Zhang Wei angrily, "Zhang Wei, you bastard, how come you change your face so quickly?" Zhang Wei had just been mocking Chen Fan with Zhao Jiahao, but now he was respectfully calling him Boss Chen. Chen Fan said calmly, "Zhang Wei, get Zhao Jiahao out of here." When Zhang Wei heard that Chen Fan actually gave him orders, he thought that Chen Fan accepted him. Zhang Wei immediately smiled and said, "Yes. Boss Chen." Zhang Wei pulled Zhao Jiahao's suit and dragged him out of the box. "Get lost, Zhao Jiahao. How dare you speak rudely to my dear Boss Chen? If it weren't for Boss Chen's face, I would beat you into a pig's head." Chen Fan said calmly, "You don't have to come back, you are all dismissed." Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. He stood there with a sad face and became dejected. After Zhao Jiahao and Zhang Wei were driven away, only Wang Feng, Zheng Hongtao, Li Ting, Su Xiaoxue, Su Qingrou, Lu Xinmeng, Tang Yusin and Chen Fan were left in the box. Wang Feng and Zheng Hongtao looked at Chen Fan nervously. They were now completely convinced of Chen Fan. When they were at the IFC, they were still a little dissatisfied, thinking that Chen Fan was a rich second generation who had so much money that he didn't know how to spend it. Wang Feng was just a young boss of a restaurant with a fortune of tens of millions, and he couldn't compare with Chen Fan, the boss of an entertainment company with a market value of billions. He didn't dare to offend Chen Fan from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Chen Fan driving Zhao Jiahao and Zhang Wei away, Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue looked at Chen Fan with some awe and did not dare to speak. Chen Fan saw that these people were frightened and dared not say a word. He smiled lightly and eased the atmosphere, saying, "It's okay, let's continue to celebrate Li Ting's birthday. Waiter, go and order the most expensive birthday cake right away." The waiter quickly said, "Yes, I'll be there right away." After saying that, Chen Fan picked up the Romane Conti and wanted to pour wine for everyone. Lu Xinming rushed to say, "Let me pour it." Lu Xinming rushed to take the bottle and poured wine for everyone. Seeing Chen Fan smile, the atmosphere in the box immediately eased. Su Qingru asked curiously, Chen Fan, are you really the new boss of Kai Entertainment Media? Chen Fan nodded and said, yes. Tang Yusin said in a somewhat reproachful tone, why didn't you tell me before? If I had known that you were the boss of Kai Entertainment, we wouldn't have had to come to see director Zhao of the artist training camp. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, I just acquired the shares of Kai Entertainment today. Chen Fan looked at Su Qingru's beautiful face. Her bright eyes were like a clear spring, hazy and pure as water. She blinked curiously at Chen Fan, as if full of charm. Chen Fan was suddenly stunned and absent-minded, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Chen Fan suddenly thought that since he was the boss of Kai Entertainment Media, he could definitely promote Su Qingru to be a female star and have her participate in programs for future superstars to compete with Chu Xiaolei. In the system information panel, Su Qingru's appearance is 93, 1 point higher than Chu Xiaolei, whose appearance is only 92. Su Qingru's qualifications are better than Chu Xiaolei's. Chen Fan has also seen Su Qingru dance. Her dancing skills are top-notch, professional and graceful, and she is definitely qualified to perform on the Spring Festival Gala. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded in Chen Fan's mind again. Ding, new personal task starts. Task name, the future is promising. Task description, in order to satisfy the target Su Qingru's dream of becoming a star, and at the same time to let the host soothe his resentment and let his ex-girlfriend Chu Xiaolei feel the host's strength, this task is specially initiated. Mission goal, make Su Qingru assigned artist of Kai Entertainment Media, and represent Kai Entertainment in the popular talent show Future Big Star. In the ranking of new stars, let Su Qingru defeat Chu Xiaolei and become the first place of the annual Future Big Star. Task Reward 1, dozens of charm points. Task Reward 2, dozens of strength points. Task Reward 3, 1 level 3 Monopoly acquisition card. Task Reward 4, all shares of a company with a market value of 100 billion yuan. The system provides 2 billion mission funds. During the mission, if you spend money on the target, you will get a double cashback reward. If you spend money on the host himself, you will get a double cashback. Chen Fan was surprised and delighted to see the task suddenly released by the system. The reward for this task is incredible. Not only is there another level 3 Monopoly acquisition card, but also all the shares of a company with a market value of 100 billion. However, the difficulty is not small. After all, the system provides extremely sufficient funds for the task. The previous mission funds were basically at the level of 20 million, but this mission unexpectedly gave 2 billion in mission funds all at once, which shows that the system also knows that the difficulty is not small. Chapter 128, Visit Kai Entertainment 1. Chen Fan took on the task with excited anticipation. This mission coincided with his own. He had just wanted to train Su Qingru into a star to compete with Chu Xiaolei. If Su Qingru could crush Chu Xiaolei, it would also be a relief for Chen Fan. Chen Fan's heart was in turmoil. To others, he seemed to be staring at Su Qingru in a daze. Su Qingru felt a little embarrassed when Chen Fan looked at her and said, Chen Fan, why are you looking at me? Chen Fan's thoughts were brought back to reality. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly and said, it's okay. You look especially beautiful today, so I looked at you a little more. Su Qingru's pretty face blushed slightly. For some reason, she didn't feel disgusted when Chen Fan praised her beauty. Instead, she felt sweet in her heart. At this time, Lu Xinming had already poured a glass of Romane Conti for everyone. Chen Fan raised his glass first and said, let's all have a drink and wish Li Ting a happy birthday. Everyone followed Chen Fan and raised their glasses. After clinking their glasses, they all drank a glass. Li Ting felt extremely flattered. She had never dreamed that one day she would be holding a bottle of Romane Conti in her hand and have a boss worth billions wishing her a happy birthday. Li Ting instantly developed a liking for Chen Fan. She didn't expect that Chen Fan, a big boss, would actually remember to come and celebrate the birthday of an ordinary girl like her. Li Ting felt that she should seize the opportunity. She wanted to give Chen Fan a few seductive glances, but she didn't expect Chen Fan to not look at her at all. Instead, he looked at Su Qingru. Li Ting felt very lost instantly. She understood that the reason why Chen Fan came to her birthday party was entirely because of Su Qingru. After a glass of wine, the atmosphere in the box became cordial and lively again. Lu Xinmeng was lively and naughty by nature. She blinked excitedly and said to Chen Fan, since you are the boss of Kai Entertainment, why don't you open a back door for us and let us work in your company? Tang Yusin, Su Qingru, Li Ting, and Su Xiaoxue all looked at Chen Fan expectantly, their eyes full of hope. They are all seniors who are about to graduate and are facing the pressure of finding a job. Moreover, these girls all have romantic fantasies about the entertainment industry, otherwise they would not have come to see Zhao today. Chen Fan smiled. This was exactly what he had in mind. The system's task was to get Su Qingru to sign a contract with the company, and then represent Kaiyi Entertainment in the talent show Future Big Star. Chen Fan nodded calmly and said, "If you are interested, go to Kaiyi Artist Training Camp for an interview tomorrow. However, I can't guarantee that you will all be able to sign a contract." The only person Chen Fan wanted to sign was Su Qingru. Lu Xinming and Tang Yusin could also be signed to see the effect. As for Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue, they were not within Chen Fan's consideration. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, several girls burst into excited cheers, and Lu Xinming jumped left and right with joy. Chen Fan is the big boss of Kaiyi Entertainment Media. The big boss has agreed. Even if he cannot be signed as an artist, at least he will have no problem joining Kaiyi Entertainment as a staff member. Several girls were very excited and toasted Chen Fan frequently. Li Ting and Su Xiaoxue tried their best to give Chen Fan ambiguous and suggestive looks when they toasted, but Chen Fan remained unmoved. After a while, the waiter brought an extra large luxurious birthday cake and placed it on the coffee table, and the scene became lively. Everyone shared the cake and had a great time. Chen Fan was also very happy. Su Qingru sat next to him the whole time. There were several times when Chen Fan and Su Qingru had physical contact, and Su Qingru did not seem disgusted. It was already 10 o'clock when we returned to the Carlton Hotel. When they left the Crown Plaza nightclub, they had already made an appointment that Su Qingru, Lu Xinming, Tang Yusin, Li Ting, and Su Xiaoxue would all go to the Kaiyi Artist Training Camp for interviews tomorrow. Chen Fan thought about it and called General Manager Yi Siyuan. Soon, Yi Siyuan's pleasant voice came from the phone. "Mr. Chen, what instructions do you have for me calling so late at night?" "Mr. Yi, I plan to inspect Kaiyi Artist Training Camp tomorrow," Chen Fan said calmly. Yi Siyuan was a little surprised, but she had very good adaptability and nodded immediately. "Okay, Mr. Chen. I will arrange a welcome ceremony." Chen Fan continued, "There's no need to prepare any welcoming ceremony. I don't want to make a big scene. I'm here just to make sure the company signs an artist named Su Qingru. She will come to the artist training camp for an interview tomorrow. Please arrange for her to go through the interview." Yi Siyuan was stunned. She didn't expect that the new boss Chen Fan wanted to sign an artist. But Yi Siyuan is a very top professional manager. She has met too many bosses. Some bosses of entertainment companies like to sign mistresses or goddaughters to the company. It seems that Chen Fan is no exception. Yi Siyuan feels that Su Qingru might be Chen Fan's mistress. Although signing a mistress is definitely not good for the overall development of the company. But Chen Fan owns all the shares of the company, which means he has the right to make all decisions. Yi Siyuan cannot object to what he wants to do. Yi Siyuan had no choice but to nod and say, "Okay, your name is Su Qingru, right? I'll tell you." Chen Fan was very satisfied with Yi Siyuan's answer. Although Chen Fan had only spoken with Yi Siyuan over the phone and had not met in person, through several phone calls, Chen Fan had already felt Yi Siyuan's professional qualities. It seems that Yi Siyuan is a very competent professional manager. When it comes to the orders of her boss Chen Fan, she obeys them like a soldier. She doesn't complain about the difficulties and try to change her boss's mind. After hanging up the phone, Yi Siyuan couldn't help but shook her head in disappointment. It seemed that this Chen Fan was just as she had imagined, a complete playboy. On the first day of acquiring the company, the manager and a supervisor of a subsidiary were fired. "We also need to sign the mistress into the company." It seems that Chen Fan is indeed a playboy. The future of Kaiyi Entertainment is worrying. Yi Siyuan sighed, with a hint of worry between her brows. If Kaiyi Entertainment continues to be messed up by Chen Fan like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive. With such a boss, Yi Siyuan is deeply worried about the future of the company. Yi Siyuan sighed helplessly and sent a message to the work group of Kaiyi Artist Training Camp. "Attention all employees, tomorrow the new boss of Kaiyi Entertainment will come to inspect the branch artist training camp. Now, I hereby inform you that everyone should arrive at the company half an hour earlier tomorrow and clean their workstations thoroughly. The logistics department should put up banners in advance and make preparations." Chapter 129, Visit Kaiyi Entertainment 2. There is a deputy director of artist training in Kaiyi Artist Training Camp, named Zhang Qifang. Coincidentally, this Zhang Qifeng happens to be a distant cousin of Chen Fan. That night, Zhang Qifeng had just put her child to sleep when she heard a message alert from a workgroup on her phone. She picked up the phone and immediately showed surprise on her face. She couldn't believe it and said aloud, "What? The new boss of Kaiyi Entertainment is coming to inspect tomorrow?" Zhang Qifeng didn't know that the new boss of Kaiyi Entertainment was Chen Fan. She just vaguely heard some rumors that the company's shares had recently changed. In the workgroup, colleagues were already in an uproar and wailing. "Oh, this new boss is really something. He comes to inspect and asks us to come to work half an hour early to do the cleaning. It's really annoying. Sho, don't say bad things about the new boss, be careful, someone in the group will tell on him." "Who is the new boss? Is he capable? Yes, can this new boss help Kaiyi Entertainment rise?" Zhang Qifeng complained, "It seems I have to go to bed early and get up early tomorrow." At this moment, something happened that surprised Zhang Qifeng. Her cell phone suddenly beeped rapidly. It turned out that Mr. Yi from the head office popped up a private dialogue box for her. Zhang Qifeng immediately became nervous. "What's going on? Why would Mr. Yi want to have a private conversation with me?" Zhang Qifeng felt that something big had happened. She was just a deputy director of a branch company. Why would the president of the head office want to talk to her? Zhang Qifeng answered the phone nervously and asked carefully, "Boss Yi? What can I do for you?" Yi Siyuan's voice was calm and even, but with an unquestionable majesty. She said, "Deputy Director Zhang, there will be newcomers coming to the artist training camp for interviews tomorrow. One of them is Su Qingru. Please let her pass." Zhang Qifeng asked with some doubt, "Boss Yi, the interview work was previously handled by Director Zhao. You should notify Director Zhao. Director Zhao is naturally Zhao Jiahao. In the past, whenever the company wanted to sign someone, Zhao Jiahao would make the decision after evaluation." Yi Siyuan said calmly, "Director Zhao was dismissed by the new boss today, and President Wang was also dismissed, so you will be the one to host tomorrow's interview." Zhang Qifeng was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. She couldn't believe it. "What? Director Zhao and President Wang were both fired by the new boss? Director Zhao and President Wang must have offended the new boss, so they were directly dismissed," Yi Siyuan said. Zhang Qifeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this new boss was a bit cruel and too decisive. He fired the general manager and director of a branch on the first day. Yi Siyuan continued, "So the interview can only be left to you. Do you understand? By the way, you must try to be nicer to Su Qingru and take good care of her." Hearing Yi Siyuan asking her to take good care of Su Qingru, Zhang Qifeng was puzzled and asked curiously, "Boss Yi, may I ask, is this Su Qingru related to anyone?" Yi Siyuan continued calmly, "This Su Qingru is the artist that the new boss specifically asked to sign, so you should know what to do." After hearing Yi Siyuan say that Su Qingru was the artist that the new boss wanted to sign, Zhang Qifeng understood something. She was probably the boss's goddaughter, or a mistress. Zhang Qifeng said quickly, "I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will take good care of Su Qingru." "Okay." Yi Siyuan hung up the call. Zhang Qifeng couldn't help but sigh when he saw the call was closed. "I don't know what kind of person this new boss is. He fired Mr. Wang and Director Zhao right after he came to the company. It's a bit scary." Early the next morning, Chen Fan specially put on the custom-made Italian pinna suit bought from Lu Shani's store. Wearing this top-notch suit, Chen Fan looked in the mirror and felt radiant. It is indeed a top-notch suit. Chen Fan couldn't help but praise it. The tailoring of the suit was very decent and the fabric was also high quality and high-end, making Chen Fan look like an elite. In addition to the continuous addition of points to the charm panel during this period, Chen Fan's charm value has now reached 90. At this time, Chen Fan looked very energetic and had a charming temperament, which was very attractive to girls. As usual, when Fang Yan brought breakfast to Chen Fan, her eyes immediately lit up when she saw Chen Fan, who was dressed up carefully. The Chen Fan in front of him looked brand new and had an attractive temperament. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment. She had never seen Chen Fan wearing a suit before, but when she saw him today, she found that he looked quite handsome. Chen Fan saw Fang Yan staring at him in a daze and smiled faintly. "What are you looking at?" Fang Yan blushed and said, "You look good in a suit today." Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Fang Yan's favorability, +1. Fang Yan's favorability, 52. Chen Fan was delighted. As expected, after adding charm points, he could win the favor of girls just by his appearance. Chen Fan smiled and said, "You are also very good looking." Chen Fan couldn't help but look at her luxurious upper body, and couldn't help but secretly praise her in his heart. Fang Yuan also noticed Chen Fan's gaze, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn even redder. Ever since Chen Fan helped her deal with Mrs. Zhao last time and made Fang Yuan the general manager of the Carlton Hotel, Fang Yuan has been full of gratitude towards Chen Fan and has a good impression of him. Chen Fan joked that he wanted her to marry him, but Fang Yuan couldn't help but think about it seriously several times. If Chen Fan used force, Fang Yuan might have given in reluctantly. So when Fang Yuan saw Chen Fan's fiery eyes sweeping over her, her heart started beating like a deer. She was extremely nervous, a little scared but also a little expectant. However, Chen Fan did not do anything excessive and began to enjoy his delicious breakfast. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom to Kaiyi Artist Training Camp. The official name of Kaiyi Artist Training Camp is Kaiyi Star Agency, which is located in a 7-story office building. Chen Fan parked the car, and when he came out of the parking lot, he took out his mobile phone and asked Xiao Manya for leave. Xiao Manya was already used to Chen Fan's request for leave, so she didn't say much and agreed directly. Anyway, she knew that Chen Fan would definitely give her enough original drawings. Xiao Manya's pleasant voice said on the phone, "Chen Fan, you can take a leave today, but you must come on time tomorrow. Tomorrow is a progress report meeting of the company's senior management, and representatives from the company's board of directors will attend, so you must be on time tomorrow." Hearing Xiao Manya's serious tone, Chen Fan nodded and said, "I understand. I will be there on time tomorrow." Chapter 130, Visit Kaiyi Entertainment 3. When coming out of the parking lot, Chen Fan happened to see a woman in her 20s, wearing a business suit and holding a bottle of eye drops, walking towards the office building where Kaiyi Artist Training Camp was located. Chen Fan was stunned. He felt that she looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he asked in surprise, "Cousin?" The woman in professional attire was Zhang Qifang, a distant cousin of Chen Fan. Zhang Qifang came to the company early this morning to clean, but unfortunately dust got into her eyes and she had to go to the pharmacy to buy eye drops. When I was returning to the company, I happened to see a handsome young man wearing a high-end suit walking out of the parking lot. Zhang Qifang was also stunned. He looked carefully for a few seconds before saying in surprise, "You are Chen Fan's cousin?" Chen Fan smiled and nodded. Zhang Qifang and Chen Fan are distant relatives and they don't see each other often. However, Chen Fan had a good impression of this cousin. They had played together when they were young. She was not as annoying as Chun Chang. Chen Fan thought about it and seemed to have heard his mother mention that this cousin Zhang Qifang worked in an entertainment company. Unexpectedly, it was Kaiyi Artist Training Camp. Zhang Qifang asked curiously, "Cousin, what are you doing here today?" Chen Fan paused and said, I came to see you today for something, how about you?" Zhang Qifang glared at Chen Fan in a reproachful manner and said, "I work here at Kaiyi's. You don't even care about me, your cousin, and you don't even know that I work here." Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't expect that when he went to inspect his own company for the first time, he would meet his cousin working there. Chen Fan laughed dryly, "Who said that? I'm here to show my concern for my cousin today." Seeing Chen Fan dressed very formally in a beautiful suit, Zhang Qifang smiled mysteriously and said, "Cousin, you look very handsome today. Are you here to meet your girlfriend?" Chen Fan chatted for a while, then looked at the eye drops in her hand and asked, "Why did you buy eye drops?" Zhang Qifang said unhappily, "Don't mention it. Today, our company's new boss came to inspect the company for no apparent reason. When I was cleaning, dust got into my eyes. I went to buy a bottle of eye drops." Chen Fan said helplessly, "Cousin, you don't seem to have a good impression of the new boss." Zhang Qifang's soul of gossip was burning, and he lowered his voice and said, "Chen Fan, those big bosses are all very playful. I also heard that today the big boss specifically wanted to sign a girl into the company. Everyone said that she might be the mistress kept by the new boss." Hearing Zhang Qifang's words, Chen Fan was a little amused. "Cousin, you have such a rich imagination. Maybe they are just friends." Zhang Qifang acted like a seasoned veteran and said, Your cousin, have been in this business for several years and have seen a lot of these things. All the big bosses have mistresses." Chen Fan was speechless. He originally wanted to tell his cousin honestly that he was the new boss of Kaiyi Entertainment. But since his cousin spoke so badly of the new boss, Chen Fan didn't know where to start. Zhang Qifang suddenly thought of something and said quickly, "Cousin, I can't stay with you for too long. I have to go back. The new boss of the company is coming to inspect today. It would be bad if someone saw me chatting outside." Chen Fan nodded and said, "Then go and get busy." Zhang Qifang turned and walked towards the company's office building, and Chen Fan followed her. Zhang Qifang turned around and saw that Chen Fan was walking in the same direction as her and looked puzzled. Chen Fan said calmly, "I'm going the same way as you." Zhang Qifang was a little surprised, but didn't say anything. When they arrived at the office building of Kaiyi Artist Training Camp, General Manager Yi Siyuan was already waiting at the door with several senior executives, looking respectful. Seeing General Manager Yi and several senior executives, Zhang Qifang became a little nervous. Yi Siyuan had seen Chen Fan's photo in internal documents, so she recognized him at first sight. Yi Siyuan smiled at Chen Fan and walked towards him, quickening her pace. Zhang Qifang was completely confused at this time. He had no idea what was going on. He felt nervous and confused. The next moment, Zhang Qifang was surprised to see General Manager Yi reaching out to Chen Fan and said with a polite smile, "Chairman Chen, on behalf of the senior leaders of Kaiyi Artist Training Camp, I welcome you to visit the branch." Zhang Qifang saw Chen Fan extending his hand and shook hands with Yi Siyuan. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes widened in surprise. "What? My cousin Chen Fan is actually the new boss of Kaiyi Entertainment Media." Zhang Qifang's mouth opened wide, her heart was in turmoil, and her brain was almost not enough. When Chen Fan shook hands with Yi Siyuan, he immediately felt the tenderness and softness. Chen Fan had only spoken to Yi Siyuan on the phone before, and he thought her voice was clear and pleasant. He didn't expect to be amazed when he saw her in person. This Yi Siyuan is also a rare beauty. Yi Siyuan was wearing a light blue La Chapelle women's suit with a white tencel shirt from Inman underneath. Her luxurious figure was curvy and graceful, and she looked like she was about to burst out of the suit. Her long straight trousers were tightly wrapped around her hips, and she was wearing a pair of black high heels. She looked very capable and neat, with the noble temperament of a business elite. Her pretty face is beautiful and pure, her eyes are bright and lively, her mouth has flaming red lips, and her charm is extremely alluring. Bite. Detected that the host has gained Yi Siyuan's attention, bound to the target. Name, Yi Siyuan. Age, 25. Occupation, professional manager. Appearance, 91. Measurements, 90 cm, 54, 85. Favorability, 10. Purity value, 100. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Talent, script writing blue rarity, shooting purple rarity. The system also bound Yi Siyuan in a timely manner. What made Chen Fan speechless was that Yi Siyuan's favorability towards him was actually 10. It seems that Yi Siyuan didn't have a very good first impression of Chen Fan. But Chen Fan didn't care, since he could increase his favorability anyway. Chen Fan said calmly, "I'm just taking a look today. I'm mainly here to confirm that Su Qingru has been signed as an artist. There's no need to hold a welcoming ceremony." Yi Siyuan still smiled politely and said, "Director Chen, let me introduce you to the company's management." Yi Siyuan introduced the leaders and executives of the artist training camp to Chen Fan one by one. Those leaders and executives lined up one by one, with humble smiles, nodding and shaking hands with Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qifang was even more shocked and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. In her memory, Chen Fan was just an ordinary, polite big boy who always smiled.